Ukrainian chorus Dumka. They opened SNL with a performance of Prayer for Ukraine in front of a table of candles that spelled out Kiev.
So fitting and so well done. Several celebrities have taken to social media to show their support for Ukrainian refugees. Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively announced they are pledging to match up to $1 million in aid for the hundreds of thousands of displaced Ukrainians. And heartfelt tributes to Ukraine were also on display at Sunday's SAG Awards.
While tonight is a celebration, we are all at the same time holding a place in our hearts for the people of Ukraine and sending our thoughts, prayers, and hopes for impending peace.
I would tell you, we have a fellow actor in Zelensky who deserves some credit tonight for fighting the fight.
Several actors from Michael Keaton there to Succession's Brian Cox referenced the invasion in their speeches.
FIFA said it is not allowing the Russian flag or national anthem to be associated with the team. The squad will still be allowed to compete for a spot in the World Cup, but FIFA will not allow matches to be played in Russia. Despite the sanctions, Czech Republic's national team joined Poland and Sweden in refusing to play the Russian squad in World Cup qualifying matches next month. And Green Day is canceling a concert in Moscow following the Russian invasion. The band was set to play a stadium in the capital city in May.
Now to Poland, where we find our business correspondent with a whole new assignment. We're used to seeing him in studio, but CNBC's Steve Sedgwick is on the front lines where thousands of Ukrainians are pouring over the border. Good to see you, Steve.
Yeah, very good morning to you, Francis. Good morning, Vanita. We're 14 kilometres from the border now at the main transit point for Ukrainians fleeing Poland, fleeing Ukraine into Poland, into Hungary, into Slovakia. Already this weekend, and I've been speaking to the UNHCR, the refugee agency, we understand that over 368,000 Ukrainians have fled into Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania. Over half of them have come through Poland as well. And as I say, this town here, Przemysl, is the main transit point for the coaches crossing the border, for the trains crossing the border, and from here they're trying to find routes all over Europe. I'm hearing some extraordinary stories. We were down at the border.
All right, we lost Steve's audio there, but
it get a lot worse. We've already heard from the UN and from others.
Go ahead, Steve.
Francis, I'm sorry, I thought you'd lost my audio there, but I was speaking to Samantha Power, actually, the former US ambassador to the UN over the weekend. I spoke to her in Krakow, and she's leading the US response to this crisis as well. There's a $27 billion agency, and the DART team is here, the disaster response team. There is a lot going on institutionally, but as you can see behind me as well, a lot of volunteers and a lot of chaos involved in this situation close to the border.
Thank you so much.
We'll take a look at your forecast coming up next.
And also, Jay Gray joins us live from the Ukrainian border with the latest on the humanitarian crisis.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here. rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Welcome back to Early Today. Flash flood watch in effect for much of western portions of Washington state, all the way from Portland southwards. Very heavy rain is moving in currently. We'll be right with you through the mornings, and high elevation snow. Also, forecast for the rest of the country looks pretty quiet, but bundle up in the Northeast. Extremely chilly morning. We'll be right back with more on Early Today.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Ukrainians are putting up an impressive fight to protect their homeland. Russia is thought to have sent about 2/3 of its troops into Ukraine so far. But a senior U.S. official says Putin's forces have not been able to take control of any major cities. And Russia's momentum has been slowed by stiff resistance. NBC's Jay Gray is at the Ukrainian border with Poland.
Overnight, the fighting intensifies. U.S. officials acknowledging Russian troops appear to be gaining ground in southern Ukraine, but continue to face stiff resistance to the north, including the capital city of Kiev.
It's so weird to actually hear the explosions in the city day by day and shootings, and seeing all the images all around the country where people suffer.
Horrific images of a country battered by 5 days of war, burned out military vehicles, blood-stained snow, evidence of a deadly firefight, buildings ripped apart during a missile attack, and families ripped apart by the violence. hundreds of thousands scrambling to escape, overwhelmed and unsure of where they'll go and what will happen to loved ones left behind to fight. Delegations from Russia and Ukraine are meeting face-to-face along the Belarus border today. Ukrainian leaders making it clear the discussions will not include any talk of surrender.
And thanks to Jay Gray for that report. The European Union says it will ban the Russian state-backed news organizations RT and Sputnik from broadcasting. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen says that the outlets will, quote, no longer be able to spread their lies to justify Putin's war and sow division in our union. Both RT, formerly known as Russia Today, and Sputnik are controlled by the Russian government and widely regarded as propaganda outlets.
The EU will also deliver $500 million worth of weapons to Ukraine. The transfer will include fighter jets. It's the first time that the EU will arm a country at war. Individual European countries have also committed to supplying Ukraine with weapons. Germany, Sweden, Denmark, and Belgium have all pledged to send anti-tank weapons, body armor, missiles, rations, and military funding to the embattled country.
Well, this is how we're starting the week, ending the month. Tough headlines out there, but we're continuing to cover it for you here on Early Today. We thank you for watching. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Vanita Nair. Coming up on the Today Show, continuing coverage of the crisis in Ukraine. We will have live reports throughout the region, covering every angle of the Russian siege on the country. We'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Good Monday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We begin with breaking news this morning. Delegations from Ukraine and Russia meeting on the Belarus border to discuss how to end the war. That meeting comes after 4 days of heavy fighting across Ukraine. Overnight, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky reporting several Ukrainian casualties so far, including 16 children. President Zelensky also says 4,500 Russian soldiers have been killed. U.S. intelligence shows that despite Russia's advances, Ukraine still has control of its cities, including the capital, Kyiv, and its second biggest city, Kharkiv. Now, as the fighting continues, many Ukrainians are faced with a choice: stay and fight or flee with their families.
Me and my husband with my two daughters, we escape because I'm very dangerous for my family.
In Russia, President Vladimir Putin ordered his nuclear forces on high alert in response to what he called aggressive statements by NATO. It's a move one expert describes as unprecedented in the post-Cold War era. Now, the European Union is planning to fund the delivery of weapons to Ukraine, plus block Russian aircraft from flying in EU territory. And today, the UN General Assembly is set to meet for a rare emergency meeting on the war in Ukraine. We have team coverage this morning with military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs, foreign correspondent Matt Bodner, who's just north of the Ukrainian border in Russia, and NBC News contributor Jack Crosby in Kharkiv. We're going to start our coverage this morning with NBC News correspondent Cal Perry in western Ukraine. Cal, we know Russian and Ukrainian negotiators are holding talks on Ukraine's border with Belarus. Have we heard anything from that meeting so far? Are there any hopes for a ceasefire?
You know, I'm not sure that hopes are running high, but they are talking, and it is a fairly high-level delegation here from the Ukraine. The defense minister is there. We're not clear on who's there from the Russian side, but the talks have begun in just the last 45 minutes. There's also been, for the first night in about 3 nights, a small pause in the city of Kyiv. Not as heavy a bombardment, but satellite imagery showing Russian troops continuing to move on that city. All the while, the humanitarian crisis here grows worse. Mark, step with me. I just want to introduce you guys very quickly to Sophia. We were here this morning getting ready for our live shot, and Sophia walked through the square with her friends. I wanted to ask you just if you could help explain to people at home what it has been like for you to live through this.
It feels like the end of the world. The house is destroying. The children are dying, and we just want a peaceful life. We didn't do anything wrong. We're just trying to stay calm, just trying to help our people, our military. We do anything that we can, but it's really hard, it's really scary. but we try to stay united. All Ukraine now is united, and it's the greatest I've ever seen in my life.
Sophia, thank you so much. These 4 individuals here, all around the ages of 18, for the first time the other day, made Molotov cocktails. They said it was easy to make, but none of them expected to make it. That is what we are seeing here on the ground. Civilians trying to step up, help the folks who are fleeing, but also to actually get to the front and fight the oncoming Russian forces.
Cal, they are so representative of what we're seeing all across the country there. You mentioned those satellite images. There was images taken yesterday by U.S.-based Maxar Technologies. It does show a large deployment of Russian ground forces moving toward the capital, Kyiv. So give us a summary. How intense is the fighting right now across the country? Are there worries that it's going to intensify now in the coming days?
Look, there's always that worry because we never really expected, or people here didn't expect, certainly the fighting to be this widespread. They didn't expect it to happen in Kyiv. They thought it would happen, if it happened at all, in the east. That hasn't been the case. Now, as I said, today was really the first night, overnight, where there wasn't a heavy bombardment in the capital, but there's a concern that those troops are still moving. The heaviest fighting seems to be, at least today, in the northeastern part of the country, in that city of Kharkiv, where we've seen Russian troops moving into those urban areas. But I think the concern here is, though, even though we're seeing a slight pause in the fighting, that there is a military regrouping on the part of the Russians. And if you talk to people here who are very suspicious of those peace talks, they'll tell you that if the Russians go for a ceasefire, it's just so that they can regroup. There is no trust here for obvious reasons.
And this morning, Ukraine's President Zelensky released a video statement saying prisoners with military experience will be released to help fight Russian forces. He's also calling on the European Union to immediately admit his country into the bloc. Over the weekend, we saw major sanctions levied on Russia after he pushed the West to do more. And he so famously recently said, I don't need ammunition. I need ammunition. I don't need a ride. What do Ukrainians make of their president right now and how he has been handling this conflict?
There's an English cricket saying, cometh the hour, cometh the man, and that has kind of made the rounds here. People love President Zelensky. They see him as the leader of the resistance. He's been putting out these daily morning videos that are not just to rally people behind him, but they're really proof of life videos. He says he's the #1 target of the Russians. That is undoubtedly true, but he has struck a chord here that I think is becoming sort of the narrative of this war, which is that Ukrainians know what they're fighting for, that Ukrainians are fighting for their homeland, that they are fighting for democracy, that they are fighting for freedom. One of the people we interviewed this morning, her house was destroyed. That is what they're fighting for. They're fighting for their homes. It is entirely unclear what the Russian army is fighting for, and the Ukrainian government, specifically President Zelensky, they're trying to get that story out there to the world.
That was symbolic in the women you just interviewed a moment ago. Cal, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
Let's now cross over to the eastern Ukrainian city of Kharkiv, which faced another night of shelling by Russian forces. Jack Crosby is a Rolling Stone correspondent and an NBC News contributor, and he joins us now. Jack, good morning. So this is a city many people may have seen video on social media under attack this weekend. Pretty dramatic images. We know you right now are currently, I understand, making a quick getaway. Our viewers might see you're in a car right now because of this shelling. Tell us what you're going through. Tell us what you've just escaped, where you are, if you're safe, and also just what the situation and mood is like in this particular city this morning.
Yeah, so it's been an interesting situation in Kharkiv for the past couple of days. There was very heavy shelling 2 days ago. On the night before, there was a Russian incursion into the middle of the city. That was sort of the first major military operation that had penetrated that far into the city center of Kharkiv. Yesterday, there was a slight lull. And last night was relatively quiet in many areas of the city, although there was still shelling and bombardment on the outskirts. This morning, however, that escalation I think that we had been looking for and fearing for a long time has certainly happened. We were under pretty heavy shell fire even in the center of the city this morning, and made the decision to leave the city. I'm now in a vehicle at a checkpoint outside of the sort of southeastern city of Dnipro. So waiting to get into that city, out of danger from Kharkiv at the moment, but in another city that is very much going to be in a line with the Russian advance, potentially in a couple of days' time.
And Jack, right now, when you're sort of fleeing something like that, what's happening in Kharkiv on your way to another city, how is it just on roads in between? I mean, are you seeing anything, any type of military action in between those places? Do you feel safe out on the road?
So there's a lot of activity where we are now. I would say in the past 10 miles or so since we've gone through a couple of outlying towns of Dnipro, things have been relatively normal. We were able to stop at a gas station and refuel and grab coffee and some snacks and things. On the roads immediately outside of Kharkiv, the mood was extremely tense. It doesn't appear as though Russian forces have entirely surrounded the city yet, but we saw many military assets sort of preparing for that eventuality. Civilian workers and civilian defense forces digging trenches outside of the city, tanks moving around, people getting into position. There's a heavy sort of presence both of the military and of these new civilian defense units sort of riding around in their standard civilian cars, but carrying weapons and patrolling the roads outside of the city. And then otherwise, much of the roads through eastern Ukraine are pretty desolate right now. There's very few cars moving around. There's occasional checkpoints manned by either the military or these civilian defense forces. So, where we are, there's definitely more of a sense of normalcy, although we are in a long line for a military checkpoint to get into Dnipro at the moment. But just, a few 100 miles or so away, it's very much sort of a wartime atmosphere.
And Jack, it seems like obviously things have taken somewhat of a turn overnight as you've left the city. But just yesterday, the Kharkiv's governor said the city was under complete control by Ukraine, even claiming that some Russian troops have been surrendering. That's specifically what I want to ask about. Is that something that you saw yourself at all or heard about?
We had heard and seen those reports as well, and certainly seen the reports from the civilian administration in Kharkiv. It does appear as though that Russian incursion 2 days ago was pushed back pretty successfully. But it was a very sort of small, limited incursion. There's been a lot of reporting that was sort of confused as to the tactics that were employed and why the Russians would send such a small kind of incursion into the city center that was dealt with by the Ukrainian military and civilian defense. And so, we all thought this could be a prelude to a much more major escalation, which it appears from what we're seeing so far has begun.
And Jack, quickly, before I let you go, just explain the importance of Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city, to Russia, such an important target. How far do people think Moscow is willing to go to capture it?
I think right now it's sort of anyone's guess. Traditional wisdom at the beginning, Kharkiv is a massive university town, but in pre-war times had a large amount of cultural and just social overlap with Russia. There are many people there who have friends and family in Kharkiv because of its proximity to the Russian border and because of its sort of just cultural closeness to Russia. And it was one of the first cities that during this Russian military buildup, we were worried that would be targeted. And until today, it did seem as though the Russian military's focus was on Kyiv, which I think it still is. But Kharkiv is very much in the crosshairs now.
Mm-hmm. Jack Crosby, thank you so much. Stay safe, and we will be checking back in with you.
NBC News reporter Matt Bodner now joins us from Belgorod, Russia. That's a city about 25 miles from the Ukrainian border north of Kharkiv. Matt, we just heard about the situation in and around Kharkiv this morning. Russian forces have been entering eastern Ukraine from near where you are, then moving toward Kharkiv. What have you seen since you've been there?
Morning, Joe. Well, unfortunately, we haven't seen as much as I had hoped. The security services in this area very recently have started essentially putting strict limits on what independent media can do here, Russian and foreign. But we have seen a little bit of movement. We saw some medium heavy equipment being moved out of the checkpoint leading to Kharkiv yesterday. But what we've mostly seen so far is a lot of logistics. We've seen a lot of fuel trucks moving both in and out of Kharkiv, and that's an interesting thing to note because one thing we're kind of finding out about the Russian offensive, just from what the Ukrainians are saying and some evidence we can see on social media, is that this appears to be going on longer than they had initially planned when they launched this, and they are running into problems with fuel, for example. And so we're seeing a pretty decent logistical effort coming in and out of that checkpoint we were at yesterday. Also, a lot of ambulances. The checkpoint is basically staffed by police and ambulances right now. That's interesting because Russia has yet to really acknowledge any kind of meaningful casualties anywhere in its operation. in Ukraine. But they're also continuing to insist that they're only targeting military installations. This, of course, is coming under question as we're hearing allegations from the Ukrainians that they are firing on population centers. We just saw some video posted by an advisor to the Ukrainian Interior Minister of rocket artillery being used in Kharkiv. So there's still a lot of control over the narrative at play here in Russia, and I think we're seeing a bit of that here.
Matt, I want to ask you about Russian President Vladimir Putin taking that unprecedented post-Cold War action, ordering his nuclear deterrent forces to be on alert. Tell us, what does this move mean for Ukraine, for Russia, and really for all of Eastern Europe?
Well, I think that really the best way to interpret this move is it's Vladimir Putin once again reminding the West that it's a nuclear power, that he commands the world's largest nuclear arsenal. This is coming as of course the sanctions are taking a very heavy toll on the Russian economy. The European Union is stepping up kind of explicitly its military support for Ukraine, and things are starting, the tension levels are still rising after the invasion as Russia's operation in Ukraine increases. And one of the really interesting things is that even Russian military experts, even in kind of the subfield of nuclear weapons policy, were a bit confused by this order that was given and the way it was worded, and kind of in analysis of it, what it looks like Vladimir Putin has done is announced to the world that he's essentially activated Russia's dead man switch.
And Matt, quickly, I want to ask you this morning, we are seeing the devastating impact the sanctions are having on the Russian economy. Russia's currency, which is the ruble, plunged 29% this morning. That's the lowest level against the U.S. dollar in history. Real quickly, can you tell us how is that being felt in Russia now?
It's being felt significantly, and I think it's primarily going to impact consumers in Russia on imports, but it's also a psychological factor. There's a lot of anxiety bordering on panic in Russia based on what I'm seeing, what I'm hearing from people about the ruble. There's this sense now that the Russian economy is teetering. There's evidence of it all over. There's reports of runs on currency in ATMs in Moscow even. So there's definitely, you're starting to see an impact from these sanctions now, and everyone is bracing for worse.
Matt Bodner in Russia near the Ukrainian border. Matt, thanks so much.
Let's now bring in Colonel Jack Jacobs. He's an NBC News, MSNBC military analyst, and also a Medal of Honor recipient. Colonel, as always, thanks for joining us. So first, I want to get your reaction to something that we have seen so many people reacting to just across the world, this incredible resistance we're seeing on the ground in Ukraine from just civilians. I mean, Ukraine is outgunned, outmanned, and yet we've seen this fierce fight and really some success in them pushing Russia's advances back, using these homemade weapons, putting up this real fight. Kyiv has not fallen. What does that say about the Ukrainian people, and what's your reaction just to that being the type of warfare we're seeing?
Well, they're certainly standing up to the Russians. You're absolutely right that they're outgunned and outmanned. The entire Ukrainian army is only the size of the force Putin sent to take over Ukraine, and they're certainly outgunned. The recent announcement that NATO countries are going to send anti-aircraft weapons and anti-tank weapons, which are vitally important, try to get them to the forces in Ukraine is significant, because it's vehicles, tanks, armored personnel carriers that are really going to be the spearhead of Russia's incursion to try to take the two large cities, Kharkiv and Kiev. And make no mistake about it, that's their target. They figure that they'll be able to, as Putin says, decapitate the country. And they will if they manage to encircle the cities, those two cities in particular, and isolate them. And the reason is that it's going to be deal a massive morale blow to the Ukrainians. But the Ukrainians are standing up to it all with Molotov cocktails, small arms, and automatic weapons.
Absolutely. Let's talk about the negotiations between Ukraine and Russia this morning. So we know that U.S. intelligence has showed Russian forces are frustrated by their lack of progress in Ukraine. So a couple questions here. Do those factors, the fact that they are having this meeting, there is this lack of frustration, is Putin worried about whether he can actually take Ukraine? And then also just, what do you think about these talks? What do you hope could come out of them? And the fact that really this delegation from Ukraine traveled through this dangerous area that's currently under siege by Russia to get to this border of a country that's been helping Russia.
Well, most people expect the talks to go absolutely nowhere because Putin has embarked on this path and is nothing if not diligent in trying to achieve control of Ukraine. He's in big trouble if he can't do it. He's got constituencies at home, both among the oligarchs and among the people who are now feeling the brunt of the strictures that we put on the economy. But he will persevere. He's got a very large force and it's well equipped. And I suspect, and most other observers suspect, he will carry on and continue until he will have secured, in particular, the two main cities, and maybe even cut through and isolate the Ukrainian army in the east.
And Colonel, I want to ask you, of course, about Putin's nuclear alert declaration. He's essentially ordered that these weapons be prepared for increased readiness to launch, put them on high alert. What exactly does that mean? What's the difference between high alert and how the weapons were before this? Should we be nervous about it? And why hasn't the U.S. done the same? We have not made any type of difference or distinction here with our weapons.
Well, I'm not familiar with their nuclear alert sequence. But most observers believe, and they're probably right, that it's merely a chance, an opportunity, a method of instilling fear in the West, particularly in Western Europe, to try to get the export controls and the restrictions on the Russian economy removed because they're very deleterious. They're actually devastating. So the objective is to scare the West into removing those controls. It's hard to believe he really intends to do anything. We have not responded because we do not believe it's genuine. It's just posturing.
All right. Colonel Jack Jacobs, as always, your expertise is much appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The United Nations now says more than 500,000, that's 500,000 Ukrainians have fled the country since the Russians attacked, and that number is only expected to go up. Poland has welcomed a flood of refugees. Many of them waited for hours in frigid conditions at night. NBC News correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us now from the Poland-Ukraine border. So, Kelly, the Polish government says more than 115,000 Ukrainian refugees have now entered that country. I know you've been speaking with some of those families. Tell us what you're seeing and what you're hearing on the ground there.
Yeah, Joe, and we've actually just gotten updated numbers from UNHCR this morning. They say that 213,000 refugees have now entered Poland as of early this morning. What you're seeing here is a train that has come in from Ukraine early this morning. This train was traveling for 24 hours, is what passengers on board are telling us, and it was on a journey that is typically a 2-hour journey. They came from Lviv, which is just on the other side, not just on the other side, but about 50 miles away in western Ukraine. A train full of 2,000 women and children, primarily coming from different parts of Ukraine, some from Kiev, who've made just incredibly perilous journeys to get to Lviv in the west and then get on board. And, you know, they're talking about again, these stories of leaving their homelands, being incredibly frightened and worried about making that journey, about being stuck on this train at the border because there are so many other trains stacking up as well, and simply trying to get here into Poland has been quite difficult. And on the other side, on this side of the fence, you see family members and friends who are often looking for their relatives. They're not even sure if their relatives have made it on board this train because they lose connections with them. They can't contact them by phone once they cross the border. Joe?
Hard to imagine what those families are going through, just not knowing and waiting to see who gets off the train. You know, just a few days ago when this invasion started, we saw the pictures of packed roadways and train stations as people tried to flee Kyiv. Now you talk about this train takes 24 hours. I mean, are the conditions, is it taking longer to get out of the country now? Is it a little quicker? How do the conditions compare overall now compared with just a few days ago?
Yeah, well, from the people we've spoken to, from all accounts, things are getting worse, quite frankly. We spoke to one man who's here to meet some family friends who are coming from Kyiv, and they've been traveling for 2 days. And his wife is Ukrainian. She has 2 sisters and a niece still in a town just outside of Kyiv. They're trying to get them out. But the problem is, of course, Kyiv is under curfew, so you can't go out in the city. The metros aren't working, local trains aren't working. It's very dangerous to drive out on the roads. So the trick is to just get to a train station or get to a place where you can actually get on some sort of transport like these trains. But these are leaving from Lviv. So unless you can get to Lviv, you're sort of stuck. It's getting much more perilous, Joe, much more difficult to leave the country.
Kelly Kobiea reporting from the border there. Kelly, thank you so much. And coming up, our breaking news coverage continues as the war in Ukraine unfolds.
Yeah, when we return, how Ukraine's president has quickly become the face of democracy as he stands up against the Russians. And do you have questions about what's happening in Ukraine? Email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com with your questions, and we will work to get them answered by our experts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. As the crisis in Ukraine unfolds, people around the world are showing their support by advocating for peace.
Janice Mackey-Freyer joins us now from Beijing with the latest on that. Hey, Janice, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. People are trying to find ways, big and small, to show their support and solidarity for Ukraine. Over the weekend, streets filled with anti-war protests. In Germany, more than 100,000 people turning out in Berlin against Russian aggression, while at the same time, German leaders were announcing a dramatic increase in defense spending, as well as greenlighting arms sales to Ukraine. This is considered a major shift in European policy. The protests extending as well to Iran, which is a Russian ally, though people were rallying outside the Ukrainian embassy there, actually chanting death to Putin. While in Tbilisi, the capital of Georgia, people were rallying not only against Russian aggression, but for the resignation of their own prime minister, who has failed so far to join the West in supporting sanctions against Russia. Spiritual leaders as well continue to urge an end to the crisis. The Dalai Lama said today in a statement that, quote, war is outdated, and he is urging dialogue. The Nobel Peace Prize winner said that he is saddened by the conflict in Ukraine and that nonviolence is the only way. And finally, world landmarks continue to light up with the colors of the Ukrainian flag to show support, from the Colosseum in Rome to London's Eye to Brandenburg Gate and the Eiffel Tower, which has been aglow with blue and yellow lights, the colors of the flag, for 3 nights now, to show support, a message to the people, not only enduring what they are in Ukrainian cities, but also the hundreds of thousands of people who are trying to seek sanctuary across the borders. So everyone is trying to find a way to show that Ukraine is on the world's mind. Guys?
Absolutely. It's been amazing to see. Janice, thank you so much.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has quickly turned into the face of democracy around the world.
But who exactly is the man that's rallied his country and the world against Russia? NBC News correspondent Molly Hunter explains.
Staring directly into the camera, exhausted, unshaven, in a T-shirt, this is how we've started to see Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky multiple times a day at all hours since the invasion started, taking to social media, updating his country and the world, rallying his fellow citizens to fight. Last night was harsh, he says. They are fighting against everyone and everything alive. In another post last Thursday, walking through the Capitol, good morning, he says, there are a lot of fakes out there, but I'm here. The once stand-up comedian came to power in 2019 in a landslide Democratic election. Just a month after the finale of his hit show, Servant of the People, where he played an unlikely president on TV. 3 years later, the 44-year-old father of 2 has emerged as a convincing wartime leader. When the U.S. offered to evacuate him from the country, he reportedly told them, "I need ammunition, not a ride." While his adversary in Moscow talks of getting rid of the Nazis, President Zelensky, from a Russian-speaking Jewish family who lost relatives in the Holocaust, has emerged even stronger. His approval ratings in 2020 were slumping. He had not made much progress on peace talks with Moscow or rooting out corruption. But at the Munich Security Conference earlier this month, the world met a different leader.
I think that is all for, not for me, for Ukraine and for our soldiers. Thank you so much.
A leader now taking front and center stage, fighting for his country's survival. Molly Hunter, NBC News.
After the break, we're continuing to monitor developments out of Ukraine, and we'll bring you the latest in just a few minutes. But we've also got some other news for you this morning as well.
Yeah, when we return, a new chapter in America's fight against COVID as New York drops some of its strictest mandates.
Plus, President Biden preparing to deliver his first State of the Union address. What to expect next on Morning News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. We want to get you caught up on all the latest developments in Ukraine right now.
Yeah, Ukraine and Russia held talks earlier this morning along the border of Belarus. Both sides are not optimistic this will lead to any change, with Ukraine calling for a ceasefire and Russia showing a little interest in de-escalating. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky spoke earlier this morning asking the European Union for immediate membership, a move that could bring even more aid into the country.
Ukraine's president is also stepping up the country's military efforts. He says Ukraine will release prisoners with military experience to join the fight against Russia. Russian forces are meeting fierce resistance from the Ukrainian people. New U.S. intelligence from over the weekend shows Russians are frustrated by the lack of progress in Ukraine, especially around the two major cities, Kyiv and Kharkiv.
We'll keep bringing you all the latest from the ground, but there is other news that we want to get to this morning as well.
Yeah, President Biden is preparing to deliver his first State of the Union address to Congress tomorrow night. The address will be delivered on Capitol Hill, where protective fencing was reinstalled over the weekend. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now with a preview. Ali, good morning. So this State of the Union comes amid the ongoing crisis in Ukraine and the president's nomination of Ketanji Brown Jackson for the Supreme Court. It feels like potentially a tough time to give a standard State of the Union speech. So what should we expect to hear in the president's speech?
I don't think very much is standard about this moment right now, Joe. You've hit that nail right on the head, because there's so much going on, even on the domestic front, and then you consider the international crisis ongoing right now with Ukraine. It's clear that President Biden is going to have to really split his focus. You're going to see him really walking that line between being an international unifying voice, keeping NATO allies all apprised of where the United States stands on this. He said over the weekend in an interview, for example, that his priority was making sure that NATO and our allies were unified in the face of Russia and their aggression in Ukraine. We're likely to hear him echo that when he speaks before Congress tomorrow, but also a full domestic agenda slate. We know that his Build Back Better agenda stalled at the end of last year. So did voting rights. Those were two key Democratic priorities. Going to be interesting to see if he brings that up. And then, of course, the Supreme Court Justice nomination of Ketanji Brown Jackson. She's going to really start doing her tour around the Hill this week as her confirmation process kicks off. We know Democrats want to be quick about that, quick in terms of Supreme Court nominating terms, just a few weeks. Biden, of course, probably going to speak to that historic moment, nominating the first Black woman to the Supreme Court. So really an ability for him, someone with deep domestic experience as a former Senate Judiciary Chairman, of course, decades of experience on Capitol Hill, and then also his role as a former vice president and, of course, now president with deep international ties. It's a moment that's really made for Biden's breadth of experience. I imagine he'll lean into that as well.
Let's talk about what's going to be happening around the Capitol, those security measures going into place for the State of the Union. Why have Capitol Police put fencing back up, and what other security measures are in place?
Yeah, fencing back up. We've seen armored tanks at various points around Capitol Hill and frankly around the Capitol writ large. As I was walking around this weekend, you can definitely see the city preparing for a heightened security posture. That does include several hundred National Guard troops around the Capitol. And for anyone who's been up there over the course of the last year, it's hard not to connect that fencing going back up with what we saw just over a year ago on January 6th. That is the security moment that looms in every single person's mind on Capitol Hill. It's why we see them, and of course they always take a proactive stance here on security, but it's why we see them being even more diligent about that, knowing that that's the moment that looms in everyone's mind here. The other thing here, Joe, that they're contending with, in addition to all of the regular security threats that you would be considering, is there's that convoy of truckers who were trying to make their way to D.C. Now, there were a few different convoys of them. Some of them were supposed to arrive after the State of the Union, but there's a chance that some of them could arrive for, making traffic a real mess.
And Allie, we've also learned the House has made mask wearing optional on Capitol Hill starting today. Real quickly, what can you tell us about that?
Yeah, this latest guidance coming overnight that masks are now going to be optional in the chamber. Still no guests. We're just going to see House members and Senate members in the chamber there. But at the same time, it is going to look a little bit more normal than it did last year.
All right. Allie Vitale with a preview. Thanks so much.
New York announced the end of several COVID health and safety measures this weekend. Governor Kathy Hochul said mask mandates in classrooms won't be enforced statewide anymore, leaving the decision up to local officials. And a big announcement here in New York City. Mayor Eric Adams is lifting vaccine requirements for indoor businesses and events beginning next week. These moves come as the state sees cases and hospitalizations decline as the Omicron surge subsides. Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, good morning. So let's start with the news that New York State will stop requiring face coverings for students, kids in classrooms. What do you make of this move? It's obviously been a back and forth. Some parents on either side of this decision here. Of course, we know many of these children are not vaccinated. So what do you think about this?
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. It's a tough one because, as you mentioned, cases are down, hospitalizations are down, with the exception of still a significant number of children who are being hospitalized, much less than weeks ago, but still significant enough. And we know that if there were a vaccine available, for example, for 5 and under, that this could have a significant role. However, I do think that it's reflective of many changes, including the CDC's recent changes that are updating guidance and giving people, including states like New York, what we call off-ramps and on-ramps. So not just taking the masks off, but also clarity around when to put them back in. And I think the CDC director has said it best, that she felt like the public needed a break so that when we did need to put measures back in, people would take it seriously. That's very similar to what's happening in New York schools. And leaving it up to local jurisdictions helps because COVID is local and rates are much more local.
COVID is local. Dr. Patel, we also saw, as I just mentioned, this fact that New York City is announcing an end to its vaccine requirements. That starts March 7th. It's the latest metro area to lift vaccine mandates for indoor businesses and events. Many people, many of our viewers might be in places where that has not been something that they've experienced ever. But what do you think about this? And especially in such a densely populated area, how do you feel about that as we move forward? Again, keeping in mind as cases, hospitalizations do decline sharply.
Yeah, I'm going to go to the data because I think the data is clear that if you're vaccinated and boosted, that is incredibly protective both for the individual and has some role in transmission. It's not as effective, meaning if you get infected, Savannah, you are infected, you could give it still to a vaccinated person. I don't get protected from not getting an infection just because I'm vaccinated, but it does give you protection knowing that you would not cause me harm. I won't cause you harm. And so when we have businesses and places where strangers can know I'm walking in, I know the people in here are vaccinated, including the staff, that can give you that peace of mind to take the masks off. So what I would have loved to have seen was to have this be a more stepwise function. Cases come down, we have, masks where it's appropriate coming off and other measures, and then vaccine removal requirements would be the very last thing. And I would love to see it for a little bit longer after most of the country goes through spring break, because we know people are going to travel. But, here we are. And I think it is reflective of businesses that have had tension in trying to bring back customers because of these requirements.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Now, Dr. Patel, these rollbacks of health restrictions in New York City come after, of course, the CDC announced its new mask guidelines on Friday. Given what we've seen over the past week, Do all of these announcements and presumably the science that is leading these decisions mean we're really entering this different phase of the pandemic, both in the numbers of it, but also just in our lifestyle surrounding it?
Yeah, it's definitely a different phase. And again, as you mentioned, some would say, and I'm included in that boat, that it's a little too early. I'd love to see some of these numbers continuing and vaccines available for all. We're so close, but we are in a different phase. The CDC's numbers really signal a shift to focusing on the severity of disease, a focus on more new cases per 100,000 people, a focus on new hospitalizations for COVID. And that's different. It's not just looking at every case as being something that adds to the pandemic, but really those that cause disease. And just as we know, vaccines can prevent that. So good news, for most of the country, we have a way to prevent this.
All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much. Now let's get a check on your morning News Now weather, which means Bill Cairns joins us. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Great to see you. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. The weather starts quiet this week, then gets active towards the end of the week. The exception being the Pacific Northwest. That is where a big storm was moving through with a lot of heavy rain, and that's problematic this time of year because you still have a lot of snow in the mountains. So we have flood threats that are in effect through Tuesday. We have one flash flood warning not far from Olympia. A lot of the rivers are running high, and the heavy rain will be with us for about the next 24 hours. On this map, the blue and the white, that's the snow at only the highest elevations of the Cascades, and just a huge amount of rain from Forks to Astoria all the way down to I-5. By far, the most difficult drive this morning is in the northwest. So during the day today, we continue to watch this storm system moving on shore. It's going to pour all day with torrential rain. The avalanche threat is very high, even at the lower elevations where there's still some snow. And then by 8 p.m. Tuesday, things weaken a little bit, and the rain shifts a little farther to the south, down through areas from Portland to Medford. So how much rain are we talking? It looks like the rounds of rain will be the heaviest right along the coastal areas. That's where we could see as much as 2 to 3 inches when we get some of the, especially in the Olympics where you get the mountains. So the week ahead forecast, it is a cold morning in the Northeast, especially in northern New York and Vermont. Wind chill was -7 this morning in Burlington. So it's a brisk morning. So it's full hats, gloves, and winter coat. But as I said, things will improve during the week and things will warm up a little bit in the Northeast. Still some snow showers midweek through the Great Lakes. Feels like spring in the middle of the country. I mean, we'll be talking pollen before you know it, from Texas to Oklahoma and through all areas of the southeast. 75 degrees Jacksonville on Wednesday, Atlanta 71, Charlotte 71. Still staying a little wet in the northwest by the time we get to Wednesday. Then that storm finally moves inland into the Rockies with some, March snow. No one will complain. The skiers will like that too. And still sunny and warm in the southeast. And then finally some of that warmth begins to head up the eastern seaboard by the end of the week, getting into the 50s in many areas like Kentucky and through Virginia. So, Savannah, how the saying goes, March comes in like a lion, out like a lamb. It's kind of like in like a lamb, and we'll see how it goes out later.
Ooh, I don't know that we have a good track record right now for assuming it's going to stay calm later in the month. I also cannot believe that this week is March. All right, Bill, thanks so much. We'll see you in a little bit.
I know. All
right, we have more of our coverage from Ukraine just ahead. Coming up on Morning News Now, crippling consequences. Russia's economy targeted by tough sanctions in response to the war in Ukraine. A look at the impacts we're already seeing after the break.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Welcome back. As we've been reporting this morning, the Russian ruble is crashing after the U.S. and its allies issued a new wave of crippling sanctions against Russia's economy over the weekend and continuing this morning. The punishing measures will now severely limit Russia from accessing the $600 billion it has in international currency reserves. And the sanctions will also remove key Russian banks from what's called the SWIFT international messaging system. Here to explain all of this is Josh Lipsky, director of the Atlantic Council's Geoeconomic Center. Josh, good morning. So we know actually Putin just wrapped up a meeting about this economic crisis with financial advisors of his. Walk us through just how painful these sanctions are for Russia. And also I'm wondering what it's like for the regular person in Russia right now, how they're being impacted for this, what it means for the economy.
Yeah, well, good morning. Thanks for having me. And the fact that Putin called an emergency meeting with his central banker shows you that these sanctions are starting to bite. And what they did was remove $400 billion overnight from the Russian central bank's ability. That's like wiping out the economy of Austria from your bank account in one fell swoop. And that means that as the ruble crashes, as it devalues 20%, they don't have options to back it up. And so their commercial banks in their country are going to start running out of operating money. And that means for the everyday Russians, as they go to an ATM, they might actually run out of cash. And in the same time as the Russian central bank tries to put more money in the system, inflation will increase, food prices will increase, and everything they're importing becomes more expensive. So it's an extraordinarily damaging sanction for the G7, the US, the Europeans, the Canadians, to tell a G20 member, Russia, your central bank is now frozen out of the international financial system. And that's never happened before. You know, the US has done that on Iran, on Venezuela, on North Korea, but not an economy like Russia's, the 11th largest economy in the world. And it is going to have serious effects both in Russia and beyond throughout this week and month and even beyond that.
Absolutely. Josh, also there's sort of this buzzword now, SWIFT. We've heard so much about it over the past few days when it comes to imposing new sanctions on Russia. We actually heard the president of Ukraine, Zelensky, ask that they be sort of disabled from this messaging platform a while ago. At first, it was kind of met with, that might not really be the right idea, but now that is what we're seeing happen. Can you explain what that system is and why it is so important for a country's financial system and what it ultimately means to take them off of it?
Yeah, and it's, I think, been misunderstood a little bit. SWIFT is a messaging system between banks. It's sometimes described as WhatsApp for banks. And so the fact that they're taken off it is, of course, damaging, because if their banks can't communicate to their corresponding banks in other countries, they can't transfer funds. But it's important to understand that it's the sanctions on those banks themselves, which the US and other countries did last week, that are actually more damaging than taking them off the communication system. So it's making sure they can't access their funds that was the heavy hit. And then the SWIFT is just an extra level to say now you can't even communicate, even though you couldn't really transfer many funds. And there aren't many alternatives. Russia tries to have an alternative to SWIFT. China has an alternative to SWIFT, but it doesn't seem to work very well. So taking them off that messaging system is significant, but not nearly as significant as freezing their foreign reserves.
All right, Josh Lipsky, so much to walk through this morning as we just saw that meeting happen in Russia. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, this week in Washington, the focus, of course, remains on this escalating conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Diplomats and lawmakers went on Sunday's edition of Meet the Press to discuss what may happen next between the two countries. Here's a look at the highlights with moderator Chuck Todd.
Well, good morning, Savannah and Joe. On this week's Meet the Press, Russia's attack on Ukraine and the U.S. response. I spoke with the UN ambassador, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, about American sanctions and what happens if Putin goes beyond Ukraine. Plus, a live joint interview with Democratic Senator Mark Warner and Republican Senator Rob Portman. Here are some of the most important answers from Meet the Press, compressed. We've put in pretty harsh sanctions. We've gone through how it could be slightly harsher. But can this end with sanctions alone?
As the president noted, we were going to apply harsh sanctions. And initially, they were an attempt to prevent Russia from taking this aggressive action. But it is Vladimir Putin's decision on whether he will stop what he's doing and listen to the voices of the world, the voices that have condemned him, or he will continue. And if he continues, we will continue to apply sanctions. But at the same time, we were preparing for just this action. And the president has approved moving more troops to support our NATO colleagues. We provided additional support to the Ukrainian government just over the past few days, close to $1 billion and billions since this all started. So we're clear-eyed. This has been a two-pronged approach. We hope that the Russians would listen to the pressure that we were putting them under, but they didn't. So they have to continue to feel additional sanctions and additional pressures on their economy, and they will feel the pain.
Senator Portman, let me start with the news that President Zelensky has agreed to send a delegation to meet with a Russian delegation on the border of Ukraine and Belarus. Obviously, we're always going to be pro-diplomacy if diplomacy can work here. Any advice to the Ukrainians on how to manage these negotiations?
I think Ukrainians know how to do it, and they also know to be distrustful of whatever the Russians say, since everything that Vladimir Putin has said and other Russian officials has been propaganda, disinformation. So they need to be careful. And by the way, Belarus is where the Russians wanted to have the meeting. Belarus is now under control of Russia, and Belarus is aiding and abetting the Russians' attack on their neighbor Ukraine. So it's outrageous.
Is Putin a rational actor? What does our intelligence folks tell you?
I'm not going to comment on any specific intelligence. But what we do know is that over the last couple of years, Putin has been more and more isolated. He's not been in the Kremlin for the most part. He's been down at his place in Sochi or at his dacha outside of Moscow. And when you are an authoritarian leader and you have less and less inputs, and you're only hearing from people that want to say to the boss, hey, you're right, I think that leads to miscalculation. And I think that is what has happened in the case of his invasion in Ukraine.
All right, our thanks to Chuck Todd for that. And coming up on Morning News Now, the power of prayer, how communities across the U.S. are turning to faith amid the war in Ukraine. That's after the break.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The crisis in Ukraine has left many around the world stunned that an act of aggression of this magnitude could happen right now in Europe. That feeling of shock has turned into a push to support Ukraine and everything it's now fighting to defend. Here's senior national correspondent Kate Snow with more.
As the world tries to absorb what's happening in Ukraine, we've seen so much support and prayers for those who are suffering.
At the Boym Chapel in the center of Lviv, one lone man saying a prayer, lighting a candle with his son. As Ukrainians prayed, millions of strangers were also praying for them. From Chicago's St. Nicholas Ukrainian Catholic Church to Silver Spring, Maryland's St. Andrew's Ukrainian Orthodox Cathedral.
Can't we just live and let live?
New York's Archbishop Timothy Dolan attending Mass with a Ukrainian congregation. The governor of Ohio, home to a large number of Ukrainian Americans, declaring a statewide day of prayer for Ukraine.
Ukrainians are strong.
In New York City, a crowd gathering to show their support for Ukrainian civilians caught in a nightmare.
We all need to stand together.
In the nation's capital, more solidarity. A scene repeated in Chicago and Boston. And at the Vatican, Pope Francis saw the sea of Ukrainian flags below his window and greeted them in Ukrainian. Even Saturday Night Live paused to pay tribute, opening the show with the Ukrainian chorus Dumka of New York.
The world is watching and praying as this crisis plays out, and there are more demonstrations and rallies planned from Chicago to New York and beyond.
All right, Kate Snow, thank you so much.
Does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Let's get straight to the latest on the situation in Ukraine. Fighting rages on across the Eastern European nation, leading to a new week of heightened tensions. Happening this morning, delegations from both Russia and Ukraine are holding negotiations at a location on the border of Belarus. But Ukrainian President Zelensky has his doubts that the talks will lead to peace. He released a video statement just hours ago calling on Russian forces to, quote, drop their vehicles and leave, then announcing ex-military prisoners will be freed if they join the fight. This all comes amid intensifying rhetoric from Moscow. Russian President Vladimir Putin shocked the Western world Sunday by ordering his nuclear forces to be on high alert as allied sanctions rattle Russia's economy. UN officials harshly condemning the latest escalation as they ready for yet another emergency meeting today.
This is another escalatory and unnecessary step that threatens us all. We urge Russia to tone down its dangerous rhetoric regarding nuclear weapons.
Meanwhile, the White House is readying a proposal for billions in economic and military aid for Ukraine. Democratic leadership is anticipating bipartisan support.
We stand in solidarity. America stands. The entire West stands in solidarity with the Ukrainian people. And we are doing everything we can to send them the aid that they need.
In Europe, we're learning of similar plans now in the works for aid as the EU imposes a sweeping ban on Russian aircraft from its airspace. This morning, our chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel begins our coverage from the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv.
As Russian troops face unanticipated setbacks and losses in Ukraine, President Vladimir Putin is waving his biggest sword, putting his nuclear weapons on high alert. As Russian troops push ahead with their massive assault against Ukraine's major cities, breaking into Kharkiv before being repelled, destroying an oil depot near Kiev, and attacking the city with more airstrikes overnight. In Kiev this morning, we saw the aftermath of what Ukrainian soldiers tell us was a Russian assault they managed to stop.
His truck was clearly carrying a lot of ammunition. All around here, there are thousands and thousands of burned out bullets. So this went up with an enormous bang.
Ukrainian troops are surprising the world with their resistance and resilience. Ukrainians lining up for food remain in good spirits.
We are okay. We are calm and we have a lot of resolve.
Ukrainian troops have managed to slow down the advance of one of the most powerful armies in the world. Putin's blitz isn't going to plan. Ukrainian troops claim to have blown up more than 700 Russian armored vehicles, around 150 tanks, and dozens of helicopters and aircraft. And they say they've killed around 5,000 Russian troops, while 300 Ukrainian civilians have been killed. The government hasn't released information about military losses. Ukraine's President Zelensky, who's been speaking several times a day to keep his people united and show he's still in control, this morning said, "We stand firm. We have survived more than others have withstood in decades." Speaking in Russian, he called on Russian troops to drop their weapons and leave. Russia is advancing along 3 lines of attack, from the north to Kiev, the east to Kharkiv, and from the south to Mariupol. 3 routes that need resupply, and Russian logistics appear to be failing. Russian armored vehicles have been running out of gas, some stopping dead in their tracks by the roadside. A Ukrainian pulled up to one, recording. "Did you break down?" he asked Russian soldiers. "No diesel," one replies. "I can only tow you back to Moscow," the Ukrainian responds. But Putin still has a lot of military might to throw at Ukraine, with 1/3 of Russia's troops surrounding the country yet to be sent into battle. And outside of Kiev now is this menacing Russian convoy, a mile long, in striking distance of the city.
All right, our thanks to Richard Engel for that report.
Over in western Ukraine, the mass exodus of civilians fleeing the country is growing, with thousands seen boarding trains to neighboring Poland. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas joins us now from the city of Lviv with more on this. Tom, good morning to you.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. You can see just behind us people gathering here in the town of Lviv. This is the last major city before you head west towards Poland. The problem is there's not a lot of trains heading towards Poland, so you have thousands of people waiting here. These people in the yellow vest you see, they're trying to help out because it can be at times a chaotic situation. Right now they're handing out food and water, sometimes coffee. There's also some wood that's been chopped up that they're planning to start setting some bonfires because it's freezing out here. It's around 30 degrees, and people are waiting, some of them days, to get out. The problem is, like I said, there's only 1 or 2 trains that comes every hour. They're packed with people. There's no tickets left, so you have to sort of force your way on. And a lot of times, the people that are on these trains are women and children because the men obviously are staying back to fight. When you speak to people out here, everyone has the same mission. They're just trying to get out.
Dramatic scenes unfolding near the western city of Lviv as desperate Ukrainians try to find a way out of the country. Traffic heading towards the Polish border backed up more than 20 miles as tens of thousands, including families with children, are trying to board trains and even flee on foot ahead of a feared Russian advance.
I don't want to see our boys and girls die
While thousands more prepare to defend their homes. The mayor of Lviv telling me how he plans to do it.
It is our land. We must protect our city, our country.
When you say that you are ready, do you mean that you actually have a weapon?
Yes.
What do you have?
We preparing a special cocktail, Molotov cocktail, for Russian troops.
Workers at this brewery now producing Molotov cocktails instead of beer, the explosives meant to help protect barricades here and in the capital of Kyiv. Refugee agencies estimate hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians have already fled into Poland and other neighboring countries. Millions more could soon follow. Some have been waiting here for days, including Svetlana Pugach and her 9-year-old son David. When missiles rained down on her city of Kharkiv, she shot this video in the dead of night. By daybreak, the reality had become clear. Her home, her neighborhood, gone.
It's destroyed. Russia destroyed all.
Even little David understands this war, describing Russia's leader to me.
Putin monster.
Putin is a monster.
Yes.
He killed us.
Svetlana and David have spent days on the move, sleeping in churches and train stations. She won't stop till she finds safety. Her mission is clear.
I must save my child. I must save him.
And David and Svetlana are not an isolated case. There are families all over this country that are trying to get out. And just to give you an idea of the number of refugees that are leaving, a couple of days ago it was about 150,000. Now it's 400,000, more than that. There's probably hundreds of thousands of more, if not millions, that are going to try to get out. It's an incredibly sad situation. If you're asking yourself, why is it taking so long for all these people to get out? If all these countries are offering aid to the people of Ukraine, the reality is that every single person has to be registered. So that's why you're seeing those long lines at the border crossings. Joe, back to you.
All right, Tom, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
All right, another member of our team is headed toward Lviv, who we will check in with in a little bit, Matt Bradley, as he's actually on the road right now. But right now at the White House, the Biden administration is working to send military and humanitarian aid into Ukraine. It comes as the U.S. and allies levy sweeping new sanctions against Russia. But again, this morning, there are calls to do more. Here's our White House correspondent, Peter Alexander. Hey, Peter, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. The world is increasingly united in its efforts to isolate and to punish Russia. This morning, President Biden's going to speak from the Situation Room with key allies and partners about the latest developments. Also this morning, in the next couple of hours, the UN General Assembly, 193 countries in all, will meet for a rare emergency session to condemn the Russian invasion. With fighting now in its 5th day, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations is vowing the U.S. and its allies will keep ramping up sanctions on Russia until it backs down.
To the Russian officers and soldiers, I say, the world is watching. We will not let atrocities slide.
The Biden administration announcing another $350 million in military aid for Ukraine, including anti-armor and anti-aircraft systems.
One thing I think that Putin thought he could do was split NATO, creating a great aperture for him to be able to walk through. And that hasn't happened.
Facing pressure to do more, the U.S. now, with the buy-in of Europe, is expelling some Russian banks from the SWIFT financial system, effectively barring them from international financial transactions. Part of an effort U.S. officials say will send the ruble into freefall. But some critics want the administration to go even farther.
They say they've sanctioned 80% of the banks in Russia. Well, Vladimir Putin controls 100% of the banks in Russia.
Former American diplomats who've met with Putin over the years say in recent days he's become increasingly unhinged. NATO chief Jens Stoltenberg, who's speaking with President Biden today, telling NBC News Ukraine needs continued support as more Russian troops are coming.
I'd like to commend President Biden and the U.S. for stepping up. I also think that we need to have a more long-term adjustment, adaptation of NATO, responding to this new normal, the new security reality in Europe.
The U.S. is also sending Ukraine more humanitarian aid, $54 million worth of emergency food, clean water, and thermal blankets. Across the U.S., a growing backlash against Russian-made or branded products. The governors of 4 states banning vodka sales from state-run liquor stores. But the move is largely symbolic because few brands still produce their vodka in Russia, and some now distill it right here in the U.S. And just within the last hour, the U.S. has announced that it is cutting off the Russian central bank from accessing any assets either in the U.S. or in U.S. dollars. According to officials here, it is an effort to undermine one of Russia's key tools to blunt the impact of the hard-hitting financial sanctions so far. Joe and Savannah.
All right, Peter Alexander from the White House for us. Thank you so much.
Let's go to NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons now in Moscow. So, Keir, another development. Secretary of State Blinken just announced the voluntary departure of some employees at the U.S. Embassy in Moscow. He's also suspending operations at the U.S. Embassy in Belarus. So what are you learning about these decisions, and what does it tell us about the current situation?
Yeah, we've just had this statement by Secretary Blinken. I'm looking down because I'm just going to read some of it to you. The U.S. Department of State has suspended operations at our embassy in Minsk, Belarus, and authorized the voluntary departure of non-emergency employees and families from our embassy in Moscow. I mean, look, anyone can see that that just is an indication of how tense the situation is, that the U.S. would remove diplomatic staff from Belarus and also allowed, and I think how you understand this is that effectively diplomatic staff here in Moscow, if they want to leave, they can leave. I think it's just an indication of frankly what we already know, which is that this is a very, very tense standoff.
And Keir, let's talk about another big headline this morning. Russia seeing the devastating consequences of the sanctions. Russia's currency, the ruble, dropped nearly 30% against the U.S. dollar. That's the lowest in history. Yeah. What is the mood like in Moscow?
Yeah, look, I mean, there has been protests through the weekend and honestly growing signs of panic. We've heard about people stocking up on groceries, on medicine, about ATMs running out of cash. The Kremlin spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, in a briefing to Russian and Western journalists this morning, accepting that the sanctions are heavy, that they are problematic, in his own words, but at the same time saying that Russia will get through it. Look, there is a kind of a split screen in terms of Russian public opinion. There are those particularly who watch state television, the older generation particularly, who still support President Putin, who believe what's being said on the television. When we were out on the streets of Moscow today, one man held up a thumbs up and said Putin is a world leader, but others are clearly frightened.
And Keir, let's talk about Putin's decision to put his nuclear deterrent forces on high alert. This means the country's nuclear weapons are ready for launch if needed. What are you learning about Putin's decision to escalate tensions even more? Do we know why he's doing it?
Yeah, we have had a little bit more information from the Russian Ministry of Defense just in the past hour or so, suggesting that what it appears to be is that they are adding more staff and putting them on a higher level of duty, particularly surrounding Russia's strategic nuclear weapons. Now, that is clearly a calibrated move. It isn't, it's a threat. We know that President Putin has been deeply threatening, mentioning Russia's nuclear deterrent, but it has not been something, but it is clearly not, if you like, that they are kind of ready with the button, to put it that way. And I think we have to just kind of put it into context like that.
All right, Keir Simmons in Moscow. Keir, thanks so much.
Now, a member of our team is heading toward Lviv today. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley, as you can see, is on the road currently to western Ukraine this morning. Matt, good morning. Thank you for being with us. You've recently been reporting from the east of the country, places like Kharkiv. Your reporting has been nothing short of stunning and powerful as we've seen what's unfolding right around you. I mean, this is some of the areas that have endured the heaviest fighting so far. What are you seeing as you cross the country from east to west right now? I understand just recently, I think when we were going to go to you moments ago, you were at some type of checkpoint. What is that process like? Are the roads safe as you travel across the country? Tell us what you're seeing.
Well, thank you, Savannah, for those kind words. Yeah, we were just recently in Kharkiv, which is now seeing some of the most brutal fighting of the war, street fighting essentially, and shelling. We're seeing some information on social media with videos saying that there could be the use of cluster munitions, which would be tantamount to a war crime. We can't say that yet, but we're seeing videos. It is very ugly right now in Kharkiv. We're glad that we left when we could. We traveled from Kharkiv down to Dnipro, which is where we found ourselves this morning. Now we're bolting across the country, headed towards Lviv, as you mentioned. But, I have to say, we're now in the heartland. We're just crossing this this railroad tracks right here. We've been seeing throughout our journey checkpoints, but for the most part, we're seeing pristine Ukrainian countryside. These checkpoints are manned by soldiers who I would have thought would be a little bit more tense. In fact, they're pretty relaxed, and for the most part, you know, once we opened the door and we had a guy asking for our IDs, and when he found out we were British and American, he said, you know, go Ukraine. It was very, very spirited, and I think that's where you find this country waking up on this Monday morning, now well into the 5th day of this fight. They're seeing themselves as winning. They're seeing themselves as having bested one of the most powerful militaries in the world, and they feel as though they can keep up the momentum. It's Russia's fight to lose, and they feel like they have surprised and impressed the world, and really, they've surprised and impressed me. I didn't know that they would make it this long. Guys?
Yeah, I mean, Matt, I think they absolutely have surprised and impressed the world. I think we're all, you know, just watching in awe of the resilience of these people who have turned into soldiers overnight. I mean, let's talk about what could happen next, and also what you're hearing in terms of what these people hope for. Let's talk about the negotiations between Russia and Ukraine. I mean, are there hopes at all for some kind of ceasefire? And is anyone that you're talking to looking for that, or are they just standing in resilience, ready to take on whatever comes?
Well, you know, as we saw from President Zelensky, who's been making President Vladimir Zelensky, who's now his popularity is sky high, and we've seen that actually in published surveys. He's at 91% popularity. You know, when he announced that there were going to be these negotiations in the Pripyat Oblast, which is right near Belarus, the Pripyat River, right near the border with Belarus, he actually announced, when he was saying this to the country, he said that he wasn't optimistic. And we know that Moscow isn't optimistic because they sent underlings to this negotiations, whereas the Ukrainian side sent their defense minister. So it seems as though nobody is investing much in this, but let's face it, the Ukrainians feel as though they do not have to go hat in hand to the Kremlin and ask for mercy. They think, as I just said, that, you know, they've bested one of the most powerful armies in the world. They think that they've got the Russians on the run. And they may be right, though we can't go out and check exactly. We've heard from Vladimir Zelensky, they've killed about 4,500, 4,300 Russian soldiers. Just to give you guys a sense of what that means, you know, the U.S. lost about 4,300 American soldiers during their 18-year war and occupation in Iraq. So 4,300 or 4,500 soldiers in just 4 days of fighting would be an extraordinary loss on the side of the Russians, and would mean that that Russian side is demoralized and essentially badly defeated. So if the Russians can send in more reinforcements to bolster their lines and hold the lines, that might change the story. Guys?
All right, Matt Bradley, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us as you travel across this country. Please stay safe, and really thank you to your whole team that's in that car with you right now for the incredible, powerful reporting you are doing on the ground. Stay safe, and we'll talk to you soon.
Now, additional military aid from the U.S. will support Ukrainian troops who have so far succeeded in keeping control of Ukraine's major cities.
But after 4 days of heavy fighting, Russian forces are staged around Kyiv, prepared for a renewed assault on the capital.
Joining us now, NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce and Jason Beardsley, National Executive Director of the Association of the U.S. Navy. Good morning to both of you. Dan, as we speak, this Russian advance is stalled outside Kyiv and elsewhere in other parts of Ukraine. So is this a measure of the Ukrainian resistance, or are Russian forces simply gathering themselves, getting ready for another push?
Joe, I think it's definitely a case of Ukrainian resistance, a fierce resistance and defense that has really taken the Russians by surprise, I think. And you see them really suffering setbacks. The Russians still don't have domination in the air. The Ukrainians are still able to fly aircraft and use their air defenses. And they've kind of disrupted the Russian supply lines by taking out some of their fuel tankers. But on the other hand, obviously, the Russians have a lot of firepower they still have not employed, and troops they have not yet sent into, particularly around the area in Kyiv. There are signs that more reinforcements are coming. And so really now, I think what we need to look for is tragically more loss of life. If the Russians want to seize control of some of these cities, particularly the capital, Kyiv, they're going to have to probably use more firepower, and that's going to mean more bloodshed.
Jason, let's bring you in here now. This is the 5th day of fighting. When you look at these maps so far of Russia's attack routes and targets, where they're coming into the country, for example, from Belarus was their road down to Kyiv. What are you learning about their overall strategy? And then as you do see this pushback from Ukrainian fighters, what do you think about what's to come and their ability to hold them off?
Yeah, great question. Thanks for having me. What you see with the many routes into this invasion is a lot of lines of access that actually require heavy supply lines from 3 and 4 different axes of invasion. That has actually, that meets with Soviet doctrine from the old days. They attack on many fronts, penetrate to the interior. They bypass hard targets, surround them, and then pound them with artillery. That's kind of their classic playbook. But what you've seen in the last week unfold is as they penetrated to the interior, they're running out of supply lines. This is part of the stance outside of Kyiv is only part of the resistance, but it's also partly due to the bad military Russian forces that are on the ground. They're not well trained. They weren't ready. They didn't know they were going to be part of this invasion for the large part. And now you've got tanks strung out for 80 miles that can't get to fuel. Your other guest mentions the fuel supply lines. Don't forget, we tried this in Baghdad. We tried this in Kabul, and we had hundreds and hundreds of thousands, twice and 3 times as many as the Russians have brought in. And people seem to forget that taking a city, a major capital city in a war, looks a lot more like Dresden than it does what we're seeing here. And if they're not willing to slaughter 80,000 people, I don't see them taking Kyiv, at least not by practical stance. They can occupy it, they can put their tanks in there, but they cannot particularly secure the city without something extraordinary happening, and I don't see that.
Let's talk about what's happening outside of Ukraine. Dan, as we've been talking about all morning, Putin has ordered his nuclear forces on high alert. It's a move that makes it easier to launch those weapons quickly, unprecedented really in the post-Cold War era. How does it change things for Ukraine and neighboring countries? And what should we know about the U.S. and the West's response to this move?
It's obviously a worrisome announcement, but it's not totally unusual from Putin, and it's very typical of authoritarian regimes to threaten and try to intimidate when they are feeling pressure. And Russia feels a lot of pressure right now, and things are not going according to plan. We did have more news out of Moscow this morning from the Russian military, as we've heard from our colleagues there, and it does seem to be that this order is being carried out, so it would make the launch of nuclear weapons easier in theory. But I think the U.S. officials still view this as bluster. They view this as a typical kind of move from Putin's playbook, again, to lash out in the fashion of an authoritarian. But the U.S. has not responded and is not at all threatening similar moves on this side.
All right, Dan and Jason, we appreciate your reporting both. Thank you so much. And coming up, continuing coverage of the crisis in Ukraine.
We're going to bring you a voice from the ground, an American living abroad, his experiences as the violence continues.
And if you have any questions on the conflict in Ukraine, send them to us. Email morningnewsnow@NBCUNI.com, and they could be answered live on air. We will be right back.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we reported earlier, thousands of Ukrainians are boarding trains to get out of the country.
But as the Russian military advances, some people, including some Americans, are staying put, at least for now. Joel Wasserman is an American living in Ukraine. He joins us now from the western city of Lviv. Joel, thank you so much for taking the time to join us right now. And first, just tell us a little bit about yourself, what brought you to Ukraine, how long you've been living there, and what it's been like.
Okay, so my name is Joel Wasserman. I've been living in Ukraine for just about 4 years now. I initially came to Ukraine to do volunteer English teaching, particularly with veterans of the war that began in Donbass in 2014. I've built a life here providing various English language services. I moved out to Lviv in anticipation of a situation like this happening about a month ago. And I am here to offer whatever help I can as a knowledgeable American who speaks both local languages, and yeah, to just do what I can.
So you're in what's a safer part of Ukraine. We've seen many members of our team reporting from Lviv. We know many refugees are getting to Lviv, then leaving the country. What has your experience been like so far during this conflict?
My experience has been one of simply tremendous awe for the discipline, the steadfastness, the defiance of the Ukrainian people. The situation in Lviv is nervous but under control. You walk in the streets of the center. You see the streets were easily cleared of snow from the snow last night. The dumpsters are being emptied. Some of the more durable goods in grocery stores are off the shelves, but there has been an absolutely astounding movement of volunteers connecting via channels on Telegram and other social networks to mobilize provisions of medicine, provisions of housing, provisions of protective equipment and food. The way that Ukrainian people have responded is simply just it's beyond words. And your viewers should remember that this is not the first time that they've done this. Ukrainian people mounted a similar effort in 2014 and 2015 when the Russians invaded into Donbass. Now the Russian aggressor has attacked the entire country, and the Ukrainian people are working as hard as they can to assist the victims of the aggressor and deal death to the aggressor.
Yeah, absolutely. Joel, it's incredible that you are there offering help, and we wish that you stay safe. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
Thank you, Joel.
Thank you.
Coming up, continuing coverage of the crisis in Ukraine, everything you need to know this morning.
Plus, we have other news to get to this morning, a crucial political test for Texas as the effects of one of the country's most restrictive voting laws enters the spotlight for the first time. And it's deadline day for negotiations between the MLB team owners and the league players. It's not looking good. What a no deal could mean for the upcoming season. Next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We are going to keep bringing you the latest on Ukraine this morning.
Russia is now facing the consequences of heavy sanctions as a result of invading Ukraine. Russia's central bank and stock market are closed today after the ruble, Russia's currency, plunged to its lowest level against the U.S. dollar in history. Russian President Vladimir Putin is reacting to all of this, with the Kremlin saying the sanctions are heavy and problematic, but that Russia can compensate for the damage. As Russia refuses to back down, the number of people fleeing Ukraine grows. The United Nations says more than 500,000 Ukrainians have now left the country. Ukraine is pushing for a ceasefire, and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he will release prisoners with military experience to join the fight against Russia. He's also asking the European Union for immediate membership, a move that could bring even more aid into the country and build more ties between Ukraine and the West, something that Russia has been strongly against.
We will, of course, continue to monitor all developments in Ukraine right now, and we'll have more just ahead. But there is some other news we want to get to this morning as well.
Yeah, voters in Texas are going to be heading to the polls tomorrow for primary day. It's going to be the first time voters there will experience the effects of that restrictive election bill passed by the Republican-controlled legislature last year. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now from Houston with more on this. So, Antonia, bring us up to speed on these new voting rules and how we got here.
Good morning, Joe. It's a new election landscape here since the passage of SB 1. And this new election law does a number of things. It ended 24-hour voting. It ended drive-through voting. Those are measures that were really popular in communities like Houston, where I am now, where a lot of voters who worked odd hours or were dealing with pressures through the pandemic took advantage of those measures to vote. It adds new freedoms and movement for partisan poll watchers, and that's something that's concerning to people who are nervous about potential confrontations at the polls. And then most critically, it made changes to mail-in voting. So when people now mail-in voted this cycle during early voting, they had to submit the exact identification number or social security number that they used the very first time they registered to vote here in Texas. And that has proved to be very challenging for elderly voters who registered decades ago. And so right now, some voting advocates are concerned that there's a pool of voters who are simply not going to get their votes counted in time for Election Day, while Republicans are arguing that these rules were necessary to ensure that people don't cheat this cycle. Take a listen to what some of the Republican leaders in the state have said.
The Texas law, it does make it easier than ever before for anybody to go cast a ballot. It does also, however, make sure that it is harder for people to cheat at the ballot box in Texas.
I don't want to hear this nonsense and the lies that we continually hear that it's tough to vote in Texas. Texas turns out voters because they have confidence that our elections are always going to be fair, and Senate Bill 1 will give them even more confidence.
The concern now is that for voters who may have had their ballots rejected during early voting in the mail-in voting process, that if they haven't heard that their ballot was rejected or they're confused about that, that they won't show up on primary day and get their vote counted now, Joe.
So, Antonia, talk to us about some of the challenges to the law that we've seen just over the last couple months.
Well, really the most important challenge that happened just a couple weeks ago originated here in Harris County in Houston from the elections administrator here, Isabel Longoria. She brought a First Amendment challenge to SB 1 and was actually successful. So her challenge attacked a portion of the law that would have made it impossible for elections administrators and election workers to solicit or encourage people to take advantage of mail-in voting. And so election workers became extremely nervous that they were going to get criminal charges for doing something like, say, tweeting information about mail-in voting or telling an elderly person that they can take advantage of mail-in voting. And now that measure is no longer in place, was put on hold by a judge. So elections workers were given a little bit more freedom in that regard.
All right,
Joe?
Antonia Hilton reporting from Houston. Thank you so much.
Major League Baseball owners and the Players Union are set to meet today for the 8th consecutive day in Florida. Both sides are looking to salvage opening day of the regular season as a months-long lockout drags on. Today is the deadline that MLB has self-imposed on the union to come to a consensus on the league's latest collective bargaining agreement. If no deal is in place, MLB has said it would begin canceling regular season games that would not be made up. Among the major sticking points, minimum salary for younger players, a new luxury tax for the league, as well as an expanded postseason. Opening day, as of right now, is scheduled for March 31st.
The Screen Actors Guild Awards, better known as the SAG Awards, took place last night, the first major televised awards of the season. Now, last year's ceremony was shortened and pre-recorded because of COVID. This time around, things felt a lot closer to normal. Celebrities walking the red carpet, accepting statues, and celebrating some history-making wins.
Award season is
Hollywood's biggest stars gathering Sunday for the SAG Awards. Actors honoring other actors in the first major televised award show of the season.
It is so good to see you in person. Thank you all for being here.
The big TV winners, Succession, Ted Lasso, and the South Korean drama Squid Game, with actors Lee Jung-jae and Jung Ho-yeon winning for their performances.
and I love you, my Squid Game girl.
Dame Helen Mirren accepted a Lifetime Achievement Award, sharing this advice to young actors.
Be on time and don't be an ass.
On the film side, Jessica Chastain won for The Eyes of Tammy Faye, and Will Smith took the lead performance prize for King Richard, his portrayal of Venus and Serena Williams' father.
That may have been one of the greatest moments of my career just now.
But amid the awards, there were somber moments.
And while tonight is a celebration, we are all at the same time holding a place in our hearts for the people of Ukraine.
My heart is with our international family all over the world.
Given the subject matter.
An emotional Michael Keaton, who won for his role in Dope Sick, a miniseries about the opioid crisis, dedicated his award to his nephew, who died from addiction.
This is for my nephew, Michael.
Coda! The night's top film prize went to the cast of Coda, a historic win for the coming-of-age film about a deaf family and their hearing daughter.
This validates the fact that we, deaf actors, can work just like anybody else. We look forward to more opportunities for deaf actors, deaf culture. Thank you.
And earlier in the night, there was another historic win for Coda. Troy Kotsur was named Best Supporting Actor, the first deaf man to win that award. He's also nominated for an Oscar for his performance in the film. Many look to the SAG Awards as a preview for what could come at the Oscars. I think Coda got some momentum there, and I think Troy Kotsur might be winning an Oscar in a few weeks from now, but we'll see.
Oh, you heard it here first.
There you
Look
go.
at that. All right, coming up, we'll continue our coverage of the latest developments out of Ukraine, including questions about whether NATO should be doing more. NBC News sat down with the Secretary General. We'll bring you some of that interview after the break.
Plus, a social media crackdown on disinformation, campaigns targeting Ukrainians online, how Facebook and Twitter are fighting against Russian propaganda. Next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and this is
The answers come when you
the Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
People say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special.
It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
The escalating tension between Ukraine and Russia.
They worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news. NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The ongoing situation in Ukraine is having a huge impact on the world's economy.
Silvana Henao joins us now with a look at what industries are being impacted and how some companies are responding. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. We'll start with Wall Street because it is set to open in the red this morning. Investors are assessing the ripple effects of the crisis in Ukraine and the new round of sanctions on Russia, which actually include cutting off some banks from international payment and messaging system. The ruble hitting a record low versus the dollar, even as Russia's central bank more than doubles a key interest rate to 20%. The central bank also deciding not to open the Moscow Stock Exchange for trading today. Oil prices are higher, with the international benchmark Brent crude back above $100 a barrel and U.S. crude around $96. This all amid ongoing concerns about disruptions to Russia's energy industry. British oil giant BP announcing it will exit its 20% stake in Russia's largest energy company, Rosneft. BP has operated in Russia for more than 30 years. And the CEO of Airbnb tweeting this morning the company is working with Host to house up to 100,000 refugees fleeing from Ukraine for free. Brian Chesky says the greatest need is for more people who can offer their homes in nearby countries, including Poland, Germany, Hungary, and Romania. More than 360,000 refugees have left Ukraine since Russia launched its attack last week, guys.
All right. Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
And now, in an exclusive interview with NBC News this morning, the NATO Secretary General praised the U.S. response to Russian aggression while establishing just how far NATO will go to defend Ukraine. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman has that interview. He joins us now from NATO's headquarters in Brussels. Josh, good morning. So let's talk through some of this. First, starting with just sort of reminding our viewers that NATO is this military alliance, meaning member states have to come to each other's defense. That's that Article 5 people have probably been hearing about. But Ukraine is not part of that treaty, though they had asked to be. But NATO's under a lot of pressure right now to do more to help Ukraine. One thing that's being thrown out there is enforcing a no-fly zone in the country. So a couple questions for you here. First, I know you posed that question to the Secretary General, so I want to hear what they said. But also just kind of remind our viewers of the nuance here, because we are funding a lot of Ukraine's defense, sending in weapons. So at what point does that constitute something that would become an issue versus sending troops actually in on the ground?
It's a fantastic question, Savannah, and it is really the one that NATO is struggling to come up with the right balance right now, even as they are calling on NATO member nations to step up, provide more very lethal weaponry. We're talking about anti-tank missiles, anti-aircraft missiles that the U.S., Germany, other NATO members are now sending to Ukraine to help them defend themselves against Russia's military, but at the same time being very clear that is not going to mean NATO troops on the ground fighting Russians in Ukraine, which would, of course, bring the U.S. and NATO into a direct military conflict with one of the largest nuclear-armed powers in the world. And that's why, even though we are hearing a lot of Ukraine supporters saying that it would be very helpful for NATO to make it impossible for Russian war planes to fly in Ukraine, that is not on the table. Take a listen to what Secretary General Stoltenberg had to tell me about the idea of a no-fly zone. There are growing calls for NATO to enforce a no-fly zone over Ukraine. Can you rule that out as a possibility?
We have no intentions of moving into Ukraine, neither on the ground or in the airspace. I think we have to understand that it's a brutal conflict that is taking place in Ukraine now. At the same time, we have a responsibility to make sure that this doesn't spiral out of control and escalate even further and becomes a full-fledged war in Europe involving NATO allies.
When it comes to airspace, though, we did have a related move over the weekend here in Brussels, also home to the European Union, which is now banning Russian jets from using European airspace as they try to increase the penalties on Russia for its invasion, Savannah.
And actually, we've just heard recently that Russia has decided to essentially answer that by closing its airspace to 36 countries. That's just happened recently.
Yeah.
Now, we've been covering, of course, Putin's decision that sort of sounded off some alarm bells to put his nuclear forces on high alert, increased their readiness to launch, essentially. What did the Secretary General have to say about that move?
Well, he was very cautious in his remarks about Putin's comments about the nuclear armed forces because, of course, they don't want to cause people undue alarm. And the Russians have a long history of sable rattling around their nuclear forces, posturing, trying to remind everyone around the world that they have nuclear weapons, even if it seems unlikely that they would choose to use them, knowing what the consequences of that would be. Here's what Stoltenberg had to say when I asked him about Putin's decision to put those nuclear forces on high alert.
It's a reckless and dangerous decision by Russia to put their nuclear forces on high alert. There's no reason for that. NATO is no threat to Russia. We are increasing the presence of NATO troops, US troops, other European troops in the eastern part of the alliance to make sure that there's no room for any miscalculation in Moscow about our readiness to protect and defend all allies. But this is defensive.
And so you've also seen the U.S., NATO, the other countries that are in NATO that have nuclear weapons, such as the French, keeping away at this point from going on to a higher posture related to their nuclear weapons. Nobody wants to raise the stakes of this into something that could quickly become a nuclear war.
Josh Letterman from NATO headquarters in Brussels. Josh, great interview. Thank you so much. Important context we need right now.
It's not just traditional weapons. Evidence is mounting that Russia and its allies are also using social media to spread propaganda targeting Ukrainians. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent joins us now with more on this. Joe, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. You know, they're being called covert influence operations. Facebook and Twitter disclosing to us here at NBC News that fake accounts and hackers linked to Russia and Belarus targeted Ukrainians on social media over the weekend. And it spread across many of the platforms that you're using every single day.
The violence on the ground inside Ukraine is expanding to a new battlefront. Cyberspace, putting tech companies like Facebook and Twitter on defense. The social media giants telling NBC News they've removed accounts and pages of 2 pro-Russian networks believed to be targeting Ukrainians online.
These actors, what they're essentially trying to do is undermine trust in the Ukrainian government, suggest that it's a failed state, suggest that the war is going very poorly for Ukraine, or to praise the work of Russian actors.
Meta, the parent company of Facebook, says it's already removed 40 accounts, pages, and groups that put up posts like these, posing as phony news sites on Facebook and Instagram, using fake profile pictures like these. Meta did not know how long the users behind these accounts have been active, but does believe the group is linked to other trolls who have spread disinformation about the 2020 U.S. presidential election and the COVID vaccine.
The U.S. government has identified the groups linked to these attacks as Russian disinformation propagandists before. Facebook has taken down their stuff before. Why did this happen again?
They will always try to come back because we know they're determined. And so the trick is to catch them early and to make sure that they aren't able to spread their message.
Twitter tells NBC News it's permanently banned accounts that attempted to disrupt the public conversation around the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, adding that its investigation is ongoing. Separately, Facebook also says it's removed a group of hackers linked to a known hacking group in Belarus that logged into accounts using email addresses belonging to members of the Ukrainian military, politicians, and journalists. This social media warfare is unfolding as the world witnesses harrowing first-person accounts, bringing outsiders closer to war than perhaps any conflict in history.
What do you think the chances are that Americans will be targeted next as the invasion continues?
For the last 2 to 3 days, we just have not seen very many efforts to target Western audiences. That could change, and it's not as easy as spinning up a network of fake accounts overnight, though.
So you think it's unlikely?
I think it's unlikely.
So, Joe, Facebook says these groups do not appear to be targeting American accounts yet, echoing what you just reported there. Is there anything still, though, that social media users can do to protect themselves?
Yeah, it's called social media hygiene, Joe. You want to always be skeptical of what you're seeing online and where it comes from. If it looks sketchy, it probably is. Experts recommend turning on two-factor authentication for your accounts. You know, those texts or those emails that you get to log in. You get that little code sent to you. And of course, set completely different passwords for your email and social media. I know this sounds obvious, but a lot of us are not doing that. And of course, adjust your security settings. You can lock your profile on Facebook, set those security reminders on Instagram. Do that housekeeping so you don't have to worry as much when something bad may or may not happen.
Social media hygiene just as important as all the other types of hygiene. All right, Joe, thanks so much for those tips. Appreciate it.
Coming up, it's one of humanity's most basic yet compassionate gestures, feeding the hungry.
We're going to show you how one organization is helping those who need it in Eastern Europe. That story next.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We've been seeing the images of hundreds of thousands of refugees fleeing Ukraine, many without a place to go or even food to eat.
World Central Kitchen, the nonprofit founded by Chef Jose Andres, is on the ground in Poland supporting families in need. And joining us now is the CEO of World Central Kitchen, Nate Mook, who is at the Poland-Ukraine border. Thank you so much for joining us right now. Before we get into the amazing work your organization is doing, tell us about what you are seeing on the ground where you are.
Absolutely. So right now I am in the town of Rzeszów. We're just outside of the border crossing, the Medica border crossing between Ukraine and Poland. And we're just in a shopping mall parking lot right here. This is a waypoint. A number of refugees, after they cross into Poland, they get on buses, they get brought here. There's volunteers that have set up different supplies, and everybody's kind of figuring out what's next. It's a bit chaotic. You know, nobody really knows where to go from here. Some get on trains, some try to find other transportation. So, you know, things are just starting to come together, but this community is very overwhelmed with the number of refugees coming in, but also there's incredible support from all over Poland that's centralizing to respond.
Hearing about that support has just been so heartening. People coming to give people rides, and of course what you're doing. And I know World Central Kitchen was actually started for situations just like this. How many meals have you provided for Ukrainian refugees at this point, and how are you able to do that? How are you operating in this country that is seeing this crisis unfold right at its border?
Yeah, so we've been serving tens of thousands of meals already. We're set up in a number of locations right on the border and some of the accommodation centers where refugees are being transported to, sometimes staying overnight before they figure out their next steps. We were able to activate very quickly here by working with local Polish partners. So we've got restaurants, catering companies, chefs that are helping us to produce meals. And then as we start to really get a sense of the scale of the need, we also will be establishing our own kitchen as needed and working with more partners. We also have restaurants and chefs operating within Ukraine as well in the cities of Lviv and Odessa to support those communities right now as they continue to be under attack. So really, it's a multi-pronged approach. We're just trying to be in as many places as possible. There are a number of border crossings here in Poland, and also we have teams on the ground in Romania and Moldova as well, and as of today in Hungary.
Nate, we only have a few seconds here, but how can people help you out?
The best way is to visit our website, wck.org. Follow World Central Kitchen on social media, Twitter, Instagram. Follow Chef Jose Andres, our founder. We're going to be constantly sharing updates of what we're seeing on the ground, the work that we're doing, the meals that we're serving. And it's the best way to see how you can get involved as well and support the efforts.
All right, Nate, we wish you all the best. Thank you for everything you are doing to help out. We'll make sure to keep in touch with you. And once again, we'll show our viewers, if you want to support World Central Kitchen and help Ukrainian refugees, you can donate at donate.wck.org. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good Monday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We begin with breaking news this morning. Delegations from Ukraine and Russia meeting on the Belarus border to discuss how to end the war. That meeting comes after 4 days of heavy fighting across Ukraine. Overnight, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky reporting several Ukrainian casualties so far, including 16 children. President Zelensky also says 4,500 Russian soldiers have been killed. U.S. intelligence shows that despite Russia's advances, Ukraine still has control of its cities, including the capital, Kyiv, and its second biggest city, Kharkiv. Now, as the fighting continues, many Ukrainians are faced with the choice: stay and fight or flee with their families.
Me and my husband with my two daughters, we escaped because I'm very dangerous for my family.
In Russia, President Vladimir Putin ordered his nuclear forces on high alert in response to what he called aggressive statements by NATO. It's a move one expert describes as unprecedented in the post-Cold War era. Now, the European Union is planning to fund the delivery of weapons to Ukraine, plus block Russian aircraft from flying in EU territory. And today, the UN General Assembly is set to meet for a rare emergency meeting on the war in Ukraine. We have team coverage this morning with military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs, foreign correspondent Matt Bodner, who's just north of the Ukrainian border in Russia, and NBC News contributor Jack Crosby in Kharkiv. We're going to start our coverage this morning with NBC News correspondent Cal Perry in western Ukraine. Cal, we know Russian and Ukrainian negotiators are holding talks on Ukraine's border with Belarus. Have we heard anything from that meeting so far? Are there any hopes for a ceasefire?
You know, I'm not sure that hopes are running high, but they are talking, and it is a fairly high-level delegation here from the Ukraine. The defense minister is there. We're not clear on who's there from the Russian side, but the talks have begun in just the last 45 minutes. There's also been, for the first night in about 3 nights, a small pause in the city of Kyiv. Not as heavy a bombardment, but satellite imagery showing Russian troops continuing to move on that city. All the while, the humanitarian crisis here grows worse. Mark, step with me. I just want to introduce you guys very quickly to Sophia. We were here this morning getting ready for our live shot, and Sophia walked through the square with her friends. I wanted to ask you just if you could help explain to people at home what it has been like for you to live through this.
It feels like the end of the world. The house is destroying. The children are dying, and we just want a peaceful life. We didn't do anything wrong. We're just trying to stay calm. We're just trying to help our people, our military. We do anything that we can, but it's really hard. It's really scary. But we try to stay united. The all Ukraine now is united, and it's the greatest I've ever seen in my life.
Sophia, thank you so much. These 4 individuals here, all around the ages of 18, for the first time the other day, made Molotov cocktails. They said it was easy to make, but none of them expected to make it. That is what we are seeing here on the ground. Civilians trying to step up, help the folks who are fleeing, but also to actually get to the front and fight the oncoming Russian forces.
Cal, they are so representative of what we're seeing all across the country there. You mentioned those satellite images. There was images taken yesterday by U.S.-based Maxar Technologies. It does show a large deployment of Russian ground forces moving toward the capital, Kyiv. So give us a summary. How intense is the fighting right now across the country? Are there worries that it's going to intensify now in the coming days?
Look, there's always that worry because we never really expected, or people here didn't expect, certainly the fighting to be this widespread. They didn't expect it to happen in Kyiv. They thought it would happen, if it happened at all, in the east. That hasn't been the case. Now, as I said, today was really the first night overnight where there wasn't a heavy bombardment in the capital, but there's a concern that those troops are still moving. The heaviest fighting seems to be, at least today, in the northeastern part of the country, in that city of Kharkiv, where we've seen Russian troops moving into those urban areas. But I think the concern here is, though, even though we're seeing a slight pause in the fighting, that there is a military regrouping on the part of the Russians. And if you talk to people here who are very suspicious of those peace talks, they'll tell you that if the Russians go for a ceasefire, it's just so that they can regroup. There is no trust here for obvious reasons.
And this morning, Ukraine's President Zelensky released a video statement saying prisoners with military experience will be released to help fight Russian forces. He's also calling on the European Union to immediately admit his country into the bloc. Over the weekend, we saw major sanctions levied on Russia after he pushed the West to do more. And he so famously recently said, I don't need ammunition. I need ammunition. I don't need a ride. What do Ukrainians make of their president right now and how he has been handling this conflict?
There's an English cricket saying, cometh the hour, cometh the man, and that has kind of made the rounds here. People love President Zelensky. They see him as the leader of the resistance. He's been putting out these daily morning videos that are not just to rally people behind him, but they're really proof of life videos. He says he's the #1 target of the Russians. That is undoubtedly true. But he has struck a chord here that I think is becoming sort of the narrative of this war, which is that Ukrainians know what they're fighting for, that Ukrainians are fighting for their homeland, that they are fighting for democracy, that they are fighting for freedom. One of the people we interviewed this morning, her house was destroyed. That is what they're fighting for. They're fighting for their homes. It is entirely unclear what the Russian army is fighting for, and the Ukrainian government, specifically President Zelensky, they're trying to get that story out there to the world.
That was symbolic in the women you just interviewed a moment ago. Cal, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
Let's now cross over to the eastern Ukrainian city of Kharkiv, which faced another night of shelling by Russian forces. Jack Crosby is a Rolling Stone correspondent and an NBC News contributor, and he joins us now. Jack, good morning. So this is a city many people may have seen video on social media under attack this weekend. Pretty dramatic images. We know you right now are currently, I understand, making a quick getaway. Our viewers might see you're in a car right now because of this shelling. Tell us what you're going through. Tell us what you've just escaped, where you are, if you're safe, and also just what the situation and mood is like in this particular city this morning.
Yeah, so it's been an interesting situation in Kharkiv for the past couple of days. There was very heavy shelling 2 days ago. On the night before, there was a Russian incursion into the middle of the city. That was sort of the first major military operation that had penetrated that far into the city center of Kharkiv. Yesterday, there was a slight lull. And last night was relatively quiet in many areas of the city, although there was still shelling and bombardment on the outskirts. This morning, however, that escalation I think that we had been looking for and fearing for a long time has certainly happened. We were under pretty heavy shell fire even in the center of the city this morning, and made the decision to leave the city. I'm now in a vehicle at a checkpoint outside of the sort of southeastern city of Dnipro. So waiting to get into that city, out of danger from Kharkiv at the moment, but in another city that is very much going to be in a line with the Russian advance, potentially in a couple of days' time.
And Jack, right now, when you're sort of fleeing something like that, what's happening in Kharkiv on your way to another city, how is it just on roads in between? I mean, are you seeing anything, any type of military action in between those places? Do you feel safe out on the road?
So there's a lot of activity where we are now. I would say in the past 10 miles or so since we've gone through a couple of outlying towns of Dnipro, things have been relatively normal. We were able to stop at a gas station and refuel and grab coffee and some snacks and things. On the roads immediately outside of Kharkiv, the mood was extremely tense. It doesn't appear as though Russian forces have entirely surrounded the city yet, but we saw many military assets sort of preparing for that eventuality. Civilian workers and civilian defense forces digging trenches outside of the city, tanks moving around, people getting into position. There's a heavy sort of presence both of the military and of these new civilian defense units sort of riding around in their standard civilian cars, but carrying weapons and patrolling the roads outside of the city. And then otherwise, much of the roads through eastern Ukraine are pretty desolate right now. There's very few cars moving around. There's occasional checkpoints manned by either the military or these civilian defense forces. So, where we are, there's definitely more of a sense of normalcy, although we are in a long line for a military checkpoint to get into Dnipro at the moment. But just, a few 100 miles or so away, it's very much sort of a wartime atmosphere.
And Jack, it seems like obviously things have taken somewhat of a turn overnight as you've left the city. But just yesterday, the Kharkiv's governor said the city was under complete control by Ukraine, even claiming that some Russian troops have been surrendering. That's specifically what I want to ask about. Is that something that you saw yourself at all or heard about?
We had heard and seen those reports as well, and certainly seen the reports from the civilian administration in Kharkiv. It does appear as though that Russian incursion 2 days ago was pushed back pretty successfully. But it was a very sort of small, limited incursion. There's been a lot of reporting that was sort of confused as to the tactics that were employed and why the Russians would send such a small kind of incursion into the city center that was dealt with by the Ukrainian military and civilian defense. And so, we all thought this could be a prelude to a much more major escalation, which it appears from what we're seeing so far has begun.
And Jack, quickly, before I let you go, just explain the importance of Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city, to Russia, such an important target. How far do people think Moscow is willing to go to capture it?
I think right now it's sort of anyone's guess. Traditional wisdom at the beginning, Kharkiv is a massive university town, but in pre-war times had a large amount of cultural and just social overlap with Russia. There are many people there who have friends and family in Kharkiv because of its proximity to the Russian border and because of its sort of just cultural closeness to Russia. And it was one of the first cities that during this Russian military buildup, we were worried that would be targeted. And until today, it did seem as though the Russian military's focus was on Kyiv, which I think it still is, but Kharkiv is very much in the crosshairs now.
Mm-hmm. Jack Crosby, thank you so much. Stay safe, and we will be checking back in with you.
NBC News reporter Matt Bodner now joins us from Belgorod, Russia. That's a city about 25 miles from the Ukrainian border north of Kharkiv. Matt, we just heard about the situation in and around Kharkiv this morning. Russian forces have been entering eastern Ukraine from near where you are, then moving toward Kharkiv. What have you seen since you've been there?
Good morning, Joe. Well, unfortunately, we haven't seen as much as I had hoped. The security services in this area very recently have started essentially putting strict limits on what independent media can do here, Russian and foreign. But we have seen a little bit of movement. We saw some medium heavy equipment being moved out of the checkpoint leading to Kharkiv yesterday. But what we've mostly seen so far is a lot of logistics. We've seen a lot of fuel trucks moving both in and out of Kharkiv, and that's an interesting thing to note because one thing we're kind of finding out about the Russian offensive, just from what the Ukrainians are saying and some evidence we can see on social media, is that this appears to be going on longer than they had initially planned when they launched this. And they are running into problems with fuel, for example. And so we're seeing a pretty decent logistical effort coming in and out of that checkpoint we were at yesterday. Also a lot of ambulances. The checkpoint is basically staffed by police and ambulances right now. That's interesting because Russia has yet to really acknowledge any kind of meaningful casualties anywhere in its operation in Ukraine. But they're also continuing to insist that they're only targeting military installations. This, of course, is coming under question as we're hearing allegations from the Ukrainians that they are firing on population centers. We just saw some video posted by an advisor to the Ukrainian interior minister of rocket artillery being used in Kharkiv. So there's still a lot of control over the narrative at play here in Russia, and I think we're seeing a bit of that here.
Matt, I want to ask you about Russian President Vladimir Putin taking that unprecedented post-Cold War action, ordering his nuclear deterrent forces to be on alert. Tell us, what does this move mean for Ukraine, for Russia, and really for all of Eastern Europe?
Well, I think that really the best way to interpret this move is it's Vladimir Putin once again reminding the West that it's a nuclear power, that he commands the world's largest nuclear arsenal. This is coming as of course the sanctions are taking a very heavy toll on the Russian economy. The European Union is stepping up kind of explicitly its military support for Ukraine, and things are starting, the tension levels are still rising after the invasion as Russia's operation in Ukraine increases. And one of the really interesting things is that even Russian military experts, even in kind of the subfield of nuclear weapons policy, were a bit confused by this order that was given and the way it was worded, and kind of in analysis of it, what it looks like Vladimir Putin has done is announced to the world that he's essentially activated Russia's dead man switch.
And Matt, quickly, I want to ask you this morning, we are seeing the devastating impact the sanctions are having on the Russian economy. Russia's currency, which is the ruble, plunged 29% this morning. That's the lowest level against the U.S. dollar in history. Real quickly, can you tell us how is that being felt in Russia now?
It's being felt significantly, and I think it's primarily going to impact consumers in Russia on imports, but it's also a psychological factor. There's a lot of anxiety bordering on panic in Russia based on what I'm seeing, what I'm hearing from people about the ruble. There's this sense now that the Russian economy is teetering. There's evidence of it all over. There's reports of runs on currency in ATMs in Moscow even. So there's definitely, you're starting to see an impact from these sanctions now, and everyone is bracing for worse.
Matt Bodner in Russia near the Ukrainian border. Matt, thanks so much.
Let's now bring in Colonel Jack Jacobs. He's an NBC News, MSNBC military analyst, and also a Medal of Honor recipient. Colonel, as always, thanks for joining us. So first, I want to get your reaction to something that we have seen so many people reacting to just across the world, this incredible resistance we're seeing on the ground in Ukraine from just civilians. I mean, Ukraine is outgunned, outmanned, and yet we've seen this fierce fight and really some success in them pushing Russia's advances back, using these homemade weapons, putting up this real fight. Kyiv has not fallen. What does that say about the Ukrainian people, and what's your reaction just to that being the type of warfare we're seeing?
Well, they're certainly standing up to the Russians. You're absolutely right that they're outgunned and outmanned. The entire Ukrainian army is only the size of the force Putin sent to take over Ukraine. And they're certainly outgunned. The recent announcement that NATO countries are going to send anti-aircraft weapons and anti-tank weapons, which are vitally important, try to get them to the forces in Ukraine is significant because it's vehicles, tanks, armored personnel carriers that are really going to be the spearhead of Russia's incursion to try to take the two large cities, Kharkiv and Kiev. And make no mistake about it, that's their target. They figure that they'll be able to, as Putin says, decapitate the country. And they will if they manage to encircle the cities, those two cities in particular, and isolate them. And the reason is that it's going to be deal a massive morale blow to the Ukrainians. But the Ukrainians are standing up to it all with Molotov cocktails, small arms, and automatic weapons.
Absolutely. Let's talk about the negotiations between Ukraine and Russia this morning. So we know that U.S. intelligence has showed Russian forces are frustrated by their lack of progress in Ukraine. So a couple questions here. Do those factors, the fact that they are having this meeting, there is this lack of frustration, is Putin worried about whether he can actually take Ukraine? And then also just, what do you think about these talks? What do you hope could come out of them? And the fact that really this delegation from Ukraine traveled through this dangerous area that's currently under siege by Russia to get to this border of a country that's been helping Russia.
Well, most people expect the talks to go absolutely nowhere because Putin has embarked on this path and is nothing if not diligent in trying to achieve control of Ukraine. He's in big trouble if he can't do it. He's got constituencies at home, both among the oligarchs and among the people who are now feeling the brunt of the strictures that we put on the economy. But he will persevere. He's got a very large force and it's well equipped. And I suspect, and most other observers suspect, he will carry on and continue until he will have secured, in particular, the two main cities, and maybe even cut through and isolate the Ukrainian army in the east.
And Colonel, I want to ask you, of course, about Putin's nuclear alert declaration. He's essentially ordered that these weapons be prepared for increased readiness to launch, put them on high alert. What exactly does that mean? What's the difference between high alert and how the weapons were before this? Should we be nervous about it? And why hasn't the U.S. done the same? We have not made any type of difference or distinction here with our weapons.
Well, I'm not familiar with their nuclear sequence, alert sequence. But most observers believe, and they're probably right, that it's merely a chance, an opportunity, a method of instilling fear in the West, particularly in Western Europe, to try to get the controls, export controls, and the restrictions on the Russian economy removed because they're very deleterious. They're actually devastating. So the objective is to scare the West into removing those controls. It's hard to believe he really intends to do anything. We have not responded because we do not believe it's genuine. It's just posturing.
All right. Colonel Jack Jacobs, as always, your expertise is much appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The United Nations now says more than 500,000, that's 500,000 Ukrainians have fled the country since the Russians attacked, and that number is only expected to go up. Poland has welcomed a flood of refugees. Many of them waited for hours in frigid conditions at night. NBC News correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us now from the Poland-Ukraine border. So, Kelly, the Polish government says more than 115,000 Ukrainian refugees have now entered that country. I know you've been speaking with some of those families. Tell us what you're seeing and what you're hearing on the ground there.
Yeah, Joe, and we've actually just gotten updated numbers from UNHCR this morning. They say that 213,000 refugees have now entered Poland as of early this morning. What you're seeing here is a train that has come in from Ukraine early this morning. This train was traveling for 24 hours, is what passengers on board are telling us, and it was on a journey that is typically a 2-hour journey. They came from Lviv, which is just on the other side, not just on the other side, but about 50 miles away in western Ukraine. A train full of 2,000 women and children, primarily coming from different parts of Ukraine, some from Kiev, who've made just incredibly perilous journeys to get to Lviv in the west and then get on board. And, you know, they're talking about again, these stories of leaving their homelands, being incredibly frightened and worried about making that journey, about being stuck on this train at the border because there are so many other trains stacking up as well, and simply trying to get here into Poland has been quite difficult. And on the other side, on this side of the fence, you see family members and friends who are often looking for their relatives. They're not even sure if their relatives have made it on board this train because they lose connections with them. They can't contact them by phone once they cross the border. Joe?
Hard to imagine what those families are going through, just not knowing and waiting to see who gets off the train. You know, just a few days ago when this invasion started, we saw the pictures of packed roadways and train stations as people tried to flee Kyiv. Now you talk about this train takes 24 hours. I mean, are the conditions, is it taking longer to get out of the country now? Is it a little quicker? How do the conditions compare overall now compared with just a few days ago?
Yeah, well, from the people we've spoken to, from all accounts, things are getting worse, quite frankly. We spoke to one man who's here to meet some family friends who are coming from Kyiv, and they've been traveling for 2 days. And his wife is Ukrainian. She has 2 sisters and a niece still in a town just outside of Kyiv. They're trying to get them out. But the problem is, of course, Kyiv is under curfew, so you can't go out in the city. The metros aren't working, local trains aren't working. It's very dangerous to drive out on the roads. So the trick is to just get to a train station or get to a place where you can actually get on some sort of transport like these trains. But these are leaving from Lviv. So unless you can get to Lviv, you're sort of stuck. It's getting much more perilous, Joe, much more difficult to leave the country.
Kelly Kobiea reporting from the border there. Kelly, thank you so much. And coming up, our breaking news coverage continues as the war in Ukraine unfolds.
Yeah, when we return, how Ukraine's president has quickly become the face of democracy as he stands up against the Russians. And do you have questions about what's happening in Ukraine? Email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com with your questions, and we will work to get them answered by our experts.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. As the crisis in Ukraine unfolds, people around the world are showing their support by advocating for peace.
Janice Mackey-Freyer joins us now from Beijing with the latest on that. Hey, Janice, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. People are trying to find ways, big and small, to show their support and solidarity for Ukraine. Over the weekend, streets filled with anti-war protests. In Germany, more than 100,000 people turning out in Berlin against Russian aggression, while at the same time, German leaders were announcing a dramatic increase in defense spending, as well as greenlighting arms sales to Ukraine. This is considered a major shift in European policy. The protests extending as well to Iran, which is a Russian ally, though people were rallying outside the Ukrainian embassy there, actually chanting death to Putin. While in Tbilisi, the capital of Georgia, people were rallying not only against Russian aggression, but for the resignation of their own prime minister, who has failed so far to join the West in supporting sanctions against Russia. Spiritual leaders as well continue to urge an end to the crisis. The Dalai Lama said today in a statement that, quote, war is outdated, and he is urging dialogue. The Nobel Peace Prize winner said that he is saddened by the conflict in Ukraine and that nonviolence is the only way. And finally, world landmarks continue to light up with the colors of the Ukrainian flag to show support, from the Colosseum in Rome to London's Eye to Brandenburg Gate and the Eiffel Tower, which has been aglow with blue and yellow lights, the colors of the flag, for 3 nights now, to show support, a message to the people, not only enduring what they are in Ukrainian cities, but also the hundreds of thousands of people who are trying to seek sanctuary across the borders. So everyone is trying to find a way to show that Ukraine is on the world's mind. Guys?
Absolutely. It's been amazing to see. Janice, thank you so much.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has quickly turned into the face of democracy around the world.
But who exactly is the man that's rallied his country and the world against Russia? NBC News correspondent Molly Hunter explains.
Staring directly into the camera, exhausted, unshaven, in a T-shirt. This is how we've started to see Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky multiple times a day at all hours since the invasion started, taking to social media, updating his country and the world, rallying his fellow citizens to fight. Last night was harsh, he says. They are fighting against everyone and everything alive. In another post last Thursday, walking through the Capitol, good morning, he says, there are a lot of fakes out there, but I'm here. The once stand-up comedian came to power in 2019 in a landslide Democratic election. Just a month after the finale of his hit show, Servant of the People, where he played an unlikely president on TV. 3 years later, the 44-year-old father of 2 has emerged as a convincing wartime leader. When the U.S. offered to evacuate him from the country, he reportedly told them, "I need ammunition, not a ride." While his adversary in Moscow talks of getting rid of the Nazis, President Zelensky, from a Russian-speaking Jewish family who lost relatives in the Holocaust, has emerged even stronger. His approval ratings in 2020 were slumping. He had not made much progress on peace talks with Moscow or rooting out corruption. But at the Munich Security Conference earlier this month, the world met a different leader.
I think that is all not for me, for Ukraine and for our soldiers. Thank you so much.
A leader now taking front and center stage, fighting for his country's survival. Molly Hunter, NBC News.
After the break, we're continuing to monitor developments out of Ukraine, and we'll bring you the latest in just a few minutes. But we've also got some other news for you this morning as well.
Yeah, when we return, a new chapter in America's fight against COVID as New York drops some of its strictest mandates.
Plus, President Biden preparing to deliver his first State of the Union address. What to expect next on Morning News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
Welcome back. We want to get you caught up on all the latest developments in Ukraine right now.
Yeah, Ukraine and Russia held talks earlier this morning along the border of Belarus. Both sides are not optimistic this will lead to any change, with Ukraine calling for a ceasefire and Russia showing a little interest in de-escalating. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky spoke earlier this morning asking the European Union for immediate membership, a move that could bring even more aid into the country.
Ukraine's president is also stepping up the country's military efforts. He says Ukraine will release prisoners with military experience to join the fight against Russia. Russian forces are meeting fierce resistance from the Ukrainian people. New U.S. intelligence from over the weekend shows Russians are frustrated by the lack of progress in Ukraine, especially around the two major cities, Kyiv and Kharkiv.
We'll keep bringing you all the latest from the ground, but there is other news that we want to get to this morning as well.
Yeah, President Biden is preparing to deliver his first State of the Union address to Congress tomorrow night. The address will be delivered on Capitol Hill, where protective fencing was reinstalled over the weekend. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now with a preview. Ali, good morning. So this State of the Union comes amid the ongoing crisis in Ukraine and the president's nomination of Ketanji Brown Jackson for the Supreme Court. It feels like potentially a tough time to give a standard State of the Union speech. So what should we expect to hear in the president's speech?
I don't think very much is standard about this moment right now, Joe. You've hit that nail right on the head because there's so much going on, even on the domestic front, and then you consider the international crisis ongoing right now with Ukraine. It's clear that President Biden is going to have to really split his focus. You're going to see him really walking that line between being an international unifying voice, keeping NATO allies all apprised of where the United States stands on this. He said over the weekend in an interview, for example, that his priority was making sure that NATO and our allies were unified in the face of Russia and their aggression in Ukraine. We're likely to hear him echo that when he speaks before Congress tomorrow, but also a full domestic agenda slate. We know that his Build Back Better agenda stalled at the end of last year. So did voting rights. Those were two key Democratic priorities. Going to be interesting to see if he brings that up. And then, of course, the Supreme Court Justice nomination of Ketanji Brown Jackson. She's going to really start doing her tour around the Hill this week as her confirmation process kicks off. We know Democrats want to be quick about that, quick in terms of Supreme Court nominating terms, just a few weeks. Biden, of course, probably going to speak to that historic moment, nominating the first Black woman to the Supreme Court. So really an ability for him, someone with deep domestic experience as a former Senate Judiciary Chairman, of course, decades of experience on Capitol Hill, and then also his role as a former vice president and, of course, now president with deep international ties. It's a moment that's really made for Biden's breadth of experience. I imagine he'll lean into that as well.
Let's talk about what's going to be happening around the Capitol, those security measures going into place for the State of the Union. Why have Capitol Police put fencing back up, and what other security measures are in place?
Yeah, fencing back up. We've seen armored tanks at various points around Capitol Hill and frankly around the Capitol writ large. As I was walking around this weekend, you can definitely see the city preparing for a heightened security posture. That does include several hundred National Guard troops around the Capitol. And for anyone who's been up there over the course of the last year, it's hard not to connect that fencing going back up with what we saw just over a year ago on January 6th. That is the security moment that looms in every single person's mind on Capitol Hill. It's why we see them. And of course, they always take a proactive stance here on security, but it's why we see them being even more diligent about that, knowing that that's the moment that looms in everyone's mind here. The other thing here, Joe, that they're contending with, in addition to all of the regular security threats that you would be considering, is there's that convoy of truckers who were trying to make their way to D.C. Now, there were a few different convoys of them. Some of them were supposed to arrive after the State of the Union, but there's a chance that some of them could arrive for, making traffic a real mess.
And Allie, we've also learned the House has made mask wearing optional on Capitol Hill starting today. Real quickly, what can you tell us about that?
Yeah, this latest guidance coming overnight that masks are now going to be optional in the chamber. Still no guests. We're just going to see House members and Senate members in the chamber there. But at the same time, it is going to look a little bit more normal than it did last year.
All right. Allie Vitale with a preview. Thanks so much.
New York announced the end of several COVID health and safety measures this weekend. Governor Kathy Hochul said mask mandates in classrooms won't be enforced statewide anymore, leaving the decision up to local officials. And a big announcement here in New York City. Mayor Eric Adams is lifting vaccine requirements for indoor businesses and events beginning next week. These moves come as the state sees cases and hospitalizations decline as the Omicron surge subsides. Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, good morning. So let's start with the news that New York State will stop requiring face coverings for students, kids in classrooms. What do you make of this move? It's obviously been a back and forth. Some parents on either side of this decision here. Of course, we know many of these children are not vaccinated. So what do you think about this?
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. It's a tough one because, as you mentioned, cases are down, hospitalizations are down, with the exception of still a significant number of children who are being hospitalized, much less than weeks ago, but still significant enough. And we know that if there were a vaccine available, for example, for 5 and under, that this could have a significant role. However, I do think that it's reflective of many changes, including the CDC's recent changes that are updating guidance and giving people, including states like New York, what we call off-ramps and on-ramps. So not just taking the masks off, but also clarity around when to put them back in. And I think the CDC director has said it best, that she felt like the public needed a break so that when we did need to put measures back in, people would take it seriously. That's very similar to what's happening in New York schools. And leaving it up to local jurisdictions helps because COVID is local and rates are much more local.
COVID is local. Dr. Patel, we also saw, as I just mentioned, this fact that New York City is announcing an end to its vaccine requirements. That starts March 7th. It's the latest metro area to lift vaccine mandates for indoor businesses and events. Many people, many of our viewers might be in places where that has not been something that they've experienced ever. But what do you think about this? And especially in such a densely populated area, how do you feel about that as we move forward? Again, keeping in mind as cases, hospitalizations do decline sharply.
Yeah, I'm going to go to the data because I think the data is clear that if you're vaccinated and boosted, that is incredibly protective both for the individual and has some role in transmission. It's not as effective, meaning if you get infected, Savannah, you are infected, you could give it still to a vaccinated person. I don't get protected from not getting an infection just because I'm vaccinated, but it does give you protection knowing that you would not cause me harm. I won't cause you harm. And so when we have businesses and places where strangers can know I'm walking in, I know the people in here are vaccinated, including the staff, that can give you that peace of mind to take the masks off. So what I would have loved to have seen was to have this be a more stepwise function. Cases come down, we have, masks where it's appropriate coming off and other measures, and then vaccine removal requirements would be the very last thing. And I would love to see it for a little bit longer after most of the country goes through spring break, because we know people are going to travel. But, here we are. And I think it is reflective of businesses that have had tension in trying to bring back customers because of these requirements.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Now, Dr. Patel, these rollbacks of health restrictions in New York City come after, of course, the CDC announced its new mask guidelines on Friday. Given what we've seen over the past week, do all of these announcements and presumably the science that is leading these decisions mean we're really entering this different phase of the pandemic, both in the numbers of it, but also just in our lifestyle surrounding it?
Yeah, it's definitely a different phase. And again, as you mentioned, some would say, and I'm included in that boat, that it's a little too early. I'd love to see some of these numbers continuing and vaccines available for all. We're so close, but we are in a different phase. The CDC's numbers really signal a shift to focusing on the severity of disease, a focus on more new cases per 100,000 people, a focus on new hospitalizations for COVID. And that's different. It's not just looking at every case as being something that adds to the pandemic, but really those that cause disease. And just as we know, vaccines can prevent that. So good news, for most of the country, we have a way to prevent this.
All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much. Now let's get a check on your morning News Now weather, which means Bill Cairns joins us. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Great to see you. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. The weather starts quiet this week, then gets active towards the end of the week. The exception being the Pacific Northwest. That is where a big storm is moving through with a lot of heavy rain, and that's problematic this time of year because you still have a lot of snow in the mountains. So we have flood threats that are in effect through Tuesday. We have one flash flood warning not far from Olympia. A lot of the rivers are running high, and the heavy rain will be with us for about the next 24 hours. On this map, the blue and the white, that's the snow at only the highest of elevations of the Cascades, and just a huge amount of rain from Forks to Astoria all the way down to I-5. By far, the most difficult drive this morning is in the northwest. So during the day today, we continue to watch this storm system moving on shore. It's going to pour all day with torrential rain. The avalanche threat is very high, even at the lower elevations where there's still some snow. And then by 8 p.m. Tuesday, things weaken a little bit, and the rain shifts a little farther to the south, down through areas from Portland to Medford. So how much rain are we talking? It looks like the rounds of rain will be the heaviest right along the coastal areas. That's where we could see as much as 2 to 3 inches when we get some of the, especially in the Olympics where you get the mountains. So the week ahead forecast, it is a cold morning in the Northeast, especially in northern New York and Vermont. Wind chill was -7 this morning in Burlington. So it's a brisk morning. So it's full hats, gloves, and winter coat. But as I said, things will improve during the week and things will warm up a little bit in the Northeast. Still some snow showers midweek through the Great Lakes. Feels like spring in the middle of the country. I mean, we'll be talking pollen before you know it, from Texas to Oklahoma and through all areas of the southeast. 75 degrees Jacksonville on Wednesday, Atlanta 71, Charlotte 71. Still staying a little wet in the northwest by the time we get to Wednesday. Then that storm finally moves inland into the Rockies with some, March snow. No one will complain. The skiers will like that too. And still sunny and warm in the southeast. And then finally some of that warmth begins to head up the eastern seaboard lowered by the end of the week, getting into the 50s in many areas like Kentucky and through Virginia. So, you know, Savannah, how the saying goes, March comes in like a lion, out like a lamb. It's kind of like in like a lamb, and we'll see how it goes out later.
Ooh, I don't know that we have a good track record right now for assuming it's going to stay calm later in the month. I also cannot believe that this week is March. All right, Bill, thanks so much. We'll see you in a little bit.
I know. All right.
All right, we have more of our coverage from Ukraine just ahead. Coming up on Morning News Now, crippling consequences. Russia's economy targeted by tough sanctions in response to the war in Ukraine. A look at the impacts we're already seeing after the break.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In prime time and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Welcome back. As we've been reporting this morning, the Russian ruble is crashing after the U.S. and its allies issued a new wave of crippling sanctions against Russia's economy over the weekend and continuing this morning. The punishing measures will now severely limit Russia from accessing the $600 billion it has in international currency reserves. And the sanctions will also remove key Russian banks from what's called the SWIFT international messaging system. Here to explain all of this is Josh Lipsky, director of the Atlantic Council's Geoeconomic Center. Josh, good morning. So we know actually Putin just wrapped up a meeting about this economic crisis with financial advisors of his. Walk us through just how painful these sanctions are for Russia. And also I'm wondering what it's like for the regular person in Russia right now, how they're being impacted for this, what it means for the economy.
Yeah, well, good morning. Thanks for having me. And the fact that Putin called an emergency meeting with his central banker shows you that these sanctions are starting to bite. And what they did was remove $400 billion overnight from the Russian central bank's ability. That's like wiping out the economy of Austria from your bank account in one fell swoop. And that means that as the ruble crashes, as it devalues 20%, they don't have options to back it up. And so their commercial banks in their country are going to start running out of operating money. And that means for the everyday Russians, as they go to an ATM, they might actually run out of cash. And in the same time as the Russian central bank tries to put more money in the system, inflation will increase, food prices will increase, and everything they're importing becomes more expensive. So it's an extraordinarily damaging sanction for the G7, the US, the Europeans, the Canadians, to tell a G20 member, Russia, your central bank is now frozen out of the international financial system. And that's never happened before. You know, the US has done that on Iran, on Venezuela, on North Korea, but not an economy like Russia's, the 11th largest economy in the world. And it is going to have serious effects both in Russia and beyond throughout this week and month and even beyond that.
Absolutely. Josh, also there's sort of this buzzword now, SWIFT. We've heard so much about it over the past few days when it comes to imposing new sanctions on Russia. We actually heard the president of Ukraine, Zelensky, ask that they be sort of disabled from this messaging platform a while ago. At first, it was kind of met with, that might not really be the right idea, but now that is what we're seeing happen. Can you explain what that system is and why it is so important for a country's financial system and what it ultimately means to take them off of it?
Yeah, and it's, I think, been misunderstood a little bit. SWIFT is a messaging system between banks. It's sometimes described as WhatsApp for banks. And so the fact that they're taken off it is, of course, damaging, because if their banks can't communicate to their corresponding banks in other countries, they can't transfer funds. But it's important to understand that it's the sanctions on those banks themselves, which the US and other countries did last week, that are actually more damaging than taking them off the communication system. So it's making sure they can't access their funds that was the heavy hit. And then the SWIFT is just an extra level to say, now you can't even communicate, even though you couldn't really transfer many funds. And there aren't many alternatives. Russia tries to have an alternative to SWIFT. China has an alternative to SWIFT, but it doesn't seem to work very well. So taking them off that messaging system is significant, but not nearly as significant as freezing their foreign reserves.
All right, Josh Lipsky, so much to walk through this morning as we just saw that meeting happen in Russia. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, this week in Washington, the focus, of course, remains on this escalating conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Diplomats and lawmakers went on Sunday's edition of Meet the Press to discuss what may happen next between the two countries. Here's a look at the highlights with moderator Chuck Todd.
Well, good morning, Savannah and Joe. On this week's Meet the Press, Russia's attack on Ukraine and the U.S. response. I spoke with the UN ambassador, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, about American sanctions and what happens if Putin goes beyond Ukraine. Plus, a live joint interview with Democratic Senator Mark Warner and Republican Senator Rob Portman. Here's some of the most important answers from Meet the Press, compressed. We've put in pretty harsh sanctions. We've gone through how it could be slightly harsher. But can this end with sanctions alone?
As the president noted, we were going to apply harsh sanctions. And initially, they were an attempt to prevent Russia from taking this aggressive action. But it is Vladimir Putin's decision on whether he will stop what he's doing and listen to the voices of the world, the voices that have condemned him, or he will continue. And if he continues, we will continue to apply sanctions. But at the same time, we were preparing for just this action. And the president has approved moving more troops to support our NATO colleagues. We provided additional support to the Ukrainian government just over the past few days, close to $1 billion and billions since this all started. So we're clear-eyed. This has been a two-pronged approach. We hope that the Russians would listen to the pressure that we were putting them under, but they didn't. So they have to continue to feel additional sanctions and additional pressures on their economy, and they will feel the pain.
Senator Portman, let me start with the news that President Zelensky has agreed to send a delegation to meet with a Russian delegation on the border of Ukraine and Belarus. Obviously, we're always going to be pro-diplomacy if diplomacy can work here. Any advice to the Ukrainians on how to manage these negotiations?
I think Ukrainians know how to do it, and they also know to be distrustful of whatever the Russians say, since everything that Vladimir Putin has said and other Russian officials has been propaganda, disinformation. So they need to be careful. And by the way, Belarus is where the Russians wanted to have the meeting. Belarus is now under control of Russia, and Belarus is aiding and abetting the Russians' attack on their neighbor Ukraine. So it's outrageous.
Is Putin a rational actor? What does our intelligence folks tell you?
I'm not going to comment on any specific intelligence. But what we do know is that over the last couple of years, Putin has been more and more isolated. He's not been in the Kremlin for the most part. He's been down at his place in Sochi or at his dacha outside of Moscow. And when you are an authoritarian leader and you have less and less inputs, and you're only hearing from people that want to say to the boss, hey, you're right, I think that leads to miscalculation. And I think that is what has happened in the case of his invasion in Ukraine.
All right, our thanks to Chuck Todd for that. And coming up on Morning News Now, the power of prayer, how communities across the U.S. are turning to faith amid the war in Ukraine. That's after the break.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The crisis in Ukraine has left many around the world stunned that an act of aggression of this magnitude could happen right now in Europe. That feeling of shock has turned into a push to support Ukraine and everything it's now fighting to defend. Here's senior national correspondent Kate Snow with more.
As the world tries to absorb what's happening in Ukraine, we've seen so much support and prayers for those who are suffering.
At the Boyne Chapel in the center of Lviv, one lone man saying a prayer, lighting a candle with his son. As Ukrainians prayed, millions of strangers were also praying for them. From Chicago's St. Nicholas Ukrainian Catholic Church to Silver Spring, Maryland's St. Andrew's Ukrainian Orthodox Cathedral.
Can't we just live and let live?
New York's Archbishop Timothy Dolan attending Mass with a Ukrainian congregation. The governor of Ohio, home to a large number of Ukrainian Americans, declaring a statewide day of prayer for Ukraine.
Ukrainians are strong.
In New York City, a crowd gathering to show their support for Ukrainian civilians caught in a nightmare.
We all need to stand together.
In the nation's capital, more solidarity. A scene repeated in Chicago and Boston. And at the Vatican, Pope Francis saw the sea of Ukrainian flags below his window and greeted them in Ukrainian. Even Saturday Night Live paused to pay tribute, opening the show with the Ukrainian chorus Dumka of New York.
The world is watching and praying as this crisis plays out, and there are more demonstrations and rallies planned from Chicago to New York and beyond.
All right, Kate Snow, thank you so much.
Does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Let's get straight to the latest on the situation in Ukraine. Fighting rages on across the Eastern European nation, leading to a new week of heightened tensions. Happening this morning, delegations from both Russia and Ukraine are holding negotiations at a location on the border of Belarus. But Ukrainian President Zelensky has his doubts that the talks will lead to peace. He released a video statement just hours ago calling on Russian forces to, quote, drop their vehicles and leave, then announcing ex-military prisoners will be freed if they join the fight. This all comes amid intensifying rhetoric from Moscow. Russian President Vladimir Putin shocked the Western world Sunday by ordering his nuclear forces to be on high alert as allied sanctions rattle Russia's economy. UN officials harshly condemning the latest escalation as they ready for yet another emergency meeting today.
This is another escalatory and unnecessary step that threatens us all. We urge Russia to tone down its dangerous rhetoric regarding nuclear weapons.
Meanwhile, the White House is readying a proposal for billions in economic and military aid for Ukraine. Democratic leadership is anticipating bipartisan support.
We stand in solidarity. America stands, the entire West stands in solidarity with the Ukrainian people, and we are doing everything we can to send them the aid that they need.
In Europe, we're learning of similar plans now in the works for aid as the EU imposes a sweeping ban on Russian aircraft from its airspace. This morning, our chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel begins our coverage from the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv.
As Russian troops face unanticipated setbacks and losses in Ukraine, President Vladimir Putin is waving his biggest sword, putting his nuclear weapons on high alert. As Russian troops push ahead with their massive assault against Ukraine's major cities, breaking into Kharkiv before being repelled, destroying an oil depot near Kiev, and attacking the city with more airstrikes overnight. In Kiev this morning, we saw the aftermath of what Ukrainian soldiers tell us was a Russian assault they managed to stop.
His truck was clearly carrying a lot of ammunition. All around here, there are thousands and thousands of burned out bullets. So this went up with an enormous bang.
Ukrainian troops are surprising the world with their resistance and resilience. Ukrainians lining up for food remain in good spirits.
We are okay. We are calm and we have a lot of resolve.
Ukrainian troops have managed to slow down the advance of one of the most powerful armies in the world. Putin's blitz isn't going to plan. Ukrainian troops claim to have blown up more than 700 Russian armored vehicles, around 150 tanks, and dozens of helicopters and aircraft. And they say they've killed around 5,000 Russian troops, while 300 Ukrainian civilians have been killed. The government hasn't released information about military losses. Ukraine's President Zelensky, who's been speaking several times a day to keep his people united and show he's still in control, this morning said, "We stand firm. We have survived more than others have withstood in decades." Speaking in Russian, he called on Russian troops to drop their weapons and leave. Russia is advancing along 3 lines of attack, from the north to Kiev, the east to Kharkiv, and from the south to Mariupol. 3 routes that need resupply, and Russian logistics appear to be failing. Russian armored vehicles have been running out of gas, some stopping dead in their tracks by the roadside. A Ukrainian pulled up to one, recording. "Did you break down?" he asked Russian soldiers. "No diesel," one replies. "I can only tow you back to Moscow," the Ukrainian responds. But Putin still has a lot of military might to throw at Ukraine, with 1/3 of Russia's troops surrounding the country yet to be sent into battle. And outside of Kiev now is this menacing Russian convoy, a mile long, in striking distance of the city.
All right, our thanks to Richard Engel for that report.
Over in western Ukraine, the mass exodus of civilians fleeing the country is growing, with thousands seen boarding trains to neighboring Poland. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas joins us now from the city of Lviv with more on this. Tom, good morning to you.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. You can see just behind us people gathering here in the town of Lviv. This is the last major city before you head west towards Poland. The problem is there's not a lot of trains heading towards Poland, so you have thousands of people waiting here. These people in the yellow vest you see, they're trying to help out because it can be at times a chaotic situation. Right now they're handing out food and water, sometimes coffee. There's also some wood that's been chopped up that they're planning to start setting some bonfires because it's freezing out here. It's around 30 degrees, and people are waiting, some of them days, to get out. The problem is, like I said, there's only 1 or 2 trains that comes every hour. They're packed with people. There's no tickets left, so you have to sort of force your way on. And a lot of times, the people that are on these trains are women and children because the men obviously are staying back to fight. When you speak to people out here, everyone has the same mission. They're just trying to get out.
Dramatic scenes unfolding near the western city of Lviv as desperate Ukrainians try to find a way out of the country. Traffic heading towards the Polish border backed up more than 20 miles as tens of thousands, including families with children, are trying to board trains and even flee on foot ahead of a feared Russian advance.
I don't want to see our boys and girls die for.
While thousands more prepare to defend their homes, the mayor of Lviv telling me how he plans to do it.
It is our land. We must protect our city, our country.
When you say that you are ready, do you mean that you actually have a weapon?
Yes.
What do you have?
We preparing a special cocktail, Molotov cocktail for Russian troops.
Workers at this brewery now producing Molotov cocktails instead of beer. The explosives meant to help protect barricades here and in the capital of Kyiv. Refugee agencies estimate hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians have already fled into Poland and other neighboring countries. Millions more could soon follow. Some have been waiting here for days, including Svetlana Pugach and her 9-year-old son David. When missiles rained down on her city of Kharkiv, she shot this video in the dead of night. By daybreak, the reality had become clear. Her home, her neighborhood, gone.
It's destroyed. Russia destroyed all.
Even little David understands this war, describing Russia's leader to me.
Putin monster.
Putin is a monster.
Yes.
He killed us.
Svetlana and David have spent days on the move, sleeping in churches and train stations. She won't stop till she finds safety. Her mission is clear.
I must save my child. I must save him.
And David and Svetlana are not an isolated case. There are families all over this country that are trying to get out. And just to give you an idea of the number of refugees that are leaving, a couple of days ago it was about 150,000. Now it's 400,000, more than that. There's probably hundreds of thousands of more, if not millions, that are going to try to get out. It's an incredibly sad situation. If you're asking yourself, why is it taking so long for all these people to get out if all these countries are offering aid to the people of Ukraine? The reality is that every single person has to be registered, so that's why you're seeing those long lines at the border crossings. Joe, back to you.
All right, Tom, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
All right, another member of our team is headed toward Lviv, who we will check in with in a little bit, Matt Bradley, as he's actually on the road right now. But right now at the White House, the Biden administration is working to send military and humanitarian aid into Ukraine. It comes as the U.S. and allies levy sweeping new sanctions against Russia. But again, this morning, there are calls to do more. Here's our White House correspondent, Peter Alexander. Hey, Peter, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. The world is increasingly united in its efforts to isolate and to punish Russia. This morning, President Biden's going to speak from the Situation Room with key allies and partners about the latest developments. Also this morning, in the next couple of hours, the UN General Assembly, 193 countries in all, will meet for a rare emergency session to condemn the Russian invasion. With fighting now in its 5th day, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations is vowing the U.S. and its allies will keep ramping up sanctions on Russia until it backs down.
To the Russian officers and soldiers, I say, the world is watching. We will not let atrocities slide.
The Biden administration announcing another $350 million in military aid for Ukraine, including anti-armor and anti-aircraft systems.
One thing I think that Putin thought he could do was split NATO, creating a great aperture for him to be able to walk through. And that hasn't happened.
Facing pressure to do more, the U.S. now, with the buy-in of Europe, is expelling some Russian banks from the SWIFT financial system, effectively barring them from international financial transactions. Part of an effort U.S. officials say will send the ruble into freefall. But some critics want the administration to go even farther.
They say they've sanctioned 80% of the banks in Russia. Well, Vladimir Putin controls 100% of the banks in Russia.
Former American diplomats who've met with Putin over the years say in recent days he's become increasingly unhinged. NATO chief Jens Stoltenberg, who's speaking with President Biden today, telling NBC News Ukraine needs continued support as more Russian troops are coming.
I'd like to commend President Biden and the U.S. for stepping up. I also think that we need to have a more long-term adjustment, adaptation of NATO, responding to this new normal, the new security reality in Europe.
The U.S. is also sending Ukraine more humanitarian aid, $54 million worth of emergency food, clean water, and thermal blankets. Across the U.S., a growing backlash against Russian-made or branded products. The governors of 4 states banning vodka sales from state-run liquor stores. But the move is largely symbolic, because few brands still produce their vodka in Russia, and some now distill it right here in the U.S. And just within the last hour, the U.S. has announced that it is cutting off the Russian central bank from accessing any assets either in the U.S. or in U.S. dollars. According to officials here, it is an effort to undermine one of Russia's key tools to blunt the impact of the hard-hitting financial sanctions so far. Joe and Savannah.
All right, Peter Alexander from the White House for us. Thank you so much.
Let's go to NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons now in Moscow. So, Keir, another development. Secretary of State Blinken just announced the voluntary departure of some employees at the U.S. Embassy in Moscow. He's also suspending operations at the U.S. Embassy in Belarus. So what are you learning about these decisions, and what does it tell us about the current situation?
Yeah, we've just had this statement by Secretary Blinken. I'm looking down because I'm just going to read some of it to you. The U.S. Department of State has suspended operations at our embassy in Minsk, Belarus, and authorized the voluntary departure of non-emergency employees and families from our embassy in Moscow. I mean, look, anyone can see that that just is an indication of how tense the situation is, that the U.S. would remove diplomatic staff from Belarus and also allowed, and I think how you understand this is that effectively diplomatic staff here in Moscow, if they want to leave, they can leave. I think it's just an indication of frankly what we already know, which is that this is a very, very tense standoff.
And Keir, let's talk about another big headline this morning. Russia seeing the devastating consequences of the sanctions. Russia's currency, the ruble, dropped nearly 30% against the U.S. dollar. That's the lowest in history. Yeah. What is the mood like in Moscow?
Yeah, look, I mean, there has been protests through the weekend and honestly growing signs of panic. We've heard about people stocking up on groceries, on medicine, about ATMs running out of cash. The Kremlin spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, in a briefing to Russian and Western journalists this morning, accepting that the sanctions are heavy, that they are problematic, in his own words, but at the same time saying that Russia will get through it. Look, there is a kind of a split screen in terms of Russian public opinion. There are those particularly who watch state television, the older generation particularly, who still support President Putin, who believe what's being said on the television. When we were out on the streets of Moscow today, one man held up a thumbs up and said Putin is a world leader, but others are clearly frightened.
And Keir, let's talk about Putin's decision to put his nuclear deterrent forces on high alert. This means the country's nuclear weapons are ready for launch if needed. What are you learning about Putin's decision to escalate tensions even more? Do we know why he's doing it?
Yeah, we have had a little bit more information from the Russian Ministry of Defense. just in the past hour or so, suggesting that what it appears to be is that they are adding more staff and putting them on a higher level of duty, particularly surrounding Russia's strategic nuclear weapons. Now, that is clearly a calibrated move. It isn't, it's a threat. We know that President Putin has been deeply threatening, mentioning Russia's nuclear deterrent, but it has not been something, but it is clearly not, if you like, that they are kind of ready with the button, to put it that way. And I think we have to just kind of put it into context like that.
All right, Keir Simmons in Moscow. Keir, thanks so much.
Now, a member of our team is heading toward Lviv today. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley, as you can see, is on the road currently to western Ukraine this morning. Matt, good morning. Thank you for being with us. You've recently been reporting from the east of the country, places like Kharkiv. Your reporting has been nothing short of stunning and powerful, as we've seen what's unfolding right around you. I mean, this is some of the areas that have endured the heaviest fighting so far. What are you seeing as you cross the country from east to west right now? I understand just recently, I think when we were going to go to you moments ago, you were at some type of checkpoint. What is that process like? Are the roads safe as you travel across the country? Tell us what you're seeing.
Well, thank you, Savannah, for those kind words. Yeah, we were just recently in Kharkiv, which is now seeing some of the most brutal fighting of the war, street fighting essentially, and shelling. We're seeing some information on social media with videos saying that there could be the use of cluster munitions, which would be tantamount to a war crime. We can't say that yet, but we're seeing videos. It is very ugly right now in Kharkiv. We're glad that we left when we could. We traveled from Kharkiv down to Dnipro, which is where we found ourselves this morning. Now we're bolting across the country, headed towards Lviv, as you mentioned. But, I have to say, we're now in the heartland. We're just crossing this railroad tracks right here. We've been seeing throughout our journey checkpoints, but for the most part, we're seeing pristine Ukrainian countryside. These checkpoints are manned by soldiers who I would have thought would be a little bit more tense. In fact, they're pretty relaxed, and for the most part, once we opened the door and we had a guy asking for our IDs, and when he found out we were British and American, he said, go Ukraine. It was very, very spirited, and I think that's where you find this country waking up on this Monday morning, now well into the 5th day of this fight. They're seeing themselves as winning. They're seeing themselves as having bested one of the most powerful militaries in the world, and they feel as though they can keep up the momentum. It's Russia's fight to lose, and they feel like they have surprised and impressed the world. And really, they've surprised and impressed me. I didn't know that they would make it this long.
Yeah, I mean, Matt, I think they absolutely have surprised and impressed the world. I think we're all, just watching in awe of the resilience of these people who have turned into soldiers overnight. I mean, let's talk about what could happen next, and also what you're hearing in terms of what these people hope for. Let's talk about the negotiations between Russia and Ukraine. I mean, are there hopes at all for some kind of ceasefire? And is anyone that you're talking to looking for that, or are they just standing in resilience, ready to take on whatever comes?
Well, as we saw from President Zelensky, who's been making President Vladimir Zelensky, who's now his popularity is sky high, and we've seen that actually in published surveys. He's at 91% popularity. When he announced that there were going to be these negotiations in the Pripyat Oblast, which is right near Belarus, the Pripyat River, right near the border with Belarus, he actually announced, when he was saying this to the country, he said that he wasn't optimistic. And we know that Moscow isn't optimistic because they sent underlings to this negotiations, whereas the Ukrainian side sent their defense minister. So it seems as though nobody is investing much in this, but let's face it, the Ukrainians feel as though they do not have to go hat in hand to the Kremlin and ask for mercy. They think, as I just said, that they've bested one of the most powerful armies in the world. They think that they've got the Russians on the run. And they may be right, though we can't go out and check exactly. We've heard from Vladimir Zelensky, they've killed about 4,500, 4,300 Russian soldiers. Just to give you guys a sense of what that means, the U.S. lost about 4,300 American soldiers during their 18-year war and occupation in Iraq. So 4,300 or 4,500 soldiers in just 4 days of fighting would be an extraordinary loss on on the side of the Russians and would mean that that Russian side is demoralized and essentially badly defeated. So if the Russians can send in more reinforcements to bolster their lines and hold the lines, that might change the story. Guys?
All right, Matt Bradley, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us as you travel across this country. Please stay safe, and really thank you to your whole team that's in that car with you right now for the incredible, powerful reporting you are doing on the ground. Stay safe, and we'll talk to you soon.
Now, additional military aid from the U.S. will support Ukrainian troops who have so far succeeded in keeping control of Ukraine's major cities.
But after 4 days of heavy fighting, Russian forces are staged around Kyiv, prepared for a renewed assault on the capital.
Joining us now, NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce and Jason Beardsley, National Executive Director of the Association of the U.S. Navy. Good morning to both of you. Dan, as we speak, this Russian advance is stalled outside Kyiv and elsewhere in other parts of Ukraine. So is this a measure of the Ukrainian resistance, or are Russian forces simply gathering themselves, getting ready for another push?
Joe, I think it's definitely a case of Ukrainian resistance, a fierce resistance and defense that has really taken the Russians by surprise, I think. And you see them really suffering setbacks. The Russians still don't have domination in the air. The Ukrainians are still able to fly aircraft and use their air defenses. And they've kind of disrupted the Russian supply lines by taking out some of their fuel tankers. But on the other hand, obviously, the Russians have a lot of firepower they still have not employed, and troops they have not yet sent into, particularly around the area in Kyiv. There are signs that more reinforcements are coming. And so really now I think what we need to look for is tragically more loss of life. If the Russians want to seize control of some of these cities, particularly the capital, Kyiv, they're going to have to probably use more firepower, and that's going to mean more bloodshed.
Jason, let's bring you in here now. This is the 5th day of fighting. When you look at these maps so far of Russia's attack routes and targets, where they're coming into the country, for example, from Belarus was their road down to Kyiv. What are you learning about their overall strategy? And then as you do see this pushback from Ukrainian fighters, what do you think about what's to come and their ability to hold them off?
Yeah, great question. Thanks for having me. What you see with the many routes into this invasion is a lot of lines of access that actually require heavy supply lines from 3 and 4 different axes of invasion. That has actually, that meets with Soviet doctrine from the old days. They attack on many fronts, penetrate to the interior. They bypass hard targets, surround them, and then pound them with artillery. That's kind of their classic playbook. But what you've seen in the last week unfold is as they penetrated to the interior, they're running out of supply lines. This is part of the stance outside of Kyiv is only part of the resistance, but it's also partly due to the bad military Russian forces that are on the ground. They're not well trained. They weren't ready. They didn't know they were going to be part of this invasion for the large part. And now you've got tanks strung out for 80 miles that can't get to fuel. Your other guest mentions the fuel supply lines. Don't forget, we tried this in Baghdad. We tried this in Kabul, and we had hundreds and hundreds of thousands, twice and 3 times as many as the Russians have brought in. And people seem to forget that taking a city, a major capital city in a war looks a lot more like Dresden than it does what we're seeing here. And if they're not willing to slaughter 80,000 people, I don't see them taking Kyiv, at least not by practical stance. They can occupy it, they can put their tanks in there, but they cannot particularly secure the city without something extraordinary happening, and I don't see that.
Let's talk about what's happening outside of Ukraine. Dan, as we've been talking about all morning, Putin has ordered his nuclear forces on high alert. It's a move that makes it easier to launch those weapons quickly, unprecedented really in the post-Cold War era. How does it change things for Ukraine and neighboring countries? And what should we know about the U.S. and the West's response to this move?
It's obviously a worrisome announcement, but it's not totally unusual from Putin, and it's very typical of authoritarian regimes to threaten and try to intimidate when they are feeling pressure. And Russia feels a lot of pressure right now, and things are not going according to plan. We did have more news out of Moscow this morning from the Russian military, as we've heard from our colleagues there, and it does seem to be that this order is being carried out, so it would make the launch of nuclear weapons easier in theory. But I think the U.S. officials still view this as bluster. They view this as a typical kind of move from Putin's playbook, again, to lash out in the fashion of an authoritarian. But the U.S. has not responded and is not at all threatening similar moves on this side.
All right, Dan and Jason, we appreciate your reporting both. Thank you so much. And coming up, continuing coverage of the crisis in Ukraine.
We're going to bring you a voice from the ground, an American living abroad, his experiences as the violence continues.
And if you have any questions on the conflict in Ukraine, send them to us. Email morningnewsnow@NBCUNI.com, and they could be answered live on air. We will be right back.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News, streaming free now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we reported earlier, thousands of Ukrainians are boarding trains to get out of the country.
But as the Russian military advances, some people, including some Americans, are staying put, at least for now. Joel Wasserman is an American living in Ukraine. He joins us now from the western city of Lviv. Joel, thank you so much for taking the time to join us right now. And first, just tell us a little bit about yourself, what brought you to Ukraine, how long you've been living there, and what it's been like.
Okay, so my name is Joel Wasserman. I've been living in Ukraine for just about 4 years now. I initially came to Ukraine to do volunteer English teaching, particularly with veterans of the war that began in Donbass in 2014. I've built a life here providing various English language services. I moved out to Lviv in anticipation of a situation like this happening about a month ago. And I am here to offer whatever help I can as a knowledgeable American who speaks both local languages. And yeah, to just do what I can.
So you're in what's a safer part of Ukraine. We've seen many members of our team reporting from Lviv. We know many refugees are getting to Lviv, then leaving the country. What has your experience been like so far during this conflict?
My experience has been one of simply tremendous awe for the discipline, the steadfastness, the defiance of the Ukrainian people. The situation in Lviv is nervous but under control. You walk in the streets of the center. You see the streets were easily cleared of snow from the snow last night. The dumpsters are being emptied. Some of the more durable goods in grocery stores are off the shelves, but there has been an absolutely astounding movement of volunteers connecting via channels on Telegram and other social networks to mobilize provisions of medicine, provisions of housing, provisions of protective equipment and food. The way that Ukrainian people have responded is simply just it's beyond words. And your viewers should remember that this is not the first time that they've done this. The Ukrainian people mounted a similar effort in 2014 and 2015 when the Russians invaded into Donbass. Now the Russian aggressor has attacked the entire country, and the Ukrainian people are working as hard as they can to assist the victims of the aggressor and deal death to the aggressor.
Absolutely. Joel, it's incredible that you are there offering help, and we wish that you stay safe. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
Thank you, Joel.
Thank you.
Coming up, continuing coverage of the crisis in Ukraine. Everything you need to know this morning.
Plus, we have other news to get to this morning. A crucial political test for Texas as the effects of one of the country's most restrictive voting laws enters the spotlight for the first time. And it's deadline day for negotiations between the MLB team owners and the league players. It's not looking good. What a no deal could mean for the upcoming season. Next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We are going to keep bringing you the latest on Ukraine this morning.
Russia is now facing the consequences of heavy sanctions as a result of invading Ukraine. Russia's central bank and stock market are closed today after the ruble, Russia's currency, plunged to its lowest level against the U.S. dollar in history. Russian President Vladimir Putin is reacting to all of this, with the Kremlin saying the sanctions are heavy and problematic, but that Russia can compensate for the damage. As Russia refuses to back down, the number of people fleeing Ukraine grows. The United Nations says more than 500,000 Ukrainians have now left the country. Ukraine is pushing for a ceasefire, and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he will release prisoners with military experience to join the fight against Russia. He's also asking the European Union for immediate membership, a move that could bring even more aid into the country and build more ties between Ukraine and the West, something that Russia has been strongly against.
We will, of course, continue to monitor all developments in Ukraine right now, and we'll have more just ahead. But there is some other news we want to get to this morning as well.
Yeah, voters in Texas are going to be heading to the polls tomorrow for primary day. It's going to be the first time voters there will experience the effects of that restrictive election bill passed by the Republican-controlled legislature last year. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now from Houston with more on this. So, Antonia, bring us up to speed on these new voting rules and how we got here.
Good morning, Joe. It's a new election landscape here since the passage of SB 1. And this new election law does a number of things. It ended 24-hour voting. It ended drive-through voting. Those are measures that were really popular in communities like Houston, where I am now, where a lot of voters who worked odd hours or were dealing with pressures through the pandemic took advantage of those measures to vote. It adds new freedoms and movement for partisan poll watchers, and that's something that's concerning to people who are nervous about potential confrontations at the polls. And then most critically, it made changes to mail-in voting. So when people now mail-in voted this cycle during early voting, they had to submit the exact identification number or social security number that they used the very first time they registered to vote here in Texas. And that has proved to be very challenging for elderly voters who registered decades ago. And so right now, some voting advocates are concerned that there's a pool of voters who are simply not going to get their votes counted in time for Election Day, while Republicans are arguing that these rules were necessary to ensure that people don't cheat this cycle. Take a listen to what some of the Republican leaders in the state have said.
The Texas law, it does make it easier than ever before for anybody to go cast a ballot. It does also, however, make sure that it is harder for people to cheat at the ballot box in Texas.
I don't want to hear this nonsense and the lies that we continually hear that it's tough to vote in Texas. Texas turns out voters because they have confidence that our elections are always going to be fair, and Senate Bill 1 will give them even more confidence.
The concern now is that for voters who may have had their ballots rejected during early voting in the mail-in voting process, that if they haven't heard that their ballot was rejected or they're confused about that, that they won't show up on primary day and get their vote counted now, Joe.
So, Antonia, talk to us about some of the challenges to the law that we've seen just over the last couple months.
Well, really the most important challenge that happened just a couple weeks ago originated here in Harris County in Houston from the elections administrator here, Isabel Longoria. She brought a First Amendment challenge to SB 1 and was actually successful. So her challenge attacked a portion of the law that would have made it impossible for elections administrators and election workers to solicit or encourage people to take advantage of mail-in voting. And so election workers became extremely nervous that they were going to get criminal charges for doing something like, say, tweeting information about mail-in voting or telling an elderly person that they can take advantage of mail-in voting. And now that measure is no longer in place, was put on hold by a judge. So elections workers were given a little bit more freedom in that regard.
All right, Joe? Antonia Hilton reporting from Houston. Thank you so much.
Major League Baseball owners and the Players Union are set to meet today for the 8th consecutive day in Florida. Both sides are looking to salvage opening day of the regular season as a months-long lockout drags on. Today is the deadline that MLB has self-imposed on the union to come to a consensus on the league's latest collective bargaining agreement. If no deal is in place, MLB has said it would begin canceling regular season games that would not be made up. Among the major sticking points, minimum salary for younger players, a new luxury tax for the league, as well as an expanded postseason. Opening day, as of right now, is scheduled for March 31st.
The Screen Actors Guild Awards, better known as the SAG Awards, took place last night, the first major televised awards of the season. Now, last year's ceremony was shortened and pre-recorded because of COVID. This time around, things felt a lot closer to normal. Celebrities walking the red carpet, accepting statues, and celebrating some history-making wins.
Award season is
Hollywood's biggest stars gathering Sunday for the SAG Awards. Actors honoring other actors in the first major televised award show of the season.
It is so good to see you in person. Thank you all for being here.
The big TV winners, Succession, Ted Lasso, and the South Korean drama Squid Game. The actors Lee Jung-jae and Jung Ho-yeon winning for their performances.
And I love you, my Squid Game crew.
Dame Helen Mirren accepted a Lifetime Achievement Award, sharing this advice to young actors.
Be on time and don't be an ass.
On the film side, Jessica Chastain won for The Eyes of Tammy Faye, and Will Smith took the lead performance prize for King Richard, his portrayal of Venus and Serena Williams' father.
That may have been one of the greatest moments of my career just now.
But amid the awards, there were somber moments.
And while tonight is a celebration, we are all at the same time holding a place in our hearts for the people of Ukraine.
My heart is with our international family all over the world.
Given the subject matter.
An emotional Michael Keaton, who won for his role in Dope Sick, a miniseries about the opioid crisis, dedicated his award to his nephew, who died from addiction.
This is for my nephew, Michael.
Coda! The night's top film prize went to the cast of Coda, a historic win for the coming-of-age film about a deaf family and their hearing daughter.
This validates the fact that we, deaf actors, can work just like anybody else. We look forward to more opportunities for deaf actors, deaf culture. Thank you.
And earlier in the night, there was another historic win for Coda. Troy Kotsur was named Best Supporting Actor, the first deaf man to win that award. He's also nominated for an Oscar for his performance in the film. Many look to the SAG Awards as a preview for what could come at the Oscars. I think Coda got some momentum there, and I think Troy Kotsur might be winning an Oscar in a few weeks from now, but we'll see.
Oh, you heard it here first.
There you
Look
go.
at that. All right, coming up, we'll continue our coverage of the latest developments out of Ukraine, including questions about whether NATO should be doing more. NBC News sat down with the Secretary General. We'll bring you some of that interview after the break.
Plus, a social media crackdown on disinformation, campaigns targeting Ukrainians online, how Facebook and Twitter are fighting against Russian propaganda. Next.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
People say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press election
tonight's special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
The escalating tension between Ukraine and Russia.
They worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news. NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The ongoing situation in Ukraine is having a huge impact on the world's economy.
Silvana Henao joins us now with a look at what industries are being impacted and how some companies are responding. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. We'll start with Wall Street because it is set to open in the red this morning. Investors are assessing the ripple effects of the crisis in Ukraine and the new round of sanctions on Russia, which actually include cutting off some banks from international payment and messaging system. The ruble hitting a record low versus the dollar, even as Russia's central bank more than doubles a key interest rate to 20%. The central bank also deciding not to open the Moscow Stock Exchange for trading today. Oil prices are higher, with the international benchmark Brent crude back above $100 a barrel and U.S. crude around $96. This all amid ongoing concerns about disruptions to Russia's energy industry. British oil giant BP announcing it will exit its 20% stake in Russia's largest energy company, Rosneft. BP has operated in Russia for more than 30 years. And the CEO of Airbnb tweeting this morning the company is working with hosts to house up to 100,000 refugees fleeing from Ukraine for free. Brian Chesky says the greatest need is for more people who can offer their homes in nearby countries, including Poland, Germany, Hungary, and Romania. More than 360,000 refugees have left Ukraine since Russia launched its attack last week, guys.
All right. Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
And now, in an exclusive interview with NBC News this morning, the NATO Secretary General praised the U.S. response to Russian aggression while establishing just how far NATO will go to defend Ukraine. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman has that interview. He joins us now from NATO's headquarters in Brussels. Josh, good morning. So let's talk through some of this. First, starting with just sort of reminding our viewers that NATO is this military alliance, meaning member states have to come to each other's defense. That's that Article 5 people have probably been hearing about. But Ukraine is not part of that treaty, though they had asked to be. But NATO's under a lot of pressure right now to do more to help Ukraine. One thing that's being thrown out there is enforcing a no-fly zone in the country. So a couple questions for you here. First, I know you posed that question to the Secretary General, so I want to hear what they said. But also just kind of remind our viewers of the nuance here, because we are funding a lot of Ukraine's defense, sending in weapons. So at what point does that constitute something that would become an issue versus sending troops actually in on the ground?
It's a fantastic question, Savannah, and it is really the one that NATO is struggling to come up with the right balance right now, even as they are calling on NATO member nations to step up, provide more very lethal weaponry. We're talking about anti-tank missiles, anti-aircraft missiles that the U.S., Germany, other NATO members are now sending to Ukraine to help them defend themselves against Russia's military, but at the same time being very clear that is not going to mean NATO troops on the ground fighting Russians in Ukraine, which would, of course, bring the U.S. and NATO into a direct military conflict with one of the largest nuclear armed powers in the world. And that's why, even though we are hearing a lot of Ukraine supporters saying that it would be very helpful for NATO to make it impossible for Russian war planes to fly in Ukraine, that is not on the table. Take a listen to what Secretary General Stoltenberg had to tell me about the idea of a no-fly zone. There are growing calls for NATO to enforce a no-fly zone over Ukraine. Can you rule that out as a possibility?
We have no intentions of moving into Ukraine, neither on the ground or in the airspace. I think we have to understand that it's a brutal conflict that is taking place in Ukraine now. At the same time, we have a responsibility to make sure that this doesn't spiral out of control and escalate even further and becomes a full-fledged war in Europe involving NATO allies.
When it comes to airspace, though, we did have a related move over the weekend here in Brussels, also home to the European Union, which is now banning Russian jets from using European airspace as they try to increase the penalties on Russia for its invasion, Savannah.
And actually, we've just heard recently that Russia has decided to essentially answer that by closing its airspace to 36 countries. That just happened recently. Yeah. Now, we've been covering, of course, Putin's decision that sort of sounded off some alarm bells to put his nuclear forces on high alert, increase their readiness to launch, essentially. What did the Secretary General have to say about that move?
Well, he was very cautious in his remarks about Putin's comments about the nuclear armed forces because, of course, they don't want to cause people undue alarm. And the Russians have a long history of sable rattling around their nuclear forces, posturing, trying to remind everyone around the world that they have nuclear weapons, even if it seems unlikely that they would choose to use them, knowing what the consequences of that would be. Here's what Stoltenberg had to say when I asked him about Putin's decision to put those nuclear forces on high alert.
It's a reckless and dangerous decision by Russia to put their nuclear forces on high alert. There's no reason for that. NATO is no threat to Russia. We are increasing the presence of NATO troops, US troops, other European troops in the eastern part of the alliance to make sure that there's no room for any miscalculation in Moscow about our readiness to protect and defend all allies. But this is defensive.
And so you've also seen the U.S., NATO, the other countries that are in NATO that have nuclear weapons, such as the French, keeping away at this point from going on to a higher posture related to their nuclear weapons. Nobody wants to raise the stakes of this into something that could quickly become a nuclear war.
Josh Letterman from NATO headquarters in Brussels. Josh, great interview. Thank you so much. Important context we need right now.
It's not just traditional weapons. Evidence is mounting that Russia and its allies are also using social media to spread propaganda targeting Ukrainians. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent joins us now with more on this. Joe, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. You know, they're being called covert influence operations. Facebook and Twitter disclosing to us here at NBC News that fake accounts and hackers linked to Russia and Belarus targeted Ukrainians on social media over the weekend. And it spread across many of the platforms that you're using every single day.
The violence on the ground inside Ukraine is expanding to a new battlefront. Cyberspace, putting tech companies like Facebook and Twitter on defense. The social media giants telling NBC News they've removed accounts and pages of 2 pro-Russian networks believed to be targeting Ukrainians online.
These actors, what they're essentially trying to do is undermine trust in the Ukrainian government, suggest that it's a failed state, suggest that the war is going very poorly for Ukraine, or to praise the work of Russian actors.
Meta, the parent company of Facebook, says it's already removed 40 accounts, pages, and groups that put up posts like these, posing as phony news sites on Facebook and Instagram, using fake profile pictures like these. Meta did not know how long the users behind these accounts have been active, but does believe the group is linked to other trolls who have spread disinformation about the 2020 U.S. presidential election and the COVID vaccine.
The U.S. government has identified the groups linked to these attacks as Russian disinformation propagandists before. Facebook has taken down their stuff before. Why did this happen again?
They will always try to come back because we know they're determined. And so the trick is to catch them early and to make sure that they aren't able to spread their message.
Twitter tells NBC News it's permanently banned accounts that attempted to disrupt the public conversation around the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, adding that its investigation is ongoing. Separately, Facebook also says it's removed a group of hackers linked to a known hacking group in Belarus that logged into accounts using email addresses belonging to members of the Ukrainian military, politicians, and journalists. This social media warfare is unfolding as the world witnesses harrowing first-person accounts, bringing outsiders closer to war than perhaps any conflict in history.
What do you think the chances are that Americans will be targeted next as the invasion continues?
For the last 2 to 3 days, we just have not seen very many efforts to target Western audiences. That could change, and it's not as easy as spinning up a network of fake accounts overnight, though.
So you think it's unlikely?
I think it's unlikely.
So, Joe, Facebook says these groups do not appear to be targeting American accounts yet, echoing what you just reported there. Is there anything still, though, that social media users can do to protect themselves?
Yeah, it's called social media hygiene, Joe. You want to always be skeptical of what you're seeing online and where it comes from. If it looks sketchy, it probably is. Experts recommend turning on two-factor authentication for your accounts. You know, those texts or those emails that you get to log in. You get that little code sent to you. And of course, set completely different passwords for your email and social media. I know this sounds obvious, but a lot of us are not doing that. And of course, adjust your security settings. You can lock your profile on Facebook, set those security reminders on Instagram. Do that housekeeping so you don't have to worry as much when something bad may or may not happen.
Social media hygiene just as important as all the other types of hygiene. All right, Joe, thanks so much for those tips. Appreciate it.
Coming up, it's one of humanity's most basic yet compassionate gestures, feeding the hungry.
We're going to show you how one organization is helping those who need it in Eastern Europe. That story next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment, your moment.
Welcome back. We've been seeing the images of hundreds of thousands of refugees fleeing Ukraine, many without a place to go or even food to eat.
World Central Kitchen, the nonprofit founded by Chef Jose Andres, is on the ground in Poland supporting families in need. And joining us now is the CEO of World Central Kitchen, Nate Mook, who is at the Poland-Ukraine border. Thank you so much for joining us right now. Before we get into the amazing work your organization is doing, tell us about what you are seeing on the ground where you are.
Absolutely. So right now I am in the town of Zemszów. We're just outside of the border crossing, the Medica border crossing between Ukraine and Poland. And we're just in a shopping mall parking lot right here. This is a waypoint. A number of refugees, after they cross into Poland, they get on buses, they get brought here. There's volunteers that have set up different supplies, and everybody's kind of figuring out what's next. It's a bit chaotic. You know, nobody really knows where to go from here. Some get on trains, some try to find other transportation. So, you know, things are just starting to come together, but this community is very overwhelmed with the number of refugees coming in, but also there's incredible support from all over or Poland that's centralizing to respond.
Hearing about that support has just been so heartening. People coming to give people rides. And of course, what you're doing, and I know World Central Kitchen was actually started for situations just like this. How many meals have you provided for Ukrainian refugees at this point? And how are you able to do that? How are you operating in this country that is seeing this crisis unfold right at its border?
Yeah, so we've been serving tens of thousands of meals already. We're set up in a number of locations right on the border and some of the accommodation centers where refugees are being transported to, sometimes staying overnight before they figure out their next steps. We were able to activate very quickly here by working with local Polish partners. So we've got restaurants, catering companies, chefs that are helping us to produce meals. And then as we start to really get a sense of the scale of the need, we also will be establishing our own kitchen as needed and working with more partners. We also have restaurants and chefs operating within Ukraine as well in the cities of Lviv and Odessa to support those communities right now as they continue to be under attack. So really, it's a multi-pronged approach. We're just trying to be in as many places as possible. There are a number of border crossings here in Poland, and also we have teams on the ground in Romania and Moldova as well, and as of today in Hungary.
Nate, we only have a few seconds here, but how can people help you out?
The best way is to visit our website, wck.org. Follow World Central Kitchen on social media, Twitter, Instagram. Follow Chef Jose Andres, our founder. We're going to be constantly sharing updates of what we're seeing on the ground, the work that we're doing, the meals that we're serving. And it's the best way to see how you can get involved as well and support the efforts.
All right, Nate, we wish you all the best. Thank you for everything you are doing to help out. We'll make sure to keep in touch with you. And once again, we'll show our viewers, if you want to support World Central Kitchen and help Ukrainian refugees, you can donate at donate.wck.org. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Nuclear threat. Vladimir Putin putting his nuclear arsenal on high alert as Russia faces unexpected setbacks in Ukraine. How Ukrainians are successfully fending off one of the most powerful militaries in the world. Facing Congress, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson meeting with senators ahead of her Supreme Court confirmation fight. The challenges she faces with lawmakers on both sides. Sending a message. President Biden set to deliver his State of the Union address tomorrow night amid an all-out war in Ukraine. A first look at what to expect as he speaks to Congress. And way off base, this year's Major League Baseball season is in serious jeopardy. The face-off between the players' union and owners and the fast-approaching deadline for a deal. And good Monday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is on assignment. We begin with that breaking news, the ripple effect of Russia's invasion in Ukraine. New U.S. sanctions are now zeroing in on Russia's central bank. American citizens and companies can no longer do business with that bank. U.S. citizens in Russia are also being told to think about leaving immediately. Meanwhile, Russian and Ukrainian officials met face-to-face today in Belarus. This was billed as ceasefire talks, but Ukraine's president says he is not hopeful of a resolution. Fighting has also now been reported in Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv. One Ukrainian advisor said on social media dozens of people have been killed. We are also learning more about the rush to get out of Ukraine. The UN Refugee Agency saying more than 500,000 people have already left the country. We are covering every angle of this rapidly developing story. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Cal Perry. He is on the ground for us in Ukraine at this hour. Cal, walk us through this. What's the situation where you are, and what's the latest on this effort toward a ceasefire?
So I'm in the western part of the country here in the city of Lviv, which really has become a support city for the rest of the country. You have soldiers moving through this city to the east where there is heavy fighting, and you have civilians fleeing in this direction from the east, trying to head to the west, trying in many cases to get to Poland. As you said, heavy fighting throughout the weekend in the city of Kharkiv. We are watching video of Russian troops moving in behind armored personnel carriers, a pretty good indication that there is fierce urban fighting there. There's been a slight pause last night in the bombardment of of Kyiv. Important there for residents as they had at least a pause, though the concern is Russian troops are still moving in on that city en masse. Now, as I said, back to where I am here in the city of Lviv, we're able to talk to people who have just left those areas of fighting. I had a chance to speak a short time ago to a woman who fled the city of Kharkiv with her husband and her 8-year-old son. Here's a little bit of her story.
We were standing in traffic and we could just hear the sirens and we could hear the shelling and everything. And that was after the night when we actually saw shelling and we saw the explosions in Kiev from the place where we were staying.
This is very bad, and I please Putin and Russian people to stop this. And this is very bad. This is children, people. Без дому.
Without home.
Without home now. This is very bad. Putin, please stop this. This is very bad. This is very сложно. Difficult now.
And so you have an ever deteriorating humanitarian situation, especially at the Polish border, where some folks are waiting now more than 36 hours to cross. And Aaron, it is wet. It is cold out here. You're going to have more and more people sleeping outside as this conflict only widens.
I want to bring in Matt Bodner now. He is in Russia for us in Belgorod. Matt, I think you're there with us. I know the sanctions seem to be having an impact on Russia's economy at this point. What's happening right now?
Thank you, Aaron. Well, it's definitely an unprecedented situation on the Russian market, basically at all levels. For Russian citizens, there's, of course, great concern about the ruble, which is trading at some historic lows. There's been, reports in Moscow and other places of actual kind of currency runs where people are having to line up in certain areas to withdraw rubles. Russia's own currency. It's not like the dollar run we saw last week. So we're seeing that happen. There's a lot, I think, of just general anxiety about the state of the economy and the future. I'd say, sanctions have been kind of a part of Russian political life for 8 years since, along with this conflict in Ukraine. But we have not yet seen anything that I would argue has been so directly felt by the Russian public as the exchange rate at the high level, at the higher levels. We're seeing, the Kremlin for the first time directly admit that sanctions are a massive blow to the Russian economy and that they need to start taking measures to mitigate the impact of that. Previously, the narrative has always been sanctions don't bother us, but these ones clearly do. These ones are clearly making an impact, and we're just now starting to understand what that impact will be.
Matt, that city where you are, Belgorod, Russia, is not going to be a place that is familiar for most of our viewers. Talk to us about why you're there and what's happening.
Sure. So this is about 25 miles from the Russian-Ukrainian border. About 25 miles from that border is the city of Kharkiv, which, as you mentioned, is currently under Russian attack. We've seen a lot of harrowing videos out of that area today suggesting, that Russia has moved in a lot of very serious equipment and is starting to employ them against the city of Kharkiv. So we've been kind of trying to understand what is passing through here. Belgorod is basically one of the main logistical hubs for that Russian operation against Kharkiv. Yesterday, we saw a lot of fuel trucks moving in and out, but since then, they've kind of clamped down on independent cameras in the area, filming those movements. Aaron?
All right, Matt Bodner for us in Russia, Cal Perry in Ukraine today. Thank you both. Well, hundreds of thousands of people have already fled Ukraine, and the UN Refugee Agency says that number could reach millions. Ukrainian women and children are flocking to border crossings and train stations, as Cal Perry indicated. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas is in Lviv.
It's a horrific refugee crisis. This is one of the pressure points right here. This is the train station in Lviv, where very few trains are taking off for Poland. So there are thousands of Ukrainians here who have fled their homeland. They're trying to get something to eat because so many people have left and they didn't expect this to take so long. A lot of people are waiting for days to cross out of the country, and a lot of times they can't get into these European countries for a variety of reasons, including they're trying to register every single person that leaves this country. So it's leading to gridlock and backups. You can see, you notice a lot of women here, a lot of children. We've reported about this for several days now, how all the men of fighting age are staying back. A lot of times they'll take their families all the way to the border and they'll go back back to their hometowns and try to prepare for the war with the Russians. This is the train station right here. And as I said, there's about maybe 2 or 3 trains that run to Poland every 4 or 5 hours, but all of the seats are sold out. So it leads to a lot of confusion. People are pushing to get up onto the train tracks. And I'm going to walk around here. Our photographer, Bill Angelucci, is following me here. You can see once you come in here, there are just so many people hoping and praying to get on any kind of train outside of Ukraine to another part of Europe, but it's really impossible. It's incredible how patient the people are here, because you would think this would lead to utter chaos, and there is some pushing, there is some shoving, but people calm down, and a lot of Ukrainians are coming together to help each other out. If you think this looks dire, the scene at the border where I was at this weekend is even worse, the border of Poland and Ukraine, because you actually see women in tears there, and they're pushing up against the gates. Ukrainian border guards are holding the gates off before these people can come into Poland, and it's just sad because you see babies that are crying for hours. These mothers are holding them, and they're just trying to get to safety. People are just trying to get away from the Russian tanks, get away from the Russian soldiers. They have no idea what's left.
Tom Llamas there in Lviv. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli now. Mike, I want to start with this newest set of sanctions on Russia. Break it down for us. What exactly is being targeted here?
Well, Aaron, we've already seen the Biden administration, along with our allies, moving to sanction some of the largest Russian banks, some of the main oligarchs, their ability to tap into their sovereign debt. Now what the administration is doing, again, in concert with our allies, is limiting Russia's ability to tap its hundreds of billions of dollars in foreign reserves to try to shore up their economy, to replace the real impact that they're feeling. So these new sanctions target Russia's central bank, as well as the Ministry of Finance and something called the Rainy Day Fund, the Sovereign Wealth Fund for Russia. The administration saying that their strategy here is to make sure that as long as Putin is moving forward with an invasion, to make sure that Russia's economy is moving backward. This was a key step that Putin had hoped to take, to tap into these foreign reserves, to shore up the ruble. It's an option he no longer has the option of taking advantage of now.
And Mike, Russia put its nuclear forces on high alert over the weekend. How's the White House receiving and responding to that?
Well, what we've heard from senior defense officials, as well as White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, is to say simply that this is an unnecessary and escalatory move on the part of the Russian president. What's more interesting is what the White House is not doing. We could have seen, in response to Russia's move, for the president to change the U.S.'s own nuclear posture, to change our DEFCON posture, as it's called. They have not done that. Basically, what they're doing is now back-channeling with other Russian defense officials to try to get a handle of what Putin's real intentions are. Is this just saber rattling, or is there something really happening behind the scenes here that should be more concerning, obviously working in close concert with our NATO allies at this point?
All right, Mike Memoli for us in Washington today. Mike, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News military analyst, retired 4-star Army General Barry McCaffrey now. General, we appreciate you being with us today. I do want to start with Putin putting his nuclear forces on high alert, as we learned over the weekend. How should the West receive and respond to that move?
Well, look, Aaron, I've spent most of my life dealing with nuclear weapons. I was an arms control negotiator for the JCS with the Russians, with the Ukrainians, as we've rounded up these weapons and got them back in the Russian Federation. It is unheard of to encounter a head of state who would think that nuclear weapons are a war-fighting capability. In particular, not the existential survival of the nation, but to use them as a threat over a stalled criminal invasion of a neighboring country. It makes no sense. You cannot successfully fight a nuclear war. So why Putin would make this kind of illogical and unsettling statement is beyond most of us.
Is there any way in particular that you would advise other heads of states to react and respond to that if Putin is sort of pounding his chest or actually thinking about making a move? How would you expect others to react to this?
Well, I think the White House doing the right thing is to essentially downplaying the significance of it as a non-threat, which it actually should be. And I think we're seeing the senior defense officials, both Secretary Austin and General Milley, reaching out to their Russian counterparts, saying, what is going on? The faces of the Russian Secretary of Defense and the Chief of the General Staff, when Putin made this announcement, sitting 20 feet from him at a table, gave it all away. They were, I think, shocked at the news. So there's no good way to talk through this one. Putin got himself in a mess. His invasion is stalled. It looks incompetent. At a tactical level, they're losing against the Ukrainian defense forces.
All right, retired Army General Barry McCaffrey. General, we appreciate your time today. Thank you. The confirmation battle for President Biden's Supreme Court pick is now underway. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson is set to begin meetings with senators this week in Washington. If confirmed, she would become the first black woman on the Supreme Court. NBC News correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now from Washington. Ken, what can we expect in the coming days for this confirmation process as it gets going?
Good morning, Aaron. Well, look, in a 50-50 Senate, the top priority is for the Democrats to make sure every single member is on board and voting for Jackson. So to that end, as you mentioned, a White House official tells NBC News she will begin meetings with senators on Capitol Hill this week. And former Democratic Senator Doug Jones of Alabama has been tapped to help steer her through the confirmation process. Jackson will try to meet with every senator who has the time, and she'll answer a series of written questions about her record and her background. She'll also hold practice sessions to get ready for her Judiciary Committee hearings, portions of which, of course, will be on national television. Assuming the 50-50 Judiciary Committee votes her out favorably, the full Senate will then vote. And, of course, Democrats say they're hoping to have all this finished by April 9th. Aaron.
And Ken, 3 Senate Republicans voted to confirm Jackson to the D.C. Appeals Court last summer, including Republican Senator Lindsey Graham. However, Graham recently said that the president's choice of Jackson, quote, means the radical left has won. How are other Republicans reacting to this particular nomination?
Several Republicans have praised her nomination and said they were open to supporting her, including Mitt Romney, who called the nomination historic. Take a listen to what another Republican, Rob Portman, said yesterday on Meet the Press.
There's a Supreme Court nominee. I don't think this is going to be a very contentious hearing, but I'm curious, what would it take for you to vote to confirm her?
Well, I'm going to look at her record. I don't think, Chuck, it will be as partisan we've seen in the past. Democrats have 50 votes, and +1 with the vice president. They have the ability to confirm. But I think the rest of us on the Republican side are going to be looking at her record, looking at her qualifications.
And part of the point he's making is that since Judge Jackson is not going to change the ideological makeup of the court, this process may be less contentious than some of the other ones in the past. But of course, a number of Republicans on the Judiciary Committee have aspirations to run for president, Aaron, and it may be in their interests to be seen as roughing up a Democratic Supreme Court nominee. Aaron.
Well, I'll be watching closely as this gets underway. Ken Delanian for us in Washington. Thank you, Ken.
You bet.
More than a year after the January 6th insurrection, the first trial stemming from that deadly riot is now underway. Guy Reffitt faces 5 charges, including bringing a gun onto Capitol grounds, obstruction of justice, and obstruction of an official proceeding. Here's NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams.
This case is notable for several reasons. More than 220 people charged in the riot have chosen to plead guilty, but not Guy Reffitt. He wants a trial, and unlike many of those who have pleaded, he has expressed no remorse. In fact, he wrote a letter praising the actions of the people who stormed the Capitol on January 6th. He faces 5 counts. Prosecutors say he illegally brought guns into Washington, D.C., and had one of them, a handgun, with him when he came to the Capitol. He's not accused of entering the building, but the charges say he did tussle with the police outside. The government says he's a member of the far-right 3 Percenters militia group, and the trial will feature some interesting witnesses, including his 19-year-old son and 17-year-old daughter. They say that when Reffitt returned home to Texas, he threatened to kill them if they told the police or the FBI about what he did at the Capitol. Jury selection, which has started today, may take longer than usual because one of the things that Reffitt's lawyers have argued, and this is something that other January 6 defendants have also said, is that they can't get a fair trial here in Washington because the Capitol riot affected so many people. So the task for these next several days will be to find jurors who say that they can set aside what they may know about what happened and decide the case based entirely on the evidence they hear in court. Back to you.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill preparing for what's shaping up to be a very important week there. President Biden will deliver his first State of the Union tomorrow as Congress faces new foreign and domestic policy challenges. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor is joining us now. Sahil, the president is delivering this State of the Union address against the backdrop of a war in Europe. There are inflation concerns here at home. His approval rating has not been in a great place as of late. What are lawmakers on Capitol Hill, lawmakers in Congress, looking to hear from the president this week?
Well, it has been a rough 6 months for President Biden, Aaron, and I think he's got a lot to address directly to the American people to try to tell them what he is doing to make their lives better. Of course, the big topic of mind, the big news on the international stage is the Russia-Ukraine war that was triggered by Vladimir Putin. There's an enormous amount of sympathy in the United States for the Ukrainians, and the president has tried to rally NATO allies to push economic sanctions to cripple Russia's economy as a way of doing this. He's trying to stay out of this militarily. He'll also try to explain why he's asking for an additional $6.4 billion in aid for the Ukrainians, more than half of which would go through the Department of Defense. There's, of course, the COVID situation. This was arguably the reason that President Biden got elected. He promised to bring this under control. What is his status update? Does he declare victory, or does he say there's still more work to do, or maybe a blend of the two? Then on the domestic front, he is likely to address in some form or fashion the failure of his Build Back Better agenda and talk about what pieces of it maybe can be salvaged. And of course, that relates to price hikes. He wants to talk about tackling inflation and argue that many pieces of his domestic agenda are about lowering prices for ordinary Americans.
And Sahil, very quickly, Congress is back from its break. There's a full slate for members this week. What's top of the agenda for you? What are you paying attention to?
A jam-packed week in Congress. Of course, there's the State of the Union tomorrow night. There is, you see the list on the screen here. The mask mandate in the Capitol is gone. There are going to be Russia-Ukraine briefings, classified briefings for the House and the Senate, now that both of them are back in town. They've had unclassified briefings by phone. Now they're doing it in person. Government funding. This needs to happen by March 11th, or there is a shutdown, and Democratic leaders expect that $6.4 billion in Ukraine aid is going to get tacked on to the government funding bill. Of course, there's movement on the Supreme Court front. Ketanji Brown Jackson, the nominee, has received a questionnaire. She's expected to fill it out and meet with senators starting this week. And today, the Senate will vote late this afternoon on a bill to codify abortion rights, essentially to enshrine Roe versus Wade as the law of the land federally in anticipation of the Supreme Court curtailing that precedent, but it's unlikely to pass the Senate where 60 votes are required. Aaron.
All right, Sahil Kapoor for us today. Sahil, thank you. Now, despite COVID cases dropping across the country, there is still major concern about Americans suffering with long COVID. Coming up, the woman now infected for 2 years and why she can't seem to shake the virus.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Well, two major parts of everyday life in one of the early epicenters of the coronavirus pandemic are being phased out. Starting today, students in New York City public schools can shed their masks outdoors. Face coverings are still required indoors. A decision on indoor masks is expected on Friday. Also, New Yorkers won't have to show proof of vaccination at most public places like restaurants, bars, gyms, and grocery stores starting next week. And as COVID cases drop, Illinois is ending its indoor mask mandate today. But even as the country pulls back these precautions, the long-term effects of the virus are still being felt by millions of Americans. NBC News senior legal and investigative correspondent Cynthia McFadden has more.
When Karen Bishop got COVID 2 years ago, she never imagined it would ruin her health, drain her bank account, and compromise her ability to raise her then 11-year-old son, Jayani.
Yeah, what is the lesson about?
And she didn't know America's social safety net would fail her.
I just had this overwhelming fatigue, this overwhelming lingering cough, and I started noticing significant memory issues.
She went back to work as a paramedic for a South Florida fire department, but was soon fired. Her symptoms got worse.
After termination, it was a huge battle with the workers' compensation doctors who gaslit me and, basically told me there's no possible way you have anything wrong with you. Workers' compensation ended up getting denied.
Next, she applied for disability through Social Security. After a full year of being out of work and facing financial ruin, another dead end. When you were denied for your Social Security disability, what was your reaction?
It was really devastating. I have nearly $4,000 of bills every month that are being neglected.
It sounds like what you're accumulating is debt.
Yeah.
And she's not alone. We talked to many others.
They denied me 3 times. I felt heartbroken. I didn't feel like a human being.
It was a punch in the gut. I went through all that fight, and my state denied me disability.
In fact, of the more than 1,700 self-identified COVID long haulers NBC News surveyed, nearly 600 said they sought disability benefits from Social Security or private insurance and got nowhere. In addition, over 75% said when they tell people they have long COVID, they're not believed. And it's not just Social Security disability. Getting health insurance coverage is an uphill battle, too.
Patients are being told that their current insurance policy doesn't cover long COVID because the insurer doesn't recognize long COVID as a condition, but they can't improve their medical benefits because they have a pre-existing condition, which is long COVID.
Dr. David Petrino and a team at Mount Sinai's post-COVID clinic in New York City have treated more than 1,500 people with long COVID.
The system is gearing itself against individuals with long COVID, and that makes them sicker and sicker over time.
Bishop is channeling her frustration into a fight for change, launching the COVID Long Haulers Advocacy Project online. A month ago, she sent a letter to the White House and nearly 3,000 other government officials, imploring them to provide disability benefits to COVID long haulers. She says only 3 members of Congress have responded. 3 real responses from 3,000 letters has got to tell you that there is not a national upswell in concern for people with long COVID at this point.
There isn't, and it's extremely concerning.
Really, you're asking for a life raft at this point.
There is no easy solution or answer to long COVID, but the bottom line is we have to start somewhere.
And fast.
That was Cynthia McFadden reporting. We continue to follow breaking news in Ukraine today. That's where Russian forces are facing stiff resistance. Still ahead, the battle for the capital of Kyiv and the new talks underway aimed at ending this crisis.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What are you doing here? What am I doing here? This is your moment.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, dozens of people are out of their homes after a massive fire in Boston. More than 100 firefighters were called here to knock down the flames that tore through 3 homes. One man had to be rescued from a burning building this morning, but there were no injuries. Natural gas being blamed for an explosion that leveled a house in Canada. 6 people were hurt in that blast in the city of Nanaimo last night. Technicians are at the scene now trying to determine how it happened. And lightning may not strike twice, but sometimes the lottery does. A man in Uniondale, New York, just won a $10 million jackpot for a second time. Juan Hernandez won the very same prize from a scratch-off ticket 10 years ago. He plans on taking the lump sum payout of about $6.5 million. Back now at the bottom of the hour with the breaking developments on the invasion of Ukraine. Ukrainians are holding their ground. Russian forces have failed to capture a single Ukrainian city after 5 days of fighting. Despite that, heavy fighting has broken out in the cities of Kharkiv and Kyiv. This morning, delegations from both sides met in Belarus to negotiate, though a ceasefire seems unlikely at this point. Also, the mass exodus is still underway, with hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians fleeing their homes in search of safety. The war taking its toll on the Russian economy as well, the ruble tanking against the dollar as the world ratchets up sanctions. Our reporters of every angle of this breaking story covered at this hour. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman. He is at NATO headquarters in Belgium for us today. Josh, NATO has been beefing up its presence in neighboring countries, countries around Ukraine. How is the alliance reacting to this new escalation from Vladimir Putin putting his nuclear weapons on high alert?
Well, you're exactly right. NATO has, for the first time in its history, activated its response force for the defense and deterrence of threats to the NATO allies. That means that thousands of troops will be deploying towards Eastern Europe to try to shore up those defenses. But that comes amid this new escalation from President Putin, saying he's putting those nuclear forces on alert, something that has really alarmed capitals across the world. But the Secretary General of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, he had this to say about this latest move from Putin.
It's a reckless and dangerous decision by Russia to put their nuclear forces on high alert. There's no reason for that. NATO is no threat to Russia. We are increasing the presence of NATO troops, US troops, all the European troops in the eastern part of the alliance to make sure that there's no room for any miscalculation in Moscow about our readiness to protect and defend all allies. But this is defensive, so there's no reason for Russia to increase the readiness of their nuclear forces.
The possibility that the situation could spiral out of control and eventually lead to a situation where the U.S. and NATO are in a military conflict with Russia is something folks here at NATO are very concerned about. And they say that is the reason that they are being so adamant that NATO will not be putting troops on the ground in Ukraine and will not bow to calls to implement a no-fly zone in Ukrainian airspace, Aaron.
Josh, I want to ask you, too, I mean, you cover environmental policy for the Biden administration for us. You know, some of President Biden's opponents say that the only effective measure the U.S. can take against Russia now would be to increase oil production so European countries don't have to rely on Russia and buy it from that country. Is there any appetite in the administration at this point to do that?
Well, the short answer is no. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki has said that's a mixed diagnosis of the problem, and that, in fact, what the Biden administration wants to do is increase the ability for Ukraine, the West, Europe as a whole to use renewable energy sources instead of fossil fuels that they are reliant on from Russia. But at the same time, the U.S. is trying to take steps to shore up energy supplies for Europe if Russia were to turn off the supply of natural gas and oil to Europe. That includes finding other sources, such as the Qataris, who have a ton of natural gas, as well as talking with the Saudis and other major energy producers to see if they can increase shipments of energy to Europe so that there will be more resilience if Russia decides to cut them off.
All right, Josh Letterman for us in Brussels today. Josh, thank you. An estimated 500,000 Ukrainians have fled their country since Russia invaded, and that number is growing by the hour. Families are experiencing difficult journeys as they cross the border into neighboring countries. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiela joins us now from eastern Poland, where many refugees are still arriving. Kelly, what are you seeing?
Well, Aaron, they're still arriving by the tens of thousands, some over pedestrian crossings and others by train, like at this small town, at this small train station in eastern Poland. And oftentimes, family members will come here a day ahead of time, waiting for a train to arrive, peering through the fence, not knowing if their loved ones have made it across.
A mother's anxious wait. Oksana hoping her 14-year-old son is somewhere on this train packed with refugees from Ukraine. As we're talking, a text. She tells us she has to go. A frantic dash through a field. And finally, the hug she's been waiting for. Her son and her cousin now safe. The situation in Ukraine is very bad, her son says. His mother adding, that's why every parent is trying to get their children out if they can. Tens of thousands are fleeing every day to Poland, to Moldova, where they've built a tent city.
Me and my husband with my two daughters, we escaped because I'm very dangerous for my family.
And to Romania and Hungary, too. Nigerian student Jacob Sontea says food is scarce and people are growing desperate.
We'll have to fight our way each in every train that we went to.
On Friday, gunshots at the Kyiv train station to control the crowds. European officials say more than 7 million Ukrainians could be displaced inside the country, 4 million outside its borders. Fathers are sending wives and children away and staying to fight. This little boy says we left Dad in Kyiv and will be selling things to help our heroes, our army. Countless families are now separated, some inconsolable.
I want my husband to be with me.
Where is he?
He's somewhere in Lviv. He did not did it through the border. We tried everything.
But across these border towns, a flood of kindness. Volunteers offering food, blankets, free rides, even homes, and sending trainloads of donations bound for Ukraine. 29-year-old Maxime is happy to have and soon hold his little boy again. Give me your finger, he tells his son. Give me the key, he says, to open the fence, keeping them apart.
And Maxime told us that he still has family members back in Ukraine. His mother and father are still there, but it's getting more and more difficult to get out. Not only are those trains absolutely packed, it's difficult to get on board, but also the journey itself is very difficult. And there are bottlenecks, not just at land borders, which we've been talking about over the past several days, pedestrian borders, but also on train lines like here. There was something like 4 trains stacked up waiting to come in last night. Aaron?
Kelly Kobiela for us in eastern Poland today. Kelly, thank you. Well, much of the attention in Ukraine is centered on Kyiv at this hour, but the country's second largest city, Kharkiv, is also under attack. It's located in northeastern Ukraine and is home to almost 1.5 million people. Kharkiv has faced wave after wave of Russian aggression, but as of right now, the city remains under Ukrainian control. Joining us now is Taras Kovalchuk. He's a travel blogger and photographer hunkered down in Kharkiv right now. That's also where he was born and raised. Taras, we appreciate you joining us, and we hope that you can stay safe while we talk here. We're hearing reports about heavy rocket fire, about shelling in that city today. What have you been experiencing?
Okay, hello. Yes, I am in Kharkiv. So what can I say? Right now I am safe. But Russian army puts a missile attack all the day to the Kharkiv, and I don't know what is the purpose. I think they thought that they can, I don't know, destroy our crowd, that we will be afraid. But the main point, we are not afraid this missiles attack, because it's make us more I don't know how to say that we are make groups to show our proud and fight with every Russian who comes to our land. And how say my friend from Zaporizhia, also Taras, he says like "Nasyat," which means do not pee, and we not pee. We are like fighting against Russia. Not only the Ukrainian army, but every citizens of Ukraine right now is a warrior who stand up and fight against Russia.
So Taras, and you've explained it very, very well there, but help us to understand a little bit more about why you in particular chose to stay in Kharkiv, and how long do you plan to stay there?
Okay, first of all, it's my own city. I grew up in that city, and like it's my native town, and I will protect every millimeter of my land, of my city, and no one can touch it. Like, you know, it's a proud of my land, and we are staying here for our land, for our cities, and we stand for whole world and for security of whole world, just because we understand that Russia will not stop at the Ukraine. If they capture Ukraine, then they will go to Europe, they will go to US, you know. And right now we understand it's not a question just about Ukraine, it's question of all about world.
All right, Taras Kovalchuk, we appreciate your time today. We are sending our thoughts your way and hope for your safety as you wage a war or defend yourselves against the Russians there. Thank you. Well, as the war in Ukraine unfolds, more and more people are watching events on social media. Now, Facebook and Twitter have just removed 2 anti-Ukrainian, quote, covert influence operations from their platforms. It's all to stop the spread of disinformation. NBC News senior reporter Ben Collins covers disinformation and extremism for us. He joins us now. Ben, what do we know about these groups?
Sure, there's 2 separate groups here. One is based out of Russia. It's tied back basically to the same people who ran the troll farm in 2016. They were posing as Ukrainian journalists on a website called Ukraine Today, and they had a bunch of fake profiles, even fake profile pictures created by AI. And the whole point of that operation was to sow doubt about the effectiveness of Ukraine's strategy in this war. Facebook said they took down about 40 profiles associated with that. And there was a second entirely different operation run by a Belarusian hacking group, which has ties to the Belarusian government, called Ghostwriter. And what they did was they hacked into accounts of Ukrainian journalists, real Ukrainian journalists, public officials, people like that in Ukraine, and then posted a video of Ukrainians waving a white flag of surrender. So these are two separate but sort of in tandem anti-Ukrainian disinformation operations.
And you'd have to imagine that there are others, that more will pop up as time goes on. What else are the social media companies doing to try to identify and remove any disinformation that's out there?
They're keeping an eye on everything in these spaces. They're looking for algorithmic flags. So basically people who are, they won't say this out loud, but this is what it is. People who are using previous IP addresses tied to these previous troll farms, they're seeing if they're creating new accounts from those IP addresses. But, they're also just, they're looking for fishy behavior, suspicious behavior. When you hack into somebody's account, and it's all coming from the same place, it's pretty easy to identify that as one specific hacking group. That's what's going on here too. So they're going to keep an eye on this stuff. If things look fishy like this, these two were, very overt. One was a hacking group. The other one was tied to a previous FSB tied operation. So that's that's what they're going to keep looking out for, is these disinformation operations tied to governments in Russia and Belarus.
Is there any way to know really how big a problem this is? I mean, is there a way to know how many of these disinformation groups are out there and working?
I mean, there are influence operations with pretty much every government at this point. The ones that do the hacking are a little bit more intense, obviously. But they're, I would say countless at this point. And it's very easy to hire what are known as cutouts, basically, hire contractors to do this sort of disinformation work right now. It is something that foreign governments have been doing for the last maybe 8 to 10 years, and they're certainly going to ratchet it up during wartime.
All right, Ben Collins for us today. Ben, thank you. The Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, has emerged as the man of the hour in many ways. He insists on staying in Ukraine to thwart Russia's invasion of his country. Zelensky rejected an offer from the United States to be transported out of Ukraine. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter takes a closer look at the Ukrainian leader.
Hey, Aaron, that's right. This is a leader who has met the moment, risen to the cause. 3 years ago, he was a comedian on television playing a president in a TV show. Now he has emerged as a very convincing and very effective wartime leader. Take a look.
Staring directly into the camera, exhausted, unshaven, in a T-shirt. This is how we've started to see Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky multiple times a day at all hours since the invasion started, taking to social media, updating his country and the world, rallying his fellow citizens to fight. Last night was harsh, he says. They are fighting against everyone and everything alive. In another post last Thursday, walking through the Capitol, good morning, he says, there are a lot of fakes out there, but I'm here. The once stand-up comedian came to power in 2019 in a landslide Democratic election. Just a month after the finale of his hit show, Servant of the People, where he played an unlikely president on TV. 3 years later, the 44-year-old father of two has emerged as a convincing wartime leader. When the U.S. offered to evacuate him from the country, he reportedly told them, "I need ammunition, not a ride." While his adversary in Moscow talks of getting rid of the Nazis, President Zelensky, from a Russian-speaking Jewish family who lost relatives in the Holocaust, has emerged even stronger. His approval ratings in 2020 were slumping. He had not made much progress on peace talks with Moscow or rooting out corruption. But at the Munich Security Conference earlier this month, the world met a different leader.
I think that is all for, not for me, for Ukraine and for our soldiers. Thank you so much.
A leader now taking front and center stage, fighting for his country's survival.
Aaron, he is 44 years old. He is a modern president. All of these social media videos not only rally the country, rally his fellow citizens to pick up arms and fight, but they also reassure a country in real time that he is right there and he's not going anywhere. Aaron?
A major bump for Trump. Up next, the important new poll showing the former president leading the GOP pack in the 2024 race for the White House.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Voters in Texas are heading to the polls tomorrow to kick off the 2022 midterm election. The Texas primary will be the first election under new strict voting rules passed by the Republican-led legislature last year. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now from Houston. Antonia, walk us through these new voting rules there, and what can voters expect tomorrow?
Hey, Aaron. It is a new voting landscape here in Texas since the passage of SB 1 by the Republican-controlled legislature last year. So the changes include an end to drive-through voting and 24-hour voting. These are two measures that were popular with some people here in Houston, which is the most populous county, and it was very helpful to some voters during the pandemic. It's also added new freedom and movement for partisan poll watchers, something that has some election workers and some voters nervous about tomorrow, that there could be possible confrontations or intimidation at the polls. And then most importantly, there were changes to mail-in voting that required people to submit an identification number or social security number that exactly matched whatever they provided when they first registered to vote in order to mail in vote. And what ended up happening here in Harris County was 40% of mail-in ballots were rejected, and they were finding that people were having trouble remembering what numbers they used when they originally registered to vote here. And so there's concern now that some of those voters, elderly, disabled voters who hope to take advantage of that, are going to have trouble getting their votes counted now, Aaron.
And Antonia, the new law has been pretty controversial, obviously, since it was introduced there. Over the summer, some Democratic state lawmakers even left that state to try to keep it from being passed. What are Republicans saying about it now?
That's right. Well, Republicans and, people around the state of Texas coming out of the election were making unfounded claims about the widespread voter fraud. That is not true. That did not happen here in Texas or elsewhere. But what they were hoping to do was essentially tighten election laws to make it harder to cheat. That's a word that they have used. And, to say that they were making the elections here more secure and fair. Take a listen to Greg Abbott describing this, the governor here in Texas, in his own words.
The Texas law, it does make it easier than ever before for anybody to go cast a ballot. It does also, however, make sure that it is harder for people to cheat at the ballot box in Texas.
Voting rights advocates say that it's not true that this law was needed to make it harder for people to cheat or to ensure that our elections were free and fair, arguing that the elections here in Texas and elsewhere already were running quite well. And so, this election on March 1st is going to be the real test of how SB 1 ultimately affects the state. And we may not know ultimately whether voters ended up not getting their votes counted through the mail-in ballot process or not for a couple days or maybe weeks' time. Aaron.
All right, Antonia Hilton for us in Houston. Washington today. Antonia, thank you. Former President Donald Trump's stronghold on the Republican Party doesn't appear to be loosening. A straw poll of likely Republican voters at CPAC over the weekend revealed Trump has a commanding 30-point lead over his closest competitor, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Now, this comes as President Biden's approval number is at just 37%. That's the lowest approval rating President Biden has ever had. NBC News senior political analyst Jonathan Allen joins us now from Washington. John, what's the big takeaway from this recent poll from the conference over the weekend from CPAC? What does it mean for Trump and for other potential Republican hoping to run?
It's both an unscientific poll and a conclusive one. Donald Trump is still the favorite of the conservative movement, not just a little bit of favorite, but the prohibitive favorite, dominating that straw poll. His speech on Saturday night that I covered at the convention in Orlando there was received not just warmly, but with thunderous ovations. This is still Donald Trump's party, and if he runs for president in 2024, like many of the people close to him believe that he will, he is in really good position to cruise through the Republican nomination process.
So what about the current president here, John? With Biden's numbers dropping as they have been, can we expect there to be a shift in the strategy coming out of the White House?
You know, a lot of Democrats are wondering when that will happen. Will there be a strategic shift? I've done some reporting with our colleague Natasha Korecki on some Democrats wanting there to be personnel changes at the White House, thinking that the advice the president's getting must not be good enough. But at 37%, Biden is in a bad spot right now. I know the White House is optimistic that between the State of the Union, his nomination of a Supreme Court justice, and possibly the European Union and the United States, basically NATO, possibly turning back Russia and Ukraine, that there may be a moment for a pivot here. All of that remains to be seen.
All right, we know you'll be watching it closely. Jonathan Allen for us in our Washington bureau. John, thanks.
Thanks, Aaron.
Another baseball season is in jeopardy, but not because of COVID. After the break, the around-the-clock negotiations to end the Major League lockout and what fans have to say about the stalemate.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Well, it is deadline day on opening day. If Major League Baseball and its players can't reach a deal on a collective bargaining agreement by midnight, the start of the regular season will be delayed. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has been following this drama for us. He joins us now from Miami. Sam, bring us up to speed.
Drama feels like an appropriate word, Aaron. Good to be with you. We're a couple of hours now into negotiations today. At this point, no signs of an imminent deal. And Aaron, there are canyon-sized gaps between Major League Baseball and the Players Union when it comes to everything from luxury taxes to minimum salaries for players. And fans are caught in the middle right now as they're just trying to enjoy America's pastime and get away from the chaos of everyday life.
This morning, those pining for a little baseball are instead getting a very rude awakening. Empty stadiums and spring training facilities.
Got season tickets, got an RV into a campground, and no baseball.
Players abandoning the diamond for the boardroom as strained negotiations between MLB and its players union are putting the start of the season in peril.
You don't change St. Patrick's Day, you don't change Memorial Day, you don't change opening day, right?
But absent a labor agreement in hours, Major League Baseball says games will be canceled, including opening day. This is already the second longest lockout in the game's history, behind only the 1994 debacle that left baseball bruised for years. At the Sports Grill in Miami, clear concern from fans.
And everything that's going on in the world, I think it's an important thing for us to come together as a country.
Richard Welch wants to share experiences with his daughters, like he did with his dad. As a 9-year-old kid, he met Boston great Ted Williams at spring training.
In these tough times where they've missed out a lot already, and now we finally can go do these things, and we can't because of financial reasons of the teams.
And finances are standing in the way, from how much big spending teams can be taxed to minimum salaries for players. Baseball's roughly $570,000 floor is well below the 3 other major American sports.
But the reality of the situation is that almost half the players make league minimum or less if they play less than half a year. So there is quite a disparity between those young player pay and guys who are stars who've been in the league for several years.
There is optimism a deal might be struck. Fans holding out hope, but maybe not sympathy.
If I was a baseball player making, let's just say the minimum salary, I would be a very happy camper.
So, Sam, if the players and the league are able to reach an agreement... Sorry about that. I was just going to ask you, if the players in the league are able to reach an agreement by midnight, what can fans then expect to see happen?
Let's hope they do, because if these two sides can reach an agreement, there will be a spring training. It would be abridged 4 weeks instead of 6. But still, there are so many economic repercussions for that for local restaurants and hotels. That's part A, Aaron. Part B is if they don't reach a deal, the commissioner of Major League Baseball says it would be disastrous, and the games that would be canceled, like opening day, would not be rescheduled, and players would not be getting lost salary. Aaron?
All right, Sam Brock for us in Miami today. Sam, thank you. The news continues right now. Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Defending their country, Ukrainians fending off Russia despite forces launching a massive military assault. The new threat from Vladimir Putin with what some say is the most dangerous weapon in his arsenal. Message to America. President Biden putting the final touches on his State of the Union address, a speech he'll deliver amid a war in Ukraine, inflation, and troubling poll numbers. What lawmakers say they need to hear from him. Road to nowhere. A convoy of truckers headed to Washington to protest COVID restrictions, only to find out there are fewer restrictions left to protest. How they plan to ensure their voice is still heard. And the stars are out. Hollywood's biggest names showing up for the SAG Awards in person. What the first major televised award show of the season could mean for the new normal post-COVID. And good Monday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is on assignment today. We begin this hour with that breaking news in Ukraine's fight against Russia's invasion. Explosions have been heard throughout the day in Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city. Kharkiv has been the epicenter of the most recent fighting there. And newly announced U.S. sanctions are zeroing in on Russia's central bank. American citizens and companies can no longer do business with that bank. U.S. citizens in Russia also being told to think about leaving that country immediately. There are now new calls for Russia to withdraw troops as well. During an emergency session at the United Nations, the Secretary General said nuclear conflict is, quote, simply inconceivable. Our teams are dispatched across 2 continents now, keeping a very close eye on all of the developments. Let's start with the latest movements on the ground, both from those fighting in Ukraine and those fleeing. NBC News reporter Matt Bodner is in Belgorod, Russia for us. Matt, I understand that officials from Ukraine and Russia have wrapped up their meeting today, those 2 delegations. What do we know about those conversations?
Thank you, Aaron. Well, they ended about 30 minutes ago, and we're starting to get kind of the initial statements out of participants in both sides. From the Russian side, we're hearing this is about a 5-hour conversation in which they are saying they felt that the Ukrainians heard them and took care to try to listen to their side of this negotiation, and they're claiming that there were kind of several points in which they agreed they could start working on, and that they're now both sides returning to their capitals and may hold further talks. Now, we've also heard from the Ukrainians on this, and one of President Zelensky's advisors said that the main thing for the Ukrainians was a ceasefire. On the Russian side, they said that they hoped, after kind of laying out their concerns, saying they hoped that it would work out. So we're still trying to figure out where exactly this fell on this one. But I do note that just a few minutes ago, just before coming on air, we started hearing reports of massive explosions in Kyiv. So it's not exactly clear if a ceasefire was kind of agreed on in this meeting, despite what the Ukrainians are saying, or if it's just a further topic of discussion. We're going to try to find that out. But at the moment, not exactly clear.
Let's go to Kelly Kobiela now. She's near the Poland-Ukraine border for us in Poland. Kelly, the UN estimated last week that up to 4 million people could leave Ukraine as a result of the fighting that's going on. What are you seeing from your vantage point?
Well, Aaron, people continue to arrive here in Poland and other countries bordering Ukraine by the tens of thousands. We saw a train arriving earlier today filled with about 2,000 people coming in from Ukraine. Now, Poland has told people that anyone coming in from Ukraine, regardless of what country is in your passport, will be allowed into this country. No questions asked, passport stamped, allowed to stay here, given refuge here. And today, actually, as we were watching people come off this train, we saw an Iraqi doctor who lives in Ukraine but is an Iraqi citizen, and his wife, also a doctor, a Ukrainian citizen, with their young daughter. And this is what they had to say.
This is long way to come in. We are two days. We came from city Poltava to Lvov, and after that we came here.
How did you get to Lvov?
By car. I have car, but I leave it there because I cannot cross the way from Lvov to Volch.
Are you Polish citizen? What?
I'm from Iraq, but my wife is from Ukraine.
So you were able to leave?
Yeah.
According to the UN, 500,000 people have now crossed the border into neighboring countries. More than 200,000 of them have come here to Poland. And it's getting more and more difficult, Aaron, for people to make those journeys. We spoke to another man today who was waiting for family, friends. And he said his wife still has his 2 sisters and a niece in the country in a village not far from Kyiv. And they were trying to figure out a way to get them out, but there was just no easy answer because of the fighting around the capital and because of the problems with the metro and with the train system. It's just a matter of logistics. Do you drive? Do you take your chances on roads where you don't necessarily know where the fighting is taking place? And do you try to get on one of these trains? That in and of itself is quite a battle. These train stations have been absolutely packed. Aaron.
I want to turn to our global security reporter, Dan DeLuce, now. He's joining us from Washington. Dan, what's the latest assessment of how quickly the Russian troops are moving into and through Ukraine?
Aaron, the Pentagon officials are saying that it is not moving very quickly, that the Russians are struggling so far. Since yesterday, they've moved only about 3 miles closer to Kyiv, for example. They've had problems with their supply lines. They've had fuel tankers knocked out, which is obviously really a problem. Tanks and armored vehicles use a huge amount of fuel, and that creates problems for them. And they still don't have superiority in the air. The Ukrainians are still able to fly aircraft they're still able to use their air defenses. Now, having said that, the attacks continue. They are trying to hammer Kharkiv in the east, and in the south, the port of Mariupol. So there's still a risk that Ukrainian forces could somehow be entrapped or encircled there. It'll be interesting to see if the Ukrainians are able to kind of thin out their forces and disperse their troops in a way where they're not entrapped there. And then the main focus is still, Aaron, on the capital, and to what degree the Russians will move in and use more brutal tactics, really, and start targeting civilian areas in the city itself to try to sow panic or try to, seize control of the city. But they are meeting this resistance, and even if they achieve some military objectives, they could have a very big problem on their hands trying to put down this resistance, which clearly shows no sign of abating.
All right, Dan DeLuce for us, Matt Bodner, Kelly Kobiella as well. Thank you all. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is joining us now from his post. Mike, talk to us about these sanctions. How are they further isolating Russia right now, economically and politically?
Well, Aaron, we saw, obviously, the White House deliver, as promised, swift and severe economic sanctions last week, targeting Russian banks, targeting oligarchs, trying to move to limit their access to that SWIFT system. Well, as expected, White House officials are saying Russia has now gone to Plan B, trying to tap into more than $600 billion they have throughout the world, sort of as their insurance plan in federal reserves in around the world. And so what the moves designed to accomplish today are to limit their ability to conduct any transactions in any of those reserves that are in dollars, yen, sterling, or euros, effectively eliminating their ability to take action that was desperately needed to shore up their own financial system. What the White House is emphasizing is that they've been working on this plan for months. They anticipated what Russia was going to try to do, tap into their slush fund, as they call it, and that the strategy really here is designed to ensure that as Putin continues to escalate his invasion of Ukraine, they are prepared to continue to escalate their sanctions on Russia's economy.
And Mike, how do we expect this crisis to impact tomorrow's State of the Union?
Well, there's no doubt that it will. Just a few weeks ago, the White House was telegraphing that this was a State of the Union address that would be an opportunity for President Biden to send Democrats into the midterm election year with a bit of momentum by talking about their accomplishments like the infrastructure law, talking about inflation as a real concern that he understands Americans are dealing with, and laying out some policies to deal with it. But as a White House official told me just last week, in between meetings on sanctions, in between meetings on selecting and rolling out his Supreme Court nominee, the president was working with his top political strategist, Mike Donilon, to essentially rewrite significant portions of the address to deal with Ukraine. Think about this, Aaron. The president has often framed his larger approach, both to domestic and foreign policy, as designed to show that democracies can still work, that in this battle in the 21st century between democracies and autocracies, that democracies can still deliver for his people. And so that's really what this speech will now be including an additional emphasis on, and we're going to be learning more about whether that translates into specific policies as the day goes on.
Mike Memoli for us in Washington today. Mike, thank you. Security measures are being ramped up ahead of President Biden's State of the Union address tomorrow. For the third time in just over 13 months, 9-foot fencing and barricades surround the U.S. Capitol today. The Capitol Police Chief says it's been reinstalled to, quote, protect the United States Congress, the Capitol, and the legislative process. Now, there has also been concern among law enforcement agencies about the possibility of truck convoys arriving in the D.C. region and causing disruptions this week and beyond. Joining us now are NBC News senior reporter Ben Collins and NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach, who is outside the U.S. Capitol for us today. Gary, first to you, how are security officials preparing here ahead of the president's address tomorrow?
Hey there, Aaron. Yeah, for the third time, as you said, in 13 months, we're seeing 9-foot non-scale fencing surrounding the U.S. Capitol. I want to have my cameraman, Tracy, take a look here. You can see it's completely surrounding the Capitol. They also have military-grade cameras that are also scattered across the Capitol complex. Those are actually straight from Afghanistan. And then, of course, we have the physical law enforcement presence as well. Now, this footprint of the fencing is actually smaller than it was last year, post-January 6th. It covers what is essentially a square. We have a map for you, I think. A square from Independence Avenue to Constitution Avenue, and it covers the immediate Capitol building itself. Now, Capitol Police Chief Tom Manger released a statement this weekend saying, quote, "We have been working closely with our federal, state, and local law enforcement partners on a security plan to prevent any disruption to the important work of Congress." Now, the State of the Union is always classified as a national special security event. Basically, it's the Super Bowl for Washington, D.C. Anybody that's anybody in this city is going to be inside that building tomorrow night, and that's part of the challenge for law enforcement. But Metropolitan Police and Capitol Police are not going to be doing this alone. They have a lot of help. They have the Homeland Security Department, they have the Secret Service, the FBI, and the National Guard, all going to be on scene here, making sure it's a safe and secure State of the Union. Aaron?
Having lived there for 10 years, Gary, I know there is not a bigger event in Washington, D.C. than this State of the Union. But aside from the fencing you've shown us, aside from the law enforcement presence that you've laid out for us, are there any other precautions that you're aware of, any other security measures being put in place there?
Yeah, after January 6th last year, the U.S. Capitol Police and the Inspector General sort of got together and created a report of what needs to change long term for the safety and security of people that work in these buildings around here every single day. And they came up with 100 recommendations. About 90 have already been implemented, and they include reinforcing exterior windows and doors, adding, as I mentioned, those military-grade cameras around the Capitol complex, and just improving the officers' access to daily intelligence and threat briefings so that everybody here is on the same page on a day-to-day basis. Aaron?
All right, Gary Grumbach for us on Capitol Hill today. Gary, thank you. NBC News senior reporter Ben Collins is tracking those truck convoys that we mentioned. Ben, what can you tell us here? What's the status of the protests, and what exactly are these truckers planning to do?
Sure. So the truckers are even unsure what they're planning to do. But the thing is, they're picking up steam. That People's Convoy that left from Adelanto, California last week is, in fact, growing in size. There's not more trucks, but there are more cars giving it support along the way. And also, there are people on overpasses expecting them to come by their towns to route them on. They've been gifted probably around $100,000 in fuel so far from a bunch of gas stations all throughout the country. They've been gifted pizzas and food, all sorts of things like that. The thing is, they're not going to make it to the State of the Union. They are not even going to be close to making it to the State of the Union. Their plan, their hope, is to get to Indianapolis by midweek and then stay there for a day and then maybe keep going to D.C. They don't really know what's going to happen once they get to D.C. A lot of these people are afraid of what will happen if they get to D.C. So they're going to have all of these numbers in this large, what they call the People's Convoy, but it's unclear what the end game is.
All right, Ben Collins for us today, tracking this convoy. Ben, thank you. And we will have complete coverage of the State of the Union on Tuesday night. Tom Yamas and Hallie Jackson kick things off at 8 p.m. Eastern. And then you can join Chuck Todd and Kristen Welker for analysis and reaction after the address. That all starts tomorrow night right here on NBC News Now. Strict sanctions on Russia seem to be having an unintended consequence. How the housing market is being affected in cities here in the U.S. when we come back.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
U.S. sanctions are meant to cripple Russia and the elites closest to President Vladimir Putin. There is still growing concern, though, and evidence that the fallout from those sanctions is already being felt by real estate markets here in the U.S. NBC South Florida reporter Christian Benavides joins us now with more on that story. Christian, how are these sanctions?
Hi there, Aaron. We spoke with a South Florida realtor who says he's already seen some of the scrutiny playing out, but the sanctions are having an impact from South Florida to the heart of Manhattan. Over the years, Russia's elite have parked their money here in expensive luxury homes, but now as the U.S. government and the world crack down on Russia, any wealthy Russians with connections to the Kremlin could have their assets seized.
In the city of Sunny Isles, located just north of Miami Beach, where about 8% of residents speak Russian as their first language, realtor Jose Lima says he noticed a new transaction that took longer than normal. A wire transfer for a deposit on an $18,000 a month rental.
This is just from the past week. They start doing that. Usually, I have the money coming straight to, in a few hours, or maybe sometimes the most one day comes straight to our escrow account. This case was probably my first case that they had the money, kept for a while.
He believes it's related to the U.S. government taking a closer look at money coming in from wealthy Russians. The wire transfer took multiple days, but once the money was verified, it was approved.
All the money that's coming now, they're being careful.
Russian oligarchs have purchased some of the priciest properties in both New York City and Miami. So as they begin to feel the effects of sanctions, there are calls for more immediate action. The Manhattan Borough President, Mark Levine, tweeted, "For years, Manhattan has been one of the most popular safe harbors for Russian oligarchs to park their cash, especially via ultra-high-end apartments. It's time to start seizing their properties." Ed Patrikoff is a partner at the Dwayne Morris law firm, specializing in asset forfeiture. According to him, wealthy Russians that can be linked to the Kremlin risk having their assets frozen.
For example, if an identified person, a Russian person who's identified by the government to be an enemy of the U.S., that person's assets, such as their home, their condo, their yacht, their aircraft, could be seized at any moment by the U.S. government.
But experts say because many wealthy Russians live here, sanctions could have a trickle-down effect on local communities.
It actually trickles down to others in the community, not just the affected person who's on the list, but it can also harm people here in the South Florida community who do business with these people.
A national security official told the Miami Herald the government wants to prevent those with links to the Kremlin from using their kids to hide assets, evade costs, and squander the resources of the Russian people. This is a new approach.
It will be difficult to find those assets, many of them hidden behind shell companies where it can be near impossible to discover who the real owner of that property may be. Aaron?
All right, NBC6 reporter Christian Benavides for us today. Thank you. The Russian economy taking a devastating hit today with the ruble cratering close to 30% against the U.S. dollar earlier today. Concerned Russians now forced to stand in line for hours to withdraw money out of ATMs. Let's bring in CNBC international correspondent Hadley Gamble now. Hadley, I want to talk about this latest round of sanctions and how the Russian economy is dealing with this, how it's reacting now. What are you seeing in the market there and on the ground?
Just to give you a sense, Aaron, of what we're seeing here in Russia today, essentially since the start of trade this morning, even in pre-trade, if you will, the Russian ruble cratering the most that it has in recent history, basically since the early 1990s with the fall of the Soviet Union, off about 30% for the day. Now, you've got to take this into consideration when you think about just how big this economy really is. We're talking about a $1.5 trillion economy. Now, put it in perspective, still smaller than the size of California, but at the same point, serious considerations about what this could potentially mean, not just for the broader region, but also globally when we talk about the trade of oil, gas, and other commodities like wheat. Now, what we saw over the last several hours, the central bank rushing, desperate to do something to stem the tide, to staunch the blood, if you will, of what's happening on the FX market. They heightened rates 20%. That's the benchmark rate. They tried to do that in a bid, not just to stabilize the ruble, but also, of course, to stop heightened inflation. That's a global concern. And they also moved to enforce capital controls. Those go into effect tomorrow. Capital controls essentially mean that the FX transactions out of this country are not going to take place. You're not going to be able to move money out of Russia starting tomorrow. Now, just to give you a sense of that, this is a country that daily does about $46 billion in FX transactions. 80% of that is in U.S. dollars. So the fact that they won't be able to move money is of deep concern, not just to the oligarchs that you were reporting on just a few moments ago, but also to everyday Russians.
You know, Hadley, I know that earlier today you had a chance to speak with Ukraine's foreign minister about the sanctions that Russia is facing now. What is he saying to you about the sanctions, about what still needs to be done?
Absolutely, Aaron. So essentially what we know at this point is this is an economy that 60% of their exports are based on oil and gas. Yesterday, BP made a strategic and historic decision to take basically a $25 billion loss by deciding to divest themselves of a 20% stake in Rosneft. And the foreign minister of Ukraine says that's all really great and good, but we need every international oil company and the big industrials to do the same thing, to follow suit, if you will. He's talking about Exxon. He's talking about Total, other international oil companies as well as big industrials. And he's saying that it needs to happen now. Listen in.
We also know that Russian officials are desperately seeking safe haven for money and for new models of financing through third countries. And therefore, it becomes as crucial as ever to for entire international community to take a firm, consolidated stance on not supporting Russian financial transactions. Every Russian ruble has a mark of Ukrainian blood in it.
What a statement. Every single Russian ruble has the blood of a Ukrainian on it, is essentially what he's saying there. Now, why is he saying that? You have to remember that the companies that control commodities, the big exports of this economy, what keeps this economy going, generally controlled by Mr. Putin's very good friends from the last 20 years that he's been in power, including, of course, Igor Sechin, who runs Gazprom, also, of course, the folks over at Rosneft, everybody who has a stake in this economy, frankly, has that stake because of Vladimir Putin and vice versa. Guys.
A lot to watch, a lot of connections there to be understood as well. CNBC's Hadley Gamble for us. We appreciate you in Moscow today. Thank you. Well, there is a strong effort underway in an old resort town that once served as an escape for prominent African Americans. Now residents are looking to return the community to its heyday. Here's NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald with that story.
Idlewild was a summer paradise. It was a resort town and a reprieve for African Americans in the early 1920s, all the way through segregation. Now there is an effort by the community to try and rebuild it and restore Idlewild to what it once was.
This was like an oasis that we could come to and not experience anything other than ourselves.
Off this country road in northern Michigan, tucked away in the woods, is Idlewild.
What did this place mean to you? Everything. Peace, Black people, love, getting together, socializing, sharing, and everything good about life.
A summer resort town built in the 1920s. It was one of a few places Black families like Marilyn Atkins could own property and vacation freely.
One of the things was segregation did not allow at that time African Americans to go to resorts. And then when my parents discovered this place, they said, aha, this is what we're going to do. And so it's become a family tradition, and I've been coming up here all my life.
Also known as Black Eden, this place was a refuge from the reality of what it meant to be Black in America during segregation.
I would bring my friends up for the weekend, and their parents would come. It was wonderful. It was just, we were together. It was wonderful. This is very different from when my father and I as a family built it in 59, 60, 61.
Atkins built this cottage with her father over 60 years ago when she was 9 years old.
I have this paneling put in so that my future generations don't have to do anything.
She put the final touches on it last year, hoping to continue the tradition through the generations of her family, including her daughter, Elizabeth.
Idlewild is a tremendous source of pride, and it anchors us in our history and culture. It's so joyous, like the whole world just melts away, and you're just embraced by this joy and like freedom here.
But when the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was signed, things changed.
Integration did a lot to damage Idlewild, and my mother used to say that when integration came, Black people deserted Idlewild because then other places opened up and we could go any place. And she said, they're just leaving Idlewild. And she would get so angry about that.
Less and less people returned to Idlewild.
It took a generation and a half off.
But over the last few years, residents like Blair Evans and Susan Matus have been leading an effort to change that. They're hoping revitalization will attract not just tourists, but residents.
There's really been a rediscovery of Idlewild by a lot of younger folks.
And it's happening. Some students are pitching in to restore the famed Flamingo Club, a nightclub where some of the biggest names in entertainment performed, from Louis Armstrong and Sammy Davis Jr. to Della Reese and the Four Tops.
So it makes me feel pretty accomplished because of all the historical figures that have stepped foot in this very place.
I've never seen a group of young people we're out of the city of Detroit, we're up in the country where all you have is dirt roads, lakes and stuff, and the kids didn't want to go home. I know it's not going to be restored to what it was, but at least they'll have a hand in making it a better place.
A new generation remembering the resilience of the past, inspiring them to build towards the future.
Why is it important to carry on this legacy of what Idlewild stands for and the purpose of Idlewild? We want it to last forever. We want our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, and their great-grandchildren to understand and appreciate this place and carry it on and keep the tradition of what it's called the Black Eden, to keep that tradition up. We don't want it to fall by the wayside.
Blair Evans and Susan Matus are the stewards of the motel that's in Idlewild. They tell us that they are continuing efforts to secure even more grants and funding to make sure that they'll be able to restore Idlewild to the vision that everyone there has. They also say in the coming weeks they're excited to announce a new lineup of activities and events that will be coming to the town this spring and summer. Back to you.
Making news right now, a California police officer is dead after being shot during a traffic stop. 30-year-old Jorge Alvarado was a 5-year veteran of the Salinas Police Department. Officials are only saying the incident started as a traffic stop last night. The suspected shooter is in custody. A Boston Red Sox minor league baseball player is off the team following a barrage of offensive, homophobic, and racist tweets. Brett Netzer posted the tweets this weekend and then requested to be released from the team. He hasn't played since 2019. And a terrifying crash caught on camera. Watch as a tractor trailer plunges nearly 50 feet off a bridge. This is in Boston, right into an icy river. Not knowing how to swim, the driver was able to climb on top of the car, and he waited for firefighters to rescue him. Back now at the bottom of the hour, let's bring you up to speed on the breaking developments surrounding the invasion of Ukraine. Representatives of both Russia and Ukraine held talks today. They have ended for the day. That as Ukrainian President Zelensky pushes for a ceasefire. Right now, Russian troops are facing significant military setbacks as they encounter stiff resistance from Ukrainian forces. Thousands of Ukrainians are fleeing their homeland and seeking refuge in neighboring countries. Sources in Russia say Vladimir Putin is becoming increasingly isolated despite waves of sanctions and international condemnation. Our NBC News reporters are in place now to bring you every angle of this developing story. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry is in Lviv, Ukraine. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons is in Moscow for us. Cal, I'll start with you here. Talk to us about what people in Lviv are facing at this hour.
You know, this is really a city that's trying to come together to support the war effort. I'm in the western part of the country. I'm 350 miles from the capital of Kiev, and you really start to see here people are preparing for the war to eventually end up here. I spent part of the day at a hospital that is eventually going to see Ukrainian soldiers. They are trying to receive supplies, and then on the other end, you have people headed towards the east, towards the fighting. Men of a fighting age between 18 and 60 are not allowed to leave this country, so they're headed in that direction, while refugees are headed in the opposite direction. We just heard from the Polish government that said over 350,000 refugees have already crossed into Poland. The UN estimating we could see upwards of 4 to 5 million refugees before this is all over. It is certainly of growing concern, Aaron.
Keir, there are these reports coming out of Russia as well that Vladimir Putin has become increasingly isolated, even from his own advisors. Have we learned any more about that?
Well, you can see the pictures, Aaron, and they say a lot. So, for example, today Vladimir Putin met with his central banker and his finance ministers, and once again, what you see in the pictures are, while he's talking to them, and the camera angles appear to show them talking face to face, in fact, they are sitting on a long table, a huge distance between them. That was the same setup when he met with his defense minister and military leader yesterday, as he made his announcement about the Russian nuclear deterrent being put on high alert. And that just really does raise the question about, does anyone have influence over Vladimir Putin, even his inner circle? And that's important, Aaron, because we've been talking to people here on the streets of Russia, and it's fair to say that the economic implications of what is happening is shaking society here. I just spoke to two women in their 30s. One said that her husband had tried to get foreign currency yesterday, wasn't able to. She studied at MIT. She's Russian. They both said they now fear that they will no longer be able to get visas for the West. It's not it's not an exaggeration to describe it as an iron curtain coming down once again between Russia and the West. The difference, though, Aaron, from decades ago is that back then, during the Cold War, people in this country, then the Soviet Union and the US and Western Europe, they just didn't know each other. But now this country is woven into the fabric of the world economy. It is by GDP the 11th biggest economy in the world. What you're seeing right now is that fabric being torn. And the question is, will Russians, particularly middle-class Russians, accept that? And will Vladimir Putin care?
Absolutely, one of the biggest questions we're trying to get answers to right now. Cal, I want to ask you, too. I know that Belarus hosted these two delegations today from Russia and from Ukraine to try to talk about a ceasefire. Any reporting out of that meeting or any progress to report about a ceasefire?
You know, all that we've heard actually came from the Russian delegation, who said that both sides were, quote, heard, and that this was about human lives. Now, heading into these negotiations, we had heard from the Ukrainian government, specifically from the Ukrainian president, who said very straightforward he was worried about a few things. The first was security. He didn't necessarily want to go to this delegation, so he sent his defense minister in his stead. And the other thing that we've heard was a concern that a ceasefire would just buy time for the Russians to continue their advancement. And that was something the president said that he didn't want to have happen, though he said a ceasefire would be welcome. He welcomed the talks, just not clear if they were productive at this point, Aaron.
And Keir, I'll end with you again on the Russian economy that we've been talking about, really tanking under these new economic sanctions. Do we have a sense of the impact that that reality is having inside the Kremlin?
Well, I think they're very worried inside the Kremlin. The spokesperson for the Kremlin, Dmitry Peskov, said today that accepted that these sanctions are extremely onerous, tough, but claimed that Russia will see its way through. Now, just think about this, for example, Russia just had to increase its interest rates, but not by 0.25% or 0.5% the way we see in the West. They had to double their interest rates here to 20%. Meanwhile, the currency is collapsing at one point today. A ruble was worth less than a cent. The stock market is now closed for the week. It simply cannot, they just can't open. The carnage, the economic carnage would be so bad. Does Vladimir Putin notice that? Yes, he absolutely does, because he worries about the impact on his reputation in the country. I would say this, though, and this is a very, very important point. It's important to note that a win for the West, if you want to put it that way, is a loss for Vladimir Putin. The danger is that his back is against the wall, and will he lash out?
Will he lash out? That is the question. Keir Simmons for us in Moscow, Cal Perry in Lviv, Ukraine. Thank you both. On social media right now, there is a flood of information coming from Ukraine, but along with those firsthand accounts, there's a lot of unreliable and incorrect information, much of it intended to deceive people. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent is tracking that story for us. Hi, Joe.
Hey, Aaron, they're being called covert influence operations. Facebook and Twitter disclosing to us here at NBC News that fake accounts and hackers linked to Russia and Belarus are targeting Ukrainians on social media. This happened over the weekend, and it spread all across many of the social platforms that you're using every single day.
The way we observe war is forever changed. As the invasion of Ukraine unfolds on social media, we're watching in real time, in the palms of our hands, from credible news sources
This hotel does not have a bomb shelter.
to harrowing individual stories. But what you see is not always what it seems.
There is a ton of misinformation and disinformation out there, specifically on TikTok. The worry is, of course, that the good stuff is mingling with the bad stuff.
Some users game algorithms to get likes, shares, and make a profit. What may appear to be a new viral video may actually have nothing to do with the invasion, like this viral TikTok, posted just hours after the invasion began. It now has more than 20 million views, but it was shared on Instagram 7 years ago. Experts say users should also be prepared for an onslaught of disinformation from Russian leaders and state-backed media.
The point, as always, with propaganda and disinformation, it isn't to overwhelm and to make it so that's all you see. It's just to sow doubt in your head. It's to sow doubt in your head about who the good guy is and who the bad guy is.
Tech platforms say they're taking action, tackling a problem that dates back to 2016. Meta, the company that operates Facebook and Instagram, says it's removing content that violates our community standards.
TikTok says it's using, quote, increased resources to remove violative content, including harmful misinformation.
What is the most important red flag to watch out for?
The number one thing I can ask anyone to do is just click through on the profile and see what's going on there. If it looks too good to be true, if it looks extremely sensational, just do a little bit more due diligence, because that's the difference here. The difference between everyone taking this stuff at face value is everybody coming together and not sharing the bad stuff.
Battling disinformation, so the truth is what trends.
Now, all of those pieces of advice come as Facebook and Twitter tell us here at NBC News they've taken down 2 networks of bad actors, hackers, and people also posing as fake accounts, trying to influence Ukrainians on the ground. YouTube, these same accounts are also popping up on YouTube and Telegram. YouTube now coming back to us after multiple requests for comment saying that they are now suspending those accounts as well, at least some of them. But this is an ongoing disinformation fight, and a lot of the experts we've been talking to inside and outside of Silicon Valley, Aaron, tell us this is just the beginning, and as this invasion continues, people need to be on guard for what they're seeing on their phones in their feeds.
All right, Jolene Kent for us in our LA bureau. Joe, thank you. And NBC News reporter Louise Matsakis joins us now. Louise, I'm sorry, you've been reporting on an app that's being accused of helping the Russian military in its invasion of Ukraine. Explain to us what's going on here.
Yeah, so there's this app called Premise, and it's a gig work platform kind of like Uber, and it pays people around the world a few dollars to complete tasks like answering surveys or taking photos. So in Ukraine, what people were seeing was that Premise was offering around 25 cents to complete tasks like, share photos of explosion damage or share evidence of where the nearest medical facilities were. And a lot of Ukrainians thought that this was evidence that Premise was working with the Kremlin.
So how is the company responding? The company behind this app, how are they responding to the allegations?
So Premise is actually a U.S. military contractor, and what they say is that any accusations that they're working for the Russian government is unequivocally false. So they say that this is not what's happening here, that they're actually working for Western democracies. But it sort of highlights the confusion and the fog of war that can happen with these gig work platforms, especially where it's not always clear who the end user or the end client for these individual tasks, right? So you don't always know who you're working for when you make money on these apps. And in this case, during this invasion, there was a lot of confusion that perhaps this work was being done for the Russian military. And that claim actually got repeated by the armed forces of Ukraine, who said that enemies were working with Premise. But again, the company says that is totally not true. And this is just another example of sort of the confusion that's happening on the ground with tech companies.
You make a good point there. I mean, there's so much tech out there, and it's moving so quickly in so many different directions with so many different people involved. I guess more broadly speaking, how are the tech companies reacting to what's happening in Ukraine in general?
So they're moving really quickly. So we're seeing Facebook, Meta, the company that owns Facebook, Google, YouTube, and a lot of them, they're actually pulling out of Russia, removing advertising. They're making it so that the channels are not monetized. I think the big sort of takeaway here is that they're trying to ensure that they're not profiting from state media or not profiting from anything that the Russian government is potentially doing in those markets. So Premise also temporarily pulled out of Ukraine entirely, out of an abundance of caution, is what they said.
All right, Louise Matsakis, we appreciate you today. Thank you. Americans across the country are rallying for Ukraine in its fight against Russia's invasion. People are attending protests and vigils. They're donating to organizations that are helping Ukrainians. As NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders tells us, even vodka is being impacted.
It's estimated as many as 500,000 Ukrainians have already fled their country over the border. Refugees who now need immediate needs like hand sanitizer, shampoo, things that they call family necessity kits that they're putting together here. Socks. That's because as the people are fleeing, they are leaving with basically all they can carry on their backs or in a suitcase. And as they arrive in countries like Poland, they may know what they're going to do tonight, but they have no idea what's going to happen tomorrow. It's estimated every 7 seconds another Ukrainian family crosses the border into Poland. The first thing they spot as they cross into the tiny village of Medyka, population 2,800, a global empowerment mission tent, that Miami-based organization helping the refugees.
If you look behind me right now, you can see all the people just coming in, right? It just doesn't stop flowing. It's nighttime here. It'll keep it like this all night long.
It took Christina and her daughter 3 days, much of it on foot, to get here.
And now we're here waiting for I don't know what.
A hotel tonight, but tomorrow she's out of money. Rather than force refugees into tents, if they have family or friends in Europe, Jem uses donations to buy train or plane tickets to keep the refugees moving.
It's actually a much cost-effective solution.
And easier on the emotional aspects of this too?
They're going to stay in a tent in freezing degrees when they have an opportunity to stay with a friend of theirs in a bordering country where they're in the warm and they can eat nice meals at the table. Of course you want to get them in that situation.
But for those who don't have family, shelter and food is the immediate challenge. Chef Jose Andres now setting up his world central kitchen on the ground, providing warm meals for hungry refugees.
Nothing sends a bigger message of hope than a humble plate of food. And that's the only thing we know how to do. All America is going to be with the people of Ukraine.
All across America.
USA, arm Ukraine! USA!
USA, arm Ukraine.
Rallies in support of the Ukrainian people.
As a Ukrainian, it feels really good to see so many people supporting.
Also at some rallies, Russian Americans.
I am proud to be Russian because I'm Russian and it's a beautiful country, but I'm really ashamed of the actions of a Russian government.
And you say to those in the Ukraine?
We stand by you and we will help you as much as we can.
Many Americans showing their support for Ukraine in any way they can. In New York City, long lines to eat at Veselka, a Ukrainian diner on the Lower East Side.
Just come out and spend a few of our American dollars at a Ukrainian joint seems worthwhile.
The Global Empowerment Mission and the kitchen that we just showed you with Chef Jose Andres, they are working as charities. So if you're feeling that you'd like to help and you're not sure what to do, if you donate to them, their money goes directly to the Ukrainian crisis. If you direct your money there, it won't get diverted. And it's important to note that while you see what's going on here, much of what they will do with the money is they will buy items in Europe and bring them in because it gets there that much faster. What you're seeing here, this will go on air freight later today.
While this year's midterm elections will be closely watched, many are already focused on the 2024 presidential election. Up next, what political insiders are saying should be the top issues and why some disagree with former President Donald Trump.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Former President Donald Trump's hold on the Republican Party is still very evident, but some in the party disagree with him on one thing. They want Trump to give up his fixation on the 2020 election that he falsely claims was stolen. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray is following the election closely. He joins us now with the latest. Mark, what are you seeing that sort of shows this divide between the GOP leadership and former President Trump?
Yeah, a couple things, Aaron. Number one, in polling, we've seen majorities of Republicans say that they do want to move beyond the rhetoric of the 2020 election, particularly coming from the former president. A Morning Consult poll, as well as a recent Quinnipiac poll, really show that these majorities of Republicans want to be able to move on. The other indication, Aaron, is coming from the Republican Party's top strategists, including Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, who all think that the key for Republican success in the 2022 midterms is talking about the future and what a Republican Congress would do and not litigating the 2020 presidential election.
So if we sort of follow that line of thinking, Mark, about what a Republican Congress could do and a Republican Party that is not a Trump party necessarily, he hasn't made a 2024 bid official, obviously, at this point. Who could emerge as a front runner if the former president and his party are still at odds?
Yeah, Aaron, we are a long time away, but I do think that some of the potential names we ended up seeing at the CPAC, Conservative Political Action Conference in Florida over the weekend, and some of those folks include Florida Senator Rick Scott, Tim, as well as someone like Kristi Noem, the South Dakota governor. Other names, Nikki Haley, the former UN ambassador and South Carolina governor, Tim Scott, the Republican senator from South Carolina. And so, Aaron, I agree with you that Donald Trump's hold on the Republican Party remains very strong. But if and when he says no go to 2024, I think we would see a sizable Republican field, maybe almost as large as the Democratic field that we ended up seeing in the 2020 race.
And so, Mark, what would that mean for the party then? If you had a GOP minus a Trump factor, what might that mean for Republicans?
Aaron, it still is important to note just how fundamentally the former president has changed the Republican Party. And despite the polling that I show that Republicans want to move beyond 2020, you still have polls that show majorities of Republicans don't believe the 2020 election was legitimate. And that shows you just the power that the former president has. Also looking at key primary races among Republicans where very few Republicans want to admit that Donald Trump ended up losing. And so he still has a hold. I just think that the question is who's the new kind of Republican that takes some of his things and shapes it in a slightly different way.
All right, Mark Murray for us today. Mark, thank you. Appreciate it. Rising crime and inflation rates could sink Wisconsin Democratic Governor Tony Evers' re-election bid. Evers' approval ratings are tanking now, and his Republican challengers are jumping at the chance to oust him from office. NBC News political reporter Adam Edelman joins us now. And Adam, what are we hearing from voters there in Wisconsin?
I spoke with a lot of voters in Wisconsin. I looked at the polls, and basically what we found is that crime is a big issue. Violent crime in Wisconsin has increased in the state over the past 2 years. Homicides in Milwaukee, which is the largest city in Wisconsin, have set all-time records 3 years in a row. It's a problem voters care about. There are other issues, too. Those include inflation, educational transparency, and concerns over critical race theory. Those are issues that are important in other races in other states, but here, crime is definitely on the minds of voters.
How about for Republicans there in Wisconsin, Adam? What are they doing to sway undecided voters?
Well, when it comes to crime, the Republican frontrunner at the moment, Rebecca Clayfish, she's proposed spending more money to put more police officers on the street. That's been kind of an issue that she's really been at the center of attacks she's lobbed at Evers so far. She's claiming that he has spent zero of the $45 million that Wisconsin received under American Rescue Plan funds toward putting more police officers on the street. But really, one of the larger things that all three Republican candidates have begun focusing on, which could end up hurting their party's chances in the general election, is a return to litigating the results of the 2020 race. And that's something that could really kind of help Evers run as the pro-democracy candidate, and an issue that really ends up increasing Democratic turnout and doesn't necessarily end up helping Republicans in the gubernatorial race.
All right, political reporter Adam Edelman, we appreciate you today. Thanks. Making history, we're going to break down the biggest winners at the SAG Awards, including a first for the awards show. That's up next.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
People say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special.
It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
The escalating tension between Ukraine and Russia.
They worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
The piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news. NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
Well, award season is heating up in Hollywood. Movie stars honored their own at the 28th Annual Screen Actors Guild Awards last night. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer takes a look at who won big.
Aaron, last year's ceremony was shortened and pre-recorded because of COVID. This time around, things felt a lot closer to normal. Celebrities walking the carpet, accepting statues, and celebrating some history-making wins.
Award season is
Hollywood's biggest stars gathering Sunday for the SAG Awards. Actors honoring other actors in the first major televised award show of the season.
It is so good to see you in person. Thank you all for being here.
The big TV winners, Succession, Ted Lasso, and the South Korean drama Squid Game. The actors Lee Jung-jae and Jung Ho-yeon winning for their performances.
and I love you, my Squid Game crew.
Dame Helen Mirren accepted a Lifetime Achievement Award, sharing this advice to young actors.
Be on time and don't be an ass.
On the film side, Jessica Chastain won for The Eyes of Tammy Faye, and Will Smith took the lead performance prize for King Richard, his portrayal of Venus and Serena Williams' father.
That may have been one of the greatest moments of my career just now.
But amid the awards, there were somber moments.
Now, while tonight is a celebration, we are all at the same time holding a place in our hearts for the people of Ukraine.
My heart is with our international family all over the world.
Given the subject matter. An emotional Michael Keaton, who won for his role in Dope Sick, a miniseries about the opioid crisis, dedicated his award to his nephew, who died from addiction.
This is for my nephew, Michael.
Coda! The night's top film prize went to the cast of Coda, a historic win for the coming-of-age film about a deaf family and their hearing daughter.
This validates the fact that we, deaf actors, can work just like anybody else. We look forward to more opportunities for deaf actors, deaf culture. Thank you.
Earlier in the night, there was another historic win for Coda. Troy Kotsur was named Best Supporting Actor, the first deaf man to win the award. He's also nominated for an Academy Award for his performance in the film, and many do look to the SAG Awards as a preview for what could come at the Oscars in a few weeks. Aaron.
And thank you for being with us this hour. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Nuclear threat. Vladimir Putin putting his nuclear arsenal on high alert as Russia faces unexpected setbacks in Ukraine. how Ukrainians are successfully fending off one of the most powerful militaries in the world. Facing Congress, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson meeting with senators ahead of her Supreme Court confirmation fight. The challenges she faces with lawmakers on both sides. Sending a message. President Biden set to deliver his State of the Union address tomorrow night amid an all-out war in Ukraine. A first look at what to expect as he speaks to Congress. And way off base, this year's Major League Baseball season is in serious jeopardy. The face-off between the players' union and owners and the fast-approaching deadline for a deal. And good Monday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is on assignment. We begin with that breaking news, the ripple effect of Russia's invasion in Ukraine. New U.S. sanctions are now zeroing in on Russia's central bank. American citizens and companies can no longer do business with that bank. U.S. citizens in Russia are also being told to think about leaving immediately. Meanwhile, Russian and Ukrainian officials met face-to-face today in Belarus. This was billed as ceasefire talks, but Ukraine's president says he is not hopeful of a resolution. Fighting has also now been reported in Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv. One Ukrainian advisor said on social media dozens of people have been killed. We are also learning more about the rush to get out of Ukraine. The UN Refugee Agency saying more than 500,000 people have already left the country. We are covering every angle of this rapidly developing story. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Cal Perry. He is on the ground for us in Ukraine at this hour. Cal, walk us through this. What's the situation where you are, and what's the latest on this effort toward a ceasefire?
So I'm in the western part of the country here in the city of Lviv, which really has become a support city for the rest of the country. You have soldiers moving through this city to the east where there is heavy fighting, and you have civilians fleeing in this direction from the east, trying to head to the west, trying in many cases to get to Poland. As you said, heavy fighting throughout the weekend in the city of Kharkiv. We are watching video of Russian troops moving in behind armored personnel carriers, a pretty good indication that there is fierce urban fighting there. There's been a slight pause last night in the bombardment of Kyiv. Important there for residents as they had at least a pause, though the concern is Russian troops are still moving in on that city en masse. Now, as I said, back to where I am here in the city of Lviv, we're able to talk to people who have just left those areas of fighting. I had a chance to speak a short time ago to a woman who fled the city of Kharkiv with her husband and her 8-year-old son. Here's a little bit of her story.
We were standing in traffic and we could just hear the sirens and we could hear the shelling and everything. And that was after the night when we actually saw shelling and we saw the explosions in Kiev from the place where we were staying.
This is very bad, and I please Putin and Russian people to stop this. And this is very bad. This is children, people без дому.
Without home. Without home.
Without home now. This is very bad. Putin, please stop this. This is very bad. This is very сложно. Difficult now.
And so you have an ever-deteriorating humanitarian situation, especially at the Polish border, where some folks are waiting now more than 36 hours to cross. And Aaron, it is wet, it is cold out here. You're going to have more and more people sleeping outside as this conflict only widens.
I want to bring in Matt Bodner now. He is in Russia for us in Belgorod. Matt, I think you're there with us. I know the sanctions seem to be having an impact on Russia's economy at this point. What's happening right now?
Thank you, Aaron. Well, it's definitely an unprecedented situation on the Russian market, basically at all levels. For Russian citizens, there's, of course, great concern about the ruble, which is trading at some historic lows. There's been, reports in Moscow and other places of actual kind of currency runs where people are having to line up in certain areas to withdraw rubles. Russia's own currency. It's not like the dollar run we saw last week. So we're seeing that happen. There's a lot, I think, of just general anxiety about the state of the economy and the future. I'd say, sanctions have been kind of a part of Russian political life for 8 years since, along with this conflict in Ukraine. But we have not yet seen anything that I would argue has been so directly felt by the Russian public as the exchange rate. At the high level, at the higher levels, we're seeing, the Kremlin for the first time directly admit that sanctions are a massive blow to the Russian economy and that they need to start taking measures to mitigate the impact of that. Previously, the narrative has always been sanctions don't bother us, but these ones clearly do. These ones are clearly making an impact, and we're just now starting to understand what that impact will be.
Matt, that city where you are, Belgorod, Russia, is not going to be a place that is familiar for most of our viewers. Talk to us about why you're there and what's happening.
Sure. So this is about 25 miles from the Russian-Ukrainian border. About 25 miles from that border is the city of Kharkiv, which, as you mentioned, is currently under Russian attack. We've seen a lot of harrowing videos out of that area today suggesting, that Russia has moved in a lot of very serious equipment and is starting to employ them against the city of Kharkiv. So we've been kind of trying to understand what is passing through here. Belgorod is basically one of the main logistical hubs for that Russian operation against Kharkiv. Yesterday, we saw a lot of fuel trucks moving in and out, but since then, they've kind of clamped down on independent cameras in the area, filming those movements. Aaron?
All right, Matt Bodner for us in Russia, Cal Perry in Ukraine today. Thank you both. Well, hundreds of thousands of people have already fled Ukraine, and the UN Refugee Agency says that number could reach millions. Ukrainian women and children are flocking to border crossings and train stations, as Cal Perry indicated. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas is in Lviv.
It's a horrific refugee crisis. This is one of the pressure points right here. This is the train station in Lviv, where very few trains are taking off for Poland. So there are thousands of Ukrainians here who have fled their homeland. They're trying to get something to eat because so many people have left and they didn't expect this to take so long. A lot of people are waiting for days to cross out of the country, and a lot of times they can't get into these European countries for a variety of reasons, including they're trying to register every single person that leaves this country. So it's leading to gridlock and backups. You can see, you notice a lot of women here, a lot of children. We've reported about this for several days now, how all the men of fighting age are staying back. A lot of times they'll take their families all the way to the border and they'll go back to their hometowns and try to prepare for the war with the Russians. This is the train station right here. And as I said, there's about maybe 2 or 3 trains that run to Poland every 4 or 5 hours, but all of the seats are sold out. So it leads to a lot of confusion. People are pushing to get up onto the train tracks. And I'm going to walk around here. Our photographer, Bill Angelucci, is following me here. You can see once you come in here, there are just so many people hoping and praying to get on any kind of train outside of Ukraine to another part of Europe, but it's really impossible. It's incredible how patient the people are here, because you would think this would lead to utter chaos, and there is some pushing, there is some shoving, but people calm down, and a lot of Ukrainians are coming together to help each other out. If you think this looks dire, the scene at the border where I was at this weekend is even worse, the border of Poland and Ukraine, because you actually see women in tears there, and they're pushing up against the gates. Ukrainian border guards are holding the gates off before these people can come into Poland, and it's just sad because you see babies that are crying for hours. These mothers are holding them, and they're just trying to get to safety. People are just trying to get away from the Russian tanks, get away from the Russian soldiers. They have no idea what's left.
Tom Yamas there in Lviv. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli now. Mike, I want to start with this newest set of sanctions on Russia. Break it down for us. What exactly is being targeted here?
Well, Aaron, we've already seen the Biden administration, along with our allies, moving to sanction some of the largest Russian banks, some of the main oligarchs, their ability to tap into their sovereign debt. Now what the administration is doing, again, in concert with our allies, is limiting Russia's ability to tap its hundreds of billions of dollars in foreign reserves to try to shore up their economy, to replace the real impact that they're feeling. So these new sanctions target Russia's central bank, as well as the Ministry of Finance and something called the Rainy Day Fund, the Sovereign Wealth Fund for Russia. The administration saying that their strategy here is to make sure that as long as Putin is moving forward with an invasion, to make sure that Russia's economy is moving backward. This was a key step that Putin had hoped to take, to tap into these foreign reserves, to shore up the ruble. It's an option he no longer has the option of taking advantage of now.
And Mike, Russia put its nuclear forces on high alert over the weekend. How's the White House receiving and responding to that?
Well, what we've heard from senior defense officials as well as White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki is to say simply that this is an unnecessary and escalatory move on the part of the Russian president. What's more interesting is what the White House is not doing. We could have seen in response to Russia's move for the president to change the U.S.'s own nuclear posture, to change our DEFCON posture, as it's called. They have not done that. Basically what they're doing is now back-channeling with other Russian defense officials to try to get a handle of what Putin's real intentions are. Is this just saber rattling, or is there something really happening behind the scenes here that should be more concerning, obviously working in close concert with our NATO allies at this point?
All right, Mike Memley for us in Washington today. Mike, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News military analyst, retired four-star Army General Barry McCaffrey now. General, we appreciate you being with us today. I do want to start with Putin putting his nuclear forces on high alert, as we learned over the weekend. How should the West receive and respond to that move?
Well, look, Aaron, I've spent most of my life dealing with nuclear weapons. I was an arms control negotiator for the JCS with the Russians, with the Ukrainians, as we rounded up these weapons and got them back in the Russian Federation. It is unheard of to encounter a head of state who would think that nuclear weapons are a war-fighting capability. In particular, not the existential survival of the nation, but to use them as a threat over a stalled criminal invasion of a neighboring country. It makes no sense. You cannot successfully fight a nuclear war. So why Putin would make this kind of illogical and unsettling statement is beyond most of us.
Is there any way in particular that you would advise other heads of states to react and respond to that if Putin is sort of pounding his chest or actually thinking about making a move? How would you expect others to react to this?
Well, I think the White House doing the right thing is to essentially downplaying the significance of it as a non-threat, which it actually should be. And I think we're seeing the senior defense officials, both Secretary Austin and General Milley, reaching out to their Russian counterparts saying, what is going on? The faces of the Russian Secretary of Defense and the Chief of the General Staff, when Putin made this announcement, sitting 20 feet from him at a table, gave it all away. They were, I think, shocked at the news. So there's no good way to talk through this one. Putin got himself in a mess. His invasion is stalled. It looks incompetent. At a tactical level, they're losing against the Ukrainian defense forces.
All right, retired Army General Barry McCaffrey. General, we appreciate your time today. Thank you. The confirmation battle for President Biden's Supreme Court pick is now underway. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson is set to begin meetings with senators this week in Washington. If confirmed, she would become the first black woman on the Supreme Court. NBC News correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now from Washington. Ken, what can we expect in the coming days for this confirmation process as it gets going?
Good morning, Aaron. Well, look, in a 50-50 Senate, the top priority is for the Democrats to make sure every single member is on board and voting for Jackson. So to that end, as you mentioned, a White House official tells NBC News she will begin meetings with senators on Capitol Hill this week. And former Democratic Senator Doug Jones of Alabama has been tapped to help steer her through the confirmation process. Jackson will try to meet with every senator who has the time, and she'll answer a series of written questions about her record and her background. She'll also hold practice sessions to get ready for her Judiciary Committee hearings, portions of which, of course, will be on national television. Assuming the 50-50 Judiciary Committee votes are out favorably, the full Senate will then vote. And, of course, Democrats say they're hoping to have all this finished by April 9th. Aaron.
And Ken, 3 Senate Republicans voted to confirm Jackson to the D.C. Appeals Court last summer, including Republican Senator Lindsey Graham. However, Graham recently said that the president's choice of Jackson, quote, means the radical left has won. How are other Republicans reacting to this particular nomination?
Several Republicans have praised her nomination and said they were open to supporting her, including Mitt Romney, who called the nomination historic. Take a listen to what another Republican, Rob Portman, said yesterday on Meet the Press.
There's a Supreme Court nominee. I don't think this is going to be a very contentious hearing, but I'm curious, what would it take for you to vote to confirm her?
Well, I'm going to look at her record. I don't think, Chuck, it will be as partisan we've seen in the past. And Democrats have 50 votes, and +1 with the vice president. They have the ability to confirm. But I think the rest of us on the Republican side are going to be looking at her record, looking at her qualifications.
And part of the point he's making is that since Judge Jackson is not going to change the ideological makeup of the court, this process may be less contentious than some of the other ones in the past. But of course, a number of Republicans on the Judiciary Committee have aspirations to run for president, Aaron, and it may be in their interests to be seen as roughing up a Democratic Supreme Court nominee. Aaron.
Well, I'll be watching closely as this gets underway. Ken Delaney for us in Washington. Thank you, Ken.
You bet.
More than a year after the January 6th insurrection, the first trial stemming from that deadly riot is now underway. Guy Reffitt faces 5 charges, including bringing a gun onto Capitol grounds, obstruction of justice, and obstruction of an official proceeding. Here's NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams.
This case is notable for several reasons. More than 220 people charged in the riot have chosen to plead guilty, but not Guy Reffitt. He wants a trial, and unlike many of those who have pleaded, he has expressed no remorse. In fact, he wrote a letter praising the actions of the people who stormed the Capitol on January 6th. He faces 5 counts. Prosecutors say he illegally brought guns into Washington, D.C., and had one of them, a handgun, with him when he came to the Capitol. He's not accused of entering the building, but the charges say he did tussle with the police outside. The government says he's a member of the far-right 3 Percenters militia group, and the trial will feature some interesting witnesses, including his 19-year-old son and 17-year-old daughter. They say that when Reffitt returned home to Texas, he threatened to kill them if they told the police or the FBI about what he did at the Capitol. Jury selection, which has started today, may take longer than usual because one of the things that Reffitt's lawyers have argued, and this is something that other January 6 defendants have also said, is that they can't get a fair trial here in Washington because the Capitol riot affected so many people. So the task for these next several days will be to find jurors who say that they can set aside what they may know about what happened and decide the case based entirely on the evidence they hear in court. Back to you.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill preparing for what's shaping up to be a very important week there. President Biden will deliver his first State of the Union tomorrow as Congress faces new foreign and domestic policy challenges. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor is joining us now. Sahil, the president is delivering this State of the Union address against the backdrop of a war in Europe. There are inflation concerns here at home. His approval rating has not been in a great place as of late. What are lawmakers on Capitol Hill, lawmakers in Congress, looking to hear from the president this week?
Well, it has been a rough 6 months for President Biden, Aaron, and I think he's got a lot to address directly to the American people to try to tell them what he is doing to make their lives better. Of course, the big topic of mind, the big news on the international stage is the Russia-Ukraine war that was triggered by Vladimir Putin. There's an enormous amount of sympathy in the United States for the Ukrainians, and the president has tried to rally NATO allies to push economic sanctions to cripple Russia's economy as a way of doing this. He's trying to stay out of this militarily. He'll also try to explain why he's asking for an additional $6.4 billion in aid for the Ukrainians, more than half of which would go through the Department of Defense. There's, of course, the COVID situation. This was arguably the reason that President Biden got elected. He promised to bring this under control. What is his status update? Does he declare victory, or does he say there's still more work to do, or maybe a blend of the two? Then on the domestic front, he is likely to address in some form or fashion the failure of his Build Back Better agenda and talk about what pieces of it maybe can be salvaged. And of course, that relates to price hikes. He wants to talk about tackling inflation and argue that many pieces of his domestic agenda are about lowering prices for ordinary Americans.
And Sahil, very quickly, Congress is back from its break. There's a full slate for members this week. What's top of the agenda for you? What are you paying attention to?
A jam-packed week in Congress. Of course, there's the State of the Union tomorrow night. There is, you see the list on the screen here. The mask mandate in the Capitol is gone. There are going to be Russia-Ukraine briefings, classified briefings for the House and the Senate, now that both of them are back in town. They've had unclassified briefings by phone. Now they're doing it in person. Government funding. This needs to happen by March 11th, or there's a shutdown, and Democratic leaders expect that $6.4 billion in Ukraine aid is going to get tacked on to the government funding bill. Of course, there's movement on the Supreme Court front. Ketanji Brown Jackson, the nominee, has received a questionnaire. She's expected to fill it out and meet with senators starting this week. And today, the Senate will vote late this afternoon on a bill to codify abortion rights, essentially to enshrine Roe versus Wade as the law of the land federally in anticipation of the Supreme Court curtailing that precedent, but it's unlikely to pass the Senate where 60 votes are required. Aaron.
All right, Sahil Kapoor for us today. Sahil, thank you. Now, despite COVID cases dropping across the country, there is still major concern about Americans suffering with long COVID. Coming up, the woman now infected for 2 years and why she can't seem to shake the virus.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Well, two major parts of everyday life in one of the early epicenters of the coronavirus pandemic are being phased out. Starting today, students in New York City public schools can shed their masks outdoors. Face coverings are still required indoors. A decision on indoor masks is expected on Friday. Also, New Yorkers won't have to show proof of vaccination at most public places like restaurants, bars, gyms, and grocery stores starting next week. And as COVID cases drop, Illinois is ending its indoor mask mandate today. But even as the country pulls back these precautions, the long-term effects of the virus are still being felt by millions of Americans. NBC News senior legal and investigative correspondent Cynthia McFadden has more.
When Karen Bishop got COVID 2 years ago, she never imagined it would ruin her health, drain her bank account, and compromise her ability to raise her then 11-year-old son, Jayani.
Now, what is the lesson about?
And she didn't know America's social safety net would fail her.
I just had this overwhelming fatigue, this overwhelming lingering cough, and I started noticing like significant memory issues.
She went back to work as a paramedic for a South Florida fire department, but was soon fired. Her symptoms got worse.
After termination, it was a huge battle with the workers' compensation doctors who gaslit me and, basically told me there's no possible way you have anything wrong with you. Workers' compensation ended up getting denied.
Next, she applied for disability through Social Security. After a full year of being out of work and facing financial ruin, another dead end.
When you were denied for your Social Security disability, what was your reaction?
It was really devastating. I have nearly $4,000 of bills every month that are being neglected.
It sounds like what you're accumulating is debt.
Yeah.
And she's not alone. We talked to many others.
They denied me 3 times. I felt heartbroken. I didn't feel like a human being.
It was a punch in the gut. I went through all that fight, and my state denied me disability.
In fact, of the more than 1,700 self-identified COVID long haulers NBC News surveyed, nearly 600 said they sought disability benefits from Social Security or private insurance and got nowhere. In addition, over 75% said when they tell people they have long COVID, they're not believed. And it's not just Social Security disability. Getting health insurance coverage is an uphill battle, too.
Patients are being told that their current insurance policy doesn't cover long COVID because the insurer doesn't recognize long COVID as a condition, but they can't improve their medical benefits because they have a pre-existing condition, which is long COVID.
Dr. David Petrino and a team at Mount Sinai's post-COVID clinic in New York City have treated more than 1,500 people with long COVID.
The system is gearing itself against individuals with long COVID, and that makes them sicker and sicker over time.
Bishop is channeling her frustration into a fight for change, launching the COVID Long Haulers Advocacy Project online. A month ago, she sent a letter to the White House and nearly 3,000 other government officials, imploring them to provide disability benefits to COVID long haulers. She says only 3 members of Congress have responded. 3 real responses from 3,000 letters has got to tell you that there is not a national upswell in concern for people with long COVID at this point.
There isn't, and it's extremely concerning.
Really, you're asking for a life raft at this point.
There is no easy solution or answer to long COVID, but the bottom line is we have to start somewhere.
And fast.
That was Cynthia McFadden reporting. We continue to follow breaking news in Ukraine today. That's where Russian forces are facing stiff resistance. Still ahead, the battle for the capital of Kyiv and the new talks underway aimed at ending this crisis.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Making news right now, dozens of people are out of their homes after a massive fire in Boston. More than 100 firefighters were called here to knock down the flames that tore through 3 homes. One man had to be rescued from a burning building this morning, but there were no injuries. Natural gas being blamed for an explosion that leveled a house in Canada. 6 people were hurt in that blast in the city of Nanaimo last night. Technicians are at the scene now trying to determine how it happened. And lightning may not strike twice, but sometimes the lottery does. A man in Uniondale, New York, just won a $10 million jackpot for a second time. Juan Hernandez won the very same prize from a scratch-off ticket 10 years ago. He plans on taking the lump sum payout of about $6.5 million. Back now at the bottom of the hour with the breaking developments on the invasion of Ukraine. Ukrainians are holding their ground. Russian forces have failed to capture a single Ukrainian city after 5 days of fighting. Despite that, heavy fighting has broken out in the cities of Kharkiv and Kyiv. This morning, delegations from both sides met in Belarus to negotiate, though a ceasefire seems unlikely at this point. Also, the mass exodus is still underway, with hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians fleeing their homes in search of safety. The war taking its toll on the Russian economy as well, the ruble tanking against the dollar as the world ratchets up sanctions. Our reporters have every angle of this breaking story covered at this hour. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman. He is at NATO headquarters in Belgium for us today. Josh, NATO has been beefing up its presence in neighboring countries around Ukraine. How is the alliance reacting to this new escalation from Vladimir Putin putting his nuclear weapons on high alert?
Well, you're exactly right. NATO has, for the first time in its history, activated its response force for the defense and deterrence of threats to the NATO allies. That means that thousands of troops will be deploying towards Eastern Europe to try to shore up those defenses. But that comes amid this new escalation from President Putin, saying he's putting those nuclear forces on alert, something that has really alarmed capitals across the world. But the Secretary General of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, he had this to say about this latest move from Putin.
It's a reckless and dangerous decision by Russia to put their nuclear forces on high alert. There's no reason for that. NATO is no threat to Russia. We are increasing the presence of NATO troops, US troops, all the European troops in the eastern part of the alliance to make sure that there's no room for any miscalculation in Moscow about our readiness to protect and defend all allies. But this is defensive, so there's no reason for Russia to increase the readiness of their nuclear forces.
The possibility that the situation could spiral out of control and eventually lead to a situation where the U.S. and NATO are in a military conflict with Russia is something folks here at NATO are very concerned about. And they say that is the reason that they are being so adamant that NATO will not be putting troops on the ground in Ukraine and will not bow to calls to implement a no-fly zone in Ukrainian airspace, Aaron.
Josh, I want to ask you, too, I mean, you cover environmental policy for the Biden administration for us. You know, some of President Biden's opponents say that the only effective measure the U.S. can take against Russia now would be to increase oil production so European countries don't have to rely on Russia and buy it from that country. Is there any appetite in the administration at this point to do that?
Well, the short answer is no. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki has said that's a mixed diagnosis of the problem, and that, in fact, what the Biden administration wants to do is increase the ability for Ukraine, the West, Europe as a whole to use renewable energy sources instead of fossil fuels that they are reliant on from Russia. But at the same time, the U.S. is trying to take steps to shore up energy supplies for Europe if Russia were to turn off the supply of natural gas and oil to Europe. That includes finding other sources, such as the Qataris, who have a ton of natural gas, as well as talking with the Saudis and other major energy producers to see if they can increase shipments of energy to Europe so that there will be more resilience if Russia decides to cut them off.
All right, Josh Letterman for us in Brussels today. Josh, thank you. An estimated 500,000 Ukrainians have fled their country since Russia invaded, and that number is growing by the hour. Families are experiencing difficult journeys as they cross the border into neighboring countries. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiela joins us now from eastern Poland, where many refugees are still arriving. Kelly, what are you seeing?
Well, Aaron, they're still arriving by the tens of thousands, some over pedestrian crossings and others by train, like at this small town, at this small train station in eastern Poland. And oftentimes, family members will come here a day ahead of time, waiting for a train to arrive, peering through the fence, not knowing if their loved ones have made it across.
A mother's anxious wait. Oksana hoping her 14-year-old son is somewhere on this train packed with refugees from Ukraine. As we're talking, a text. She tells us she has to go. A frantic dash through a field. And finally, the hug she's been waiting for. Her son and her cousin now safe. The situation in Ukraine is very bad, her son says. His mother adding, that's why every parent is trying to get their children out if they can. Tens of thousands are fleeing every day to Poland, to Moldova, where they've built a tent city.
Me and my husband with my two daughters, we escape because I'm very dangerous for my family.
And to Romania and Hungary, too. Nigerian student Jacob Santea says food is scarce and people are growing desperate.
We'll have to fight our way each in every train that we went to.
On Friday, gunshots at the Kyiv train station to control the crowds. European officials say more than 7 million Ukrainians could be displaced inside the country, 4 million outside its borders. Fathers are sending wives and children away and staying to fight. This little boy says, we left Dad in Kyiv and will be selling things to help our heroes, our army. Countless families are now separated, some inconsolable.
I want my husband to be with me.
Where is he?
He's somewhere in Lviv. He did not did it through the border. We tried everything.
But across these border towns, a flood of kindness. Volunteers offering food, blankets, free rides, even homes. And sending trainloads of donations bound for Ukraine. 29-year-old Maxime just happy to have and soon hold his little boy again. Give me your finger, he tells his son. Give me the key, he says, to open the fence, keeping them apart.
And Maxime told us that he still has family members back in Ukraine. His mother and father are still there, but it's getting more and more difficult to get out. Not only are those trains absolutely packed, it's difficult to get on board, but also the journey itself is very difficult. And there are bottlenecks, not just at land borders, which we've been talking about over the past several days, pedestrian borders, but also on train lines like here. There was something like 4 trains stacked up waiting to come in last night. Aaron?
Kelly Kobiela for us in eastern Poland today. Kelly, thank you. Well, much of the attention in Ukraine is centered on Kyiv at this hour, but the country's second largest city, Kharkiv, is also under attack. It's located in northeastern Ukraine and is home to almost 1.5 million people. Kharkiv has faced wave after wave of Russian aggression, but as of right now, the city remains under Ukrainian control. Joining us now is Taras Kovalchuk. He's a travel blogger and photographer hunkered down in Kharkiv right now. That's also where he was born and raised. Taras, we appreciate you joining us, and we hope that you can stay safe while we talk here. We're hearing reports about heavy rocket fire, about shelling in that city today. What have you been experiencing?
Okay, hello. Yes, I am in Kharkiv. So what can I say? Right now I am safe. But Russian army puts a missile attack all the day to the Kharkiv, and I don't know what is the purpose. I think they thought that they can, I don't know, destroy our crowd, that we will be afraid. But the main point, we are not afraid this missiles attack, because it's make us more I don't know how to say that we are make groups to show our proud and fight with every Russian who comes to our land. And how say my friend from Zaporizhia, also Taras, he says like "Nasyat," which means do not pee, and we not pee. We are like fighting against Russia. Not only the Ukrainian army, but every citizens of Ukraine right now is a warrior who stand up and fight against Russia.
So Taras, and you've explained it very, very well there, but help us to understand a little bit more about why you in particular chose to stay in Kharkiv, and how long do you plan to stay there?
First of all, it's my own city. I grew up in that city, and like it's my native town, and I I will protect every millimeter of my land, of my city, and no one can touch it. Like, you know, it's a proud of my land, and we are staying here for our land, for our cities. And we stand for whole world and for security of whole world, just because we understand that Russia will not stop at the Ukraine. If they capture Ukraine, then they will go to Europe, they will go to US, you know. And right now we understand it's not a question just about Ukraine, it's question of all about the world.
All right, Taras Kovalchuk, we appreciate your time today. We are sending our thoughts your way and hope for your safety as you wage a war or defend yourselves against the Russians there. Thank you. Well, as the war in Ukraine unfolds, more and more people are watching events on social media. Now, Facebook and Twitter have just removed two anti-Ukrainian, quote, covert influence operations from their platforms. It's all to stop the spread of disinformation. NBC News senior reporter Ben Collins covers disinformation and extremism for us. He joins us now. Ben, what do we know about these groups?
Sure, there's two separate groups here. One is based out of Russia. It's tied back basically to the same people who ran the troll farm in 2016. They were posing as Ukrainian journalists on a website called Ukraine Today. And they had a bunch of fake profiles, even fake profile pictures created by AI. And the whole point of that operation was to sow doubt about the effectiveness of Ukraine's strategy in this war. Facebook said they took down about 40 profiles associated with that. And there was a second entirely different operation run by a Belarusian hacking group, which has ties to the Belarusian government, called Ghostwriter. And what they did was they hacked into accounts of Ukrainian journalists, real Ukrainian journalists, public officials, people like that in Ukraine, and then posted a video of Ukrainians waving a white flag of surrender. So these are two separate but sort of in tandem anti-Ukrainian disinformation operations.
And you'd have to imagine that there are others, that more will pop up as time goes on. What else are the social media companies doing to try to identify and remove any disinformation that's out there?
They're keeping an eye on everything in these spaces. They're looking for algorithmic flags. So basically people who are, you know, they won't say this out loud, but this is what it is. People who are using previous IP addresses tied to these previous troll farms, they're seeing if they're creating new accounts from those IP addresses. But, you know, they're also just they're looking for fishy behavior, suspicious behavior. When you hack into somebody's account, and it's all coming from the same place, it's pretty easy to identify that as one specific hacking group. That's what's going on here too. So they're going to keep an eye on this stuff. If things look fishy like this, these two were, you know, very overt. One was a hacking group. The other one was tied to a previous like FSB tied operation. So that's that's what they're going to keep looking out for, is these disinformation operations tied to governments in Russia and Belarus.
Is there any way to know really how big a problem this is? I mean, is there a way to know how many of these disinformation groups are out there and working?
I mean, there are influence operations with pretty much every government at this point. The ones that do the hacking are a little bit more intense, obviously. But they're, you know, I would say countless at this point. And it's very easy to hire what are known as cutouts, basically, you know, hire contractors to do this sort of disinformation work right now. It is something that foreign governments have been doing for the last maybe, you know, 8 to 10 years. And they're certainly going to ratchet it up during wartime.
All right, Ben Collins for us today. Ben, thank you. The Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, has emerged as the man of the hour in many ways. He insists on staying in Ukraine to thwart Russia's invasion of his country. Zelensky rejected an offer from the United States to be transported out of Ukraine. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter takes a closer look at the Ukrainian leader.
Hey, Aaron, that's right. This is a leader who has met the moment, risen to the cause. 3 years ago, he was a comedian on television playing a president in a TV show. Now he has emerged as a very convincing and very effective wartime leader. Take a look.
Staring directly into the camera, exhausted, unshaven, in a T-shirt. This is how we've started to see Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky multiple times a day at all hours since the invasion started, taking to social media, updating his country and the world, rallying his fellow citizens to fight. Last night was harsh, he says. They are fighting against everyone and everything alive. In another post last Thursday, walking through the Capitol, good morning, he says, there are a lot of fakes out there, but I'm here. The once stand-up comedian came to power in 2019 in a landslide Democratic election. Just a month after the finale of his hit show, Servant of the People, where he played an unlikely president on TV. 3 years later, the 44-year-old father of two has emerged as a convincing wartime leader. When the U.S. offered to evacuate him from the country, he reportedly told them, "I need ammunition, not a ride." While his adversary in Moscow talks of getting rid of the Nazis, President Zelensky, from a Russian-speaking Jewish family who lost relatives in the Holocaust, has emerged even stronger. His approval ratings in 2020 were slumping. He had not made much progress on peace talks with Moscow or rooting out corruption. But at the Munich Security Conference earlier this month, the world met a different leader.
I think that is all not for me, for Ukraine and for our soldiers. Thank you so much.
A leader now taking front and center stage, fighting for his country's survival.
Aaron, he is 44 years old. He is a modern president. All of these social media videos not only rally the country, rally his fellow citizens to pick up arms and fight, but they also reassure a country in real time that he is right there and he's not going anywhere. Aaron?
A major bump for Trump. Up next, the important new poll showing the former president leading the GOP pack in the 2024 race for the White House.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
People say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special.
It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
The escalating tension between Ukraine and Russia.
They worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news. NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Voters in Texas are heading to the polls tomorrow to kick off the 2022 midterm election. The Texas primary will be the first election under new strict voting rules passed by the Republican-led legislature last year. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now from Houston. Antonia, walk us through these new voting rules there, and what can voters expect tomorrow?
Hey, Aaron. It is a new voting landscape here in Texas since the passage of SB 1 by the Republican-controlled legislature last year. So the changes include an end to drive-through voting and 24-hour voting. These are two measures that were popular with some people here in Houston, which is the most populous county, and it was very helpful to some voters during the pandemic. It's also added new freedom and movement for partisan poll watchers, something that has some election workers and some voters nervous about tomorrow, that there could be possible confrontations or intimidation at the polls. And then most importantly, there were changes to mail-in voting that required people to submit an identification number or social security number that exactly matched whatever they provided when they first registered to vote in order to mail in vote. And what ended up happening here in Harris County was 40% of mail-in ballots were rejected, and they were finding that people were having trouble remembering what numbers they used when they originally registered to vote here. And so there's concern now that some of those voters, elderly, disabled voters who hope to take advantage of that, are going to have trouble getting their votes counted now, Aaron.
And Antonia, the new law has been pretty controversial, obviously, since it was introduced there. Over the summer, some Democratic state lawmakers even left that state to try to keep it from being passed. What are Republicans saying about it now?
That's right. Well, Republicans and, people around the state of Texas coming out of the election were making unfounded claims about the widespread voter fraud. That is not true. That did not happen here in Texas or elsewhere. But what they were hoping to do was essentially tighten election laws to make it harder to cheat. That's a word that they have used. And, to say that they were making the elections here more secure and fair. Take a listen to Greg Abbott describing this, the governor here in Texas, in his own words.
The Texas law, it does make it easier than ever before for anybody to go cast a ballot. It does also, however, make sure that it is harder for people to cheat at the ballot box in Texas.
Voting rights advocates say that it's not true that this law was needed to make it harder for people to cheat or to ensure that our elections were free and fair, arguing that the elections here in Texas and elsewhere already were running quite well. And so, this election on March 1st is going to be the real test of how SB 1 ultimately affects the state. And we may not know ultimately whether voters ended up not getting their votes counted through the mail-in ballot process or not for a couple days or maybe weeks' time. Aaron.
All right, Antonia Hilton for us in Houston today. Antonia, thank you. Former President Donald Trump's stronghold on the Republican Party doesn't appear to be loosening. A straw poll of likely Republican voters at CPAC over the weekend revealed Trump has a commanding 30-point lead over his closest competitor, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Now, this comes as President Biden's approval number is at just 37%. That's the lowest approval rating President Biden has ever had. NBC News senior political analyst Jonathan Allen joins us now from Washington. John, what's the big takeaway from this recent poll from the conference over the weekend from CPAC? What does it mean for Trump and for other potential Republican hoping to run?
It's both an unscientific poll and a conclusive one. Donald Trump is still the favorite of the conservative movement, not just a little bit of favorite, but the prohibitive favorite, dominating that straw poll. His speech on Saturday night that I covered at the convention in Orlando there was received not just warmly, but with thunderous ovations. This is still Donald Trump's party, and if he runs for president in 2024, like many of the people close to him believe that he will, he is in really good position to cruise through the Republican nomination process.
So what about the current president here, John? With Biden's numbers dropping as they have been, can we expect there to be a shift in the strategy coming out of the White House?
A lot of Democrats are wondering when that will happen. Will there be a strategic shift? I've done some reporting with our colleague Natasha Korecki on some Democrats wanting there to be personnel changes at the White House, thinking that the advice the president's getting must not be good enough. But at 37%, Biden is in a bad spot right now. I know the White House is optimistic that between the State of the Union, his nomination of a Supreme Court justice, and possibly the European Union and the United States, basically NATO, possibly turning back Russia and Ukraine, that there may be a moment for a pivot here. All of that remains to be seen.
All right, we know you'll be watching it closely. Jonathan Allen for us in our Washington bureau. John, thanks.
Thanks, Aaron.
Another baseball season is in jeopardy, but not because of COVID. After the break, the around-the-clock negotiations to end the Major League lockout and what fans have to say about the stalemate.
Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment,
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Well, it is deadline day on opening day. If Major League Baseball and its players can't reach a deal on a collective bargaining agreement by midnight, the start of the regular season will be delayed. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has been following this drama for us. He joins us now from Miami. Sam, bring us up to speed.
Drama feels like an appropriate word, Aaron. Good to be with you. We're a couple of hours now into negotiations today. At this point, no signs of an imminent deal. And Aaron, there are canyon-sized gaps between Major League Baseball and the Players Union when it comes to everything from luxury taxes to minimum salaries for players. And fans are caught in the middle right now as they're just trying to enjoy America's pastime and get away from the chaos of everyday life.
This morning, those pining for a little baseball are instead getting a very rude awakening. Empty stadiums and spring training facilities.
Got season tickets, got an RV into a campground, and no baseball.
Players abandoning the diamond for the boardroom as strained negotiations between MLB and its players union are putting the start of the season in peril.
You don't change St. Patrick's Day. You don't change Memorial Day. You don't change opening day, right?
But absent a labor agreement in hours, Major League Baseball says games will be canceled, including opening day. This is already the second longest lockout in the game's history, behind only the 1994 debacle that left baseball bruised for years. At the Sports Grill in Miami, clear concern from fans.
And everything that's going on in the world, I think it's an important thing for us to come together as a country.
Richard Welch wants to share experiences with his daughters like he did with his dad. As a 9-year-old kid, he met Boston great Ted Williams at spring training.
In these tough times where they've missed out a lot already, and now we finally can go do these things, and we can't because of financial reasons of the teams.
And finances are standing in the way, from how much big spending teams can be taxed to minimum salaries for players. Baseball's roughly $570,000 floor is well below the 3 other major American sports.
But the reality of the situation is that almost half the players make league minimum or less if they play less than half a year. So there is quite a disparity between those young players' pay and guys who are stars who've been in the league for several years.
There is optimism a deal might be struck. Fans holding out hope, but maybe not sympathy.
If I was a baseball player making, let's just say the minimum salary, I would be a very happy camper.
So, Sam, if the players and the league are able to reach an agreement... Sorry about that. I was just going to ask you, if the players in the league are able to reach an agreement by midnight, what can fans then expect to see happen?
Let's hope they do, because if these two sides can reach an agreement, there will be a spring training. It would be abridged 4 weeks instead of 6. But still, there are so many economic repercussions for that for local restaurants and hotels. That's part A, Aaron. Part B is if they don't reach a deal, the commissioner of Major League Baseball says it would be disastrous, and the games that would be canceled, like opening day, would not be rescheduled, and players would not be getting lost salary. Aaron?
All right, Sam Brock for us in Miami today. Sam, thank you. The news continues right now. Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Defending their country, Ukrainians fending off Russia despite forces launching a massive military assault. The new threat from Vladimir Putin with what some say is the most dangerous weapon in his arsenal. Message to America. President Biden putting the final touches on his State of the Union address, a speech he'll deliver amid a war in Ukraine, inflation, and troubling poll numbers. What lawmakers say they need to hear from him. Road to nowhere. A convoy of truckers headed to Washington to protest COVID restrictions, only to find out there are fewer restrictions left to protest. How they plan to ensure their voice is still heard. And the stars are out. Hollywood's biggest names showing up for the SAG Awards in person. What the first major televised award show of the season could mean for the new normal post-COVID. And good Monday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is on assignment today. We begin this hour with that breaking news in Ukraine's fight against Russia's invasion. Explosions have been heard throughout the day in Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city. Kharkiv has been the epicenter of the most recent fighting there. And newly announced U.S. sanctions are zeroing in on Russia's central bank. American citizens and companies can no longer do business with that bank. U.S. citizens in Russia also being told to think about leaving that country immediately. There are now new calls for Russia to withdraw troops as well. During an emergency session at the United Nations, the Secretary General said nuclear conflict is, quote, simply inconceivable. Our teams are dispatched across 2 continents now, keeping a very close eye on all of the developments. Let's start with the latest movements on the ground, both from those fighting in Ukraine and those fleeing. NBC News reporter Matt Bodner is in Belgorod, Russia for us. Matt, I understand that officials from Ukraine and Russia have wrapped up their meeting today, those 2 delegations. What do we know about those conversations?
Thank you, Aaron. Well, they ended about 30 minutes ago, and we're starting to get kind of the initial statements out of participants in both sides. From the Russian side, we're hearing this is about a 5-hour conversation in which they are saying they felt that the Ukrainians heard them and took care to try to listen to their side of this negotiation. And they're claiming that there were kind of several points in which they agreed they could start working on, and that they're now both sides returning to their capitals and may hold further talks. Now, we've also heard from the Ukrainians on this, and one of President Zelensky's advisors said that the main thing for the Ukrainians was a ceasefire. On the Russian side, they said that they hoped, after kind of laying out their concerns, saying they hoped that it would work out. So we're still trying to figure out where exactly this fell on this one. But I do note that just a few minutes ago, just before coming on air, we started hearing reports of massive explosions in Kyiv. So it's not exactly clear if a ceasefire was kind of agreed on in this meeting, despite what the Ukrainians are saying, or if it's just a further topic of discussion. We're going to try to find that out. But at the moment, not exactly clear.
Let's go to Kelly Kobiela now. She's near the Poland-Ukraine border for us in Poland. Kelly, the UN estimated last week that up to 4 million people could leave Ukraine as a result of the fighting that's going on. What are you seeing from your vantage point?
Well, Aaron, people continue to arrive here in Poland and other countries bordering Ukraine by the tens of thousands. We saw a train arriving earlier today filled with about 2,000 people coming in from Ukraine. Now, Poland has told people that anyone coming in from Ukraine, regardless of what country is in your passport, will be allowed into this country. No questions asked, passport stamped, allowed to stay here, given refuge here. And And today, actually, as we were watching people come off this train, we saw an Iraqi doctor who lives in Ukraine but is an Iraqi citizen, and his wife, also a doctor, a Ukrainian citizen, with their young daughter. And this is what they had to say.
This is long way to come in. We are two days. We came from city Poltava to Lvov, and after that we came here.
How did you get to Lvov?
By car. I have car, but I leave it there because I cannot cross the way from Lvov to Volch.
Are you Polish citizen? Sir, are you what?
I'm from Iran, but my wife is from Ukraine.
So you were able to leave? According to the UN, 500,000 people have now crossed the border into neighboring countries. More than 200,000 of them have come here to Poland. And it's getting more and more difficult, Aaron, for people to make those journeys. We spoke to another man today who was waiting for family, friends. And he said his wife still has two sisters and a niece in the country in a village not far from Kyiv. And they were trying to figure out a way to get them out, but there was just no easy answer because of the fighting around the capital and because of the problems with the metro and with the train system. It's just a matter of logistics. Do you drive? Do you take your chances on roads where you don't necessarily know where the fighting is taking place? And do you try to get on one of these trains? That in and of itself is quite a battle. These train stations have been absolutely packed. Aaron.
I want to turn to our global security reporter, Dan DeLuce, now. He's joining us from Washington. Dan, what's the latest assessment of how quickly the Russian troops are moving into and through Ukraine?
Aaron, the Pentagon officials are saying that it is not moving very quickly, that the Russians are struggling so far. Since yesterday, they've moved only about 3 miles closer to Kyiv, for example. They've had problems with their supply lines. They've had fuel tankers knocked out, which is obviously really a problem. Tanks and armored vehicles use a huge amount of fuel, and that creates problems for them. And they still don't have superiority in the air. The Ukrainians are still able to fly aircraft. They're still able to use their air defenses. Now, having said that, the attacks continue. They are trying to hammer Kharkiv in the east, and in the south, the port of Mariupol. So there's still a risk that Ukrainian forces could somehow be entrapped or encircled there. It'll be interesting to see if the Ukrainians are able to kind of thin out their forces and disperse their troops in a way where they're not entrapped there. And then the main focus is still, Aaron, on the capital and to what degree the Russians will move in and use more brutal tactics, really, and start targeting civilian areas in the city itself to try to sow panic or try to, seize control of the city. But they are meeting this resistance, and even if they achieve some military objectives, they could have a very big problem on their hands trying to put down this resistance, which clearly shows no sign of abating.
All right, Dan DeLuce for us, Matt Bodner, Kelly Kobiea as well. Thank you all. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is joining us now from his post. Mike, talk to us about these sanctions. How are they further isolating Russia right now, economically and politically?
Well, Aaron, we saw, obviously, the White House deliver, as promised, swift and severe economic sanctions last week, targeting Russian banks, targeting oligarchs, trying to move to limit their access to that SWIFT system. Well, as expected, White House officials are saying Russia has now gone to Plan B, trying to tap into more than $600 billion they have throughout the world, sort of as their insurance plan in federal reserves in around the world. And so what the moves designed to accomplish today are to limit their ability to conduct any transactions in any of those reserves that are in dollars, yen, sterling, or euros, effectively eliminating their ability to take action that was desperately needed to shore up their own financial system. What the White House is emphasizing is that they've been working on this plan for months. They anticipated what Russia was going to try to do, tap into their slush fund, as they call it, and that the strategy really here is designed to ensure that as Putin continues to escalate his invasion of Ukraine, they are prepared to continue to escalate their sanctions on Russia's economy.
And Mike, how do we expect this crisis to impact tomorrow's State of the Union?
Well, there's no doubt that it will. Just a few weeks ago, the White House was telegraphing that this was a State of the Union address that would be an opportunity for President Biden to send Democrats into the midterm election year with a bit of momentum by talking about their accomplishments like the infrastructure law, talking about inflation as a real concern that he understands Americans are dealing with, and laying out some policies to deal with it. But as a White House official told me just last week, in between meetings on sanctions, in between meetings on selecting and rolling out his Supreme Court nominee, the president was working with his top political strategist, Mike Donilon, to essentially rewrite significant portions of the address to deal with Ukraine. Think about this, Aaron. The president has often framed his larger approach both to domestic and foreign policy as designed to show that democracies can still work, that in this battle in the 21st century between democracies and autocracies, that democracies can still deliver for his people. And so that's really what this speech will now be including an additional emphasis on, and we're going to be learning more about whether that translates into specific policies as the day goes on.
Mike Memley for us in Washington today. Mike, thank you. Security measures are being ramped up ahead of President Biden's State of the Union address tomorrow. For the third time in just over 13 months, 9-foot fencing and barricades surround the U.S. Capitol today. The Capitol Police Chief says it's been reinstalled to, quote, protect the United States Congress, the Capitol, and the legislative process. Now, there has also been concern among law enforcement agencies about the possibility of truck convoys arriving in the D.C. region and causing disruptions this week and beyond. Joining us now are NBC News senior reporter Ben Collins and NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach, who is outside the U.S. Capitol for us today. Gary, first to you, how are security officials preparing here ahead of the president's address tomorrow?
Hey there, Aaron. Yeah, for the third time, as you said, in 13 months, we're seeing 9-foot non-scale fencing surrounding the U.S. Capitol. I want to have my cameraman, Tracy, take a look here. You can see it's completely surrounding the Capitol. They also have military-grade cameras that are also scattered across the Capitol complex. Those are actually straight from Afghanistan. And then, of course, we have the physical law enforcement presence as well. Now, this footprint of the fencing is actually smaller than it was last year, post-January 6th. It covers what is essentially a square. We have a map for you, I think. A square from Independence Avenue to Constitution Avenue, and it covers the immediate Capitol building itself. Now, Capitol Police Chief Tom Manger released a statement this weekend saying, quote, we have been working closely with our federal, state, and local law enforcement partners on a security plan to prevent any disruption to the important work of Congress. Now, the State of the Union is always classified as a national special security event. Basically, it's the Super Bowl for Washington, D.C. Anybody that's anybody in this city is going to be inside that building tomorrow night, and that's part of the challenge for law enforcement. But Metropolitan Police and Capitol Police are not going to be doing this alone. They have a lot of help. They have the Homeland Security Department, they have the Secret Service, the FBI, and the National Guard, all going to be on scene here, making sure it's a safe and secure State of the Union. Aaron?
Having lived there for 10 years, Gary, I know there is not a bigger event in Washington, D.C. than this State of the Union. But aside from the fencing you've shown us, aside from the law enforcement presence that you've laid out for us, are there any other precautions that you're aware of, any other security measures being put in place there?
Yeah, after January 6th last year, the U.S. Capitol Police and the Inspector General sort of got together and created a report of what needs to change long term for the safety and security of people that work in these buildings around here every single day. And they came up with 100 recommendations. About 90 have already been implemented, and they include reinforcing exterior windows and doors, adding, as I mentioned, those military-grade cameras around the Capitol complex, and just improving the officers' access to daily intelligence and threat briefings so that everybody here is on the same page on a day-to-day basis. Aaron?
All right, Gary Grumbach for us on Capitol Hill today. Gary, thank you. NBC News senior reporter Ben Collins is tracking those truck convoys that we mentioned. Ben, what can you tell us here? What's the status of the protests, and what exactly are these truckers planning to do?
Sure. So the truckers are even unsure what they're planning to do. But the thing is, they're picking up steam. That People's Convoy that left from Adelanto, California last week is in fact growing in size. There's not more trucks, but there are more cars giving it support along the way. And also there are people on overpasses expecting them to come by their towns to route them on. They've been gifted probably around $100,000 in fuel so far from a bunch of gas stations all throughout the country. They've been gifted pizzas and food, all sorts of things like that. The thing is, they're not going to make it to the State of the Union. They are not even going to be close to making it to the State of the Union. Their plan, their hope, is to get to Indianapolis by midweek and then stay there for a day and then maybe keep going to D.C. They don't really know what's going to happen once they get to D.C. A lot of these people are afraid of what will happen if they get to D.C. So they're going to have all of these numbers in this large, what they call the People's Convoy, but it's unclear what the end game is.
All right, Ben Collins for us today, tracking this convoy. Ben, thank you. And we will have complete coverage of the State of the Union on Tuesday night. Tom Llamas and Hallie Jackson kick things off at 8 p.m. Eastern. And then you can join Chuck Todd and Kristen Welker for analysis and reaction after the address. That all starts tomorrow night right here on NBC News Now. Strict sanctions on Russia seem to be having an unintended consequence. How the housing market is being affected in cities here in the U.S. when we come back.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
U.S. sanctions are meant to cripple Russia and the elites closest to President Vladimir Putin. There is still growing concern, though, and evidence that the fallout from those sanctions is already being felt by real estate markets here in the U.S. NBC South Florida reporter Christian Benavides joins us now with more on that story. Christian, how are these sanctions?
Hi there, Aaron. We spoke with a South Florida realtor who says he's already seen some of the scrutiny playing out. But the sanctions are having an impact from South Florida to the heart of Manhattan. Over the years, Russia's elite have parked their money here in expensive luxury homes. But now as the U.S. government and the world crack down on Russia, any wealthy Russians with connections to the Kremlin could have their assets seized.
In the city of Sunny Isles, located just north of Miami Beach, where about 8% of residents speak Russian as their first language, realtor Jose Lima says he noticed a new transaction that took longer than normal, a wire transfer for a deposit on an $18,000 a month rental.
This is just from the past week. They start doing that. Usually, I have the money coming straight to, in a few hours, or maybe sometimes the most one day comes straight to our escrow account. This case was probably my first case that they had the money, kept for a while.
He believes it's related to the U.S. government taking a closer look at money coming in from wealthy Russians. The wire transfer took multiple days, but once the money was verified, it was approved.
All the money that is coming now, they're being careful.
Russian oligarchs have purchased some of the priciest properties in both New York City and Miami. So as they begin to feel the effects of sanctions, there are calls for more immediate action. The Manhattan Borough President, Mark Levine, tweeted, "For years, Manhattan has been one of the most popular safe harbors for Russian oligarchs to park their cash, especially via ultra-high-end apartments. It's time to start seizing their properties." Ed Patrikoff is a partner at the Duane Morris law firm, specializing in asset forfeiture. According to him, wealthy Russians that can be linked to the Kremlin risk having their assets frozen.
For example, if an identified person, a Russian person who's identified by the government to be an enemy of the U.S., that person's assets, such as their home, their condo, their yacht, their aircraft, could be seized at any moment by the U.S. government.
But experts say because many wealthy Russians live here, sanctions could have a trickle-down effect on local communities.
It actually trickles down to others in the community, not just the affected person who's on the list, but it can also harm people here in the South Florida community who do business with these people.
A national security official told the Miami Herald the government wants to prevent those with links to the Kremlin from using their kids to hide assets, evade costs, and squander the resources of the Russian people. This is a new approach.
It will be difficult to find those assets, many of them hidden behind shell companies, where it can be near impossible to discover who the real owner of that property may be. Aaron?
All right, NBC6 reporter Christian Benavides for us today. Thank you. The Russian economy taking a devastating hit today, with the ruble cratering close to 30% against the U.S. dollar earlier today. Concerned Russians now forced to stand in line for hours to withdraw money out of ATMs. Let's bring in CNBC international correspondent Hadley Gamble now. Hadley, I want to talk about this latest round of sanctions and how the Russian economy is dealing with this, how it's reacting now. What are you seeing in the market there and on the ground?
Just to give you a sense, Aaron, of what we're seeing here in Russia today, essentially since the start of trade this morning, even in pre-trade, if you will, the Russian ruble cratering the most that it has in recent history, basically since the early 1990s with the fall of the Soviet Union, off about 30% for the day. Now, you've got to take this into consideration when you think about just how big this economy really is. We're talking about a $1.5 trillion economy. Now, put it in perspective, still smaller than the size of California, but at the same point, serious considerations about what this could potentially mean, not just for the broader region, but also globally when we talk about the trade of oil, gas, and other commodities like wheat. Now, what we saw over the last several hours, the central bank rushing, desperate to do something to stem the tide, to staunch the blood, if you will, of what's happening on the FX market. They heightened rates 20%. That's the benchmark rate. They tried to do that in a bid, not just to stabilize the ruble, but also, of course, to stop heightened inflation. That's a global concern. And they also moved to enforce capital controls. Those go into effect tomorrow. Capital controls essentially mean that the FX transactions out of this country are not going to take place. You're not going to be able to move money out of Russia starting tomorrow. Now, just to give you a sense of that, this is a country that daily does about $46 billion in FX transactions. 80% of that is in U.S. dollars. So the fact that they won't be able to move money is of deep concern, not just to the oligarchs that you were reporting on just a few moments ago, but also to everyday Russians.
You know, Hadley, I know that earlier today you had a chance to speak with Ukraine's foreign minister about the sanctions that Russia is facing now. What is he saying to you about the sanctions, about what still needs to be done?
Absolutely, Aaron. So essentially what we know at this point is this is an economy that 60% of their exports are based on oil and gas. Yesterday, BP made a strategic and historic decision to take basically a $25 billion loss by deciding to divest themselves of a 20% stake in Rosneft. And the foreign minister of Ukraine says that's all really great and good, but we need every international oil company and the big industrials to do the same thing, to follow suit, if you will. He's talking about Exxon. He's talking about Total, other international oil companies as well as big industrials. And he's saying that it needs to happen now. Listen in.
We also know that Russian officials are desperately seeking safe haven for money and for new models of financing through third countries. And therefore, it becomes as crucial as ever to for entire international community to take a firm, consolidated stance on not supporting Russian financial transactions. Every Russian ruble has a mark of Ukrainian blood in it.
What a statement. Every single Russian ruble has the blood of a Ukrainian on it, is essentially what he's saying there. Now, why is he saying that? You have to remember that the companies that control commodities, the big exports of this economy, what keeps this economy going, generally controlled by Mr. Putin's very good friends from the last 20 years that he's been in power, including, of course, Igor Sechin, who runs Gazprom, also, of course, the folks over at Rosneft, everybody who has a stake in this economy, frankly, has that stake because of Vladimir Putin and vice versa. Guys.
A lot to watch, a lot of connections there to be understood as well. CNBC's Hadley Gamble for us. We appreciate you in Moscow today. Thank you. Well, there is a strong effort underway in an old resort town that once served as an escape for prominent African Americans. Now residents are looking to return the community to its heyday. Here's NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald with that story.
Idlewild was a summer paradise. It was a resort town and a reprieve for African Americans in the early 1920s, all the way through segregation. Now there is an effort by the community to try and rebuild it and restore Idlewild to what it once was.
This was like an oasis that we could come to and not experience anything other than ourselves.
Off this country road in northern Michigan, tucked away in the woods, is Idlewild. What did this place mean to you?
Everything. Peace, Black people, love, getting together, socializing, sharing, and everything good about life.
A summer resort town built in the 1920s. It was one of a few places Black families like Marilyn Atkins could own property and vacation freely.
One of the things was segregation did not allow at that time African Americans to go to resorts. And then when my parents discovered this place, they said, aha, this is what we're going to do. And so it's become a family tradition, and I've been coming up here all my life.
Also known as Black Eden, this place was a refuge from the reality of what it meant to be Black in America during segregation.
I would bring my friends up for the weekend, and their parents would come. It was wonderful. It was just, we were together. It was wonderful. This is very different from when my father and I as a family built it in 59, 60, 61.
Atkins built this cottage with her father over 60 years ago when she was 9 years old.
I have this paneling put in so that my future generations don't have to do anything.
She put the final touches on it last year, hoping to continue the tradition through the generations of her family, including her daughter, Elizabeth.
Idlewild is a tremendous source of pride, and it anchors us in our history and culture. It's so joyous, like the whole world just melts away, and you're just embraced by this joy and like freedom here.
But when the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was signed, things changed.
Integration did a lot to damage Idlewild, and my mother used to say that when integration came, Black people deserted Idlewild because then other places opened up and we could go any place. And she said, they're just leaving Idlewild, and she would get so angry about that.
Less and less people returned to Idlewild.
It took a generation and a half off.
But over the last few years, residents like Blair Evans and Susan Matus have been leading an effort to change that. They're hoping revitalization will attract not just tourists, but residents.
There's really been a rediscovery of Idlewild by a lot of younger folks.
And it's happening. Some students are pitching in to restore the famed Flamingo Club, a nightclub where some of the biggest names in entertainment performed. From Louis Armstrong and Sammy Davis Jr. to Della Reese and the Four Tops.
So it makes me feel pretty accomplished because of all the historical figures that have stepped foot in this very place.
I've never seen a group of young people we're out of the city of Detroit, we're up in the country where all you have is dirt roads, lakes and stuff, and the kids didn't want to go home. Now, I know it's not going to be restored to what it was, but at least they'll have a hand in making it a better place.
A new generation remembering the resilience of the past, inspiring them to build towards the future. Why is it important to carry on this legacy of what Idlewild stands for and the purpose of Idlewild?
We want it to last forever. We want our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, and their great-grandchildren to understand and appreciate this place and carry it on and keep the tradition of what it's called the Black Eden, to keep that tradition up. We don't want it to fall by the wayside.
Blair Evans and Susan Matus are the stewards of the motel that's in Idlewild. They tell us that they are continuing efforts to secure even more grants and funding to make sure that they'll be able to restore Idlewild to the vision that everyone there has. They also say in the coming weeks they're excited to announce a new lineup of activities and events that will be coming to the town this spring and summer. Back to you.
Making news right now, a California police officer is dead after being shot during a traffic stop. 30-year-old Jorge Alvarado was a 5-year veteran of the Salinas Police Department. Officials are only saying the incident started as a traffic stop last night. The suspected shooter is in custody. A Boston Red Sox minor league baseball player is off the team following a barrage of offensive, homophobic, and racist tweets. Brett Netzer posted the tweets this weekend and then requested to be released from the team. He hasn't played since 2019. And a terrifying crash caught on camera. Watch as a tractor trailer plunges nearly 50 feet off a bridge. This is in Boston, right into an icy river. Not knowing how to swim, the driver was able to climb on top of the car, and he waited for firefighters to rescue him. Back now at the bottom of the hour, let's bring you up to speed on the breaking developments surrounding the invasion of Ukraine. Representatives of both Russia and Ukraine held talks today. They have ended for the day, that as Ukrainian President Zelensky pushes for a ceasefire. Right now, Russian troops are facing significant military setbacks as they encounter stiff resistance from Ukrainian forces. Thousands of Ukrainians are fleeing their homeland and seeking refuge in neighboring countries. Sources in Russia say Vladimir Putin is becoming increasingly isolated despite waves of sanctions and international condemnation. Our NBC News reporters are in place now to bring you every angle of this developing story. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry is in Lviv, Ukraine. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons is in Moscow for us. Cal, I'll start with you here. Talk to us about what people in Lviv are facing at this hour.
You know, this is really a city that's trying to come together to support the war effort. I'm in the western part of the country. I'm 350 miles from the capital of Kiev, and you really start to see here people are preparing for the war to eventually end up here. I spent part of the day at a hospital that is eventually going to see Ukrainian soldiers. They are trying to receive supplies, and then on the other end, you have people headed towards the east, towards the fighting. Men of a fighting age between 18 and 60 are not allowed to leave this country, so they're headed in that direction, while refugees are headed in the opposite direction. We just heard from the Polish government that said over 350,000 refugees have already crossed into Poland. The UN estimating we could see upwards of 4 to 5 million refugees before this is all over. It is certainly of growing concern, Aaron.
Keir, there are these reports coming out of Russia as well that Vladimir Putin has become increasingly isolated, even from his own advisors. Have we learned any more about that?
Well, you can see the pictures, Aaron, and they say a lot. So, for example, today Vladimir Putin met with his central banker and his finance ministers, and once again, what you see in the pictures are, while he's talking to them, and the camera angles appear to show them talking face to face, in fact, they are sitting on a long table, a huge distance between them. And that was the same setup when he met with his defense minister and military leader yesterday as he made his announcement about the Russian nuclear deterrent being put on high alert. And that just really does raise the question about, does anyone have influence over Vladimir Putin, even his inner circle? And that's important, Aaron, because we've been talking to people here on the streets of Russia, and it's fair to say that the economic implications of what is happening is shaking society here. I just spoke to two women in their 30s. One said that her husband had tried to get foreign currency yesterday, wasn't able to. She studied at MIT. She's Russian. They both said they now fear that they will no longer be able to get visas for the West. It's not it's not an exaggeration to describe it as an iron curtain coming down once again between Russia and the West. The difference, though, Aaron, from decades ago is that back then during the Cold War, people in this country, then the Soviet Union and the US and Western Europe, they just didn't know each other. But now this country is woven into the fabric of the world economy. It is by GDP the 11th biggest economy in the world. What you're seeing right now is that fabric being torn. And the question is, will Russians, particularly middle-class Russians...
...systems. The whole leadership team here looks forward to working with Mr. Levine and Ms. Disbrow in their new roles as members of the Commission. We're grateful for their willingness to continue to serve the country in this capacity, and certainly look forward to the good work that the Commission will help us do in terms of our own programming and budgeting and execution. So with that, we'll go to questions. Lita.
Thanks, John. Two things. One of the things that the Russians said today was that they boosted their staff at some of their nuclear sites. I'm wondering if there's anything that the Pentagon has seen regarding any changes in their nuclear posture at all. And then secondly, can you provide any assessment on the convoy that's headed to Kyiv and what the security situation in Kyiv is, to the best that you all can tell right now?
Yeah. So on the nuclear question, I have nothing to confirm these reports that they've changed their staffing. What I would tell you is we've seen Mr. Putin's announcement. We believe it's as unnecessary as it is escalatory, but we're reviewing and analyzing that announcement. And I would only just tell you that that as we continue to review and analyze and monitor, that Secretary Austin is comfortable with the strategic deterrent posture of the United States and our ability to defend the homeland, our allies, and our partners. On the convoy, I mean, I've seen the images that you're referring to on television, just like you. I mean, we see them as well. I can't speak to specifics about its makeup in the timeline and the schedule that they're on, or what their ultimate destination is, but clearly we continue to see Russian forces move on, or try to move closer to, so they can move on Kyiv from the ground. We still assess that they're outside the city center, but what we know clearly that they have intentions with respect to Kyiv. What we also have seen is Ukrainians resisting quite effectively around Kyiv and continuously. They have made it a tough slog for the Russians to move further south. And as I think you've seen in reporting of your own, that the Russians have not only experienced a stiff and determined resistance by the Ukrainians, but logistics and sustainment problems of their own. So I can't speak with specificity about this convoy and what's in it and what their designs are, but it clearly appears to us, just anecdotally, as of a piece of their desire to continue to move on the capital. Jen.
John, what's your assessment of the Russian military? What have you learned about the Russian military from this last 5 days?
You know, I think it's too soon for us to have some sort of sweeping conclusions about the Russian military here in day 5.
It doesn't look very modern.
I would just say a couple of things. First of all, make no mistake, Mr. Putin still has at his disposal significant combat power. He hasn't moved all of it into Ukraine, but he's moved the majority of it. He still has a lot that he hasn't moved into Ukraine. It's combined arms, and it's not insignificant, Jen. Number two, yes, they have faced setbacks, and they have faced resistance. You got to hand it to the Ukrainians, who have been fighting very hard for their country and making an impact and making a dent on Mr. Putin's abilities. But they will learn. The Russians will learn from this. We expect that they'll we haven't seen any change in what we believe their desires to move in Ukraine, and so they have suffered setbacks. But I don't think we can just assume that they're going to stay set back, if you will. That they will try to work through these the resistance and to work through the challenges they've had on the logistics and sustainment front. Go ahead.
Have you seen any new threat to Article 5 nations from Russian forces?
We have not. We have not. Tara.
Hi, John. Russia has said it will now hold accountable any nation that supplies weapons to Ukraine that lead to the death of its own forces. Is there a risk here that this could escalate if Russia decides to retaliate against nations that are providing these weapons?
Tara, there's been a risk of escalation since before Mr. Putin decided to move in, with tens of thousands of troops and tanks and mechanized forces and aircraft and ballistic missiles. You want to talk about escalation? Let's talk about escalation. Mr. Putin is the one escalating this and continues to do so. We're going to stand by the Ukrainian armed forces as we have, as other NATO allies have, and we're going to continue to find ways to help them defend themselves.
John, also Turkey today announced that they are closing the straits to all warships for the littoral and non-littoral countries. Do you have anything on that? Do you have any comment?
I haven't. I don't have anything on that. Yeah, Abraham.
Thanks, John. Is DoD coordinating air defense assistance with partners, and can you comment on the EU offer to give Ukraine combat jets?
I can't comment on the EU offer. We've seen that. I mean, that's really for the European Union to speak to. But separate and distinct from that, and I think this gets really more at your first question, we absolutely remain in close consultation and coordination with allies and partners about security assistance. I don't have a coordination mechanism to speak to, like all of it's being funneled through a single point or that kind of thing. But we continue to coordinate closely with allies and partners about the security assistance that the Ukrainians continue to get, not just from us, but from them as well. Yeah. Yeah.
Many European nations are providing the Ukrainians with advanced weapons. They're not shy in revealing what types of weapons they're providing to Ukraine. In the past, the U.S. has been reluctant in providing lethal weapon, but now, openly we're talking about these things. However, we're still talking anti-airborne, anti-armored, but there's no specificity. Is this because of intelligence reasons, or as some might say, you don't want to provoke the Russians more? What is the reason that it's open? The U.S. will support the Ukrainian forces. We're going to continue to do that, as you said, and other officials. But what on the specific side of these weapons?
Fadi, I don't think we've been inconsistent at all. I can't speak for what other nations are saying and doing. They can speak for the security assistance they're providing the Ukrainians, which is welcome and certainly encouraged. We've been pretty consistent about A, acknowledging we're doing it and going to continue to do it. B, giving you a sense of the size and scale and the scope of it in terms of the dollar figures applied to it. And C, been pretty, I think, transparent about what's generally in the package. We're not going to give you an inventory list. We're not going to put that out to the public because, as I've said from this podium many times before, we don't think there's a value to operational security for the Ukrainians to have that out in the public, that what the shopping list looks like on any given day. Just don't see a value to doing that. I think we need to think about, we should always think about operational security, certainly in this case on the Ukrainians' part. So we're doing that. The kinds of material that are going to be in these security assistance packages going forward. I think you've rightly said, we've detailed it's going to be some weapons that can support them on the ground, as well as weapons that can support the airborne challenges that they have. And I think we feel comfortable going about that far.
And on the images coming from Maxar, the satellite images of this convoy that extends for 17 miles, do you believe the Russian forces advancing on Kyiv are planning on basically encircle the city or storm Kyiv? I mean, this type of troops and armaments at this size, are you able to draw any conclusion from what you've seen?
I think the main conclusion that we can draw, this gets to Lita's question, is that they continue to want to move on Kyiv, to capture Kyiv, to take Kyiv. Although we don't know everything about this convoy, it is certainly in keeping with what we believe to be their intent with respect to the capital city. How they're going to do that, whether it's encirclement or bombardment or street-to-street fighting, I mean, I just don't think we have that level of dexterity now to give you that kind of detail in terms of Russian planning. We don't have insights to everything that they're planning on doing. What we can talk about is what we're seeing now, and that's what we're seeing now. And we're also seeing the Ukrainians put up a very stiff and determined resistance on their capital city. And they have made it very difficult for the Russians to continue to move ahead. We believe that based on what we know of what their plans were, that they are behind schedule, that they have faced a stiffer resistance than they anticipated.
Thank you.
Court.
Can you update us on any efforts at deconfliction, and have there been any like close calls or specific cases in the last 5 days where there would be a need for a tactical deconfliction? And then like are there calls that are being made from this building, from the White House, from the State Department, whatever it is, to try to establish that?
I would say that there is no deconfliction mechanism in place right now. But certainly we understand the importance of deconfliction, particularly now that the airspace over Ukraine is contested, and some of that airspace butts right up against NATO territory. And we're exploring options for should there be a deconfliction mechanism, what would that look like? How would that be run? We're exploring those options, Court. I think that's where we are right now.
When you say we, you mean the Pentagon?
The Pentagon, yes.
Is there a consideration of sort of like a larger NATO deconfliction? So like somehow NATO would be the one who would be communicating?
Sure, that could be part of the calculus. Again, we're kind of exploring the options right now. We don't have concrete decisions, and we don't have any indication right now from the Russians that they would also be interested in exploring those options. It's got to be a two-way street, but we are having discussions here about what that should look like, could look like, and certainly one option could be that it's done at, inside the alliance rather than a unilateral thing.
So at this point, Russia has shown no interest in establishing this deconfliction.
I think that's a safe bet. Yes, ma'am. Carla.
Thank you. Now that we've seen civilian targets that have been hit, is the U.S. considering installing a no-fly zone in Ukrainian airspace?
No.
And then to follow, can you tell us if there's been any more requests from NATO allies for U.S. military assistance, and give us an update on the troops that have deployed for this potential inclusion in the NATO response force? What are they doing right now?
There's no additional requests for allied support that I'm tracking, Carla, but obviously this is a dynamic situation. We're in constant touch with our allies and partners, and we'll certainly continue to talk about that. I would not rule out in coming days additional repositioning in Europe as appropriate. I don't have any updates for you on the NATO response force or the troops that we have contributed. The president spoke to the 7,000 that were going over there. They could be elements of our contribution to the very ready joint task force that NATO is working on putting together. But you do really have to talk to NATO and the alliance there in Brussels about their plans for that. What I would just tell you is that Secretary Austin has been very clear from the very beginning that should it be activated, we want to make sure we're ready. And that's why we've sent some additional forces to Europe to be in that posture and to be ready. Should that be the requirement that comes from the alliance? Again, we haven't gotten specific requirements laid out yet for us. And as for the troops that we have already repositioned and or deployed from the States unilaterally, they continue to work and train with the host nations as well as other NATO allies in wherever they are, whether it's in the Baltic region or whether it's down in the southeastern flank, Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania. They continue to work and train with their host nations and allied partners. And then the 82nd, as you know, in Poland, they are also there as a reassurance force, but they are postured and prepared to assist if needed, with any evacuation assistance for Americans coming across that border. There hasn't been a heavy demand for that. They're postured and ready to do that, but there just hasn't been a large outflow of American citizens from Ukraine. And those that have come, by and large, by a vast majority, have not needed any assistance from the United States military. They've already made their plans. They know where they're going. There's obviously good transportation available to them in Poland. Okay? Let me get to the phones here. Tony Capaccio.
Hi, John. Quick question. By how many days do you think the Russians have been derailed or been delayed from their original plans? You've alluded to that. You referenced that today, that they're behind what you think was their schedule. Were they intending to be in Kiev by today and have conquered the city under their original war plan?
Tony, I want to be reticent here to get too much into Russian planning. I mean, I think they're far better to speak to what their plans were. We think that they're a few days behind where they expected to be writ large in the country. I mean, I know we're focused on Kyiv now, but we think they're a few days behind where they expected to be at this point. Phil Stewart.
That we've provided to the Ukrainians, can you broadly say how effectively they've been used and how widely they've been used? You know, we're talking javelins and other ones that have been in the news.
I'm going to steer away from getting into a battlefield analysis of the weaponry that's being used on any given day and to what effect. We know that the Ukrainian armed forces are using a lot of the systems and equipment that have been provided to them, not just by the United States, but by other nations. And as I said, and you can see it for yourself, and many of your outlets, you've got reporters on the ground who are seeing it up close and personal. The Ukrainians have been effective at using these weapons and these systems, and at resisting and pushing back Russian forces. I want to remind again that this is this is a dynamic situation. It's war. And war can be unpredictable, and I don't think that that anybody, including perhaps especially Ukrainians, are sniffing at Russian capabilities that they're facing. Phil Stewart.
John, what would the U.S. or NATO allies do if Russia were to target these convoys or these shipments of these weapons that are going to Ukraine, especially now that Russia has warned that they find these shipments unacceptable?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into a hypothetical, Phil. We're going to continue to provide security assistance to Ukrainian armed forces, and we're still going to look for ways to do that in the most effective, efficient way possible. Our support for Ukraine continues, as well as that of allies and partners. And I'm going to refrain from hypothesizing about what ifs in terms of any disruptions or potential disruptions to that assistance. Mike Glenn.
Yeah. Hi, John. Thanks a lot. Question: the Russians have violated basically every maximum of war you can think of. I mean, under the 3-to-1 rule, ratio rule, they should have fielded about 1 million troops instead of the 200,000 or so they fielded. They're not concentrating forces. They don't have control of the airspace. They didn't have a good situational awareness of their opponent. My question is, our leadership in the building, are they surprised about just how bad the Russians have bungled this invasion so far?
We're watching this as closely as you guys are on a day-by-day basis, and we're refraining from making some sort of broad assessments or assigning report cards to them on any given day. It is day 5, Mike. This is day 5. And it's clear the Russians have not made the progress that they wanted to make by day 5. But that doesn't mean that they aren't going to adapt and try to overcome some of these challenges. And it doesn't mean that the Ukrainians aren't going to also keep fighting for their country. And what that looks like tomorrow and the next day, we just don't know. So it's clear, yes, the Russians have had their own challenges, and they have met resistance that we don't believe they fully expected. But I think it'd be dangerous territory for us to read too much into this on any given day and prognosticate about where it's going to go. I would also just add that the one place it still could go is a peaceful diplomatic outcome. There's nothing other than perhaps his own obstinance of preventing Mr. Putin from doing the right thing here and to trying to find a way to stop this war, to de-escalate the tensions, and to re-engage in some sort of diplomatic, peaceful path forward. Now we'll see if that can bear out. It clearly doesn't appear to be the path he wants to choose. Louis.
Can I ask you two questions? One, there have been reports that the Russians have used cluster munitions in Kharkiv. Do you have anything that would suggest that? And how would you view that if that was the case? And then I have another question.
Seeing the imagery that you guys have seen that's sort of leading to these questions, Louis, we can't independently verify that. But look, let's not get hung up on a particular weapon system here. He's perpetrating violence on a neighboring nation state that presented no threat to him. And innocent lives are being killed, taken. And we've seen casualties. We know there's casualties on both sides of this conflict. All of this, Louis, was avoidable. So obviously certain weapons carry with them ramifications that others don't. But let's not get too wrapped up in whether it's this or that. This is a war of choice, completely and totally unavoidable. And all the casualties are on his hands. All the blood is on Mr. Putin's hands.
Follow up on a different matter. You spoke earlier about the thousands of soldiers from the 82nd who were there to help with the situation that has not emerged, helping Americans get out. There's a broader situation that's taking place on that border. You now have almost 300,000 people who have crossed over the border in the last 4 days. Is there any discussion that those forces may be committed to a broader humanitarian mission under whatever authority to ease that situation, given the limited resourcing that Poland may have?
We're in constant touch with our State Department colleagues and with Polish authorities. If there's such a demand signal outside of Ukraine, if there's such a demand signal, obviously the Department of Defense would do our part and help out. There's no such demand signal right now. Jeff Schogel.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, when you answered Tony's questions, I think you said something along the lines of no one is sniffing at these weapons. Was sniffing the right word?
I think it was. Let's see. Heather from USNI.
Great, thank you. I was wondering if you can give us an update on any naval movements you may have seen this afternoon, as well as any update on whether Turkey is planning to close off the Bosphorus to ships outside the Black Sea Fleet.
On Turkey, I'll let Turkey speak to their application of the Montreux Convention. That's for them to speak to. In the maritime domain, we know that the Russians still have warships as well, which includes amphibious landing ships in the Black Sea. We know that they used some of those landing ships to conduct an amphibious assault late last week. I don't have any updates or specific things to speak about in the maritime domain in the Black Sea, but we do know that they clearly still have combat capability at sea available to them. And I just don't have anything more in terms of what we're seeing, anything more kinetic to talk to.
Have you seen any evidence that the Snake Island sailors are alive? The Ukrainians? There was
No, I mean, we've seen some press reporting to that effect, Jen, but
You have no way
no way to verify that one way or the other. Sorry. Yeah, Oren.
The assistance, security assistance, both lethal and non-lethal, that the U.S. and others are sending in, do you have indications that that's getting where it needs to go? Are those lines working, and how far into the country can they get? Kyiv, Kharkiv?
I would just tell you, Oren, that the assistance continues to flow, and we are comfortable that it's getting into the hands that need it. I think I'd leave it there. Abraham, I already got you.
You're going around twice.
No, I'm not. All right, go ahead.
Okay. I wondered if you
I'll
could
give
talk
you one
about,
more.
Thank you so much, sir. I wonder if you could address sort of the air policing mission. The United States has F-16s, F-35s moving fifth-gen capabilities to the eastern flank, all the way from the Baltics down to
And
the Black
F-18s.
Sea. Can you talk a little bit about the deterrent effect that has had and what they're doing exactly?
The Baltic Air Police mission, I think you know, is long-standing. It's something we've been doing for quite a while, and it remains a valid mission set for our pilots and aircraft that are based there at UCOM. As I said, some of them are coming from the Navy side as well, and we're going to continue to work with the Baltic states on this air policing mission. But those missions are happening. I mean, they're happening in real time, and they have even before this crisis, and it's important, especially back to some degree. Back to Court's question about deconfliction. I mean, this is airspace that now butts up against what is now contested airspace. So, in many ways, these air policing missions are more important than ever before. Tara.
Just one more, since you're feeling generous. Has the Pentagon been able to assess anything additional from Putin's orders putting troops on the heightened nuclear deterrent posture?
I kind of already dealt with that with Lita. I think I would just leave my answer like I left it with her. Okay, you're it.
Thank you very much. So we know that Russians are using cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, in advanced air technologies. Is the NATO airspace being protected by advanced air defense systems right now? Are you ready to intercept any Russian missiles crossing into the airspace?
I won't talk about the specifics of how NATO airspace is or will be protected. I would just tell you that one of the reasons why we have, and you've seen some of the air assets we've contributed now in just the last week or so, is to make sure that when we say we're going to defend every inch of NATO territory, that means from the sky as well. We are working in close coordination with our allies and partners and their air forces to make sure that we can meet that need. Okay, thanks everybody. Appreciate it.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Allison Morris today. You're watching NBC News Now. The Pentagon wrapping up its briefing on the Russian invasion into Ukraine, and we are covering a lot of developments on this crisis today. The president held a call this afternoon with several allies to discuss the situation. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is applying for Ukraine to join the European Union. And a top Zelensky advisor is calling Russia, quote, extremely biased after Russian and Ukrainian delegations met in Belarus. All this while the battles over Kyiv and Kharkiv and a growing humanitarian crisis continue across Ukraine. We have team coverage. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry is on the ground in Lviv in Ukraine. NBC News reporter Matt Bodner is in Belgrade, Russia. And CNBC correspondent Christina Partsinevelos is joining us to talk about the financial fallout for us. But Cal, first, let's go to you. I want to talk about that high-stakes meeting between Ukrainian and Russian delegates in Belarus. So the meeting ended without a ceasefire. What was discussed?
Yeah, it's not clear what the details were of the meeting. We really only heard from the Russian delegation as they departed, saying that both sides were, quote, heard, and that they were going to carry the messages back to Moscow. While the talks were going on, of course, there was fierce fighting happening in the city of Kharkiv. And shortly after the talks concluded, there was another round of shelling, basically, on the city of Kyiv, just to give you an indication of why there wasn't a lot of optimism on the Ukrainian side. They were happy to negotiate. They said they wanted a ceasefire, but really it is those advancing Russian troops that is the bigger issue here.
The UN General Assembly also calling an emergency meeting today, and the Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S. speaking this morning about the death toll. Let's listen.
As of today, 352 people, including 16 children, were killed on the Ukrainian side, and 2,040 Ukrainians, including 45 children, wounded during the first 5 days of the Russian invasion.
There's been so much loss already. Cal, what are you seeing and hearing in Lviv?
So Lviv has become this city where we can see the war passing through it. If it's the refugees coming through it, you can see it on their faces, what the violence that they've seen in the east. If it's soldiers headed to the west to fight, in many cases these are teenagers, these are kids, and you can see the fear in their face as they head in the other direction. The citizens that are fleeing the fighting in some cases are having to go hundreds of miles. Kharkiv is 600 miles from where I am, and the city of Kyiv lies between it. I had a chance to speak to a mother, somebody who left with her husband and their 8-year-old son. They made the drive all the way from Kharkiv. Here's a little bit of their story.
I just told my husband, like, just cover him with your body. Talking about my son, I said, just cover him with your body whenever it starts. So that was all we could do. But so then we left, and then we drove for another 24 hours without sleep, without anything, and just trying to get somewhere further.
And one of the saddest things about this is even folks who end up here in Lviv can end up running for bomb shelters because air raid sirens have been going off here in the last 24 hours. And if you make it even to the Polish border, you can be forced to wait 36 hours, 48 hours to cross. One of the interesting things about President Zelensky saying that he's going to appeal to join the European Union right away, even though it's probably not politically possible, logistically, if it were to happen, and again, it's incredibly unlikely that it were to happen because the EU rules about who can join are very complicated. But you know why he's asking, because if this were part of the European Union, it was joined to Poland, there wouldn't be a border crossing there. You would be able to freely cross into Poland. So he's making a political point about the refugees when he says we're going to immediately apply for European Union status.
And Cal, talk a little bit more about that, because we've talked about the people who were staying to fight, the people who are fleeing. A lot of them are going into Poland. More than 500,000 people have already fled Ukraine since all this fighting began. That's according to the UN. So what more can you tell us about all these evacuations that are underway that are just taking, I heard you say earlier, 36, 48 hours?
Yeah, so we're going to hear a lot more from UNHCR, United Nations High Commission on Refugees, and they're going to be setting up camps. They already are. There's a sizable camp already in Moldova. There are camps beginning to pop up in Poland. In addition to that support, of course, in Poland, you have the NATO troops, and you have 10,000 U.S. troops who were brought in specifically not only to bolster the allies of America, bolster the NATO countries, but to hopefully alleviate the pressure from these governments when it comes to refugees, especially Poland, because, you know, just geographically where I am, it is the closest border crossing. So many folks here in this part of the country are used to going to Poland. So that's the place where most folks are going. But again, the Polish government is starting to struggle in dealing with these numbers. And so you're going to see the UNHCR really start to double down their efforts. And that's what they've talked about doing, setting up these camps and trying to alleviate the pressure. And it's happening, by the way, on both sides of the border. Interestingly enough, there's a huge backup in Poland that continues as people try to come into Ukraine to rescue relatives or to try to get to the fight where the front is in the east.
Cal Perry, our thanks to you and your crew for bringing us the very latest on the ground there in Ukraine. And President Vladimir Putin putting Russia's nuclear deterrent forces on high alert. Matt Bodner is in Belgrade, Russia, and Andy Weber, a senior fellow at the Council on Strategic Risks, also joins us. He was also the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Nuclear, Chemical, and Biological Defense Programs during the Obama administration. Welcome to both of you. So, Matt, Putin says this move is in response to NATO making, quote, aggressive statements. What else did he say?
Thank you, Lindsay. Well, this was an interesting kind of appearance from Vladimir Putin. You know, he's sitting there with his defense secretary, essentially defense minister, and the head of his military, basically the equivalent of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And he kind of worked his way to the announcement that he was elevating the readiness level by first saying citing sanctions, basically painting sanctions as an aggressive action, and then getting to NATO's aggressive comments. So it kind of tells us a little bit about how he's starting to think about sanctions. He called them illegitimate, but also, again, painting them as a tool of aggression. And you look at kind of the damage that sanctions are doing now to the Russian economy, and you can kind of see that this is having an impact, and that it's being interpreted possibly as essentially a tool of conflict at this point.
So, Andy, how much of a threat are Russia's nuclear deterrent forces, and what does the fact that they're on high alert mean?
Well, it was a reckless move by President Putin, and I don't want to exaggerate, but he's signaling that he's putting his nuclear forces on a higher level of alert. I don't believe we know exactly what that means, but just by signaling that, he's increasing the risk of miscalculation. And it is a totally uncalled for aggressive move on his part, because there's no threat from NATO, and NATO certainly is not contemplating any use of nuclear weapons.
Certainly. And Andy, back in 2010, Presidents Obama and Russia's then President Dmitry Medvedev signed an agreement placing the lowest limits in decades on U.S. and Russian deployed nuclear warheads. So talk to us about that agreement, and could that have anything to do with stopping Putin from launching nuclear warheads?
Well, the New START Treaty limited the numbers of strategic nuclear weapons. In other words, long-range nuclear weapons. What could have really helped in this situation would have been the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty that President Trump pulled the United States out of. And that limited the type of theater nuclear weapons that Putin is currently threatening to use either in Ukraine or near Ukraine.
Matt, you talked about Russia being hit financially and the fact that we're getting a glimmer into Putin's feelings about that. Switzerland has frozen Russian assets, along with the U.S. cutting off Russia's central bank from U.S. dollar transactions. But how are people there responding to these new financial pressures?
There's a lot of anxiety about these sanctions, and they're having a very dramatic impact on essentially everyone's lives here in Russia now. And so I think, it's important to remember that these sanctions are and the impacts that we're seeing now are coming less than a week after Russia invaded Ukraine. And, just a week ago, almost everyone in this country was essentially convinced that Vladimir Putin would not make such a move, that it was all such a bluff. So they were still, I think, a lot of people here working through the shock of that initial move as Western sanctions started to roll in and their impact started to be felt. So first we saw runs on the dollar in ATMs and banks here in Russia as the ruble initially started collapsing. Now we've started seeing runs also on rubles in some places in this country as people are starting to realize that we're starting to suspect or fear that the economy might be on the verge of a very serious decline or a collapse. And there's great anxiety, I think, especially among young people as well, because the sanctions are not just economic; they're kind of social in a way. You can't fly to Europe right now if you're here in Russia. You can't get a visa if you're a Russian citizen. So I think for a lot of people, as I said, especially younger people, there's this sense that kind of the economy might be falling apart. Their country is withdrawing or being isolated from the world for an action that they didn't expect and do not necessarily support. And there seems to be kind of a lot of shock at what Russia's doing, and they just feel helpless, broadly speaking. And so this is a really serious situation for your basically your everyday Russian on the street.
All right, Matt Bonner, a lot of late and clearly cold nights for you. Andy, our thanks to you as well for joining us. The recent wave of Western sanctions against Russia are having big effects here in the U.S. too and around the world. Take a look at the Dow board right now. So you see that it's trading about 478 points, 476 points below. Russia's currency, the ruble, we just heard from Matt, slumped to a new record low against the dollar, and oil and gold prices have also jumped. CNBC correspondent Christina Partsinevelos joins us now. So, Christina, the Biden administration slapping further sanctions on Russia's central bank today, effectively blocking Americans from doing business with the bank and freezing its assets in the U.S. Walk us through these recent actions against Russia and what impact we might feel here in the U.S. Well, in simple terms, this is pretty much about choking off Russia's ability to access critical cash reserves. So today, that continues with these brand new sanctions, specifically against Russia's central bank. And this is after learning the bank was actually trying to move some assets over the weekend. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen said in a statement that today's actions would significantly limit Russia's ability to use its assets to finance activities, and as well as they target the funds of Putin and his inner circle. But Putin has roughly $630 billion in foreign reserves, and freezing its assets, those assets that are in U.S. dollars, pretty much blocks the central bank from using its own funds to prop up the Russian ruble. You talked about this just before. So we had the ruble that plunged over 20% today, and to stop that fall, the Bank of Russia actually more than doubled the country's benchmark interest rate from 9.5% to 20%. Imagine you're living in Russia right now and you find out that interest rates have climbed literally more than double. And so this was to encourage Russians to keep their money in the banks and earn higher interest rates, which would be a good thing for them. But instead, many are rushing, and we know went and stood in long lines to take their money out, and some banks even ran out of cash. And Ukraine's foreign minister speaking to CNBC earlier, asking the international community not to allow Russia to take part in the global financial system. Let's listen.
We also know that Russian officials are desperately seeking safe haven for money and for new models of financing through third countries. And therefore, it becomes as crucial as ever for entire international community to take a firm, consolidated stance on not supporting Russian financial transactions. Every Russian ruble has a mark of Ukrainian blood in it.
So over the weekend, a lot of us heard more about the SWIFT system than we've ever heard before. What other financial sanctions are left for the U.S. and its allies to consider against Russia? Well, the first one you have is today, Russia's central bank did say that they're ordering exporting companies, some of the world's biggest energy producers from Gazprom to Rosneft, to sell 80% of their foreign exchange. So I'm talking specifically about how Russia can retaliate. And so they want, that's the one market or the one area that has not been tapped yet, the energy market. Russia is the 11th largest economy in the world. They're a massive producer of energy right now. So if we start to put a halt on oil and gas exports, that could really ruin like a lot of economies because we import so much oil. For example, just today, oil closed above $100 a barrel. These are levels that we haven't seen in quite some time, and it further adds to inflation. Inflation here in the United States that has been climbing at the fastest rate in more than 40 years. Putin also himself today ordered a ban on foreign exchange loans and bank transfers by Russian dissidents, or residents, I should say, to outside of Russia. So that means if you have Russian family and let's say you live here in the United States, you may not be able to send or receive cash, and so this could hurt some families. So there's a lot of moving parts with the sanctions. In the United States, you know that the U.S. has retaliated, working with allies to really stop Russia from being able to access any foreign reserves, because that would hurt the economy, and then they have to stop, right? They have no choice because so many people are suffering. And so today, Russia, too, has retaliated with their own sanctions, specifically targeting the energy sector, which could eventually become a lot worse if we start to see sanctions on both sides within the energy world. Wow, all right, a lot of moving parts. Christina, thank you so much. Thank you. Coming up, night out in New York. You may soon be able to leave that Vax card at home. The latest changes to New York City's COVID mandates next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it.
And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your news feed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She's following the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Hey, Maya, happy Monday.
Hey, Lindsay, happy Monday to you. We start in Massachusetts, where a U.S. mail truck took a 50-foot plunge into the Charles River this weekend. The incident caught on video. Officials say the driver was rescued uninjured. The Boston Red Sox releasing minor league player Brett Netzer after posting offensive tweets over the weekend. One read, quote, "I'm a racist." The 25-year-old also aimed tweets at transgender people and a team executive. Masks will not be required at President Biden's State of the Union address tomorrow. Officials say they made the decision due to decreasing COVID-19 cases and new CDC guidance classifying D.C. as a low-risk area. At least 8 people have died and more are missing after record flooding left parts of Brisbane, Australia underwater. It's the worst flooding the city has seen in over a decade. The river peaked at 12 feet and 3 inches today. And national retailer Target plans to increase some starting wages to $24 an hour this year in select cities across the U.S. It's part of a plan to spend $300 million on its labor force. Lindsay, back to you.
Not bad. All right. Thanks, Maya. New York City is planning to lift its vaccine mandate as COVID cases are still dropping. So people will no longer have to show their vaccination cards to get into places like restaurants, movie theaters, gyms, and other public places. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins me now. So, Dr. Azar, some public health experts are already questioning this move. For example, there's an epidemiologist at Northwestern University who tells NBC News that this seems like a move to promote normalcy without there really being normalcy. Vaccine mandates are safe and effective public health strategies, and backing down is likely to worsen spread. But doctor, at the same time, the CDC is out with new guidance that indoor masking is no longer necessary in areas with lower moderate risk. So what's your take on these places, especially big cities like New York, lifting mandates right now?
I know, Lindsay. To be honest, I don't think we're ever going to get to a point where every single public health person in this country is going to agree with one another on when is the right time, to roll back restrictions and start living life more normally, if you will. I mean, remember, these public health interventions have always been meant, to be put in place when the need is there, and then as surges subside and viral transmission recedes, to cut back a little bit. I certainly share some of the more cautious approach that you were sort of highlighting there, simply because of the following. There are billions of people around the world who are still unvaccinated. 31% of eligible Americans who can be vaccinated are not. We still have over 19 million children under the age of 5 who have yet to be vaccinated. So while I think right now the metrics in New York City and some of the bigger cities that we're seeing might actually it might be appropriate to do this, we have to remain very vigilant, and we cannot be inflexible about having to reinstitute those mitigation measures, should the metrics start to change, all those things that the CDC highlighted very, very clearly for us on Friday.
Well, and you mentioned kids. New York Governor Kathy Hochul says she's also going to lift the statewide indoor mask mandate Wednesday. That includes schools. Hochul says it's now up to counties and parents. Here's her announcement.
This is up to parents. Individual parents have their own knowledge of their children. They know their own children's health. They know their tolerance for the mask. They know whether for them, if they've got an underlying health condition, that they would want to keep the mask on. But again, this is about what the parents now want to do.
I mean, you just said it, though. A lot of, you're hearing one thing from a politician, another thing from a public health expert. So what's your advice to parents, especially those of young kids who can't get the vaccine yet?
Well, here again, I do agree that it is partially the parents' choice. We want to, we want to allow parents to feel emboldened and have that authority to make these decisions that they feel are right for their children. But I would just add, that the masking for children has, like everything else, become a very, very much a political flashpoint, rather than something that is really motivated by the science and the biology of the way the virus is transmitted. So what I mean by that is simply this, that in the absence of vaccination, in the absence of all of the other things like appropriate filtration and things like that, our kids are still vulnerable. And the ones who I am most concerned about are children with underlying medical conditions. They do exist. We often think of kids as being largely invulnerable to severe disease, and we know that that's not true. So what I would say to parents out there, make the decision that's right for your children and your family. Keep other children and other people in mind as you make these decisions, and remember that one-way masking for your child, if he or she is vulnerable, immunocompromised, is still protective. Make sure it's well-fitting. What's happening at the state level does not necessarily dictate what happens in your home or at the local level.
And Doctor, before we let you go, here's a really interesting statistic. So nearly half of the Biden administration's free rapid COVID tests are still unclaimed, according to the AP. We think about where we were just a few weeks ago. People were waiting in line for hours to get a test. So what's your recommendation right now when it comes to testing at this point in the pandemic?
First of all, I am one of those people who hasn't claimed her test. So to everyone out there who hasn't, I know we can get very, very complacent when the numbers look good. I can't believe you haven't.
The day it was available, I was like getting it and sending the link to everybody I knew, except you apparently.
I know. And I got those links, and I just, like life, everything got in the way. But here we go. I'm going to encourage myself and other people, stock up, but don't hoard. And testing absolutely will still be important, whether or not we utilize it the way we wanted to a year ago with sort of broad swaths of the population testing asymptomatics, I'll leave that to the public health experts. We certainly don't do that for flu, but our numbers right now are not. And that's kind of where experts say we need to get, where the number of COVID deaths per year starts to approximate the number of influenza deaths. Then I think we can start behaving more like this is an endemic virus the way we do with flu, but we're not quite there yet. So I do think that testing still has a role. The obvious thing I'm going to say to everyone is if you're symptomatic or around someone who's been exposed or is positive, you need to test. Obviously, I'm waiting to hear from public health officials what they're going to say about asymptomatic testing in large groups and congregate settings.
Okay. Dr. Natalie Azar, good to see you. Thanks. Cuba is defying the odds in the fight against COVID-19, developing not one, but 5 COVID vaccines and boasting one of the highest vaccination rates in the world. So how is Cuba pulling off this major success? NBC News reporter Ed Augustine is in Havana with the details.
Cuba, the small island country which has long stagnated under heavy US sanctions, is finding outsized success in COVID vaccine development. Defying the odds, Cuba has quietly developed not 1, but 5 of its own COVID-19 vaccines, inoculating children as young as 2 years old.
Cuba was the only country in the world that faced Omicron with all the children population vaccinated.
Dr. Vicente Verres is the director of the Finlay Vaccine Institute, which has developed 3 of Cuba's 5 vaccine candidates, which, according to the Cuban government, has allowed it to tackle the pandemic differently than most countries.
Cuba, after mass vaccination of children, end of November, 0 deaths of children. If you compare the Delta wave, 18 children died from that.
That effort has led to one of the highest vaccination rates in the world. Over 90% of Cuba's population vaccinated with at least 1 dose, well above where the US and most European countries rank. So how is this country pulling it off? Cuba's investment in biotechnology began in the 1980s. Former President Fidel Castro envisioning Cuba as a nation of science. Massive state investments in public health have been paying off for decades, with a national immunization program eliminating many diseases from the island.
There is a lot of national pride in their capacity to develop an industry more or less from scratch.
Cuba's vaccines use different technology to the mRNA vaccines developed by Pfizer and Moderna. They're protein-based and do not require special refrigeration.
They don't need to be stored at -70 degrees, which for global south countries is really important because it means that they don't have to also purchase the specialized refrigeration equipment.
That's good news for the unvaccinated in poorer countries, but with just 2 problems. Cuba has yet to ask the World Health Organization to approve emergency use of its vaccines, and few of their results have been published in peer-reviewed journals.
I think the Cuban government and the scientists who are working on these vaccines do need to provide the global public community with data to instill confidence. There's no doubt that any improvement to the vaccine supply, such as with the Cuban protein-based vaccines, would be a welcome addition.
We are preparing to file in order to get recognition by the World Health Organization. That is a lengthy and very cumbersome process.
Cuba has said it will submit for WHO approval by the end of March. However, the country is already exporting its vaccines to at least 4 countries, including Vietnam, Syria, Venezuela and Nicaragua, offering up the technology as well to countries like Iran to produce the vaccine domestically.
Ed Augustine joins me now. So, Ed, why has Cuba been slow to apply for WHO approval?
Well, I think there's 2 reasons. First of all, production. Cuba is a country under sanctions and it's famed for crumbling buildings, potholes and power cuts. And when the WHO expert team comes to assess whether a country should have pre-qualification, it looks at vaccine safety, it looks at efficiency, but it also looks at the quality of production facilities. The Cubans are proud of their production facilities, but by world standards, they're fairly old. A few months ago, Cuba opened up a new factory in the port of Mariel, where it's going to be exporting, creating and ultimately exporting more of these vaccines from. So I suspect that one of the reasons why they've waited before putting this application in is to make sure they have new, world-class, as they say, spick and span factories. The other one, just speaking to people who know Cuban scientists and the way it works, is that people here are just exhausted. vaccinated. And that's not just the general population, that includes the vaccine developers. You know, like Cuba, it has created 5 vaccines, but the country is a small country. It's got tiny resources, and there's only a couple of hundred people working on these vaccines. I know one of the other vaccine developers, he drives a Soviet-era Lada, earns less than $400 a month. He's a chocoholic, but has hardly had chocolate since the pandemic because there's none in the shops. So when you take the fact that they're exhausted, that it's the only country in the world that's vaccinating people as young as 2, and they've just had to roll that out, they are just bombarded by things they've had to do in terms of production and distribution. And so it's hardly surprising that they've been slow in getting this application in.
Well, and they're not only exporting their vaccines to other countries, but you report they're also sharing their technology. So what sort of effect could that have in the global fight against COVID?
According to the World Health Organization, 80% of people in the EU have now been fully vaccinated, but only 12% of people in Africa have been fully vaccinated. And it's figures like that that led the Director General of the World Health Organization last year to say that the world is not approaching a situation of vaccine apartheid, but it's actually living a situation of vaccine apartheid. You know, many of these countries in Latin America, Africa, also in Asia, are just simply priced out of being able to afford these vaccines. They're many, many times more expensive than vaccines were before COVID, obviously because of the enormous demand. And the WHO itself is saying that a key way of addressing that problem is allowing continents and countries in continents like Africa to produce their own vaccines. Cuba is talking to 15 countries, mainly in Latin America and Africa, about that possibility. And as you saw in the report, these vaccines don't need to be deeply refrigerated at -70 or -20 degrees. They can be put in fridges and kept at 2 to 8 degrees. And that's going to help, ultimately, more people get these vaccines in their arms.
All right. Thank you so much, Ed, for your reporting. Could more U.S. aid be heading to Ukraine? Coming up, we're live in Washington with the latest on a major emergency funding request.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Congress is back in Washington and considering a request from the White House for $6.4 billion in emergency funding to help Ukraine.
I'm announcing a push to deliver billions of dollars in aid to Ukraine. It will be humanitarian aid, it will be economic aid, and it will be security aid.
NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now from the Hill. So Sahil, we just heard Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer say he's pushing for this aid. What does it include and does it have bipartisan support?
It was certainly crafted with the expectation that it would have bipartisan support, Lindsay. And of that $6.4 billion, let's break it down. About $3.5 billion goes to the Department of Defense. Of the remaining $2.9 trillion, most of it goes to the State Department and USAID, with small amounts going to the Commerce as well as the Department of Transportation, according to sources that we spoke to. So that's where it's headed. And Senator Chuck Schumer, the majority leader, has said that it will ride along with a government funding bill that Congress is currently considering, expected to move forward this week, which faces the March 11th deadline to prevent a shutdown.
And Sahil, many lawmakers, especially Republicans, are calling for stricter sanctions against Putin and his allies. How is the White House responding?
A couple of ways. First is they are firmly rejecting the idea of a no-fly zone over Ukraine, which a number of hawks have been pushing for. White House spokeswoman Jen Psaki pointed out that it could require the U.S. to implement it by potentially shooting down Russian planes, which would be escalatory and potentially ensnare the United States into a war with Russia, which he said President Biden is determined to avoid. And the second thing is the White House has been very determined to take any action against Russia in consult and in full partnership with the United States allies and NATO. They believe that speaking with one voice is going to be much more effective. And already in the works are some of the most swift and severe sanctions, I guess I should say pun intended. The banking system, the SWIFT banking system, Russia is going to lose access to significant portions of it, it appears, if the current proposal goes forward. Let's listen to what Jen Psaki had to say about that.
These are the most significant financial sanctions that have been used in modern history. And what Russia is now in comparison with is Iran. How the SWIFT sanctions process always works, how it worked with Iran, is that it's institution by institution. And we do that in order to not take down the global financial system.
And that about sums up the White House's attitude here. They don't want to go to war with Russia. They don't want to send U.S. military troops into fighting Russia, but they are determined to do what they can to cripple Russia's economy as a punishment to Vladimir Putin.
And Sahil, the House and Senate will both get classified briefings tonight on the situation in Ukraine. What can you tell us about those briefings?
The House briefing is scheduled to take place at 5:15 before that chamber votes, and the Senate briefing is expected at 7:15 after that chamber votes later today. These will be classified briefings. They will be in person after some recent briefings had taken place virtually by phone and were, as a result, unclassified. There is an all-star cast, one might say, of briefers, some of the most prominent people in the Biden administration. You see the names on the screen. That includes Secretary of State Antony Blinken. It includes the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin. It includes Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, a number of people who are involved at the highest levels of determining U.S. policy toward Russia and Ukraine at this time of crisis.
All right, Sahil, thank you so much.
Thank you.
NATO's Secretary General telling NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman that Russian leaders underestimated the Ukrainian resistance, adding that Moscow is facing higher casualties than they expected. Josh joins me now from Brussels with more on that exclusive one-on-one conversation. So Josh, NATO's Jens Stoltenberg saying the Kremlin now plans to send more troops to Ukraine. I mean, how many forces are we talking about? And we know we've been hearing about countries sending aid to Ukraine. Will it be enough?
Well, we don't know exactly how many, but a senior defense official has said that Putin now has about 3/4 of the troops that he'd amassed around Ukraine activated inside the country. So if you think about it, that leaves about a quarter, somewhere in the neighborhood of perhaps 50,000 still outside of the country who he could add into the mix. And as far as what other countries are doing, major announcements in the last several days from countries that are going to be sending thousands of anti-tank weapons, hundreds of anti-aircraft missiles to the Ukrainians to be using in this conflict. But Secretary General Stoltenberg today said that could still not be enough, pointing out this is the Russian army we're talking about. Take a listen.
We see now a new wave coming in from Russia and from Belarus with heavy armor, with long-range artillery. And of course, there is an enormous power that Russia is now bringing to bear. And Russia has the largest army in Europe. And significant parts of that is now moving into Ukraine. And that's, of course, a big challenge for the Ukrainian defense.
The flip side of that is Stoltenberg also said that the Ukrainians have shown impressive resilience so far and that he believes Putin underestimated the strength of the Ukrainian military forces.
And Josh, you also spoke to Stoltenberg about the possibility of NATO enforcing a no-fly zone over Ukraine. We just talked to Sahil about that the U.S. isn't on board with that. It could put us in the position where we have to shoot down Russian aircraft. What did Stoltenberg tell you?
Well, he was very cautious about this topic, as has been the U.S., given how sensitive the idea of a nuclear conflict is. Take a listen to how Stoltenberg described his concerns about Putin saying this.
We have no intentions of moving into Ukraine, neither on the ground or in the airspace. I think we have to understand that it's a brutal conflict that is taking place in Ukraine now. At the same time, we have a responsibility to make sure that this doesn't spiral out of control and escalate even further and becomes a full-fledged war in Europe involving NATO allies.
And that position from the NATO Secretary General that there will not be troops in Ukraine, there will not be a no-fly zone, completely consistent at this point with what the United States is saying, that yes, they will provide support, arms even, but they are not putting troops on the ground there.
Josh, NATO Secretary General speaking with President Biden and other allies earlier today about the, quote, new security reality. What do we know about that conversation?
Well, we know that meeting lasted for about an hour and a half today, including not only the NATO leaders from the European Union, but also other allies like Japan, a U.S. treaty ally that also has concerns about this growing instability. And we know that this is the latest effort as part of what the Biden administration has been trying to do in lockstep with these European allies to show that they have a united front, that the NATO territory will absolutely be defended, and that Russia will face increasing isolation politically, diplomatically, and economically from really all of the countries in the European sphere if he continues with this invasion of Ukraine, Lindsay.
Josh Letterman, thank you so much for bringing us the details of your exclusive conversation. Appreciate it. Coming up, President Biden promised immigration reform on the campaign trail. But how do Americans think he's doing on the issue ahead of his first State of the Union address?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone.
Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are. It's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
President Biden is getting low marks on immigration. A new survey from Impact Research, that's a Democratic firm that's been used as Biden's chief political pollster, found 66% of likely voters do not approve of how the president is handling immigration. NBC News senior national political reporter Natasha Korecki joins me now. So, Natasha, why do you think the majority of people surveyed say President Biden hasn't done enough on immigration in his first year in office?
Well, there's a few key points, but the main point is they feel that it's been dropped from the conversation. The majority of people, more than 71%, said that it was in a very extremely important priority or very important priority that they'd like to see handled by Biden. And their feeling is it's dropped out of the conversation. It is not become, it's not sustained as one of the main points and one of the main issues that Biden's talking about. Granted, there's some pretty colossal world issues that Biden is dealing with right now. However, he's been talking about infrastructure still. He's been talking about, climate change and so forth. They want to see immigration become more of the conversation.
And you spoke with Brandon Gillis, who's the political director for the Immigrant Justice Fund. And she told you the lack of action that we're seeing from the Biden administration has been a political miscalculation. What else did she say?
Well, what she said was there is a lot of distortions, as she described them, in conservative media, in which there is this conception that Biden should be very careful on reversing some of Trump's policies. But what she found and what the survey found was that, in fact, the opposite is true, that there is a majority of people who want to see some of Trump's different policies overturned. And they think that Biden isn't doing enough right now. And mainly, Title 42 is the big one. That is one that they think that Biden can do on his own with an executive action. And that's basically, that is allowing people to be expelled from the country because of COVID reasons, because of health reasons, if they try to come illegally over the border. And that was something that Trump imposed, and it's something that Biden's administration just on its own extended. That's a biggie for them. Now, the other one is the Remain in Mexico policy, and that actually is something that the Biden administration is trying to overturn. And in fact, it's before the Supreme Court right now.
So any response from the White House on this new polling data? And also, we know the State of the Union is tomorrow. Do you think he'll address this, given, as you mentioned, all of the other priorities we know will come up?
Right. Well, I expect Biden would mention some of the things that the White House told us, which is, hey, this takes time. This massive change is not going to happen overnight. Number two, Biden has taken some steps from day one, and he's expected to highlight some of that. And, among them was reversing Trump's policy to ban travel from majority Muslim countries. He did that right away. He also instituted a committee to help reunite families that were separated at the border, which of course was a huge issue under Trump. So I expect that Biden would point to those things and just say, hey, hang tight. We have a slim majority. We have a majority, but it's a slim majority, and we're doing what we can.
All right, Natasha, thank you so much for sharing your reporting with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Undocumented day laborers are facing a harsh reality when it comes to working in the United States. A spike in immigration is making it hard for people to find work when they get here. And as NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez explains, work that pays a fair wage is even harder to come by.
This intersection in Williamsburg, New York City, known as La Parada, or the Stop, is a place where immigrant women find a job for the day, primarily doing domestic work. Every day, up to 150 women wait here, bargaining for hourly pay that is often below minimum wage, according to data collected from the Workers' Justice Project last year. Often, these day laborers are undocumented, and in recent months, many come from Ecuador. Rosa migrated from Ecuador and eventually settled in New York City 9 years ago. She still comes to La Parada at least 5 days a week to look for work.
Ahora es muy difícil porque hay mucha gente.
With more women looking for work, there's more competition. Desperate to find a job and with little to no English, many new arrivals don't negotiate their rate.
¿Y has podido conseguir algún trabajo aquí?
No, porque ayer nomás salí.
¿Ayer por primera vez?
Sí.
O sea, estuviste un mes antes de poder conseguir el primer trabajo.
Sí, un mes.
We spoke with two women who recently came out of ICE detention and preferred to remain anonymous for their safety. One arrived to New York a month ago. The other's just been here 3 weeks.
Yo sí salí de mi país fue por la situación económica en la que estamos viviendo todos los ecuatorianos.
¿Qué quiere para sus hijos?
Un futuro para ellos porque, o sea, ahí es muy barato, la economía es muy baja y no alcanza para sus estudios. También trabajaba pero ganaba muy poco y no me alcanzaba.
These women represent the face of a new wave of immigration from Ecuador. In 2021, Border Patrol reported over 97,000 encounters with Ecuadorian immigrants, more than 7 times the number in 2020.
I classify this as an exodus from Ecuadorians.
Walter Sinche, founder and executive director of the International Ecuadorian Alliance, came to the U.S. 34 years ago. His organization serves as a community center for Ecuadorians and other Latin American immigrants living in New York City.
As an instructor of OSHA classes here in my community center, before we used to have between 6 to 10 or 15 students. And all of a sudden, last year, our classes increased between 40, 50, 60.
He cites government corruption, security issues, and economic instability as the main drivers of immigration to the United States.
El gobierno nacional desplegará, coordinará, protegerá y unirá a todas las fuerzas del orden para llevar a cabo una sola misión: devolver la seguridad a los ciudadanos.
In November 2021, the Ecuadorian government renewed a state of emergency previously declared in October. The military and police were authorized to patrol the streets and crack down on drug trafficking.
To hear these women say that they have been standing at La Parada waiting for work every day, and they've only had 1 day of work when they thought that they were going to come here and be making $15 an hour and working 40 hours a week. Is that the reality? What's going on?
That's 100% the reality. Fortunately, sometimes she gets 1 day of work. Sometimes they don't get for 2-3 weeks.
According to a 2021 survey conducted by the Workers' Justice Project, at least 1 in 4 women day laborers were victims of wage theft. And it's not just from people at La Parada on Division and Marcy Avenues. Walter says he's seen immigrants working across industries not receive pay for their work.
And there's a new modern slavery. That's what I interpret myself.
Walter says he teaches his community how to file a complaint with the Department of Labor, but that due to the pandemic, he's seen the process take at least 2 years.
People that they just not motivated to continue with their claim.
In a statement to NBC News, the New York State Department of Labor said that they begin processing wage theft claims immediately after receiving a complaint, and that the process usually takes about 1 month to complete. The agency also said they encourage all New Yorkers to report wage theft, regardless of immigration status, and that their office does not share information with ICE.
Como yo digo, así sea recogiendo basura, pero con tal de tener un trabajo estable y seguir adelante el día a día.
Lo harías, lo que fuera.
Yo lo haría lo que fuera.
Our thanks to Isa Gutierrez for that report. Major League Baseball's opening day in jeopardy. The latest on negotiations between the MLB and the Players Union next.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The clock is ticking. Major League Baseball and its players' union are scrambling to get a deal in place before today's owner-imposed lockout deadline. If they don't, the start of the season could be at risk. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is following the back and forth.
Those pining for a little baseball are instead getting a very rude awakening. Empty stadiums and spring training facilities.
Got season tickets, got an RV into a campground, and no baseball.
Players abandoning the diamond for the boardroom as strained negotiations between MLB and its players' union are putting the start of the season in peril.
You don't change St. Patrick's Day. You don't change Memorial Day. You don't change opening day, right?
But absent a labor agreement in hours, Major League Baseball says games will be canceled, including opening day. This is already the second longest lockout in the game's history, behind only the 1994 debacle that left baseball bruised for years. At the Sports Grill in Miami, clear concern from fans.
And everything that's going on in the world, I think it's an important thing for us to come together as a country.
Richard Welch wants to share experiences with his daughters, like he did with his dad. As a 9-year-old kid, he met Boston great Ted Williams at spring training.
In these tough times where they've missed out a lot already, and now we finally can go do these things, and we can't because of financial reasons of the teams.
And finances are standing in the way, from how much big spending teams can be taxed to minimum salaries for players. Baseball's roughly $570,000 floor is well below the 3 other major American sports.
But the reality of the situation is that almost half the players make league minimum or less if they play less than half a year. So there is quite a disparity between those young players' pay and guys who are stars who've been in the league for several years.
There is optimism a deal might be struck. Fans holding out hope, but maybe not sympathy.
If I was a baseball player making, let's just say the minimum salary, I would be a very happy camper.
Our thanks to Sam Brock. There you have it, the closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange. Wall Street done for the day, ending at down 179 points here. This is, of course, due to the Russian invasion right now. Investors spooked, but it's not down as much as it was, sometimes down as many as 400 plus points throughout the day. We're going to talk about today's big business stories and how they affect all of us coming up in this next hour. Hi, everyone. I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now, and here's what's happening. Ceasefire talks stall as intense fighting and shelling rages in cities across Ukraine. The U.S. now saying Russia has sent in most of its troops amassed at the Ukrainian border. The first trial in the January 6th Capitol attack gets underway, while the final verdict could set the tone for hundreds of other defendants. Plus, our Black in Biz series heads to Alabama, where a Black-owned farm has teamed up with a major big box retailer to celebrate Black History Month. And we start today with the skittish U.S. markets closing lower just moments ago, closing down about 176 points. The Dow did recover here from other certain lows during the day. This is, of course, as Russia's attack on Ukraine drives a volatile day of trading. So we are covering this global crisis with NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley in Ukraine with the latest on the talks between Russia and Ukraine. And NBC News' Jay Gray is in Poland, where thousands of Ukrainians are fleeing the Russian attacks. But first, let's go ahead and bring in CNBC reporter Rahel Solomon for the latest on this Wall Street fallout. So Rahel, the New York Stock Exchange, the NASDAQ, temporarily halted trading in stocks of Russia-based companies today. Tell us why and what this means for American investors.
Well, Lindsay, the New York Stock Exchange cited regulatory concerns. Essentially, both the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ want time to try to get more information about the economic sanctions. And what it means simply is that you won't be able to buy or sell these securities. Now, while we have seen a lot of trading in today, stocks of defense names and some security names, companies that essentially stand to benefit from this escalation and the likelihood of cyber warfare or additional fighting. We also saw some U.S.-listed stocks with revenue exposure in Russia and Ukraine fall. Names like Mondelez, Pepsi, and Philip Morris. So really seeing the impact of this invasion and the sanctions ripple across the economy and globe.
And Rahel, more sanctions on Russia were imposed today. Some Russian banks were blocked from a global payment system. So what's that doing to oil prices here in the U.S. and globally?
Well, as you know, oil prices were already elevated for a number of reasons, including the threat of war with Russia. So this invasion has sort of kept prices propped up. The global benchmark, which is Brent crude, and the U.S. benchmark WTI have both been hovering around $100 a barrel. Again, elevated right now, sitting at about $98.02 for Brent and $96 a barrel for WTI. Russia, of course, a major exporter of energy and crude. Now, sanctions so far have not hit Russian energy names, but the White House just said that those sanctions are still on the table. And while we haven't seen official sanctions against Russian energy names, some of those companies are feeling the impacts. BP and Shell both announcing that they're divesting from Russia. Lindsay?
All right. Thanks so much, Rahel. We turn now to the situation on the ground in Ukraine. The Interior Ministry there estimating dozens killed and hundreds wounded during Russian missile strikes on Kharkiv. And Ukraine's President Zelensky signing an EU membership application saying this is the choice of Ukrainian people. We more than deserve it. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is in Uman, Ukraine. So, Matt, let's talk about Zelensky, who's calling on all those who can fight to come back to Ukraine. What's going on there? What are you seeing?
I mean, what I'm seeing here is a country that is actually doing much, much better than it thought it would, which is why this startling claim demanding that all of those who can fight, even those prisoners could be released from prison if they're determined to go to the front line. It's interesting because a lot of this kind of rhetoric has worked really well for Zelensky in just the recent past, and motivating people to go out to the front line, arming civilians, training up grandmothers and young people. It really does motivate everybody. And that motivation has paid enormous dividends. It's unclear, still whether what we're seeing is being done by the professional army, and I think probably the vast majority of the battlefield successes have been won by professional Ukrainian soldiers. But the fact is, they are filled with vigor. And that vigor is coming directly from the population here, who sees themselves now as tipping the balance in their own favor against an overwhelming force. And also from comments like this from Zelensky himself, from the very top. They feel like they have a president who is fighting for them. And that has really, really changed and, again, tipped the balance of the battlefield in favor of the Ukrainians. I think that, when it comes to calling everyone to arms, it really does mean that the population feels as though they are fighting for themselves, that they are in the driver's seat, that they are in control. And you really can see that because, honestly, Lindsay, there just is no other explanation for the incredible battlefield successes that we've seen so far against overwhelming odds. Lindsay?
And Matt, we have to take everything that we hear from the Russian government with a grain of salt. But today, the Russian ambassador to the UN says Ukraine joining NATO is a red line. Let's play some of that.
Ukraine joining NATO is a red line. First and foremost, on the military strategic level, the deployment of NATO infrastructure in that country would compel us to adopt measures in response, and this has placed us at the verge of conflict for this reason.
This has been a talking point, Matt, as you know, that they've repeated over and over again. And of course, other world leaders are calling this Russia's war of choice. But earlier today, delegations for Ukraine and Russia did sit down for talks in Belarus. How did those talks go?
They went miserably. And of course, that shouldn't be surprising to anyone, nor would it be surprising to Vladimir Zelensky himself, who, when he announced the talks to the public in one of his famous, Telegram videos, he did so while also saying that he didn't expect anything to happen. And the Russians weren't quite so obviously pessimistic about it, but they sent a former culture minister as the lead negotiator. That can't be an indication that they actually felt like they were going to go anywhere. So, I mean, it's possible that they might have new talks, and we heard from both sides that there are fresh talks on sort of the same diplomatic channel that are scheduled for sometime in the near future. But remember, Lindsay, that during these talks, and we heard this from people on the ground, the Russians were continuing their bombardments. Yep. So that's hardly a good faith negotiation. There was nothing about this that could make anyone feel like this meant anything. This was a pro forma negotiation that was meaningless to both sides. Lindsay?
Well, President Biden wrapped up a call with allies this afternoon, the EU promising to send weapons to Ukraine. How is the West's response being received so far?
Yeah, Lindsay, I mean, when you heard from this morning, when we woke up, it was 4 days in. We were starting our 5th day now, and we heard from Reznik, the Minister of Defense. He essentially was charging his people forward, saying, pointing that the economic cavalry from Europe was on the horizon, and he was, astonished. You could almost feel it in the statement he made at the unity that Europe was presenting, both in providing fresh weapons, and we've seen that from all across Europe, especially crucially from the Germans, who had been holding out in terms of providing lethal aid. They famously provided only like 5,000 helmets, which caused laughter and derision from throughout Europe. Now they're providing all sorts of anti-tank weapons and surface-to-surface missiles. This is crucial, and we're starting to see this not only on the military level in terms of materiel support, but also in terms of those economic sanctions. Now Germany and Olaf Scholz, who had been so reticent to stand up to Vladimir Putin, now saying that he wants to have a targeted dismissal of Russian banks from that SWIFT program, which is in a way going even further than Joe Biden did in his announcement of sanctions. So, the Ukrainians can be buoyed by the fact that they're seeing a united front from Europe. And on this, the first business day of the week, Monday, they really are seeing this coming out. They're really starting to see the business impact of their negotiations, of their rallying cry to Europe. And a lot of this, again, I hate to sound like a Zelensky fanboy here, really, but a lot of this is his own personal appeal to European leaders. That's what the result that we're seeing here. And, that's really, again, tipping the balance, not on the battlefield, but on the diplomatic arena. Lindsay?
Matt Bradley, you and your crew have been making your way across the country to bring us this reporting. Thank you so much, and all of you stay safe. I want to bring in NBC News contributor Jack Crosby, who's live on the ground in Dnipro, Ukraine. So, Jack, thanks for being with us here. And you were actually in Kharkiv this morning. Got very dangerous. At least 11 people were killed, dozens more hurt when Russia hit civilian areas. So walk us through what happened, because we've been hearing mostly from Russia that they're just targeting military airfields and military installations. That's clearly not the case.
So Kharkiv has been on edge for more than the past 24 hours, more so than they were initially at the beginning of this war. There's a major incursion into the center of the city of Kharkiv on Sunday, I believe yesterday, which really set the city on edge. Last night, however, was a relatively quiet and peaceful night. There was some shelling on the outskirts. And I think that sort of lulled myself particularly and a lot of people into maybe a sense of security that the attacks would stop while these peace negotiations were going on the Belarusian border. But we found out very quickly this morning at around 9:30 a.m. that was not going to be the case. My team and I were preparing to leave the city with a driver that we had, and heavy shelling broke out in the city center where we were. And we had to, make the choice to just get in the car as quickly as possible and leave, which has led me to the city of Dnipro, where I am now. One of the blasts landed, I would estimate, 200 to 300 meters away from the hotel that we were staying at. Very loud, and that sort of sent us out of there. And, as we were in the car leaving the city, we started to see these reports of far more devastating and destructive attacks, the footage of which I'm sure you've seen by now, of things that appear to be potentially multiple launch rockets or some kind of cluster munitions. It's difficult to tell. I know that Amnesty International is beginning to investigate what kind of munitions were used in this attack. but there is certainly the most deadly and the most destructive shelling in civilian areas on the outskirts of Kharkiv that we've seen thus far into the war.
We're so happy that you're safe, given all those circumstances that you just laid out. And according to the Washington Post, officials suspect Russia used cluster munitions to strike buildings in this city. What does that mean?
So cluster munitions are a standard munition. You fire a weapon and one piece of ordnance comes out of it and impacts a target and explodes. A cluster munition is when you fire a weapon once and multiple projectiles can come out of it. So these can take a variety of different forms. It's been alleged that these sort of Smerch missiles that the Russians are commonly using are these multi-launch rockets that launch a bunch of small rocket projectiles all at once. It's been debated whether those are cluster munitions, but each one of those rockets can also contain smaller projectiles. So I believe this is still being investigated, specifically what type of munitions were used in this attack. But based on the video footage, it certainly looks like a pattern where this was many, many projectiles impacting. You can see on the screen right now, all of that line of projectiles all impacting at once is not the work of a single missile or a single, these are clearly spreading, clustered, destructive devices that can be particularly deadly, especially when used in dense civilian areas, which it appears that these were.
Jack, it's I believe 11:13 there local time where you are. Talk to me about what nighttime means. And obviously people aren't, if they're trying to rest, they're not going to be able to get much because they might be hearing shelling or, I mean, there's active fear. Talk to me about, from your own experience, from people that you've talked to, what it means that night has fallen and really going into, I believe, what is now the 6th night.
I'm here in Dnipro, Ukraine, which so far has been spared. I guess you could call it some of the worst of the war. Certainly, it's been spared some of the level of attacks and aggression that cities like Kyiv and Kharkiv have faced, and Mariupol in the south and Odessa and these others. Dnipro is a little more pulled back from those and has not currently had Russian ground forces near it. But all the same, there are air raid sirens that have gone off multiple times tonight. We've had to debate the decision to go into the basement shelter below the hotel that we're in. Over fears of Russian bombing. And, that fear, I think, is being felt by basically everyone in this country because of the just unilateral, all-encompassing nature of this war that, this began on Thursday morning with strikes in almost every major city in the country, which I think made basically every citizen of Ukraine immediately feel unsafe. And that anxiety is really only multiplied the closer the proximity you are to the violence. So in cities like Kyiv, in cities like Kharkiv, in cities like Mariupol, the civilians there really do not have moments of peace in this violence. It is an all-encompassing reality that they live with every minute of every day.
There's no end. It's absolute exhaustion, something we can't even fathom here. Jack, thank you. Stay safe. And the number of people fleeing the conflict in Ukraine for neighboring countries is now more than 500,000, according to the UN High Commissioner for Refugees. So how many of them will stay? Here's NBC News. Where, rather, will many of them stay? Here's NBC News correspondent Jay Gray.
Hi there, good evening. We are just along the Poland-Ukraine border. You can see the border position just behind us here. Nightfall, that has not stopped the flow of refugees. Thousands throughout the day here today. More than 500,000 have been pushed from their homes by the war that continues right now. Talking with several, they say they've walked for 4, maybe 5 days, some with just the clothes on their back to try and escape the violence. Many pushed out as the Russian troops moved in.
When we wake morning, there's some shout, people shout, and everyone run to buy some food, and we hear some boom everywhere. And after that, we directly pack our bag and clothes and some documents, and we run to Vokzal.
Also here today, we've seen a dramatic shift. Men from across Europe gathering here and moving the opposite direction, back into Ukraine. Several saying that they were born there, others that they had lived there and they were drawn to be a part of the fight to save this country. Up to this point, we had not seen people going back in, but today there was a steady flow, really a testament to the resolve of those who call Ukraine home. There are hundreds that are still gathered here, no place to go. With nightfall, it's much colder at this point. Many say it's a blessing just to be away from the violence, but now wondering how they start again.
Jay Gray, thank you. Nearly 75% of the combat troops deployed by Russian President Vladimir Putin around Ukraine are now inside the country. That's according to a senior U.S. defense official who confirmed that to NBC News. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby joins me right now. So, Courtney, that senior defense official also giving an update on what Washington believes is happening in Ukraine now. What can you tell us about Russia's approach and how Ukraine is dealing with it?
So Russia continues to move into Ukraine on three main axes. There's the one we've been hearing a lot about in recent days, and it's coming south down around Kyiv, the capital city. There's one in the east around a major city called Kharkiv. That's where there's a lot of really heavy fighting right now and has been for the past 3 or 4 days now. Russian troops are trying to encircle both of those cities right now with the goal of isolating them, cutting them off from the outside, and ultimately taking over those cities. There's pretty fierce resistance that the Russians are facing in both those locations. The third line of effort is really coming up from the south, and that's where Russia's having an easier time. It's just a friendlier area, frankly, towards the Russians, so they're able to move more easily there. The goal in the south is to move up from the south north up towards Mariupol. There's a term that the U.S. military uses called a pincer movement. What that means is you basically pinch around an area. Well, that's what Russia is trying to do right now with the axis that goes down from Kyiv and then up from the south up towards Mariupol. The goal is to ultimately take the eastern part of the country and cut off the Ukrainian military that's down around the Donetsk region, the separatist area, with the goal of ultimately surrounding the Ukrainian military and taking over that entire area. But U.S. defense officials are telling us that the Russians are meeting a lot more resistance, particularly around Kharkiv and Kyiv, than they had anticipated. And this military campaign, it's now on day 5. It's moving slower than the Russians actually anticipated, Lindsay.
And Courtney, the Pentagon press secretary briefed reporters on the situation today. We carry that on NBC News Now. What did he say?
Yeah, that's right. So one of the main lines of effort is what he focused a lot on today. That was what's going on around the capital city, Kyiv. Here's what he had to say about that.
We're also seeing the Ukrainians put up a very stiff and determined resistance on their capital city. And they have made it very difficult for the Russians to continue to move ahead. We believe that based on what we know of what their plans were, that they are behind schedule, that they have faced a stiffer resistance than they anticipated.
And it's not just the stiff resistance from the Ukrainian military that's causing the Russians to be behind schedule, what the U.S. assesses was their schedule, but it's also a logistical hangup. So the Russians, according to U.S. assessment, they thought that they wouldn't need fuel and logistical resupply until several days further on in the military campaign. But as they have met this resistance from the Ukrainian military, they have needed this resupply, fuel, food, logistical help earlier than they expected. It's caused their move from Belarus, from Russia, far western Russia, down south around the capital city. It's caused that to be slower than they had anticipated. They still, at this point, are somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 25 kilometers outside of Kyiv city central.
Courtney, Secretary of State Antony Blinken says the U.S. will give an additional $54 million in financial aid to ordinary Ukrainians. This is on top of the $350 million in aid to Ukrainian military that President Biden approved over the weekend. So what will all of this aid look like?
So from a military perspective, the aid, the assistance that the U.S. is going to give them is very similar to what we have already seen. So we hear a lot about the need for anti-armor. What that means is anti-tank. And that is javelins. These are literally tank-killing weapons. So there's one vulnerable spot on a Russian tank. It's on the top, basically the hatch. These missiles target that area, these javelins. The U.S. has been providing them to Ukraine for a couple of years now. President Donald Trump was actually the first person to approve that. But the Biden administration has also approved several different weapon sales of these javelins. The $350 million includes that. It also includes ammunition. That's something that even President Zelensky has talked about needing in recent days. They'll provide those. They'll provide some more small arms. They'll provide some additional non-lethal. But what's really critical in this most recent package is Stingers. And why that's so important is that provides the Ukrainians with the ability to shoot down Russian aircraft. We've heard a lot in the past couple of days about the fact that the Russians have not been able to maintain any kind of air superiority. What that means is they don't own the Ukrainian airspace, and that is really, really important. The assumption was that they would control Ukrainian airspace in the first day or two. We're on day 5. It is still a contested airspace. The United States and Germany and others providing these Stingers, that gives the Ukrainian military to maintain that contested airspace so that the Ukrainian Air Force can continue to fly. It's a really critical capability that Ukraine has been desperate for the past several days. The U.S. is not acknowledging publicly or on the record that they're providing those, but a number of administration officials and defense officials have told us that, in fact, that they are, Lindsay.
All right. Courtney Kubi, thank you so much for keeping us posted on all these developments. Appreciate it. And coming up, the first January 6th Capitol rioter getting his day in court. What's at stake for him and the hundreds of others charged for their actions that day? That's next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
People say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world. The escalating tension between Ukraine and Russia.
They worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
To bring in the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She's following the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Hey, Maya.
Hey, Lindsay. We start with Danish shipping company Maersk considering a suspension of all deliveries to and from Russia in response to the sanctions against the Kremlin. The company stopped accepting bookings to and from Ukraine last week. The European Space Agency says its planned joint mission to Mars with Russia this year is now, quote, very unlikely. The Russian Space Agency plans to pull its personnel from the European spaceport in French Guiana. A 43-year-old woman was smeared with human feces in a recent attack on New York City's subway, according to police. It happened at a Bronx station last week. Police are asking for help identifying the attacker. Miami Marlins CEO Derek Jeter is stepping down. The 47-year-old Hall of Famer is also selling his stake in the MLB franchise. This news comes on a big deadline day for MLB as owners gave the Players Union until today to reach a new labor deal. And Ariana DeBose making history at the SAG Awards for her role in the West Side Story remake. She's the first Latina to win a film award from the Guild and the first queer woman of color to be recognized for acting. Lindsay?
I saw her on SNL when she hosted a couple weeks ago. She
so great.
Blew me away. Big congrats there. Thanks, Maya. More than 750 people have been charged in the January 6th Capitol attack, with more than 200 already pleading guilty. But none of those cases have gone to trial until today. The first is Guy Wesley Reffitt of Texas, who's facing 5 felony charges in a trial that could set a new bar for the hundreds of remaining January 6th defendants. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams joins me now. So, Pete, Reffitt is charged with obstruction. What are prosecutors trying to prove here?
Well, this case is notable for several reasons, Lindsay. As you noted, many people have pleaded guilty. Not him. He wants a trial. And unlike many of those who have pleaded, he has expressed no remorse. In fact, just the opposite. He wrote a letter praising the actions of the people who stormed the Capitol. Prosecutors say he illegally brought guns into Washington, D.C. and had a handgun with him when he came to the Capitol on January 6th. He's not accused of actually entering the building, but the charges say he did tussle with the police outside. And this trial will feature some interesting witnesses, including 2 children, his 19-year-old son and 17-year-old daughter. They say when Reffitt returned home to Texas, he threatened to kill them if they told the police or the FBI about what he did at the Capitol. Now, the jury selection may take a little longer than usual because one of the things that Reffitt's lawyers have argued, and this is something that other January 6 defendants have also said, is that they can't get a fair trial here in Washington because the Capitol riot affected so many people. So the task today, and probably continuing tomorrow as well, is to find jurors who say that they can set aside what they may know about what happened and decide the case based on the evidence that they hear in court, Lindsay.
Any idea of what the defense's strategy will be here?
Well, they're going to, first of all, basically argue the legal questions here about whether the charges are sufficient. One of the questions here is whether he really did obstruct this congressional vote count, or whether the government is overreaching with the statute. That's a legal question that the judge will have to decide. And then in terms of his defense, one of his defenses, of course, is that he didn't enter the Capitol. So his lawyers can claim, how did he obstruct the vote count when he actually did not enter the Capitol? Secondly, there's circumstantial evidence about whether he had the handgun with him. I don't believe that there's any eyewitnesses who actually saw him with the gun. You could see the holster that he's wearing, but it's not clear from the pictures that we've seen that the gun is in the holster. That may be one question, that a factual question for the jury to work out as well.
And Pete, what's the significance here of this being the first case to go to trial? Could it set a tone for any of the others?
Well, without question, it's going to be a template for how the prosecution approaches these cases. We understand that they have a video prepared to show the sort of set the scene of the violence and the riot at the Capitol on January the 6th. He has tried to say in this letter that he wrote that was actually published online that these were the acts of people protesting their government, that this was not a violent incident. And so one of the things the prosecution is going to have to do is sort of set the frame, define this in terms of all the violence that was committed, and show the kind of fear that instilled on the part of members of Congress and the vice president who were inside.
Pete Williams, thanks so much.
You bet.
President Biden's preparing for the first State of the Union address tomorrow night, his first rather, and so is the U.S. Capitol Police Department. Take a look. Police have reinstalled fencing around the perimeter of the Capitol, and they say that it's out of an abundance of caution. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach is on Capitol Hill. So, Gary, talk to us here. The fence first went up after the January 6th riot. It went up again in anticipation of the Justice for J6 rally. That was back in September. Now the State of the Union. Is this in response to anything specific, any specific threats?
Hey there, Lindsay. Yeah, there's no specific or credible threats, but it's very clear that law enforcement is not taking any chances this week. This is the third time in 13 months, as you were mentioning, that the 9-foot non-scale fencing has been brought up around the U.S. Capitol. I want to have you take a look at what this fencing looks like here. It surrounds the U.S. Capitol. There's also the military-grade cameras that are scattered across the Capitol grounds. And this is all in addition, of course, to the physical law enforcement presence. Now, this is actually a smaller footprint when it comes to the fence than what we saw last year after January 6th. This is really a square from Independence Avenue to Constitution Avenue, and it's just the Capitol building. So the House and the Senate office buildings aren't impacted by this. But Capitol Police Chief Tom Manger did release a statement this weekend. He said, quote, "We have been working closely with our federal, state, and local law enforcement partners on a security plan to prevent any disruption to the important work of Congress." Now, the State of the Union is always classified as a national special security event. What that means is it's like the Super Bowl for Washington, D.C. Anybody who's anybody is going to be inside this building tomorrow night. And that does present a challenge for law enforcement. But Capitol Police and Metro PD are not going to be alone. The FBI, the Secret Service, the Department of Homeland Security are all going to be on site, ensuring a safe event for everybody.
All right, Gary Grumbach, thank you. Donald Trump topping the list of who Republicans would like to see run for president. Trump easily winning the straw poll at CPAC over the weekend. Take a look at the numbers. He got 59% of the vote. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis behind, closest contender, but still 28%, so not super close. Former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo coming in at a distant third at 2%. NBC News senior political analyst Jonathan Allen joins me right now. Jonathan, always good to see you. So you say that this is another sign of Trump's continued dominance here. Talk about how these numbers have changed over the last year.
Well, we saw a little bit of a dip since between Trump's presidency and the last CPAC convention last year. And we've now seen him grow that margin again by a handful of points, about a half dozen points. He's up at 59%, as you can see in the graphic. The other thing that was asked was an approval rating question of Trump among the CPAC activists. And of course, these are the most conservative activists in the country, but his approval rating was in the high 90s. So right now, if you were to look at the 2024 field, it's Donald Trump and everyone else. I think the great expectation is that most of the other Republicans who are considered potentially serious future presidential candidates will not run if he gets in.
I want to talk to you about two different things there following up. So one is, this is among the most conservative here. So what does this mean, though, for the Republican Party, Republican voters at large here, if anything, if we know? And also, what does it tell you that Ron DeSantis is second, but not super close?
Well, two questions there and two answers. It doesn't tell us anything about the rest of the Republican Party, but we know from other polling that Donald Trump is both still considered to be the most popular Republican out there, is still well supported, but also that he is a little bit weaker than he was when he left the presidency, or I should say shortly before he left the presidency, because his numbers dived a bit after that January 6th attack that I think Gary Grumbach mentioned in the last segment. And then the other question is about Ron DeSantis, and it tells us two things. Number one, DeSantis is well regarded among the conservatives, and this was a home field contest for him in Orlando. Yeah. He is the governor of Florida. A lot easier for Floridians to get to this conference.
So there's a new Washington Post ABC News poll, John, that shows that President Biden's national approval rating is slipping 37%, his lowest mark ever. A Trump pollster told you the more Biden collapses, the more voters have buyer's remorse. You were at CPAC. You say that Trump spoke like a candidate, but he hasn't officially said whether he's running in 2024. So what are his advisors telling you?
Yeah, if he were to say that he was running in 2024, it would kick off a bunch of campaign finance rules where he would have to start disclosing his donors more often. There's a lot of technical reasons for him to not say that he's running. But when we've talked to advisors recently, there's really been a change from them saying it, he might run, he could run, he'll probably run too. He's really engaged, and they believe now that he will in fact run, could announce as early as 2023. There will be some gamesmanship about that in terms of trying to keep other candidates out of the mix, freeze their donors, freeze their contributions while he gets ready for a run. But he closed his comments the other night in his CPAC speech with a whole run about what he was going to make America again, familiar things and some new ones. He said we're going to make America more powerful again, and kicking off "We'll Make America Great Again." This was a stump speech from Trump, and everything that he said was talking about regaining the White House, just not putting himself as a candidate in specific, explicit terms.
All right, Jonathan Allen, always appreciate your analysis. Thanks so much.
Take care, Lynn.
Coming up, a Black and Biz story, nearly 150 years in the making. We're going to take you to Tanner, Alabama, where one Black-owned and operated farm's cotton crop is putting down new roots for Black History Month.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today, for the last day of Black History Month in our Black and Biz series, we're taking you to Bridgeforth Farms in Alabama, a fifth-generation Black-owned family farm that landed a major deal to supply cotton for some of Target's exclusive Black History Month T-shirts. Priscilla Thompson has more on this extraordinary family and business.
Drive down Bridgeforth Road in Tanner, Alabama, and you'll reach a farm that's been run by the same family since 1877. Bridgeforth Farms is Black-owned and operated by fourth and fifth generation farmers, family members who have traveled across the country but always find their way back home.
This is a way of life. I've been a lot of places, I've done a lot of things, but farming is what always provided me a living.
I've always loved it. It's in my blood.
The farm was started by George Bridgeforth Sr., who was born a slave and freed during emancipation. He bought land in southern Tennessee and eventually sold that plot before buying the initial 600 acres where the farm still sits today. Since then, it's expanded to about 10,000 acres, spanning 4 counties in northern Alabama, a state at the heart of the civil rights movement in the 1950s and 60s.
We're just 80 miles away from all of the turmoil that was going on in Birmingham and Montgomery. We're 80 miles from Birmingham.
They grow cotton, soybeans, corn, and wheat. This year, some of that cotton is being used for Target's Black History Month t-shirts.
It means a lot that just the part that we have to play in making sure that shirts are on the shelves for people to purchase to remember Black history is inspiring.
They hope this partnership is just the beginning.
I think this was a great start. We have a great working relationship with each other, and we have some pretty ambitious goals for the future.
But getting to this point hasn't been easy. In the U.S., only about 1.4% of farmers are Black. The Bridgeforths understand how tough it can be for anyone to make it in this business, and that some Black Americans may be apprehensive about the profession, given our country's history.
A lot of Black families worked hard to not be on a farm, worked hard to get out of sharecropping.
After slavery, you know, the Black businessmen just couldn't really get their business going because there was so much opposition.
But they say there's still a place for Black people in agriculture, including jobs focused on design, finance, and technology.
The industry is much bigger than just farming.
The family says the pandemic is just the latest hurdle in the farm's long history. It's survived everything from tornadoes to trade wars, but hard work and problem solving are requirements in this business.
Not giving up is a big part of the mental process that a farmer has to go through.
That's really the heart and soul of any farming operation I've seen, is being able to weather the storm, you know, whether it's the good years and the bad years.
Through the years, the Bridgeforths have prioritized investments in sustainable technology. They say these practices are not only better for the environment, but can also help farmers cut costs in the long run.
Your path to profitability is through cost reduction. So implementing these sustainability techniques of less chemicals, less water, less fuel and less energy, less hours doing the job, it adds to your bottom line.
The Bridgeforths say they're proud to be part of a family business built on a legacy of hard work and resilience, a legacy they hope will continue.
If you put your mind to it and you really work towards it and you don't give up, I mean, anything's possible. For my sons and my daughter, it'd be a great thing to have them to feel the same pride that I feel, to continue this business as long as possible.
Priscilla Thompson, thank you. Coming up, Russia's social media sphere of influence. How companies like Facebook and Twitter are spotting fake accounts and cracking down on Putin's anti-Ukraine propaganda.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now to an intensifying cyber war playing out on social media. Facebook and Twitter are removing disinformation accounts linked to Russia and Belarus, targeting Ukrainians. NBC News senior reporter Ben Collins is covering this side of the story. So, Ben, we know that Russia perfected this model in 2016. Tell us about these new fake accounts. How do they work? What kind of messaging are people seeing?
Sure. So it's targeting Ukrainians, but in one case, it's sort of the progenitor of the one that created the 2016 troll farm. They are now in charge of one of these troll farms. So there's two different troll farms that Facebook and Twitter identified, one of which is from Russia, and they are pushing anti-Ukrainian sentiment using AI-generated faces and profiles. to push these things on Facebook to say that Ukraine is a failed state and things like that. Pretty standard troll farm stuff. And then there is a second group, a Belarusian hacking group called Ghostwriter, tied to the Belarusian government, that is hacking into the accounts of politicians, of journalists, military personnel, and then posting a video of Ukrainians waving a white flag of surrender. All of this is part of the info war that is going on in Ukraine right now.
Yeah, we've been hearing Ukrainian officials say, don't believe everything you see or hear. One official even saying my account was hacked. I think we have been, if we can pull it up, an example of one of these AI-created fake accounts. Talk to us about this.
Yeah, here's Vladimir, right? Vladimir looks like a real person, but Vladimir's face was created on a website called thispersondoesnotexist.com. You can kind of see in his ear, it's a little weird in his left ear there. And, you know, these were created, these profiles were created with whole biographies about how this guy lost his job in aviation, had to get to blogging because the Soviet era infrastructure failed in Ukraine, all of this stuff. You know, they created these big fake identities, and they did it as a way to try to lend credibility to people they claimed were in places like Kiev, but they were not. They were part of this troll farm in the Donbass region of Ukraine, and then also in St. Petersburg.
So, I mean, you noticed the ear. I just think this guy looks real, but maybe he's got like a weird shaped ear. How do these social media giants find this propaganda online, and how do they remove it?
So there's two different ways they do it. Well, first of all, they find this because they like a lot of these people use the same computers, they use the same IP addresses, they use the same internal flags to create one website they did 3 or 4 years ago. They did for this one. They log into the same stuff. Facebook knows that stuff in their backend. But with those faces, those specific faces, they all kind of look the same, and the eye placement is always in the same exact place on every image created on these profiles. There's another one of this woman named Irina they created. Her eye placement is in the same place. She's wearing 2 different earrings. Like, each of these things, they look really, really good. And then you dive in for a second and you're like, wait a second, there's something a little weird about this.
This is fascinating. If anybody's not already following you on Twitter, I encourage them to do so, because you did go into a lot of that. And you say typical troll farm stuff, but I learned a lot. So Ben Collins, thanks so much.
Thank you.
A Ukrainian church community in Maryland coming together in solidarity for their loved ones back home. NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin spoke to a few who are fearing the worst.
Golden Domes tower above this suburban Maryland street. The Ukrainian community gathers here at St. Andrews every Sunday, but this week it's different.
Pray like you never prayed before.
Pews of families and friends holding one another, soft cries echoing in this bright painted room. A community fearing the worst for their loved ones thousands of miles away.
Lord and Master of our life, we ask you to protect them.
Paulina Olson was alone in North Carolina when she got the call she prayed would never come. Russia had invaded Ukraine. A war had broken out. Her parents in Kiev and her husband, who she married just 3 months ago, deployed to join NATO forces.
How are your parents doing?
They're holding up. They're not too far from the war zone. They can, see the bombings from afar.
She drove through the night to be with her sister, Marina Kapovska.
It's definitely really hard to be so far away from them and know that you're helpless and just rely on God and the world and Ukrainians to just win in this tragedy, in this war.
The girls sing together in the church choir during a service held almost entirely in Ukrainian. Father Volodymyr Steliak leading a special vigil for those fighting for Ukraine's freedom, and those that have already lost their lives in what he says is a senseless war.
You stayed here overnight?
I did. I stay. We opened it when this started. I opened the church 24/7, because what do you do when bombs are falling on your mother or brother or sister, your friend? We don't think like that here in the United States. We thank God, and yet, what do we do here? What do? You go to church and pray.
Hundreds of thousands making the grueling journey to leave their motherland and seek refuge across the border. a journey Ivana Ivanev made herself, her 3 small children in tow.
Did you think a week ago today that this would happen?
No, we didn't think about it until the last moment. We had all our plans for the Thursday, and we planned to go to work. And now Ukraine struggles a huge battle.
She left her parents and the father of their kids, who is of fighting age, behind.
I really do hope that I will return in a couple of weeks, because my heart is there, and I really do want to be there right now.
A community pleading for help.
Today I'm asking you for financial support. It is so critical.
Religious leaders from different faiths flooding into the service. During an unimaginable situation, a common thread connecting these strangers. Ukraine will prevail, they say. Love and peace will win. Ivana reading a poem in Ukrainian. Ukraine is when you volunteer to fight on the first day of war and they turn you away because so many showed up to defend the country. Ukraine is when students lay themselves in front of Russian tanks, giving their lives for freedom. Thank you, Mom and Dad, that I am Ukrainian.
Julie Sirkin, thank you. Coming up, the COVID long haul, an NBC News investigation into the struggle some Americans are facing to get health and financial benefits when they need them most. That's next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Millions of Americans are now suffering with what's known as long COVID. Symptoms include debilitating fatigue, brain fog, joint pain. Now, an untold number of those patients are being denied disability benefits despite being physically unable to work. NBC News senior legal and investigative correspondent Cynthia McFadden spoke to one woman who's been fighting for benefits for 2 years.
When Karen Bishop got COVID 2 years ago, she never imagined it would ruin her health, drain her bank account, and compromise her ability to raise her then 11-year-old son, Jayani.
What is the lesson about?
And she didn't know America's social safety net would fail her.
I just had this overwhelming fatigue, this overwhelming lingering cough, and I started noticing significant memory issues.
She went back to work as a paramedic for a South Florida fire department, but was soon fired. Her symptoms got worse.
After termination, it was a huge battle with the workers' compensation doctors who gaslit me and, basically told me there's no possible way you have anything wrong with you. Workers' compensation ended up getting denied.
Next, she applied for disability through Social Security. After a full year of being out of work and facing financial ruin, another dead end.
When you were denied for your Social Security disability, what was your reaction?
It was really devastating. I have nearly $4,000 of bills every month that are being neglected.
It sounds like what you're accumulating is debt.
Yeah.
And she's not alone. We talked to many others.
They denied me 3 times. I felt heartbroken. I didn't feel like a human being.
It was a punch in the gut. I went through all that fight, and my state denied me disability.
In fact, of the more than 1,700 self-identified COVID long haulers NBC News surveyed, nearly 600 said they sought disability benefits from Social Security or private insurance and got nowhere. In addition, over 75% said when they tell people they have long COVID, they're not believed. And it's not just Social Security disability. Getting health insurance coverage is an uphill battle, too.
Patients are being told that their current insurance policy doesn't cover long COVID because the insurer doesn't recognize long COVID as a condition, but they can't improve their medical benefits because they have a pre-existing condition, which is long COVID.
Dr. David Petrino and a team at Mount Sinai's post-COVID clinic in New York City have treated more than 1,500 people with long COVID.
The system is gearing itself against individuals with long COVID, and that makes them sicker and sicker over time.
Bishop is channeling her frustration into a fight for change, launching the COVID Long Haulers Advocacy Project online. A month ago, she sent a letter to the White House and nearly 3,000 other government officials, imploring them to provide disability benefits to COVID long haulers. She says only 3 members of Congress have responded.
3 real responses from 3,000 letters has got to tell you that there is not a national upswell in concern for people with long COVID at this point.
There isn't, and it's extremely concerning.
Really, you're asking for a life raft at this point.
There is no easy solution or answer to long COVID, but the bottom line is we have to start somewhere.
And Cynthia joins me now. So Cynthia, obviously this is a clear problem. What can be done? We know the president's going to give his State of the Union tomorrow night. The pandemic's going to be part of it. So what do advocates of those with long COVID want to hear?
What they'd like to hear is President Biden double down, saying that long COVID can indeed be a disability, and then fight for some extension of benefits. Right now, as you heard in the piece, it is an uphill battle for most people. You know, it's not to say that everyone who says they had long COVID is telling the truth, but all the experts we talked to said, while there may be a few malingerers, by and large, there are actually now, as science is getting better, ways that they can biologically, metabolically see that people's systems are disrupted by an extended exposure to COVID. So let us hope, they say, that the president will double down on this tomorrow night.
And if someone is suffering from long COVID, when and how should they claim it as a disability?
Well, one of the problems, of course, is that you need documentation. Many of the people who have, say they have long COVID, never even got a COVID test because remember, at the beginning of the pandemic, there weren't vaccines, there weren't tests. So they're facing an uphill battle. Hopefully, as the science gets better, the ability to document it will get better. In the meantime, really, the only advice to folks is to try to find an expert in long COVID and work with that individual to document your symptoms as best you can.
Oh, you really feel for those people you talk to. All right, Cynthia McFadden, thanks so much. That does it for us this hour. Hallie Jackson Now starts right now.
We're coming on the air with Russia bombarding more cities across Ukraine, with a senior defense official saying most of Vladimir Putin's troops are now inside that country. But Ukraine's putting up a fight, and Russia's economy is feeling the pain big time. We'll explain why. Plus, we'll hear from women and children who are just, listen, they're scared. They're running from the fighting across Ukraine, as the UN says 500,000 people are getting out. Millions more could be following them. And speaking of the UN, they're saying your house is on fire. Actually, that is literally what a scientist is calling this new climate report that lays out the shocking things that could happen to this planet and why it may already be too late to fix it. And we're learning tonight that President Biden's reworking his State of the Union speech to focus on Ukraine, but he's also got another job, reaching out to voters under 30, what they think about his performance in tonight's original. And don't worry about money for peanuts and Cracker Jack, because right now you can't take anyone out to the ball game. We'll explain why experts think MLB's opening day is doomed because of a fight over money later in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and tonight the Russian military is shelling more cities in Ukraine, with countries around the world upping the pressure on Vladimir Putin, trying to get him to stop. Just look at some of these videos. They're from a city called Kharkiv. They are getting pummeled from the air. Look at that. You see smoke coming up from buildings. Then, in the capital city of Kyiv, you have people getting Molotov cocktails ready. That's what this is. They're getting ready to throw them at Russian soldiers. A senior defense official tells NBC News those troops are about 15 miles outside the city. And the U.S. thinks something like 75% of Russia's forces are now inside Ukrainian borders. But it may not be easy for them because Ukraine is putting up a fight, a real one, slowing down Russian troops by at least a few days, according to the assessment from the military in this country. With one member of Congress telling me just a few minutes ago he thinks Putin underestimated the Ukrainians. This is what it looks like right now. People hiding from the shelling in Kharkiv and Mariupol. 500,000 people getting out of the country altogether, boarding trains from Lviv into Poland. We're talking about human beings who are more than just statistics. They're people with families and fears. They are desperate to get to safety in what is now becoming a growing humanitarian crisis.
We could just hear the sirens and we could hear the shelling.
Me and my kids and my mom, we are going to travel to Poland first. I don't know which way now. I'm gonna try because it's really hard to do now.
It's destroyed. Russia destroyed all. Putin, monster.
As far as any push on the diplomatic front, Ukraine and Russia did talk, at least, on the border with Belarus. Ukraine saying there'll be a second round of talks soon, but there's not really a sign it'll stop the fighting. And right now, Russia's economy is tanking because of these big sanctions. The country's central bank more than doubling interest rates. And check this out. Russia's currency, the ruble, it's crashing. You can see the sharp line right from when Putin invaded. The ruble's now worth less than a penny. We're going to break that down a little bit more with Keir Simmons in a second. But I want to start with Cal Perry, who is on the ground in Lviv, Ukraine. And Cal, where you are right now, this is where people are going out of the country. They're trying to get to Poland. It's where supplies are coming in. Tell me what you're seeing, what you're hearing from the people you're talking to.
Yeah, this is where we're starting to see the effects of the war on the civilian population. You have now 500,000 people, 500,000 people have already left Ukraine. The majority of them, 300,000, have gone to Poland. But you have some people just caught in limbo. You played some excellent sound from folks who are just caught in limbo and they don't know where to go because this city is starting to swell. This city is starting to run out of room, of course. The Polish border is becoming a bigger and bigger mess every single day that this conflict continues. Tom Yamas was reporting the backup is 20 miles long. So it's becoming almost impassable. And so people are getting stuck. And what is happening, of course, is that the fear then continues to ratchet up, especially if you come from a city like Kharkiv. You drive all the way through Kyiv. You get here, and then the alarms and the sirens go off here, and you have to run for a bunker with your kids. It is psychologically very, very difficult. On top of that, of course, you have a population that is rallying together against Russia, against Vladimir Putin. Here's a little bit of sound of how people feel about Putin these days. Take a listen.
Without home now, this is very bad. Putin, please stop this. This is very bad. This is very сложно. Difficult. Now I no live home. This is very bad.
And so you have a city that in many ways is starting to fill up with people who are literally shell-shocked. And you can see it on their faces as they come through this city. And then the great irony in this place is that going the other way are soldiers, many of them 18, 19 years old. This will be the first time they've ever held a gun. And they're getting on trains headed the other way, and they look sort of equally shell-shocked, Hallie.
I have to tell you, Cal, talking to you, I was speaking with an independent journalist who lives and works in Kyiv, who was talking to me about what he has sensed. To play off your point, was an intense and visceral hatred he found of the people he was talking to, Vladimir Putin. Just people who are furious, who are angry, who despise him, and who are looking to fight to save their country, basically.
Yeah, and there's another great irony here about Vladimir Zelensky, the president of Ukraine. And I've been listening to my colleague and friend Keir Simmons talk today about that long table that Vladimir Putin sits at, right, where he is very isolated from his military leaders, awkwardly so, at that long table that we've all now become accustomed to him sitting at. On the flip side, the Ukrainian president is drinking coffee in trenches with Ukrainian soldiers, and every morning is talking about how he's going to lead the defense of the city. And so you have not only a hatred of Vladimir Putin, but you have a growing love for the Ukrainian president here on the ground. And it's creating this interesting dynamic where a leader who did not really exist in this way or in this image now has emerged from literally this bombing and the ashes to try to lead a nation. And so you have hatred on one side for Putin and love on the other side now for this Ukrainian president who, again, is emerging in this surprising way.
Real quick, Cal, before we toss it over to Keir Simmons, who you just brought up, we mentioned those talks between Russia and Ukraine and Belarus. Feels like that is, you know, the very definition of lip service at this point. But how are officials where you are reading into that?
We've just had an update from Zelensky. He posted something to Telegram. I need to read it more thoroughly, but the short of it is it's hard to negotiate under fire. It's hard to negotiate when Russian troops are moving in, right? And this has been his line. And there is this deep distrust as well. The other thing I would mention about this is the delegation that went did not include the Ukrainian president because, of course, for security reasons, he doesn't want to know where he doesn't want the Russians to know where he is, right? So not high hopes is long story short.
Cal Perry in Lviv, Ukraine. Cal, really grateful to you for joining us and for being there on the ground for us. Thank you. Thank you. Let's take a look. We talked about those sanctions, right? Big financial penalties for Russia. Start with this map of a bunch of countries who are sanctioning Russia, like huge chunks of the world, right? From the U.S. to the EU, down to Australia, Japan, South Korea, even Switzerland. Infamously neutral Switzerland. They're not on the sidelines here, not as of now. And then take a look at some of the what you might call cultural penalties. The organizations trying to isolate Russia. The Met, the opera, cutting ties with artists close to Putin. FIFA, big soccer body of the international community, banning Russia. Hope you didn't have plans to see Green Day in Moscow either. They're canceling their May concert there. Moscow is also where Keir Simmons is tonight. So, Keir, we know that Putin talked again with his advisors today, calling the West an empire of lies, right? Clearly, when we talk about these sanctions, Putin is unfazed by them.
Well, he is unfazed by them, ostensibly at least from the comments that his officials make and that he makes. He prepared for this. He has a $630 billion reserve right there, ready for this scenario. Problem is, he underestimated the West, and so it's not clear tonight how much of that reserve is actually accessible to him. Tells you two things really interesting. One is President Putin has been getting ready for this for a long time. He's been building those reserves for a long, long time. And the other is his underestimation of how it was going to play out. Now, he clearly underestimated the West. As Cal was saying there, he underestimated President Zelensky. And I had the opportunity to listen to Western officials, their assessment of the Russian position. And it's really, really insightful, I think, Hallie, because what they believe is that where we have heard President Putin talk about Ukraine and Russia as brothers, he said this in a long essay last year, and he said it again and again in speeches. He's talked about how the Ukrainians want to be liberated. He really believed that, and it got baked into Russia's military strategy, according to Western officials, and that is one of the reasons why their strategy isn't working, because they aren't being welcomed by the Ukrainians the way that President Putin thought they would. Tells you something else really fascinating too. President Putin is in charge. He's the commander. He is deciding. We don't know how many of his officials he's actually sharing information with, and he underestimated the West, so now you have these sanctions, and it's impacting people here in Russia. for sure. There are lines at ATMs. There is a 20% interest rate now here, doubled today, crashing ruble. But we've been talking about it all day, and people will know a lot of this already from watching the news, just how impactful these sanctions are turning out to be. And I spoke to Russians on the streets and Russians in a mall, and they were telling me, just get this, for example. I spoke to one Russian woman. She went to MIT. She lived in Boston for 6 years. She said to me, I don't know if I'm going to get a visa for Europe. It is shaking Russian society, particularly middle-class Russian society in cities like this, Moscow and St. Petersburg. What impact does that have on President Putin's support? Does he even care?
So that is super interesting to me, Keir, when we talk about the ruble tanking, when we talk about the impact of the sanctions, because, yes, Putin may ostensibly, as you say, right, through his words be unfazed, but we know what he cares about, right? He deeply cares about how he is perceived by people in Russia. And when you have what you're talking about, these huge lines for ATMs, the woman like the one you're speaking to, you know, you are seeing already, even just in the last day, a very real impact on, like, the average Russian, not a military official, not a member of the government, but like, you know, just a regular person out there in Moscow or St. Petersburg.
Yeah, and I guess he is seeing it. The question is, what is he seeing? We do know, I know this because I'm told this by multiple people who have connections to the Kremlin, including Kremlin insiders, that he doesn't use email, he doesn't use a computer, an iPhone or any other kind of phone you might use the way that many of us do, for obvious reasons, for security. There's a very interesting thing that happened today, and it was a reflection on yesterday. President Putin, as you know, put the nuclear forces here in Russia on high alert. Now, why did he do that? Well, his Kremlin spokesman suggested it was because of comments made by the British Defence Minister. Now, that's been traced back, and it appears that the British Defence Minister made some comments on British TV that then were replayed on Russian television on Sunday, and then President Putin makes this announcement. Back to the point, the only person really in charge here is President Putin. He's making all the decisions. But another thing that reflects, though, is here's a man who's watching Russian television and then is making announcements based on what he's seen on Russian television. If that is how it played out, it's a little bit disturbing, to say the least.
Keir Simmons in Moscow. Keir, we're glad to have you there. Thank you for that. So Keir mentioned a couple of things, a couple of threads we want to pick up on from the White House end of things. Just a couple of minutes ago, speaking of the White House, we heard from Press Secretary Jen Psaki, who says the U.S. is starting this process of expelling 12 Russian diplomats from the UN mission, who she says abused their privileges of living here in the U.S. by spying. It happened after a dramatic scene unfolded at the UN when Russia's ambassador called that move a, quote, gross violation of the U.S. position as the host country of the UN. The U.S. says they were a threat to national security. All of it as the White House sets some clear intentions for how it plans to deal with Russia moving forward. The Biden administration suggesting the U.S. has no reason to change the nuclear weapons alerts after what you just heard from Keir, right? The announcement from Putin to put his country's nuclear weapons on high alert. Carol Lee is joining me now from the White House to talk more about this. And Carol, let me start on that nuclear piece of thing, because Keir brought it up. We even heard about this from President Biden, too, who was asked in a real off-the-cuff way at a different event at the White House, should Americans be worried about the possibility of nuclear escalation here? And President Biden very clearly said no.
Yeah, that's right. And what I think is different about this, as opposed to other things we've seen coming out of the administration, which have been very aggressive towards Russia, it's really in what they're not saying. So what you're not hearing from U.S. officials is, hey, we have nukes too. You know, we can get in this if you want to go there. And that's not at all the posture. It's very much trying to tamp this down, to say that, you know, we're assessing. We heard Press Secretary Jen Psaki say we're assessing what he means by this. And as of right now, at this particular time, we don't see any reason to change our own posture. And other officials have said very similar things, just in the sense that saying essentially that the U.S. doesn't see this as a real threat. In the terms of, they are saying that Putin is imagining or creating a threat that isn't already there. So they're really trying to downplay this. The State Department as well, they issued a statement. I can read you part of that. They said, we think provocative rhetoric regarding nuclear weapons is dangerous. It adds to the risk of miscalculation, should be avoided, and we will not indulge it. So again, really, they don't want to be engaging in this kind of talk with the Russian leader when it comes to nuclear weapons. It's just, in their view, far too dangerous. And there were a lot of folks in the administration who are alarmed by this and really don't want to escalate it.
There's also that news we found out about in just the last 90 minutes or so that we've also referenced here, the expulsion of those 12 Russians from the UN mission, Carol. Now, this has apparently, according to the U.S., been in the works for several months, but very clear timing that seems aimed at what's happening right now in Ukraine.
Sure, and it certainly, Hallie, adds to the pile of things that the administration has been doing over the past week to respond to Russia. All of the sanctions, we've seen them ramp them up almost day by day, and now we're hearing about these 12 diplomats who were expelled because the administration says that they were engaging in spying activity. And so this is another way that highlights another tool that the administration has to push back on Russia. If you'll recall, in 2018, the U.S. announced that it was expelling 60 Russian diplomats, and that was in response to the poisoning of a former Russian spy in the UK. And at that time, it was it was seen as a real move against Russia and designed to embarrass them. So again, it's another tool that they have.
Real quick, Carol, we're going to be talking about this a ton tomorrow night on this show and during our special coverage of the President's State of the Union speech tomorrow night. But we know, based on the reporting that you and our team have done at the White House there, that the president's reworking some of that speech. He's going to focus a little bit more on Ukraine, no?
Yeah, it's a real moment, and the president, even Press Secretary Jen Psaki, said today, look, if this speech was given a couple of months ago, it would be a very different speech than the one that he's going to deliver tomorrow night. So Ukraine will be a huge theme for that speech, but also Hallie is going to talk about inflation, other things that are on the minds of Americans. He's going to highlight his bipartisan infrastructure bill, and then look forward and try to reignite his legislative agenda, which has been stalled, and talk about his Build Back Better plan. And regardless of what anyone wants to call it going forward, it's something that the president is going to make clear he would like some elements of that to get passed in the coming months.
Carol Lee, live for us there outside the White House. Carol, thank you. So we've talked about everything going on internationally, and it's having a domino effect even already here in this country. Oil prices have spiked. We've been talking for weeks about the possibility that would happen. Now they're closing at more than $100 a barrel for the first time since 2014. Jumping 3.5% to $101.39 a barrel. You got some analysts who say that number that you see in yellow right there could actually hit something like $115 a barrel. You may already be noticing what that means at the pump, right, as energy prices spike. The average price of gas, $3.61. That's up 10 cents just about from a week ago. Seema Modi is an expert when it comes to the foreign policy impact on Wall Street and on Main Street. She's joining us now to talk about it. Seema, I'm really glad we have you on. We did hear from the administration repeatedly up until this point that Americans at home in the U.S. may have to brace for a little bit of pain on the energy front, no?
Yeah, you're right. President Biden has also repeatedly said over the last week, Hallie, that he wants to protect Americans from higher gas prices. So one option he does have is to tap the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That's oil that the U.S. has stored underground in the Gulf Coast. But experts say that would likely only be a short-term fix. The other option is to buy oil from other OPEC countries, although Press Secretary Jen Psaki yesterday on ABC saying we need to reduce our dependence on foreign oil. So it's unclear which options this administration will take. And as you point out, gas prices continue to rise in LA County, the highest in the nation at $5 a gallon.
Kind of a mixed bag on Wall Street, a mixed close, because you had investors bracing for more of a roller coaster week, rather. But if you look, the NASDAQ closed up. What's going on here? How are investors seeing this?
Yeah, definitely a lot of volatility we've been seeing on a regular basis, Hallie. Dramatic turnaround, and just today we started the day down around 600 points for the Dow Jones Industrial. Midday investors seem to be encouraged by the talks that were taking place in Belarus. But sanctions unleashed on Russia, no doubt seen by Wall Street strategists as just crippling to Russia's economy and the currency. Still trying to figure out the broader implications it will have, though, on the U.S. Of course, if sanctions take aim at Russia's energy sector, that story could be very different.
Seema Modi, it's great to see you. Great to have your expertise with us. Thank you. Shifting to some other news here in Washington. Big step for the Justice Department, with jury selection starting today in the very first trial related to the January 6th insurrection. It's around a guy named Guy Reffitt. You see him here. Prosecutors say he's an oil worker from Texas, drove from his home to D.C. for the riot, along with an AR-15 and a pistol. At the heart of this case is whether Refit obstructed the work of Congress that day when, as you remember, the House and Senate met to certify the results of the 2020 election. And potential jurors today, listen, you saw a lot of it. One said they thought they could look at the case with fresh eyes. Another said she might struggle believing Refit is innocent until proven guilty. And a third said it would be hard to stay neutral about January 6th, calling it, quote, an attack on their home. Refit faces 5 felony counts and has pleaded not guilty. I want to bring in Pete Williams now. So, Pete, the significance of this trial, first one to reach the courtroom, and it feels like it could set up kind of a template for the DOJ moving forward on other similar kinds of cases.
Yeah, there's no question. This will be their first one, and I think what they'll try to do is, one thing, educate the jury about what happened. Now, remember, the goal of jury selection is to find jurors not necessarily who know nothing about January 6th, but who set aside that and decide on the evidence that they hear in the courtroom. But still, to try to set the stage and why they say Refit's actions were so serious, they'll probably play a video that shows all these actions leading up to what happened inside, show the panic in terms of members of Congress, the vice president scurrying to try to take shelter and set the stage. And I think that is one thing that they'll try to do, and see how that plays with the jury and see if they'll use that in all the other cases as well. This is a very unusual case, though, because we've had 220 people plead guilty. Refit, unlike them, not only hasn't pleaded, but also has expressed no remorse. In fact, he wrote a letter praising his actions and the people who stormed the Capitol.
I believe prosecutors are also expected to call his son and daughter. They were 18 and 16 on January 6th to basically take the stand against him, Pete, right?
That's right, but there's a reason for that. For one thing, one of the ways that the police found out about Refit is because his son did call the police and the FBI and tell them about it. But the second thing is that both the son and the daughter say that when Refit came back from Washington, he told him that if they told the police or the FBI what he did when he went to Washington, that he would shoot them, that he would kill them, that they would be traitors, and that that's how they would be dealt with.
You know, this is a person who, and you've talked about some of this, Pete, prosecutors will lay more of this out. The defense will obviously try to do their job here. He was a member of the 3 Percenters, according to prosecutors. Far-right group, maybe not as well known to, like, the average American as the Proud Boys or the Oath Keepers, et cetera. What should we know about them?
Well, I don't think the Proud Boys or the 3 Percenters angle is going to be all that important to his case, but they will, interestingly, Hallie, have one of the 3 Percenters that he traveled to Washington with testify against him. He's that person, that 3 Percenter, has been given immunity. And he will talk about the sort of things that he says Refit said he was going to do when he came to Washington, how he would try to target and drag out certain leaders in the Congress. But the evidence against him is going to be based on his actions. And his actions in what the government says was obstructing the vote count. And they also say that he illegally brought guns to Washington, that he had a shotgun and a handgun, and that he had the handgun with him when he came to the Capitol. Now, he's not accused of actually entering the building, but the charges nonetheless say he tussled with the police outside. And I should mention one other thing, Hallie, about the testimony of his son. His son actually recorded using his cell phone some of the things that his father said at home, and those recordings will be played in court. So it'll be quite dramatic, and I think the task for the prosecutors will be to draw out this testimony without appearing to push them too hard, which could backfire and make the jury think, well, you're trying to squeeze this guy's children to testify against him. So it's a tricky line the government's going to have to walk there.
I know you'll be staying on top of it for us. Pete Williams, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Coming up, big floods rip through Australia, leaving several people dead. We've got more details on the country's so-called rain bomb later in the show. And a new report from the United Nations says we are running out of time fast to deal with the climate crisis. We've got that straight ahead.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There's this report out tonight one scientist calls the "Your House is on Fire" report. This UN climate report that explains just how dangerous this is and how it's going to affect every part of the planet. Look at this. I found heat waves, droughts, floods, already exceeding what plants and animals can actually tolerate, putting millions of people at risk of hunger and malnutrition. We're talking about the first major climate report since this November summit in Scotland. You know, the summit where a whole bunch of countries committed to trying to do better. This research suggests they got to start doing more, like right now, and a lot more, because climate change is about to get a lot worse. I want to bring in Tom Costello, who's been reporting on this for us here tonight. So, Tom, can I be candid here? Sometimes people look at these reports and it's depressing, right? That's not the goal for scientists, for world leaders, for all of it. The idea is to, explain what the threat is right at this minute.
That's exactly right. I spent most of the day today trying to get through. This is a 3,600-page report. I did not have time to read it all. But the bottom line here is, as you laid out, the situation is acute and growing more urgent by the minute. I talked to one of the researchers who is from Cornell University. I found her in Africa, talked to her today. Talked to another researcher from University of Texas, Austin. She's in France today. Both of them say the same thing. If we don't act right this very minute, if countries and humanity doesn't immediately start taking steps to reduce global warming, it will consume us. Now, the numbers are kind of interesting, right? Over the last 150 years or so, they believe the planet has warmed by 2 degrees Fahrenheit. You may think, well, that's no big deal, 2 degrees Fahrenheit. That's the average across the globe. It's been much more in some areas. As you well know, summers in Phoenix, summers in the African Sahara, for example, are much hotter than they used to be. And their concern is, if we get warmer by another 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit through the next 80 years, then we will likely see most of the coral reefs in this country, in the world rather, die. 29% of species could go extinct. They go on and on and on, talking about millions of people who will not have access to clean water, not have food, crops will be dying, livestock will not be able to produce at the levels that they do now. I mean, it is very, very concerning, but it's very academic and very research intensive. 270 scientists from around the world are a part of this report, and it's supposed to be a wake-up call trying to tell the leaders of the world we have to act right now.
And there are some signs in it, Tom, from what I understand, that like things are, you know, if we're not totally moving in the right direction, fewer people are dying around the world in the last 50 years from storms and floods and other extreme weather, right? So scientists think that we could maybe avoid some of the absolute worst case scenarios. But what do we have to do to get there?
Well, if we are using technology, if we, in fact, and that's the bottom line of how we have managed to mitigate deaths, right? Because we can predict when storms are coming. We can get people out of the way. We can build homes and neighborhoods up, out, and away from rising sea levels. So, yes, we can depend on technology and on know-how to try to make sure that people are safe. But the problem isn't going to get better if we keep chopping down the rainforest and adding to the global warming. So that's why they think we need to act right this very minute.
As you were reporting this, Tom, in the course of your reporting on this, and I know you're filing for NBC Nightly News tonight, was there anything that surprised you?
I think really, you know, you come away from it really kind of depressed and thinking, my goodness gracious, what kind of a planet are we leaving our kids and our grandkids? Listen, highly unlikely I'm going to be around in 80 years, right? But I really, I hate the idea that my kids and grandkids are going to be living in a world that is literally becoming uninhabitable in many, many, many places. And, you know, when you look at the science that's gone into this, and these are not a bunch of, you know, one of the scientists I talked to said, listen, these are not a bunch of tree huggers. These are some of the world's best scientists putting their best research into this to try to have a good feeling for what's happening. Yeah. And in her words, the country is, the world rather, simply cannot absorb all the carbon that we are feeding it. And as a result, it is quickly going into a chain reaction, and it's a spiral downward if we don't stop it now.
Tom Costello, it is great to have you reporting on this for us. We'll look for more of it tonight on Nightly. Thank you, Tom. Still to come on this show. Toyota plants in Japan stopped production after what they think was a cyber attack. We'll tell you more about it coming up next in the 5 Things. Plus, Facebook and Twitter are making moves against Russian disinformation accounts that are targeting Ukrainians. We've got Ben Collins on how those social media platforms are stepping up in a surprising way. Next.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians tonight are leaving their homes. They are searching for safety as it gets worse and worse on the ground there. We're going to take you live to Ukraine in a second to get a check on what is a growing humanitarian crisis now. But first, let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, coming into us actually right before I walked into the studio here, we found out former President Donald Trump and his children, Ivanka Trump and Donald Trump Jr., they're appealing a judge's order for them to answer questions under oath in the civil investigation into their business. That investigation is being conducted by the New York Attorney General. We don't know what the court's going to do, if they will allow the Trumps to stay while it hears the appeals, but we'll stay on top of it. Number 2, at least 9 people have been killed from flash floods ripping through northeastern Australia. Look at how bad that's the top of a gas station right there. That's how high the rain is. The region was hit with something called a rain bomb, a really bad kind of storm. It's the worst flooding this area has seen in more than 10 years. Schools had to close. People had to be evacuated. She saved her dog, at least. That's a good thing. Number 3, nearly half of the 500 million free COVID tests the Biden administration made available to people haven't even been claimed yet. Officials say only about 100,000 orders for the free tests are coming through a day now. Even though positive cases seem to be going down, the White House still wants people to take advantage. Order your tests. They're free. Number 4, Toyota stopped down production at all of its plants in Japan today because a supplier was hit by what they think was a cyber attack. The shutdown of those 14 factories is expected to cost Toyota something like 13,000 cars worth of lost production. Japan's prime minister says the government is looking into whether Russia could potentially be involved in that cyber attack. Number 5, Ukraine's government and NGOs raised more than $16 million in crypto to try to fight back against Russia's invasion. The country's official Twitter account posted links for 2 crypto wallets over the weekend, and people stepped up. The government is using those donations to support NGOs and its military. So we talked a little bit earlier in the show about what is a serious refugee crisis that is unfolding really by the minute in Ukraine. You have families with little kids. They are out there in freezing cold temperatures. They're trying to get out by train. They're trying to get into cars. Some of them are even walking. The Polish ambassador to the UN calling this moment one of the biggest humanitarian crises since World War II. And for tens of thousands of people, look at this. This is where the journey starts, at the train station in Lviv. That's Tom Yamas. You know him. If you watch this network, you know Tom. He was there, and he talked with some of the people trying to make their way out of the country. Tom is joining us now. It is so difficult, but so important, Tom, to be hearing and listening to the stories of these people that are trying to get out because they are desperate. They just want to get somewhere safe.
Yeah, and there's hundreds of thousands of them. We're approaching nearly 500,000. And when you go to these border crossings, when you go to the train stations, you see tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of more families. When we first got here, we counted it was 26 miles long, the line of traffic to leave through one of the borders, just one of the border crossings. So it's no doubt a massive refugee crisis, unlike anything Europe has seen in decades. That much is for sure, because all these people are leaving. Of course, there was a mass refugee crisis with the war in Syria,
right,
and this one is happening as well. I think one of the things that we're noticing that's a little different about this one is because Ukrainians are telling the men of fighting age they have to stay back. A lot of these people are just women and children. You see, and we saw it there in the train station, a husband saying goodbye to his wife, and he was going to turn around and go back to fighting. The family lives in the eastern part of the country. They had migrated over here to the western part to try to get out. And the wife broke down right there next to me when we started talking to her. And this is happening, I mean, every hour, every minute it's happening. These families are being torn apart. It's incredibly sad. These children are crying. And, you know, as a mom, you know how this is, just trying to take your child anywhere. These women are traveling days with these kids. They're walking miles, some of them 15 and 20 miles, and they're holding babies that are crying. They're running out of food. It's incredible though how calm these people are. I mean, there is not chaos. There is sadness, there's desperation, but there's no fighting, there's no screaming, there's no tearing to get on the trains. There is some pushing, but it's controlled. People are controlling themselves here. And I really do admire that, because I don't know what I would do in this situation, right? Saying goodbye to your family, saying goodbye to your children, saying goodbye to your country. It's heavy, and there's nothing easy about this.
And not knowing what's going to happen from there. I think we might have a little bit of that interview, Tom. Let me see if we can go to our control room to play it here.
It's destroyed. Russia destroyed all. Putin monster.
Putin is a monster.
Yes.
He killed us.
You said it, Tom, right? The word heavy. It's heavy. They're saying goodbye to not just their families, but their countries, and they don't know what they're coming back to, right? It's not like, oh, in 2 months they'll come back to their house, which is going to be, they have no idea. Are there other stories? You know, I think it's so, you've traveled all over the world, Tom. You've covered so much. Are there other stories that you've heard? Like, what's the thing that you keep coming back to? Is there a specific person you've talked to or something that keeps coming up for you and your team?
Yeah, you know, it's just, it's crazy to think that these families were in their towns, in their neighborhoods. Like that family you just saw, they lived in Kharkiv. There's literally a missile on their street, embedded in their street. They woke up to missiles hitting their neighborhoods, the explosions lighting up the night sky, and they just took off running. And a trip that should take 9 hours took that family 50 hours. And the mother is obviously in tears. She was crying the entire interview. But that little boy's just 9 years old. Right. And you saw him there. He called Putin a monster. He's starting to understand what's happening to his country. He was walking around with a little ID card, Hallie, because in case he gets separated from his mom, he wants whoever finds him, hopefully somewhere else in Europe, to be able to call her or his grandmother to let them know he's okay. He's just like any other kid you'd see anywhere else in the world. He likes Marvel. He loves boxing. I was showing him videos of my son and monster trucks that he thought was really cool. It's, you know, it's incredibly sad, but it's something these people are dealing with. And also, I mean, Hallie, the other thing that is impressive to me is the men that are staying here and that they're going to fight. I also spoke to a guy, and we're going to have this story tonight on Nightly News and on Top Story, a guy who's making Molotov cocktails, and he took us into his warehouse. He's making 2,500 of them. And you have to understand, these Ukrainian civilians are fighting one of the biggest armies in the world, a superpower, Russia. They have more than 400,000 members of their military. The Ukrainians are nowhere near that. And I know a lot of social media has sort of told this narrative, which in some respects it is true, but it's very early on in this war. Ukraine has done an incredible job in fending off the Russians, but this is still very early, and they have such a massive military. Russia still has a lot of fight in them, and they also have a lot of members of their army left in them as well.
Yeah, the resistance, you know, for now, right, and for a few days, according to the assessment from the military here in the U.S., but who knows how much longer that'll last. Tom, I'm really glad you're with us. We talk in these big numbers, 500,000 refugees, et cetera. It's about those stories, like that family that you met. That's what says it all. So thank you, Tom. We'll look for you on Nightly and on Top Story. Appreciate it, pal. Up next here on this show, look at some pretty wild video, pretty intense video. Look at this, a tractor trailer, right off a bridge, right into a river. We'll tell you how the driver's doing in the local. And as we get ready for the State of the Union tomorrow, we're checking in with some pretty important voters to see how they're feeling about President Biden's time in office so far. That's next in The Original.
Choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Northeast Bureau, dramatic video shows the moment a tractor trailer carrying mail plunged like 50 feet. Did you see that? Off a bridge right into a river in Weston, Massachusetts. Amazingly, the driver managed to escape without getting hurt before the whole truck went under the water. Officials are still trying to figure out what exactly caused the crash. From our West Coast Bureau, U.S. Customs and Border Protection officials seized nearly $3 million worth of meth disguised as onions. There they are, onion or meth, the age-old game, I guess. The drugs were hidden in some of these small packages at a San Diego facility along with the shipment of onions. So far, officers have arrested the driver who drove the meth in. And from our Midwest Bureau, a ticket from Michael Jordan's debut Chicago Bulls game sold for guess how much? About $500,000 at auction. The seller in 1984 paid $8.50 for that ticket. He found it not too long ago in a folder in his basement. Good timing, too. Cole says just a week before the auction, his car died. He says he's going to use that money to replace it. It's going to be a nice car. So, to our top story tonight, Facebook and Twitter joining the fight against Russia with the crisis in Ukraine by working to try and stop the spread of disinformation on social media. And just a couple hours ago, we also heard from the parent company of Facebook, Meta, which said it'll restrict access to Russian media, to RT and Sputnik, at the request of the EU and other governments. That's after Twitter said today it'll now add labels on tweets linked to Russian state media and try and make it harder to find, less easy to see, essentially. Meta already says it's removed something like 40 accounts, pages, and groups that put up phony news sites on Facebook and Instagram targeting Ukraine, along with a group of hackers linked to a Belarusian group. Ben Collins is joining us now. Ben, you do this every day, right? You're in the world of misinformation and disinformation. How do you spot a fake? I wanted to pull up a couple of examples here. If we can pull them onto screen, might be able to, might not. Here's one. Like this is a fake person. This is a Russian bot. How do we know that?
Yeah, this is our buddy Irina. She was posting anti-Ukrainian blog posts on Facebook. She does not exist. She's not real. She probably came from a website called this person does not exist.com. You can tell in a couple ways. First of all, look at their ears. They have a very hard time doing the same thing twice on two different sides of the face, maintaining symmetry. So with this guy, this is our other guy, Vladimir, who also was part of this website, also does not exist. He has that one weird ear there. You can tell it's a good start. Also, their eyeballs are always directly dead set in the middle of frame, no matter what. You can overlay them all on top of each other. They all look like one face. With Irina, by the way, if you look back, she was wearing one earring that was very different than the other earring. This doesn't necessarily mean that she is a bot. Maybe she just has a bad fashion sense. But in this case, it contributed to the larger picture of this very fake identity.
And this matters, right? I mean, this matters because you have these social media companies now pulling down misinformation, trying to. You have them restricting access to RT and Sputnik, which I know surprised you a little bit.
Yeah, this is not usual for them. In fact, Russia Today, the propaganda website, is one of the largest YouTube channels, period, news or otherwise, and has been for about a decade. For Facebook to not just demonetize them, but to basically throttle them so you can't see them on the servers anymore, that's a huge step. A week ago, RT was making money on YouTube. They were still allowed to monetize all of their content on YouTube. Now they're sort of persona non grata on Facebook and YouTube. It is a completely different landscape than it was 1 week ago.
Ben Collins, live for us on that. Ben, thank you. Great to see you. Appreciate it. We mentioned how President Biden is, when we talk about Ukraine, reworking his State of the Union address tomorrow night to focus more on that. That brings us to today's original in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on because we are less than 24 hours away from our coverage of that speech. And you have, if you look here, officials trying to beef up security with reports of potentially disruptive truck convoys maybe arriving in Washington. So the fence around the Capitol building is back up. You've got hundreds of National Guard members on alert in D.C. to try to help the locals manage any protests. But you've got the White House focusing on delivering a message to unite the country. It's a speech that a lot of people will be listening to, especially maybe younger voters, right? In 2020, we saw half of all 18 to 29-year-olds voting in the presidential election year, an 11% jump from 2016. So younger voters could matter in the midterms. Our Maura Barrett went out to reconnect with some of the people she met on the presidential campaign trail last go-round to see how they're feeling now about President Biden's progress. Watch.
I honestly can't name anyone who was super gung-ho on Biden. He seemed to be the go-to choice for most because he was a lesser of two evils.
I don't know anyone who's really like a Biden stan now or then.
The youth vote mobilized in 2020, but not necessarily specifically for Joe Biden. As a reporter based in the key state of Iowa in 2020, I interviewed students in their high school library as they were learning how to caucus for the first time.
I've always been confident about voicing my opinion. I feel like my generation, the youth, as we're called, we're very issue focused. You know, we care about the issues like climate change, minimum wage, things that are actually going to affect us in the future.
Back then, Joe Biden was not their first choice. He ultimately landed in 4th place in the caucus results. 2 years later, I linked back up with those students, now in college, still with lots of opinions.
2 years later, huh? Do you think 2 years older, wiser? How you feeling?
Samira caucused for Pete Buttigieg, while Bashar was in Bernie Sanders' corner.
Biden just wasn't that candidate for me at the time. I shied away from how moderate of a candidate he was.
I just felt like he wasn't really strong in any one issue. It seemed very wishy-washy.
They both supported the now president in the general election and are pleased with some of his accomplishments.
I was really excited when that infrastructure bill was passed. I thought that was a huge win. Beyond that, I'm also relatively fond of his COVID response relative to our last president's COVID response.
I admired the way he took it seriously. He started with vaccine rollouts. And in a way, I think in doing so, put pressure on the vaccine a little bit and kind of drew back on the whole mask and the testing thing.
After the vaccine rollout, Biden's approval rating among voters aged 18 to 34 sat at a comfortable 56%. But since then, it's dropped 16 points among young voters.
Given the headlines we were reading and sort of the after effects of Biden's decision to pull troops out of Afghanistan, I can't help but deduce that he did not do the right thing in that situation.
And with the midterms months away, Samira is not a fan of what she says is increased partisanship.
It just consistently feels like petty games are being played, like people just are, the inability to think of American people and solely the American people instead of like a hidden agenda or your next election.
With 3 years left in Biden's term, these students are hoping to see more alignment on issues concerning their future.
I feel like the younger generation is just more open to change overall. I feel like the older generation just think like everything's good as it is and we're trying to just make too much happen all at once.
Our Maura Barrett with that reporting. Our State of the Union coverage starts right here on this show, in this studio tomorrow, 5 o'clock Eastern. It keeps up at 8 o'clock Eastern when I will be hosting special coverage of the president's speech before it happens. It's going to be an awesome show. Do not miss it. Still ahead. The deadline to save baseball's opening day is here. It is here now, and still no deal between the MLB and the Players Association. We've got an update on where things stand. We'll bring it to you right after the break.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, we are going to find out at some point in the next few hours whether Major League Baseball owners will follow up on their threat to delay opening day, because right now, no deal between the league and baseball players. And a story we've been telling you about for the past, 3 weeks or so. Here's the schedule, right? February 16th, pitchers and catchers are supposed to report. That's come and gone. You're supposed to see the first spring training game. Nope. Big red X from that weekend. All that's left, right? This is today. Opening day, March 31st. 4 weeks away. And today you have the self-imposed deadline by the league. Again, self-imposed, and let me make that really clear. There's no rule that says today is the deadline for a deal. MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred can lift the lockout whenever the league wants, but his bosses, the owners, say the players need 4 weeks of training before opening day, and that can only happen after a deal gets done. Reporters who are following these talks say the two sides still have some big differences. Sam Brock is in Miami covering all things baseball for us. Okay, Sam, first of all, any update? What do we know at all about these talks? Because right now, I don't think it's subjective to say it seems less than likely that they'll come to some kind of miracle deal before midnight.
Hallie, first of all, so good to be back with you. I would say we know that they've been there since 10 o'clock this morning, my friend. So it's been 7 or 8 hours of negotiations just today. This is the 8th consecutive day of bargaining.
So maybe I'm wrong. Are you saying
and
maybe like an MLB miracle yet lives? Maybe? Could?
I am not betting on an MLB miracle. I just hope that your little map there doesn't have X's through all 30 days of this next month. That's my hope. But look, I think a lot of people out there would tell you, these guys make so much money. How could they be arguing about that? The average Major League Baseball salary right now is $4.1 million, which does sound like a lot, but that's been going backwards for the last 4 years or so, while baseball has been raking in the cash. They went from $8.2 billion in revenue to $10.7. So Major League Baseball has seen a 30% increase in revenues, and baseball players are making less money. How does that compute? That's really one of the issues at the heart of all this. I spoke with a family member of a Boston-based family that moved down to Florida, Hallie, and what they told me was that the tradition of going to spring training is so ingrained in the sport. This dad, his name is Richard Welch, met Ted Williams, the last player to hit 400 in baseball when he was a 9-year-old kid. He would love to share those kinds of experiences with his daughters. He can't do that right now. Here's what he told me.
In these tough times where they've missed out a lot already, and now we finally can go do these things, and we can't because of financial reasons of the teams.
Hallie, on April 15th, it's going to be the 75th anniversary of Jackie Robinson breaking the color barrier. It's not just one of the most important days in Major League Baseball history. It's one of the most important days in American history. Can you imagine if there were no games that day, no league-wide celebration, because these two sides could not get their act together? That is a very real possibility.
But so what is the best case scenario, Sam? Because you've laid it out. You've laid out the pieces here. The businesses, the fans who are getting hurt by not having spring training going on, the sort of money discrepancies here. If the owners are right and there needs to be like 4 weeks, and let's say they want to be playing mid-April, what is the best case scenario? Does that mean we've got to have some sort of deal in the next 2 weeks for that to happen, or does it just depend at this point?
I got to be honest, and I don't know all of the minutiae of these negotiations. The idea that they could be bridging some of the gaps when it comes to arbitration and the collective balance tax that's implemented in Major League Baseball in just a couple of weeks seems really defying logic. So I think the best case scenario would be they start the season at some point in April, but the owners right now, MLB has threatened, Hallie, according to multiple reports today, to cancel a month of games if these two sides can't come to an agreement today. One of the players, Jamison Tyone, who is a pitcher for the New York Yankees, tweeted about this and said, "We've seen these threats before, calling your bluff. We understand that Major League Baseball has calculated a certain number of games they can probably lose and still make money this season based on the TV contracts." But how this plays out, you see the player skepticism right there on your screen. They don't want to play. It is sad that these are the guys who drive the direction of the league. Clearly right now, there is this immense amount of tension. Hopefully these two sides can get through that so we can just get America's pastime back.
Sam Brock, promoting you now to our chief baseball correspondent here at NBC. I can do that, right, unilaterally? I hope that's okay. Sam Brock, thank you so much. It's great to see you.
Not me, then who?
I am sure we will be seeing you again on this story, and we hope to be seeing you right back here on NBC News Now. Same time, same place tomorrow. Don't forget, special coverage, State of the Union, 8 o'clock. I'll be here with all my friends. We'll see you. Coverage picks up right now. We're coming on the air with Russia bombarding more cities across Ukraine, with a senior defense official saying most of Vladimir Putin's troops are now inside that country. But Ukraine's putting up a fight, and Russia's economy is